Chapter 1: The Woman in the Bathroom. Qiu Luoyu Community. A three-bedroom apartment over 100 square meters, with an average price of over 20,000. It's only a few kilometers away from the city center. It's the first choice for many white-collar workers. Building 24, Unit 1, Room 502. The interior layout is simple, with a monochrome color scheme that feels somewhat cold. On a white ceramic table, resembling mutton fat jade, are a few plates of cold home-cooked dishes, along with a bowl of rice that has only been touched twice. The chopsticks, which should have been on the table, have fallen to the ground. The sound of water splashing in the bathroom is particularly clear in the quiet room. In the bathroom, the shower continues to spray, the water flowing onto the floor and being carried away by the drain. Qiu Luoyu looks at the floor, her eyes filled with sadness. She doesn't know what the meaning of life really is. Outside the glass door of the bathroom, a man enters nonchalantly to use the toilet. He glances at Qiu Luoyu, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Qiu Luoyu feels disappointed, having lost hope in this man and in this marriage. How she wishes her husband could return to how he used to be. As the man finishes using the toilet and turns to leave the bathroom, he slips and falls to the ground. The back of his head makes intimate contact with the floor. This scene leaves Qiu Luoyu stunned in place. A few seconds later, the man rubs his aching head. The dull pain at the back makes his vision blur. Qiu Luoyu watches him, hesitating whether to help him up, but ultimately she holds back. When the man opens his eyes and sees the woman, he is momentarily stunned. Qiu Luoyu? The man murmurs. At this moment, their postures are contrasting. The woman is looking down, but her gaze is still looking down at the man. Hearing the man call her name, the woman shows no reaction, still looking at him with indifference. How you treat me, I will treat you the same. The man covers his head, making a hissing sound. A long-forgotten memory resurfaces. His name is Bai Mu, a patient with manic disorder. Most of the time he is normal, but he occasionally has episodes. After graduating from university and marrying Qiu Luoyu, who is a year younger than him, the frequency of his episodes increased significantly. Since then, his personality has undergone a dramatic change. He loves Qiu Luoyu, but he always loses control during his episodes, often hurting her. At first, he could restrain himself, but later he gradually lost control, unable to distinguish whether it was the manic disorder acting up or if he was inherently a pervert. At the age of 32, Qiu Luoyu finally couldn't bear it anymore and chose to end her life by jumping into a river. After Qiu Luoyu's death, Bai Mu's life lost its meaning. He lost the most important person. Ultimately, at the age of only 40, he ended his life in a psychiatric hospital. The world after death is pitch black. Only the sound of squeaking can be heard by his ears after a long time. He finally sees something in his mind, a progress bar. However, just as he tries to figure out what it is, a light appears before him. When he opens his eyes again, he finds himself in a familiar suite. When he sees Qiu Luoyu, who has already died, his eyes are filled not with joy, but with terror. This feeling is akin to seeing an enemy who died many years ago suddenly appear before you, unable to distinguish whether she is human or ghost. Ugh, it hurts. Bai Mu rubs the back of his head. His gaze remains fixed on Qiu Luoyu. He notices her slightly trembling figure. The water from the shower is cold, especially piercing in the approaching autumn season. Qiu Luoyu is very beautiful. At the level of a class flower, she may not be the school beauty, but she is certainly the kind of person who stands out in a crowd. At least in her barefaced state, her looks are quite resilient, and her features are well-defined. Her figure is also commendable at 1.68 meters tall and just over 100 pounds. Her long legs are straight, as if drawn. Her overall body proportion is very balanced, neither fat nor thin, with flesh in all the right places. When Bai Mu sees Qiu Luoyu alive before him, his brain crashes, but his memories surge forth. He realizes he has been reborn, back to the year he was 30. 2 years before Qiu Luoyu jumped into the river to commit suicide. Bai Mu looks at Qiu Luoyu in front of him, momentarily unsure of how to speak. After all, in his memory, she had been dead for 8 years. Suddenly reappearing before him, he finds it difficult to accept, especially in this scenario. After Qiu Luoyu's death, his manic disorder has improved significantly. He rarely has episodes, only a few times a year at most. You go wash up, I'll step out. Bai Mu shakes his head and speaks in his old tone. Okay. Qiu Luoyu's voice is very low, devoid of any emotion. The layout of the living room is the same as in his past life. Very simple, a blue and white minimalist fabric sofa. a khaki ceramic coffee table, and a potted green plant in the corner. These were bought by Qiu Luoyu when they first got married. At that time, they didn't buy too much furniture, thinking there would be plenty of time in the future to buy more as needed, to avoid having too many things to organize right. After moving in, who knew that after that, they never bought anything again. Chapter 2. Treat her gently. In the bathroom, the sound of splashing water suggests Qiu Luoyu is washing herself. Bai Mu takes a deep breath and walks straight into the bedroom. The master bedroom is connected to the study, making it particularly spacious. The door to the study is locked from the inside, so to enter the study, one must go through the master bedroom. The soundproofing of the study is excellent, and the curtains are fully drawn, keeping it dark year-round, with only a vintage Western hanging lamp emitting a dim light. If he remembers correctly, there are hundreds of photos of Qiu Luoyu on the computer on the desk. He sits down in the leather executive chair and opens the computer almost involuntarily. He doesn't open the computer to play games, but to access a folder labeled collection. Hundreds of photos of Qiu Luoyu appear before Bai Mu. After just a few seconds of looking, he closes the folder that in his previous life. This folder was discovered by his daughter Bai Han, who then deleted it completely. At that time, he was very angry, as this folder represented some of his memories of Qiu Luoyu. Since Qiu Luoyu's death, his life has lost its joy. He could only look at these past memories to ease his longing for her. But after Bai Han found out about the terrible things he had done, she deleted the folder, cutting off his last connection to her, leading to years of aimlessness and disinterest. This was also one of the reasons he ultimately chose to end his life. Seeing this folder again, his heart stirs once more. Click. The door to the master bedroom opens, and sound comes from outside. Upon hearing the noise, Bai Mu quickly shuts down the computer and walks out of the study. Qiu Luoyu is rummaging through clothes in the wardrobe. Upon noticing Bai Mu coming out, she pauses momentarily. After dressing, she says nothing and directly walks out of the bedroom. Seeing her silent, Bai Mu feels helpless. He doesn't know how to start a conversation either. So, Bai Mu follows her out of the bedroom. Qiu Luoyu sits back at the dining table, picks up the chopsticks that fell on the floor, wipes them with a paper towel, and prepares to have lunch. She has to go to work in the afternoon, and with less than an hour until her shift, finishing her meal and getting to work will be just about right. Seeing this, Bai Mu serves himself a bowl of rice and sits down opposite Qiu Luoyu. The dishes on the table are already cold, but they still taste good after all. Qiu Luoyu has been cooking for herself since she was young, and her skills are naturally commendable. Although the dishes were cold, the rice in the rice cooker was hot, and eating the dishes with the rice didn't affect the taste. During the meal, Bai Mu's gaze occasionally fell on Qiu Luoyu. She was still as silent as before, not uttering a word, even while eating. When she wasn't with Qiu Luoyu, those around her found her hard to get along with. She had no friends at school, and even though she was good-looking, no one was willing to pursue her. Aside from being quiet and having a poker face, the biggest reason was that she had a daughter, 18 in age, where she hadn't even finished college. She had a daughter who wasn't small at all, and the rumors in the class were extremely unpleasant, causing Qiu Luoyu quite a bit of trouble at that time. Bai Mu and Qiu Luoyu had never had children together, as Qiu Luoyu had a narrow cervix, making it very difficult for her to conceive. Moreover, Bai Han was not Bai Mu and Qiu Luoyu's biological child. She was the daughter of Qiu Luoyu's sister, who passed away when she was 19 and just starting college, leaving her in Qiu Luoyu's care at that time. Qiu Luoyu was studying while working part-time and also had to take care of the 6-year-old Bai Han. Bai Mu got to know Qiu Luoyu because one day, when she was coming home from her part-time job, she encountered a heavy rainstorm that caused Bai Han to get lost. It was Bai Mu who happened to find the crying Bai Han in the rain and took her back to Qiu Luoyu. To thank Bai Mu, Qiu Luoyu invited him to dinner, and from then on, the two became familiar with each other. He vaguely remembered that Qiu Luoyu wasn't always silent when they first got together. She would share interesting stories from her day, complain about strange customers she encountered, and would show charming smiles. It was only after they got married that his changes caused Qiu Luoyu to become increasingly silent. Her sister's death was also due to domestic violence from her brother-in-law. One time, he accidentally pushed her sister, causing her to hit her head and die on the spot. Her brother-in-law fled, leaving Bai Han alone and helpless. He remembered that when he married Qiu Luoyu, it was to give her a happy home, but instead, he had brought her into hell. Perhaps from the very beginning, he approached Qiu Luoyu with ulterior motives. Deep down, he had always hidden a demon, and marrying Qiu Luoyu was merely because he saw her as someone without support, without friends, and who would silently endure bullying. That's why he chose to marry her. And after marriage, he quickly revealed his true nature. However, later on, he reflected on his problems and felt guilty. He actually loved her, but his love was too twisted and perverse, even describable as beastly. Now that he had been given another chance, he decided to treat her more gently. At the very least, he couldn't let her try to commit suicide in front of him again. Eat more ribs, gain some weight, Bai Mu thought to himself, trying to be nicer to Qiu Luoyu, and he picked up a piece of rib for her. Qiu Luoyu looked at the ribs in her bowl, her eyes showing no joy, only disgust. But she quickly hid it, not letting Bai Mu see. She kept her head down, not allowing him to see the emotions in her eyes. She put the rib in her mouth, bit off the meat, and spat the bone into the bone dish. Seeing that Qiu Luoyu ate the rib he picked for her, Bai Mu raised his eyebrows, feeling it was the first successful step. It was this delight that caused the agitation level in his mind to decrease a few points. The agitation level that had just risen slightly suddenly dropped to the bottom. Ding! A message popped up on his phone. Bai Mu picked up his phone to take a look. Certain bank receipt, 1,000 yuan. Certain bank balance, 25,030,520.05 yuan. Where did this money come from? Bai Mu was a bit confused and checked the source of the payment. The payment source showed agitation system. Bai Mu was somewhat surprised that the mechanical voice he had heard before was actually real. No wonder he always felt like there was something in his head. He thought it was a side effect of his earlier fall, but it turned out this thing was really the agitation level. He recalled the rules of the agitation level and frowned. The agitation level would fill up in 10 days, and after 12 days, it had to be vented, or else it would forcibly enter a state of agitation. As long as the agitation level was cleared, corresponding monetary rewards would be obtained. Since he had just vented it, the accumulated agitation level was very low, and clearing it would still yield 1,000. If he accumulated it to clear all at once, he could probably get a lot of money. However, he had more than enough money now and didn't need this so-called useless reward mechanism. Chapter 3. Whose Audi is running Didi? Is this the price of rebirth? Bai Mu thought to himself that of course, there couldn't be no cost at all if there were such good things, it wouldn't fall to him. While feeling agitated, the agitation level also rose a bit. Qiu Luoyu finished the remaining rice and took her phone to go back to her room. Bai Mu watched her and thought he saw her phone light up for a moment, but it seemed to be on silent mode, so there was no sound. He got up to follow her. Qiu Luoyu changed into her work attire, a decent suit, a tall ponytail, and sexy black stockings with high heels. Bai Mu glanced at the open wardrobe, which contained several identical work outfits. Generally, employees were only given 2 sets, and the rest were bought by Bai Mu himself. The reason he bought these was not because he was worried that Qiu Luoyu wouldn't have enough to change into, but to satisfy his own desires. For a while, he really liked seeing Qiu Luoyu in her work clothes and playing with her. After he lost interest, they just hung in the wardrobe, waiting for a moment of inspiration to take them out again. When Qiu Luoyu saw Bai Mu enter, she immediately frowned. "I'm going to work." Bai Mu nodded. "Okay, you go." Qiu Luoyu cautiously walked past Bai Mu, and seeing that he didn't stop her, she quickly headed for the door. "Wait a minute." Bai Mu's voice suddenly came from behind. Qiu Luoyu stiffened out of Bai Mu's sight. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "What is it?" "I'll pick you up after work tonight." "No need." Seeing that Bai Mu didn't seem to want to make a move on her at this point, Qiu Luoyu sighed with relief, her tone carrying a sense of distance. But she quickly explained, "My home is very close to the company. No need to pick me up." "I said I want to pick you up." Bai Mu's tone was almost instinctively firm. "Okay." This time, Qiu Luoyu didn't refuse again. She could refuse once, but not twice. If she refused twice, then she would be in trouble. After waiting a few seconds, and Bai Mu didn't say anything else, she opened the door and left. Bai Mu looked at the closed door, feeling a bit helpless. He still had to use a stronger approach to talk to Qiu Luoyu, otherwise she wouldn't listen at all. Indeed, he was fundamentally not a gentle person. Qiu Luoyu worked at an insurance company as a human resources personnel. She worked from 9 to 5, with a break from 11 to 1, working 6 hours a day and earning 6,000 a month, plus commission for bringing in clients. With the commission, she could make about 7 to 8,000 a month, serving as the so-called team leader in her group. Although she was a team leader, her salary was still less than that of the group members, simply because as a team leader, she had to spend time training the group members and mentoring the new salespeople brought in by the company. However, the quotas for these new salespeople didn't count towards her, resulting in other group members earning thousands or even tens of thousands in commission each month, while she earned a meager amount. She had once reflected this to her superiors, proposing to step down from the team leader position, but they all insisted she should keep going with the promise of future promotion. Opportunities to a supervisor position. Logically speaking, a monthly salary of around 7,000 to 8,000 should be sufficient for Qiu Luoyu's daily expenses, but unfortunately, Bai Mu basically wouldn't give her any money, and all the household expenses were paid by her. Moreover, Bai Mu borrowed money from friends to buy a house, needing to repay 5,000 every month. All of this money came from Qiu Luoyu, who had to transfer 5,000 to Bai Mu after deducting the living expenses for herself and her daughter each month. As for the friends he mentioned, she hadn't seen any of them over the years. Every month, she had to be very frugal to ensure that expenses didn't exceed her budget, and sometimes she even had to take on part-time work to earn some extra money. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Qiu Luoyu got off work on time. Qiu Jie, getting off work on time today? Got something to do? The receptionist smiled and greeted her. Qiu Luoyu nodded at her. Because Qiu Luoyu didn't like to talk much, even her team members in the company rarely initiated conversations with her, leaving the receptionist as the most enthusiastic one. See you tomorrow. Qiu Jie, as Qiu Luoyu walked out of the company building, she immediately spotted the Audi at the entrance. This car belonged to Bai Mu and cost over 400,000 at the time of purchase. They also had to pay the car loan every month, but fortunately, she didn't have to share that burden, which relieved her a bit. Actually, the car they bought when they got married wasn't this one, this was their third car. Initially, they bought a Volkswagen for 200,000 when they got married, which Qiu Luoyu thought was expensive at the time. Who would have known they would later buy 2 more cars, each increasingly more expensive? She was genuinely worried that Bai Mu would run out of money to pay the car loan and end up squeezing her last bit of living expenses this time. It was when their insurance company was closing. Many employees had already left when Qiu Luoyu came out. Among them were members of Qiu Luoyu's team. When they saw her walking towards the Audi, they looked surprised that the team leader's car? No way. The team leader's family drives such a nice car. It's just an Audi Q5L. 3 to 400,000. And it's just. That's enough for you to work a few years without eating or drinking. Anyone can pay in installments, right? And who knows, it might be for Didi. Your family uses an Audi to drive for Didi. So what? I've seen a Maybach driving for Didi too. You're impressive. Qiu Luoyu didn't hear their discussions behind her. As soon as she opened the back door, she heard Bai Mu's voice from inside. Sit in the front passenger seat. Clicked out in the front passenger seat. Qiu Luoyu fastened her seatbelt. Next time you ride in my car, remember to sit in the front. Sitting in the back makes me feel like a Didi driver, Bai Mu said after starting the car. Qiu Luoyu remained silent. Are you mute? Can't talk anymore. What do you want me to say? Qiu Luoyu slightly turned her head. Say you're sorry that I'm sorry. Qiu Luoyu spoke without much hesitation. Does saying sorry even matter? Bai Mu snorted. Qiu Luoyu fell silent again. I'm asking you a question. How should I answer you? Qiu Luoyu frowned. Bai Mu glanced at her with his peripheral vision. Why are you frowning? Do you find me annoying? No. Qiu Luoyu turned her face toward the window, her brow still tightly furrowed. Turn your head back. Qiu Luoyu resisted for a few seconds, but then turned her face back. Bai Mu's lips curled slightly. It felt good to have this kind of interaction. The image of a deep and affectionate man was not his style. Being obedient is a good thing. I'll reward you with a piece of candy. Bai Mu took out a flat fruit candy from the central storage compartment. Qiu Luoyu hesitated for a moment and then took it. However, she just held it in her hand without eating it. Why aren't you eating it? Bai Mu asked. With a blank expression, Qiu Luoyu tore open the wrapper and put it in her mouth, revealing only the white paper stick. The fruit candy had a strong, fruity flavor, and the moment it entered her mouth, she could feel a burst of sourness. Qiu Luoyu's mouth began to produce a large amount of saliva. Chapter 4. Qiu Luoyu's question. As the traffic light turned red, and he had to make a left turn, Bai Mu stopped and looked at Qiu Luoyu, pulling the fruit candy out of her mouth. Qiu Luoyu clearly did not expect Bai Mu to do this suddenly, and the candy was still covered in her saliva, making it particularly noticeable. However, Bai Mu showed no disgust and popped it into his own mouth, the action seeming very natural. Not bad, Bai Mu said, tasting it before returning it to Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu wrinkled her nose slightly, unwilling, but still complied with Bai Mu's wishes and reached out to take it. However, Bai Mu held it tightly, not giving her a chance to take it with her hands. Seeing this, Qiu Luoyu had no choice but to lean in and hold the candy with her mouth, then bit down on it. Crunch! The sound was very crisp, and Bai Mu was left holding just a paper stick. Although Bai Mu didn't say she couldn't bite it, his unilateral action also caused Bai Mu's displeasure. Did I tell you to bite it? I was holding it to feed you. Upon hearing Bai Mu's words, Qiu Luoyu's expression became somewhat unnatural. It's too dangerous here. You should focus on driving. She looked around. This was the city center, and it was rush hour with cars all around. I'm not afraid. Why are you? Bai Mu pulled out a piece of chocolate from the glove compartment and handed it to Qiu Luoyu. You're in the car too, Qiu Luoyu muttered to herself. However, as soon as she saw the chocolate, her previously expressionless face began to change. Take it. Do you want me to open it for you? Bai Mu frowned. Qiu Luoyu came to her senses, reached for it, tore open the wrapper, and stuffed it into her mouth. It was only then that she noticed the glove compartment was filled with all sorts of candies, cookies, and snacks. She rarely sat in Bai Mu's Audi before, but she remembered that these items were not their last time. The condoms that should have been in there were instead pressed at the very bottom. Take whichever you want. I bought all of these for you this afternoon. Bai Mu had no habit of doing good deeds quietly. He certainly wanted to mention the things he specifically did for Qiu Luoyu. Upon hearing Bai Mu's words, Qiu Luoyu felt no gratitude. Instead, she felt a chill run down her spine. She could vaguely foresee the future use of these candies. After Qiu Luoyu went to work at noon, Bai Mu ate all the dishes she had cooked. So in the evening, Bai Mu took Qiu Luoyu to a local restaurant not far from home for dinner. The prices at this restaurant were not cheap. If the two of them ordered 4 dishes, it would probably cost around 100 or 200. When Qiu Luoyu saw Bai Mu was going to eat here, she was somewhat unwilling. Let's eat at home. There are still dishes left. We just finished eating at noon. I'll cook again. No, I want to eat here. Qiu Luoyu. The two found a table for 4 and sat down, and the waiter handed them a menu. Bai Mu glanced at it, casually checked 2 items, and then handed the menu to Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu looked at the dishes Bai Mu had selected. Sweet and sour carp 68 yuan, braised lion's head 58 yuan, kung pao chicken 48 yuan, twice cooked pork 48 yuan, plus a bowl of radish and pork rib soup 38 yuan. That was already over 200. Qiu Luoyu handed the menu back to the waiter without ordering anything herself. This is enough. Plus, if we order more, my wallet can't take it. It's obvious I'd have to pay in the end. How much living expense does she have for a month? Over 200 was enough for several days. Spending this much on one meal made her heart ache. The most extravagant time in her life was when she was with Bai Mu before they got married. They would occasionally go out to eat and take walks. And then there was the time they spent buying furniture after getting married. She had always been quite frugal. While waiting for the dishes, Qiu Luoyu held her phone. Her nails were neatly trimmed and rounded, the joints slightly reddened, and she tapped the phone with a rhythmic motion. Who are you chatting with? Bai Mu asked. Qiu Luoyu did not look up. Han-Nin's teacher. He's discussing Han-Nin's situation at school with me. Male or female? Male. You're still chatting with a guy? Bai Mu raised an eyebrow. Qiu Luoyu paused her tapping. I added him as a friend, so he could tell me. Qiu Luoyu tightened her grip on the phone. Didn't you say you wouldn't get involved in Han-Nin's matters? She looked up at Bai Mu, her tone finally showing some emotion. What am I getting involved in? Bai Mu countered. He's Han-Nin's teacher. Han-Nin just started high school this year. It's her first time boarding, and I asked him to help look after her more. What are you trying to do by stepping in now? Just because he's a guy? Qiu Luoyu hadn't spoken so much in one breath for a long time. If it were before, she wouldn't have dared to question Bai Mu like this. She would have been well trained when she got home that night. Now, she was clearly questioning him with the risk of facing the consequences. After questioning, she pushed her phone in front of Bai Mu. Check it. After all, you often check my phone, right? In the past, Bai Mu never worried about this because Qiu Luoyu had no secrets in front of him. Nowadays, Bai Mu had naturally forgotten this point. He only wanted to talk more with Qiu Luoyu, so she wouldn't be so quiet. Little did he know he had stepped on Qiu Luoyu's landmine. Bai Mu picked up Qiu Luoyu's phone. Since she asked him to look, he would look. He didn't check their chat records because he trusted Qiu Luoyu. Even if he treated her that way, she still wouldn't do such things. He understood Qiu Luoyu's character. He casually flipped through Qiu Luoyu's phone. The apps on her phone were so few that he almost thought it was a new phone. In fact, Qiu Luoyu had been using this phone for 3 years. The wallpaper was a photo of Bai Qiuhan as a child. And apart from a few apps required by her company, there was only a commonly used lending app. It showed a loan of a few hundred yuan, which she probably borrowed last month when she was short on money for Bai Qiuhan's tuition. Bai Mu fell silent. After being married to Qiu Luoyu for so many years, he had never told her that he was actually quite wealthy. Qiu Luoyu rarely asked him for money, and he never gave her any. As a result, she even had to borrow a few hundred yuan from a lending app. In his previous life, he had millions in his bank account that he never let Qiu Luoyu use. Until her death, she was still paying off the mortgage for him. Bai Mu felt quite foolish, thinking that as long as he didn't let Qiu Luoyu spend money and kept her lacking, he could control her forever, making her stay by his side. In the end, she still left him in her own way. Chapter 5. Who still uses such an old-fashioned wallet? Although Bai Mu felt a bit guilty, would he give Qiu Luoyu money? Of course not. After all, not giving her money allows him to control her better. Even if he were to give her money, he wouldn't just transfer it casually. That would be too boring. Bai Mu opened Qiu Luoyu's album, which contained not only photos of their daughter Bai Qiuhan and some work-related pictures, but also a few selfies where she was posing. All of them were taken in the company restroom. If you remember correctly, it was his request. There were several close-up shots from different angles, indicating that Qiu Luoyu wanted to be as modest as possible while still satisfying him. So she took several shots and ultimately chose one to send to him. Bai Mu selected all the photos and sent them to himself. Although the photos were quite modest, Bai Mu loved looking at them. No matter what, he loved seeing his wife. After the photos were sent, Bai Mu returned the phone to Qiu Luoyu. She frowned slightly upon seeing several photos sent by her husband, whom she had pinned in WeChat, but she didn't say anything. This was far better than the photos Bai Mu had taken himself previously. Bai Mu would show her the photos and videos he took and ask for her feedback, but she would always remain silent, as she could do nothing but be quiet. If she dared to say anything negative, Bai Mu would humiliate her even more until she agreed that it was good. Rather than that, she might as well remain silent from the start. The dishes Bai Mu ordered arrived quickly. The taste of this local restaurant was decent. He had eaten there a few times before. Qiu Luoyu's cooking was also not bad, but it was more convenient to eat out. Are you waiting for me to serve you? Bai Mu urged when he saw that Qiu Luoyu hadn't picked up her chopsticks for a long time, and he placed a large piece of fish in her bowl. Just looking at the dishes on the table made Qiu Luoyu feel full. She couldn't eat anymore. After taking a few bites, she stopped eating. Seeing this, Bai Mu snorted a few times and ate on his own. He definitely couldn't finish all the dishes he ordered, so he asked the waiter for a bag to take the leftovers home. When he went to the counter to settle the bill, Qiu Luoyu had already calculated the meal cost and took out the money from her wallet. Just as she was about to pay, Bai Mu suddenly spoke up. Who still uses cash these days? I've already paid. You've paid? Qiu Luoyu was a bit surprised. Otherwise, you give me a hard time for spending money. Who dares to spend your money? Bai Mu replied sarcastically. Qiu Luoyu nodded and stuffed the over 200 yuan back into her wallet, not taking Bai Mu's words to heart. However, before she could put her wallet back in her pocket, Bai Mu's hand had already reached out. You. Qiu Luoyu looked shocked as her wallet was snatched away. There was over 500 yuan inside, her living expenses for the month. Bai Mu glanced at the light blue fabric wallet, which contained scattered coins. Apart from the 200 yuan in bills, the rest were loose change, including several small coins. Why are you still using such an old-fashioned wallet? Bai Mu examined the palm-sized wallet, which looked somewhat familiar. It seemed like the one he bought for her when they first got together. They had passed by a small stall when they were walking, and Qiu Luoyu said that her part-time job boss always paid her in cash, so she needed a wallet to hold cash. Who would have thought that after so many years, she was still using it? Given what Bai Mu knew about her, she probably didn't want to waste money on a new one, which was why she was still using it now. Bai Mu counted the remaining money inside. I'll transfer you 600 yuan later. Just give this to me. Some stalls in the market require cash. Qiu Luoyu indirectly refused. Then just go buy from stalls that accept QR codes. Using cash can save a bit, and they might give you change. Qiu Luoyu insisted. Our family doesn't lack this bit. I do. Bai Mu smirked. All right, I'll give it back to you. Bai Mu tossed the wallet back to Qiu Luoyu. She caught it and stuffed it back into her pocket. That evening, Bai Mu added Bai Qiuhan's homeroom teacher on WeChat to inquire about Bai Qiuhan's situation. At first, the teacher was a bit confused, as he had already spoken to Qiu Luoyu about it, wondering why Bai Mu was asking him again. But later, thinking it might be due to marital discord, he explained everything to Bai Mu once more. He had spoken to Qiu Luoyu about the changing weather as it was getting colder. Recently, the weather had turned chilly, and he noticed that Bai Mu didn't have any thicker clothes. So he asked Qiu Luoyu to send some to school to avoid her catching a cold and affecting her studies. And then he talked about Bai Mu's performance in class and her interactions with her roommates. From the conversation, it was clear that the teacher was a responsible young educator, seemingly just graduated from college and became a homeroom teacher with progressive ideas, communicating with parents from the student's perspective. Speaking of which, in his previous life, his suicide had a certain relationship with Bai Mu, as it was ultimately her who sent him to the psychiatric hospital. At first, Bai Mu was unaware of the reasons behind Qiu Luoyu's suicide. Over the years, Qiu Luoyu had never let her know about the matters between her and Bai Mu, worried that Bai Mu would be affected and it would impact her studies. It was not until Bai Mu graduated from high school and got into college that Qiu Luoyu could no longer bear it and chose to commit suicide by jumping into the river. It was only later that Bai Mu saw the disturbing images and videos on Bai Mu's computer that she realized what her mother had gone through during her middle and high school years. Bai Mu never laid a hand on Bai Mu. Even when she deleted his cherished collections over the years, he never harmed her. Although Bai Mu was not his biological daughter, Bai Mu truly treated her as his own, and even after Qiu Luoyu passed away, he spent a lot of money sending her abroad to study music, helping her fulfill her dreams. He believed that this could reduce some of his guilt towards Qiu Luoyu. That night, after Qiu Luoyu finished washing up and returned to her room, Bai Mu was still shopping. Qiu Luoyu was wearing a wine-red nightgown, which was very light and felt cool to the touch, accentuating her figure. If it were up to Qiu Luoyu, she wouldn't like such a nightgown. But since this nightgown was bought by Bai Mu, she had no choice but to wear it. When she lay down beside Bai Mu to rest, she inadvertently saw him browsing through women's clothing in the mall, and she thought he might be planning to buy her something revealing. So she secretly took a few more glances. But soon she noticed something was off. The clothes Bai Mu was looking at were more suitable for young girls, not for someone her age. What did he mean by this? Did he want her to change her style? Chapter 6. Shopping and Services. Noticing Qiu Luoyu's gaze, Bai Mu turned around and happened to meet her eyes. Qiu Luoyu panicked, quickly averting her gaze and turning her back to Bai Mu, pretending to be asleep. However, Bai Mu was not so easily fooled. "Turn around," he said. Hearing Bai Mu's words, Qiu Luoyu knew she couldn't escape this time. It was all her fault for being so curious and looking around. She lowered her head and turned back, her expression somewhat anxious, unsure of how Bai Mu would punish her. However, Bai Mu did not do anything to her. Instead, he handed his phone to Qiu Luoyu. "You have good taste. Pick out a few seasonal clothes for Hanhang, and I'll pay." "Huh? You're buying clothes for Hanhang?" Qiu Luoyu thought she had misheard and took a while to regain her senses. "Otherwise, you didn't think I was buying for you, did you? If you want something, you can also have it. If you behave well, I might consider buying it for you." "No, I don't need it." Qiu Luoyu opened her mouth, but refused. The clothes Bai Mu bought were not to her liking. They were all quite revealing. She was shocked because she never expected Bai Mu would think to buy clothes for their daughter. Over the years of marriage, Bai Mu had bought clothes for their daughter only a handful of times. It was indeed surprising that he suddenly wanted to buy clothes for Hanhang today. However, Qiu Luoyu quickly took Bai Mu's phone, not wasting this opportunity. She knew Bai Mu had money, although she didn't know how much. Buying a few clothes was definitely within his means, and he wouldn't mind spending this little money. "Then, I'll pick by myself." Before she started selecting, Qiu Luoyu tentatively asked again. Only after Bai Mu responded with an did she feel completely relieved. Although she thought Bai Mu's sudden decision to buy clothes for Hanhang was definitely not simple, she had no choice. If he wanted to pull any tricks, so be it. She would just bear the consequences herself. The weather was getting colder, and Hanhang indeed needed some thicker clothes. She had no money left, so she had to seize this opportunity. So, with her back to Bai Mu, while he was making moves on her in his embrace, she held the phone in her hands, selecting one item after another. Such opportunities were rare. She had to choose carefully because she didn't know when the next chance would come. "Dear, you smell so good." Bai Mu breathed in the fragrance on Qiu Luoyu, showing a look of bliss. He buried his head in her hair, feeling the long-lost warmth and fragrance. Qiu Luoyu glanced at Bai Mu out of the corner of her eye. He seemed much gentler today than usual, indicating that he was in a pretty good mood. It was strange since he appeared to be in a bad mood at noon. Can I buy some daily necessities for Han Heng? Qiu Luoyu thought about her daughter just starting high school and living in the dorms for the first time. There were many things she hadn't thought to buy earlier, so she asked Bai Mu again. Anyway, I'll be the one suffering in the end, so why not try to get a few more things? Just add what you want to the shopping cart, and I'll pay for everything at the end. Bai Mu replied without looking up, simply stating it. Qiu Luoyu nodded, her gaze fixed on the phone screen. After getting Bai Mu's approval, she began selecting daily necessities for her daughter. Although Bai Mu was paying, she still compared prices and chose the cheaper options, which slowed her down considerably. Anyone who has shopped on Taobao knows that time flies quickly while browsing. During this process, Bai Mu quietly held Qiu Luoyu very still. This feeling was like regaining a lost treasure, both nostalgic and comforting. His heavy breaths tickled Qiu Luoyu's collarbone. Bai Mu squinted his eyes and wrapped his arm around the back of Qiu Luoyu's head, allowing her to rest on his arm. This tent looks pretty good. Let's buy one for Han Heng. Bai Mu pointed to a cartoon tent priced over 300. That's too expensive, and there are no mosquitoes in this weather anyway. There's no need to buy a tent. A tent is not a mosquito net. It's meant to ensure privacy. Bai Mu reached out and clicked to add it to the cart. Qiu Luoyu paused. If no one else has one, Han Heng might be considered out of place. Let's buy it first. Whether to set it up is up to her to decide. It's just over 300. That's too wasteful. Do you know why Laozi wrote the Tao Te Ching? Because Laozi wanted to? Qiu Luoyu had heard this joke long ago. Exactly. Qiu Luoyu had nothing to say. Bai Mu bit Qiu Luoyu's smooth shoulder and said, "So when I buy things for Han Heng, don't nag, okay?" Qiu Luoyu frowned slightly, unsure of Bai Mu's intentions. Bai Mu had always taken a hands-off approach to Bai Qiu Han, hardly ever managing her. But the only good thing was that he never brought their issues into Bai Qiu Han's sight. So in Bai Qiu Han's eyes, they were at most a couple not getting along, rather than the current unequal status. Understood. Bai Mu smiled. Splash. In the bathroom, Qiu Luoyu splashed her face with water to wake herself up a bit. When she came out, Bai Mu was already asleep. She opened Bai Mu's phone. Only 2 apps were open in the background, one for shopping and one for the camera. The shopping cart had been completely emptied. There were also a few new photos of her in the camera. She had originally thought that after shopping, Bai Mu would do something to her, but unexpectedly, he did nothing. He just asked her to pose for a few pictures and took photos of her. Qiu Luoyu had always known that Bai Mu liked taking pictures. He had joined a photography club in college and had several expensive cameras at home. Compared to the photos he had taken before, the pictures he took just now were much more conservative. This kind of punishment was not considered a punishment for Qiu Luoyu at all. The next morning at 7:30, Qiu Luoyu got up and made breakfast. Skillfully wakened Bai Mu. However, he didn't officially get up until 8 o'clock. Qiu Luoyu glanced at the time, washed her hands, set the breakfast on the table, and prepared to go out. Just as she was putting on her high heels to leave, Bai Mu called out to her. Bai Mu took the key to the Volkswagen from the rack by the entrance. He had specifically bought a white one when they got married, suitable for Qiu Luoyu to drive. For this reason, he quickly changed cars afterward. Driving to and from work meant no need to squeeze on a public transport. Chapter 7. Driving to the company. Qiu Luoyu looked at the Volkswagen car key in front of her and shook her head. No need, it's only 2 kilometers. No need to drive. Gasoline costs money every month. She didn't want to waste money. Bai Mu noticed her concerns. Come here. Qiu Luoyu bit her lip, took off her high heels, and walked in without even putting on slippers, her feet wrapped in black stockings making intimate contact with the ground. She stood in front of Bai Mu, her eyes fixed on his feet. If I tell you to drive, just drive. Why do you keep refusing? I'll pay for the gas. From today on, you'll drive for me, got it? Qiu Luoyu lowered her head and murmured in agreement. Bai Mu smiled and leaned down to kiss her lips. So obedient. Go to work. He patted her little head. Qiu Luoyu pressed her lips together, adjusted her work outfit, and after standing up, she put on her high heels and turned to leave, seemingly not wanting to stay here for even a moment longer. Bai Mu leaned back in his chair, squinting his eyes, feeling very pleased. Initially, he thought he owed Qiu Luoyu so much over the years, and if he had the chance again, he should be gentler with her. Unexpectedly, it was hard to change one's nature. He wasn't inherently a gentle person. However, this time he learned from his experience. He wouldn't treat her like in his past life. Over the years after Qiu Luoyu's death, he understood that he loved her, and he wished for her to live a healthy life. In the underground parking lot, Qiu Luoyu found their parking space. Since Bai Mu bought 3 cars, in addition to the parking space that came at the house, he bought 2 more parking spots, all next to each other. She unlocked the car door with the key, and there was no strange smell inside. A pair of white casual shoes was placed in the passenger seat. It had been a long time since she drove, and she almost forgot that she couldn't wear high heels while driving until she saw the white shoes. Did Bai Mu prepare these? Changing into the casual shoes, Qiu Luoyu placed the car key in the center console. When she opened the console, she saw it was filled with candies and chocolates. In the past, she had low blood sugar, so she often carried candies with her. After being with Bai Mu, he also developed the habit of keeping candies on hand. Among the candies was a gas card with a 2,000 yuan label stuck to the back. She pressed her lips together in silence and unwrapped a piece of candy to put in her mouth. It had been many years since she drove, but she still remembered how to drive. She had always been smart. Even in school, she managed to learn quickly despite working part-time jobs. When she took her driving test, the instructor said she was very clever and almost mastered everything after just one practice. She drove towards the company. It was the morning rush hour, and there would inevitably be traffic, but it was only a 2-kilometer journey, so it wouldn't take long. Taking the bus would also encounter traffic, and it was stuffy and smelly on the bus. Driving herself was indeed much more comfortable. There were designated parking spaces for employees at the company, and Qiu Luoyu parked in a lot. Just as she got out of the car, she happened to run into members of her team. Team leader, you drove today? They were a bit surprised to see Qiu Luoyu. Although they called her team leader, they didn't really respect her. After all, they were unhappy about being managed by someone who earned less than them and had no connections. Qiu Luoyu changed into her high heels and expressionlessly greeted them. Morning. When did the team leader buy a car? I've never seen you drive before, asked a team member in a white shirt. Yeah, this car doesn't look new. Is it secondhand? Another team member laughed. Qiu Luoyu replied calmly, it's a family car. I just haven't driven it before. Wow, this car must be a few years old. Why did you buy such an old model? The third person rubbed his chin, sizing up Qiu Luoyu's car. I bought it 6 years ago. Qiu Luoyu didn't want to chat with them. However, they continued to ask, yesterday we saw you getting into an Audi. Is that your car? That one shouldn't be yours, right? Qiu Luoyu frowned. That has nothing to do with you. Don't you have work to do? A few of them chuckled, just curious. After all, it's rare to see an Audi running for ride-hailing. What ride-hailing? Qiu Luoyu was a bit confused. That's my husband's car. He came to pick me up yesterday. Do you have anything else? If not, please step aside. After saying this, she didn't wait for them to move, pushing them aside and walking towards the company building. Watching Qiu Luoyu leave, they immediately started discussing. Is that true? That Audi is also from the team leader's family? Don't say it really could be. What do you mean it could be? I've never seen the team leader's husband come to pick her up. That person yesterday might not even be her husband. Are you saying? Qiu Luoyu took the elevator to her office floor. The receptionist greeted her, good morning, Sister Qiu. Good morning. Qiu Luoyu smiled. Sister Qiu seems to be in a good mood today. Not bad. Qiu Luoyu reined in her smile and walked straight to her work area. Just as she sat down at her desk, a female team member from her group came over and said, Team leader, the supervisor wants to see you. What is up? I don't know, but it seems to be something important. All right, I understand. Qiu Luoyu stood up and walked towards the supervisor's office. Inside the office, the supervisor was on the phone. When he saw Qiu Luoyu enter, he glanced at her indifferently and left her waiting for a few minutes until he hung up. Supervisor, what do you need me for? The supervisor, a stout man, put down the phone, sat down in his boss's chair with a grunt. Were you last night? I came to find you after work. Why weren't you in the work area? Qiu Luoyu's brows furrowed, her expression a bit strange. I went home after work. Home? Didn't you used to stay at the company? The supervisor slammed the table, sounding a bit angry. I thought you were staying late at the company every day, so I wanted to give you an opportunity. I arranged to meet with the principal of Haisher No. 1 High School yesterday and wanted you to go, but what happened? I couldn't find you. I messaged you and got no response. You've not only wasted the principal's time, but also wasted my good intentions. Chapter 8 Principal Zhao Linxiang of Yizhong Qiu Luoyu furrowed her brows instinctively upon hearing the supervisor's words. So, you mean to say that I voluntarily stayed behind to work overtime, but because I didn't work overtime for a day, the problem becomes mine? Of course. If it's not your problem, then whose problem is it? As the team leader of the HR department, you should have the courage to admit mistakes. Understand? The supervisor accused her with a righteous indignation. Qiu Luoyu narrowed her eyes, realizing that the other party probably wanted to shift the blame onto her, her tone slightly darkening. I don't accept this. This isn't my problem. Qiu Luoyu didn't want to take the blame. It doesn't matter whether you accept it or not. I've already told the leadership that this matter is entirely your responsibility. The supervisor smiled smugly. Qiu Luoyu's expression darkened. So you're determined to make me take the blame? What blame? I'm giving you an opportunity. The supervisor was extremely shameless. So what do you want me to do? Seeing that Qiu Luoyu finally asked the right question, the supervisor's tone softened a bit. Given that you have never made a mistake before, I won't hold yesterday's incident against you. I'll give you another chance. Tonight, I'll meet with Principal Zhao of Yizhong again, and you just need to secure the insurance deal for Yizhong, and everything will be fine. What if I can't? Qiu Luoyu bit her lip. Can't. Hee. Then you can just leave. The supervisor sneered. Qiu Luoyu gritted her teeth, feeling a bit unwilling. I understand. Indeed, these stocks are performing quite well. Bai Mu looked at the stocks he bought yesterday. In just one day, he had made over 200,000. This was under the premise that he had only invested over 2 million. With the memories of his past life, he had a very clear impression of the stock trends. Although he couldn't pinpoint every single day, he was well aware of the overall trends. With the memories of his past life and more than 20 million in funds, he didn't need any venting system. Given his frequency of bullying Qiu Luoyu, there was no way he would be forced into a frenzied state. However, the venting system was not entirely useless. He discovered a useful aspect. He could actively enter a frenzied state. Once in this state, his body transcended human limits, running faster than Bolt and lifting heavier than Eddie Hall, completely surpassing human capabilities. It was like activating a berserk mode in a game. Initially, he thought this was the price of his rebirth, but it turned out to be a benefit. As for emotional control being an issue, that was hardly worth mentioning. With the memories of his past life, his abnormal abilities, and even his beloved little wife back, he felt everything was too wonderful, to the point where he wanted to let out a strange laugh. Glancing at the location on his phone, Bai Mu pondered. Off work and not going home. Is there a social engagement? He muttered. He then took out a pair of headphones, and Qiu Luoyu's voice came through. Principal Zhao Linxiang of Yizhong, the principal of Han High School. Bai Mu squinted his eyes. This old bald donkey actually has some utility. I'm sorry, but our school has a better option. Inside the hotel VIP room, Principal Zhao Linxiang rejected Qiu Luoyu without hesitation. Principal Zhao, please reconsider. The coverage our company offers is absolutely the best in Haishur. Qiu Luoyu wanted to negotiate further. However, Zhao Linxiang's attitude was very resolute. There's nothing to reconsider. I have the authority to make decisions for my school, and just because you say your company's coverage is the best doesn't mean it is. Qiu Luoyu bit her lip tightly. My daughter is also a student at Yizhong, so of course, I will provide the best coverage for her. Zhao Linxiang snorted coldly, and his secretary spoke on his behalf. Our stance is very clear. We have better options for student insurance. Hearing this, Qiu Luoyu's heart sank. If the contract couldn't be secured, she would take the blame for the supervisor and then be fired by the company. It would be unlikely for her to find a job with such a salary in the short term, which meant that in the coming months, she would not only be without money, but might also have to borrow. The thought of this made her expression even worse. The supervisor beside her kept smiling at Zhao Linxiang, blaming her for being tongue-tied and not knowing how to toast properly, just as she was about to raise her glass. Zhao Linxiang's phone suddenly vibrated. After seeing the message on his phone, Zhao Linxiang's expression changed slightly. Then he answered a call, covering the receiver and speaking softly. After hanging up, he said to Qiu Luoyu and the supervisor, "Excuse me for a moment. Let my secretary entertain you." "Okay, Principal Zhao, you go ahead. Don't mind us." The supervisor was very arrogant in front of Qiu Luoyu, but looked like a humble chick in front of Principal Zhao, his big belly making him appear particularly submissive. After Principal Zhao hurriedly left the VIP room, the supervisor began chatting with Zhao Linxiang's secretary. Even when facing the principal's secretary, the supervisor was very cautious. After all, in a sense, the secretary's position was not to be underestimated, at least much more respectable than that of a company supervisor. In Haishur, a single brick could hit a large area, but there were very few schools that could be compared to Yizhong. As one of the top high schools in Haishur, countless people wanted to squeeze in. Building a good relationship with the principal's secretary of Yizhong could help relative children get into Yizhong later on. However, the principal's secretary seemed uninterested in the supervisor's flattery. On the other side, after Zhao Linxiang left the VIP room, he cautiously pushed open the door to the adjacent room, where Bai Mu was sitting. Bai Mu had ordered several plates of seafood, and when Zhao Linxiang entered, he was eating a whole small lobster. "Have a seat, Principal Zhao." Bai Mu gestured to the seat across from him. Zhao Linxiang stared at Bai Mu, his face filled with smiles. "Little Bai, it's been years since we last met. How is your father?" As soon as he sat down, Zhao Linxiang began to establish a connection. However, Bai Mu only chuckled lightly. "My old man passed away a few years ago." Zhao Linxiang's smile froze on his face. This. He hurriedly patted his mouth. Zhao, uncle spoke out of turn. "Please don't take it to heart." It's fine. How can I take it to heart?" Bai Mu wiped his mouth with a napkin, his eyes sharp as he stared at Zhao Linxiang. What seemed like an extremely plain gaze made Zhao Linxiang feel a chill run down his spine. Logically, he shouldn't be so apprehensive facing a junior, but years ago, the other party's father was a big brother in society. Although he later transitioned to the construction industry due to the crackdown on organized crime, his father's reputation still lingered. Zhao Linxiang and Bai Mu's father were from the same generation and were even classmates when they were in school. He had been educated by the other party more than once. Even after becoming the principal of Yizhong, he couldn't escape dealings with him. The current laboratories and libraries at Yizhong were still built by Bai Mu's father. Chapter 9. Zhao Linxiang in fear and trepidation. To get back to the point, "I called you here today because I have something to discuss with you," Bai Mu said in a neutral tone. "You say if you need help, Uncle Zhao will try his best to assist." Zhao Linxiang instinctively swallowed hard. What he was most concerned about was what the other party had just said on the phone. It's not that I need your help, but rather that you need my help," Bai Mu chuckled, crossing his legs and leaning back in the armchair. Zhao Linxiang gritted his teeth. "Xiao Bai, don't keep me in suspense. How much do you know about this matter? If you want to use this to coerce me into doing something, just say it directly, but I want to engage in illegal activities." Bai Mu looked at Zhao Linxiang with interest. "Don't worry, since I said I'm here to help you. I am indeed here to help. After all, you're an old friend of my father, and you took care of me a lot when I was in school. Moreover, if I don't help you with this matter, then your actions would indeed be considered illegal." Hearing Bai Mu's words, Zhao Linxiang suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Without thinking, the other party at least knew the general situation. At first, Bai Mu said on the phone that he knew Zhao Linxiang was short on money, so he came to give him money. Originally, Zhao Linxiang thought the other party had just heard about his current financial trouble from someone. But now it seemed that Bai Mu not only knew he was short on money, but also understood why and what he had done to raise funds. However, he didn't immediately admit it and continued to probe. "Xiao Bai, what do you mean by that?" "I am indeed short on money, but it's not to the extent of engaging in illegal activities. I've been a principal for over 10 years. If I dared to do something foolish, wouldn't that be making a joke out of my position?" Bai Mu shook his head helplessly. "So you accepted the 2 million from Anshin Insurance and chose their higher-priced option?" Zhao Linxiang's heart sank, and cold sweat broke out instantly. "Xiao Bai, you must be joking. How could I do such a thing?" "Ha. You know very well that if this matter were to be exposed, your current position would likely need to be adjusted, and a spot would have to be made for you in there," Bai Mu sneered. Hearing Bai Mu's words, Zhao Linxiang could no longer maintain the forced smile on his face. He looked bitter. "Xiao Bai, I won't lie to you. If you have money to lend, please help me out." The reason he was short on money was that he had acted as the legal representative for his brother-in-law's company. He never expected that after the company went bankrupt, his brother-in-law would just run away, even blocking his sister's contact information. As a result, those creditors came looking for him. He had borrowed all the money he could, but he was still short by 2 million. Anshin Insurance wasn't a very big company, and logically speaking, they wouldn't choose to switch insurance companies. However, for some reason, they knew he happened to be in need of money and proposed the condition that he only needed to choose their company. Zhao Linxiang had struggled with this for a long time before finally deciding to choose them and give up on the insurance company where Qiu Luoyu worked. Bai Mu didn't fully believe Zhao Linxiang's words. As someone who had been a principal for over 10 years, it was unlikely he would easily become a legal representative for someone else's company without complications. He even suspected that Anshin Insurance had promised him other benefits besides the 2 million, which he was not clear about. In his previous life, only these matters were revealed after Zhao Linxiang was caught. It was unknown whether he had done anything else during these years. Undoubtedly, Zhao Linxiang was indeed in urgent need of money. Everything Zhao Linxiang had just said was recorded by Bai Mu. He placed a high-tech-looking pen on the table and then handed over a card. Still the same phrase. After all, you are an old friend of my father. If I don't help you, who will? There are 2 million in this card, which should be enough for Uncle Zhao to resolve his urgent issues, Bai Mu said, his hands clasped and a smile on his lips. Zhao Linxiang glanced at the pen on the table, cold sweat pouring down. Relieved that he hadn't said anything too explosive. His hands trembled as he took the card from the table. Bai Mu knowing about his dealings with Anshin Insurance might mean he knew other things as well. Despite Bai Mu being younger, he still felt a hint of fear. Seeing Zhao Linxiang take the bank card, Bai Mu signaled that he could leave. In front of Bai Mu, Zhao Linxiang felt a chill run down his spine. He wished he could leave right now. However, just as he was about to open the door to leave, Bai Mu's voice came from behind him. The woman you talked to today is my wife, Uncle Zhao. Please take care of her. Zhao Linxiang paused, suddenly realizing. Now he completely understood why Bai Mu had sought him out. The focus was here. Zhao Linxiang returned to the adjacent VIP room. Qiu Luoyu had long been on edge. Every minute she spent there made her feel colder, as if she were waiting for a judge to hand down a death sentence. However, the first thing Zhao Linxiang did upon returning was not to tell them to leave, but to say that after careful consideration, he believed their company was the most suitable, so he wanted to sign a collaboration with them. This turn of events instantly lifted Qiu Luoyu's spirits from rock bottom. She never expected that something that seemed almost like a death sentence could still have a chance for a turnaround. For a moment, she fumbled to take the contract from her briefcase. Take your time. No need to rush, Zhao Linxiang said with a smile. His originally somewhat harsh face becoming much more amiable, as if he were looking at a junior of his own. Zhao Linxiang's sudden friendliness made Qiu Luoyu feel a bit uncomfortable. After handing over the contract, she sat back in her seat. The subsequent contract signing went very smoothly. After briefly reviewing the contract, Zhao Linxiang signed it. When they left the hotel, Qiu Luoyu still felt a bit dreamy. Ahem, Xiao Qiu, you did well today. Principal Zhao specifically praised you just now. Your contribution to the successful signing of this contract cannot be overlooked. When we return to the company, I will report your achievements to the higher-ups. Qiu Luoyu waved her hand, indicating that she did not need this credit. It was obvious that the supervisor could not be that kind-hearted. He was just being polite. Hey, I'm a person who clearly distinguishes between rewards and punishments. It is just how it should be, right? The supervisor said, patting his big belly. However, the reason why we could sign the contract so smoothly today is largely due to my efforts. After all, if I hadn't respectfully communicated with Principal Zhao as secretary, Principal Zhao wouldn't have changed his mind, would he? He took the credit for himself again. Qiu Luoyu smiled and remained silent. The supervisor cleared his throat, stopping his self-praise. All right, it's getting late. Please give me a ride home. It's just on the way, right? He sent his location to Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu frowned slightly, feeling reluctant, especially when she saw where the supervisor lived. They lived on opposite sides of the city. How could it possibly be on the way? Chapter 10, tell me where you went wrong, how? Unwilling? The supervisor raised an eyebrow, crossed his arms over his chest, and his tone became serious. Qiu Luoyu felt helpless. What else could she say after he had already put it that way? What happened today was in the past, but she hoped nothing else would come up. However, when she saw the 2 people walking out of the hotel, she was taken aback. The supervisor followed her gaze and saw Zhao Linxiang, who had left earlier. Beside him was a young man, and they seemed to have a close relationship. As Zhao Linxiang's smile, while talking to the young man, was completely different from when he spoke to the supervisor. One smiled so widely that the lines on his face appeared, while the other didn't even have the energy to fake a smile. Although she didn't know who the young man was, the supervisor immediately approached Zhao Linxiang upon seeing him. Principal Zhao, didn't you leave earlier? Why are you coming out later than me? The supervisor smiled broadly, his eyes nearly squinting shut. Suddenly, a person appeared, and Zhao Linxiang frowned slightly. After realizing it was the person he had spoken to earlier about the contract, he relaxed a bit. I sent my secretary Xiao Wang to get the car. What's the matter? Oh, it's nothing. I just thought if Principal Zhao didn't drive here, my subordinate and I could give you a ride, the supervisor said, pointing to Qiu Luoyu behind him. Since Qiu Luoyu had arrived early, her car was parked in a spot across from the hotel. When Zhao Linxiang noticed Qiu Luoyu behind the supervisor, he instinctively glanced at Bai Mu beside him. Sure enough, Bai Mu's cold demeanor became even more apparent upon hearing the supervisor's words. Did you take it upon yourself to make decisions for your subordinate? Would she agree? Bai Mu asked. The supervisor forced a smile. It's nothing. This is what we should do. It's an honor to give Principal Zhao a ride. He took the opportunity to flatter Zhao Linxiang. The young man standing beside Zhao Linxiang, who was so friendly with him, must not be ordinary. The supervisor didn't dare offend him. Just because you say it's nothing, do you think you're someone important? Bai Mu had no intention of giving the supervisor face and directly questioned him. The smile on the supervisor's face stiffened, and he felt awkward, turning to Zhao Linxiang. Principal Zhao, who is this young man? Without hesitation, Zhao Linxiang replied, my nephew, and the subordinate behind you is his wife. Hearing Zhao Linxiang's words, the supervisor's heart sank, and his mind went blank. This. For a moment, he couldn't organize his words. After giving him a cold glance, Bai Mu brushed past him and walked toward Qiu Luoyu. Seeing Bai Mu's attitude toward the other person like this, Zhao Linxiang had nothing more to say and headed straight for the car that his secretary was driving over. What are you doing here? Qiu Luoyu asked. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Bai Mu got into the passenger seat and rolled down the window drive. Seeing this, Qiu Luoyu sat in the driver's seat, fastened her seatbelt, and started the car. As the car slowly moved, Bai Mu saw the supervisor behind them, looking disheveled in the wind, and he sneered before turning his gaze away. You didn't let that fat guy sit in this car when you came over this afternoon, did you? He thought of what the man had just said. Qiu Luoyu was silent for a few seconds. I brought him along since it was on the way. Well, you're quite kind. PSA leader. If he insists on sitting, what can I do? Can I refuse him directly? Bai Mu was a bit displeased. Qiu Luoyu bit her lip. Take the car for a wash tomorrow, understand? I don't have the money. Qiu Luoyu refused. That's yours, not mine. You agreed, so I can use it. Still talking back. Qiu Luoyu gritted her teeth. What did I talk back? Where didn't you? Bai Mu pinched Qiu Luoyu's cheek, squeezing her soft face. Drive, it's dangerous. Qiu Luoyu warned. Bai Mu's gaze darkened, and he said softly, fine, I'll deal with you when we get back. At home, Qiu Luoyu bit her lip. Her lowered gaze fixated on one spot, lost in thought. I know I was wrong. That sounds too perfunctory. Hearing Qiu Luoyu's insincere words, Bai Mu shook his head. If you don't say it properly, I won't be satisfied. Qiu Luoyu looked up, confused. Then what do you want me to say? She was told that saying she was wrong was too perfunctory. So what would count as sincere and not perfunctory? Tell me what you did wrong. You don't say anything and still claim it's not perfunctory? Bai Mu's tone suddenly turned serious, causing Qiu Luoyu's pupils to tremble. Is it just because I gave the leader a ride in your car? You know that. So why didn't you say it earlier? Bai Mu snorted coldly. So has this matter passed? Qiu Luoyu asked. How much have you said? Continue, where else did you go wrong? Qiu Luoyu paused, not arguing, and continued to think. Because I talked back to you in the car. That was all she could think of. Bai Mu had said that he would teach her a lesson when they got back. So it must have been when she upset him in the car that he remembered it. Very good, keep going. Anything else? Qiu Luoyu frowned. She only knew these two things. Was there anything else? Can't think of anything else? That's not enough. You need to fully realize your mistakes so you won't forget them next time. Bai Mu looked at Qiu Luoyu, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Chapter 11. Do you believe it now? Qiu Luoyu tried to think hard, but in the end, she couldn't come up with anything. So she said, because I was worried about gas money this morning and didn't want to drive. She said this with the thought of giving it a try. However, the result disappointed her. How to put it? Although this is true, I forgot about this morning's incident, so what you said is not what I was thinking just now. There's nothing I can do about it, darling, Bai Mu said, pretending to be helpless. Upon hearing Bai Mu's words, Qiu Luoyu was momentarily at a loss for how to refute him. I can't think of anything, and if you asked me, I wouldn't know. Qiu Luoyu lowered her head, not wanting to think about it anymore. She didn't feel she was in the wrong. It was just that Bai Mu wanted to make things difficult for her, which was exactly what he wanted to see. Not planning to think anymore, darling? Bai Mu asked with a smile, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Qiu Luoyu gritted her teeth, unsure of what to say. I can't think of anything. Just tell me directly, I don't want to talk about it anymore. She had initially thought about just leaving Bai Mu hanging, letting him do whatever he wanted, and she wouldn't care. But when Bai Mu stared at her, she started to feel uneasy again, biting her lip. In front of Bai Mu, she could never summon any courage. If only she could be a bit braver and resist him. If you can't think of anything, then forget it. Bai Mu shrugged, his tone carrying a bit of helplessness. Qiu Luoyu remained silent, just lowering her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Seeing her silent demeanor, Bai Mu continued, "Next time, if something happens, don't tell me. Just handle it yourself, okay?" Got it. Bai Mu hummed in response. "Let tonight be a lesson. Your car can't carry other men in the future, okay?" Qiu Luoyu hung her head, feeling down. He was her boss. And what could she do? If she refused, she would definitely face repercussions. Who knew how many more situations like today would arise in the future? Noticing Qiu Luoyu's downcast expression, Bai Mu pinched her cheek. "If your boss insists that you drive him, you must refuse. If necessary, just quit." "If I quit, I won't have money," Qiu Luoyu muttered softly. Without money, she wouldn't be able to pay her daughter's tuition. Both she and her daughter would go hungry. Bai Mu wouldn't give them money, so what could she do? Talking was easy, but if she really encountered such a situation, what could she do? Employees like her were the most easily controlled. Even if Bai Mu scolded her, she would never quit. However, Bai Mu said, "I will give you money. If you quit, I will still give you money." Qiu Luoyu didn't take Bai Mu seriously. After all, he spent all his time at home without a job. And every month, she was thankful he didn't ask her for money, let alone give her any. She knew Bai Mu had money, but over the years, he had been living off it, and she didn't know how much he really had left. Seeing that Qiu Luoyu didn't believe him, Bai Mu took out his phone and transferred 3,000 yuan to her. "From now on, I will give you 3,000 as pocket money each month, which will be deducted from the 5,000 of your mortgage, so you only need to give me 2,000. Even if you quit, I will still give you 3,000 as pocket money every month, and you won't have to pay me the mortgage anymore." How does that sound? Bai Mu handed his phone to Qiu Luoyu for her to see for herself. Chapter 12. The wife's duties. Qiu Luoyu picked up her phone and looked at the balance displayed on the screen. When she saw the extra 3,000 yuan, she was stunned for a moment. She looked at Bai Mu with some disbelief. "You really plan to give me this 3,000? She felt a bit uncertain. After all, Bai Mu had never transferred money to her before. This was the first time. No, it was the first time since they got married. Although this meant she still had to give Bai Mu 2,000 every month. Qiu Luoyu began to suspect that Bai Mu was trying to play some new trick. To her surprise, Bai Mu was exceptionally gentle. "Of course, you are my wife. My money is also for you to spend." Hearing Bai Mu's cheesy words, Qiu Luoyu did not feel warm inside. Instead, she felt goosebumps rising. She was now 100% sure that Bai Mu was up to some new scheme. Otherwise, he wouldn't say such disgusting things. Her heart sank as she speculated what means Bai Mu would use against her next. The money was already in her hands, and she didn't want to return it. Moreover, even if she returned it, Bai Mu might not accept it anyway. However, as a wife, maintaining distance from other men is something you should do. So this money is not a reward for you, but to fulfill your obligations, Bai Mu continued. Qiu Luoyu knew that Bai Mu wouldn't easily give her this money. "What do you want me to do to fulfill my obligations?" Qiu Luoyu felt she had already done well in her duties. She often went home to cook when she had time during lunch, washed Bai Mu's underwear and socks, and paid for the household utilities. Almost everything in the house was bought with her own money. Qiu Luoyu didn't know what else she hadn't done. "Don't you know the obligations of a normal wife?" Bai Mu asked. Qiu Luoyu was a bit confused, but she already had her suspicions. It was still early when they returned from the hotel, but when Bai Mu glanced at his phone again, it was already 1 in the morning. "Why has your health gotten so poor?" Bai Mu looked at the sleeping Qiu Luoyu and couldn't help but frown. In his memory, except for the time right after they got married when they often shared a room, the frequency had decreased significantly afterward. Qiu Luoyu had been busy with work, so she hardly had time to exercise, which led to her increasingly poor stamina and becoming more and more emaciated. Qiu Luoyu was very pale, but this kind of paleness seemed unhealthy, as if she hadn't been exposed to the sun enough. Her poor health might also be related to the fact that she had eaten less over the years. At least from Bai Mu's perspective, her stamina was much worse than when they were not married. Even Bai Mu hadn't noticed this. Qiu Luoyu had never had very good health. She had been somewhat malnourished as a child because she often didn't eat enough. After growing up, she had to juggle taking care of Bai Han while working part-time after classes and looking after her daughter at night. This led to her being chronically weak and lacking energy. In simple terms, she had a bit of kidney deficiency. It wasn't only boys who could have kidney deficiency. Girls could have it too. When she first got together with Bai Mu, Qiu Luoyu's health was a bit better. At least she could pass the 800-meter test. But judging by Qiu Luoyu's earlier performance, if she were to run 800 meters now, it would be questionable whether she could even finish, let alone pass. This couldn't continue. If this goes on, her health would definitely have problems. She needed to exercise, regardless of whether it was for health or any other reason. Looking at the sleeping Qiu Luoyu, Bai Mu felt a sense of unwillingness. He picked her up and carried her back to the room, covered her with a blanket, and tidied her hair. Only then did Bai Mu get into bed and hug her from behind. Bai Mu inhaled the body fragrance emanating from Qiu Luoyu. His restless heart calmed down slightly. It seems I need to make you exercise more. Otherwise, being in such poor health could lead to illness. While Qiu Luoyu was asleep, Bai Mu's expression was much gentler than usual. However, it seemed that in her dreams, Qiu Luoyu encountered something terrifying, and she involuntarily shrank back. Bai Mu held Qiu Luoyu and softly comforted her. "Don't be afraid, wife. I'm here." Qiu Luoyu shrank back even more. Bai Mu. Chapter 13. Becoming a manager in the company the next morning, Qiu Luoyu woke up feeling uncomfortable all over. When she turned around, she saw Bai Mu sticking close to her and instinctively pulled away. She got up to get dressed, and her pants felt a bit tight. Not only that, but when she looked in the mirror, she noticed that her eyes were also red. She hadn't slept well last night. Usually not one to wear makeup when going out, she put on some concealer today. When she left the house, Bai Mu was still asleep, so after preparing breakfast, she left first. It wasn't until some time after she left that Bai Mu finally woke up. It wasn't surprising that Bai Mu woke up late. He had gone to bed too late the night before. Because Qiu Luoyu's body couldn't take it, Bai Mu hadn't enjoyed himself fully. And even when he held Qiu Luoyu to sleep in the latter half of the night, he couldn't fall asleep. When he woke up in the morning, he saw that his agitation level had increased by 1/5. Last night, it had clearly decreased. And he even received a deposit of 100,000 yuan in his account. How could it have increased by 1/5 after just one night? Wasn't it supposed to take 10 days to fill up? At this rate, it would be full in at most 5 days. Bai Mu was somewhat speechless. He went to his study and opened his computer to check today's stocks, which had increased by over 200,000 compared to yesterday. He picked a few stocks and decided to invest a bit more. As with his memory from 2 lifetimes, he could easily recall the stocks that had risen significantly in his previous life. After closing his current account, Bai Mu switched to another account. This other account was from shares of some companies that his father had purchased in the past, which had all now come into his possession. The company where Qiu Luoyu was working, Shanghai Insurance, had already had over 10% of shares when it came into his hands. Since Qiu Luoyu joined this company, Bai Mu had gradually acquired more shares over the past 2 years. So now he held a total of 22 of the shares, making him a substantial shareholder. Thinking of this, Bai Mu took out his phone and called the current general manager of Shanghai Insurance. At first, the other party was puzzled as to why he received a call from a stranger. But once Bai Mu revealed his identity, the other party immediately became respectful. The company where Qiu Luoyu was currently working was not the headquarters of Shanghai Insurance, but a branch, so although the general manager held the highest position in that branch, he still had to listen to Bai Mu in a certain sense. When he learned that Bai Mu just wanted a managerial position in the company, the other party immediately said it was no problem and would arrange it right away. Within just one morning, the arrangements were made for Bai Mu. He went to the underground parking lot and drove out a Porsche worth over 700,000 yuan. This was a car he had secretly bought without Qiu Luoyu knowing, as he didn't want her to know he was wealthy, only letting her know about the 3 cars at home. In reality, besides a Volkswagen, BMW, an Audi that Qiu Luoyu knew about, there was also a Mercedes and a Porsche. Bai Mu drove the Porsche to the company building. When he left, he specifically wore a mask and sunglasses to ensure he wouldn't be recognized. The reason he had the general manager of Shanghai Insurance arrange a managerial position for him was mainly to better monitor Qiu Luoyu. It had been 2 years since Qiu Luoyu joined his company. At that time, her salary was 2,000 less than it is now. Now, 2 years later, her colleagues' salaries had risen to over 10,000, but even as a team leader, her salary was still only 7 or 8,000. The reason for this was Bai Mu. It was Bai Mu's capital that set her up. As a result, Qiu Luoyu's salary had not increased at all in 2 years. If it weren't for the fact that she was turning 29 this year and was about to hit 30, making it too risky to switch jobs now, she might have really left. In his previous life, Bai Mu had also entered this company like he did now, but at that time, he only wanted to suppress Qiu Luoyu, hoping that she would rely on him more after being hit outside. Later on, he even made her take the blame for a debt worth hundreds of thousands just to keep her from leaving his control. After all, if Qiu Luoyu really switched to another company, it wouldn't be as easy for him to control her anymore. He didn't hold shares in every company. Ultimately, Qiu Luoyu's inability to bear it and her attempt to jump into the river was also closely related to that debt of hundreds of thousands. In this life, Bai Mu couldn't do that anymore. His intention was not to drive Qiu Luoyu to death, but simply to keep her firmly in his grasp. "Hello, do you have an appointment?" The receptionist smiled warmly at Bai Mu. Bai Mu normally wouldn't pay attention to the receptionist, but due to his experiences in 2 lifetimes, his memory was exceptionally strong, so he had some impression of her. "Has General Manager Su briefed you?" Bai Mu asked, tapping on the reception desk. The receptionist looked at Bai Mu, who was masked and wearing sunglasses, thinking he was there to find someone. She was surprised to learn he was the one general manager Su had mentioned. "Yes, I've been briefed. You must be the new manager, Mu, right? I'll find someone to show you around the company." The receptionist quickly said. "No need. I can go in by myself." Bai Mu raised his hand to stop her. The receptionist was taken aback. Is it not necessary?" "No, I can go in myself." After saying that, Bai Mu walked in on his own. "I'll swipe your card." The receptionist hurriedly followed him. In the elevator, the receptionist stood behind Bai Mu, looking ahead while sneaking glances at him. She was curious why he was covering his face. Did he have something wrong with his skin, or was he sick? It had been a long time since a leader had been parachuted into the company. This time, a manager was suddenly parachuted in, arranged personally by the general manager. It seemed the connections behind this were not simple. "Do you want to add WeChat?" Bai Mu took out his phone and opened the QR code. The receptionist immediately panicked. Had she been caught stealing glances? The entire elevator was silver, and the elevator doors in front were shiny enough to reflect. Of course she would be noticed. Plus, with Bai Mu wearing sunglasses, she couldn't tell if he had caught her peeking. Seeing this, she quickly waved her hands. No. Manager Mu, I didn't mean to reject your WeChat. I was just curious why you're wearing a mask and sunglasses." Bai Mu chuckled. "A leader adds you on WeChat, and you actually refuse? You better watch out for being sidelined." Saying this, Bai Mu prepared to put his phone away. Hearing his words, the receptionist immediately panicked and grabbed Bai Mu's hand. "Wait, I was wrong, manager," she said with a sad face. "I'll add. I'm so honored. I'm so lucky. I was just being ungrateful. I'll add you right now." The receptionist quickly took out her phone and scanned Bai Mu's QR code. Chapter 14. Words reflecting the person. You are quite proper note. Su Tang, Su Xian Su, Tang Ren's Tang. The receptionist girl awkwardly placed her hands in front of her and answered cautiously. Su Tang, Zai. That name is quite Tang. Bai Mu added a note. Su Tang stole a glance at the note Bai Mu gave, momentarily hesitant to speak. She wanted to remind Bai Mu that her Tang was the Tang in candy. But just then, the elevator door happened to open, and Bai Mu walked out. Su Tang suddenly regretted why she had said it was the Tang of Tang Ren. Why not say it was the Tang of candy? She hurriedly followed Bai Mu toward the manager's office. As they passed the work area, Bai Mu paused for a moment in the human resources department, his gaze landing on Qiu Luoyu, the team leader. Qiu Luoyu was working diligently, wearing round glasses, looking particularly graceful. Even though she was sore and tired from the previous night, she still sat up straight and worked meticulously. Su Tang followed behind and saw Bai Mu looking toward the human resources department. Just as she was about to introduce herself, Bai Mu walked toward his office. Shouldn't it be her leading the way? She looked at Bai Mu curiously, wondering how he found the deputy manager's office so accurately. Why does it feel like this new manager is so familiar with the company? The position assigned to Bai Mu by the general manager was deputy manager of the human resources department, with several project supervisors under him. The news of Bai Mu joining the company quickly reached the project supervisors, who came to Bai Mu's office to greet him and get familiar. Everyone knew Bai Mu was personally arranged by the general manager, although he was only a deputy manager. His status was even higher than that of the head manager of the Human Resources Department. From a serious tone of the general manager, they even speculated that Bai Mu's position might be higher than that of the general manager of the entire branch, so everyone was very cautious. Even when they saw Bai Mu wearing a mask and sunglasses, someone still praised his extraordinary demeanor. Yes, it was Qiu Luoyu's project manager. He was the one Bai Mu saw yesterday. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with a few people, he asked them to leave. Everyone paused their work. The manager clapped his hands to signal everyone in the office to stop. The branch company was not very large, with only 1,000 employees, and the Human Resources Department had about a dozen people. The office area was quite spacious, over 500 square meters. When the head manager clapped his hands, everyone in the office area stopped working, including the diligent Qiu Luoyu. All eyes fell on the manager and Bai Mu. Bai Mu was indeed somewhat eye-catching, wearing sunglasses in the office, making it hard not to attract attention. Who is that? A new supervisor? Someone next to Qiu Luoyu commented. I don't know. It must be quite something if the manager is introducing him personally. Bai Mu had already taken off his mask and was only wearing sunglasses. However, because he had put on makeup and changed his hairstyle, and due to the distance, Qiu Luoyu did not recognize him, mainly because she did not connect it to Bai Mu. Team leader, do you know who this person is? A female team member across from Qiu Luoyu leaned over to ask. Qiu Luoyu shook her head. I don't know. She was just a small team leader. How would she know anything? The female team member showed a look of as expected. I heard that he is the new deputy manager, supposedly personally arranged by the general manager. The female team member said proudly. Qiu Luoyu did not pay much attention and merely replied with an "oh." Seeing Qiu Luoyu's indifferent reaction, the female team member felt somewhat speechless. Team leader, aren't you curious how I know? Not curious. Aren't you curious why that person was assigned to our department? Not curious. The female team member. I'm curious. Tell me. A chubby guy next to the female team member nudged her with his elbow. Ahem. The female team member cleared her throat, seeing someone was interested. The reason I know is that I heard it from the team leader next door. After all, you all know I'm quite familiar with their team leader. Then how did the team leader next door know? The chubby guy asked at the right moment. Of course, they heard it from their supervisor. So why did this parachuted deputy manager come to our department? Isn't the deputy manager position in our department vacant? The female team member chuckled. So that's how it is. The chubby guy's mouth twitched. Then he looked at Qiu Luoyu and scratched his nose, murmuring, by the way, wasn't our supervisor supposed to be promoted to deputy manager soon, especially since he helped the sales department secure that deal yesterday? Originally, when the supervisor got promoted to deputy manager, the supervisor position in their group would have been vacant, and then Qiu Luoyu would have been promoted to supervisor. But who would have thought a deputy manager would parachute down today? Not only did their supervisor's promotion hopes fall through, but even Qiu Luoyu's hopes of being promoted to supervisor were dashed. The supervisor's salary was significantly higher than that of a team leader. The supervisor's base salary was over 10,000. Their supervisor was responsible not only for talent training, but also for helping alleviate some pressure from the sales department. And the monthly commission was higher than that of ordinary team members. Qiu Luoyu did not pay attention to the two whispering, but focused on her computer. All right, everyone, let's give a warm welcome. The manager finished introducing Bai Mu, and the office area erupted in warm applause. After that, the manager chatted with Bai Mu for a few more minutes before leaving for some business, and the employees in the office area resumed their work. Bai Mu began to patrol the office area. With a new official in place, everyone was too afraid to slack off, worried they might be used as examples. As Bai Mu wandered around, he found himself next to Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu quickly entered work mode, so she didn't notice when Bai Mu appeared beside her. Until Bai Mu spoke up. Your handwriting is very nice. Huh? Qiu Luoyu was taken aback and immediately turned around. Deputy manager. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes, not knowing when he had appeared behind her. However, from the expressions of the surrounding team members, it seemed he had been standing there for a while. Hello, deputy manager. Qiu Luoyu greeted politely. Bai Mu nodded, and after confirming that Qiu Luoyu did not recognize him, he chuckled inwardly. He had gone through quite a bit of trouble to disguise himself so that Qiu Luoyu wouldn't recognize him. It wasn't he, just wearing sunglasses. He had even darkened his skin a bit and changed his voice. Your handwriting is quite good. Have you practiced? Bai Mu looked at the words recorded in Qiu Luoyu's notebook. Qiu Luoyu squeezed her pen. I haven't practiced much. I used to write slowly, so it's relatively neat. Words reflect the person. You and your writing are both very proper, Bai Mu said with a light smile. Qiu Luoyu. Chapter 15. Building Good Relationships. Not seducing, all right. No more jokes. Are you busy right now? Can I ask you for a favor? Bai Mu asked. Qiu Luoyu glanced at the planning chart on her computer. Is there something the deputy manager needs? It's nothing major. I just want to ask you to buy me a cup of coffee. Bai Mu said with a friendly smile while wearing sunglasses. Qiu Luoyu pressed her lips together. There's a coffee machine in the company. I can help you brew some. No, I prefer the instant coffee from the CAF downstairs. Bai Mu shook his head with a smile. We have Nestle in the office. I like the one downstairs. Will you help me buy it? I'll give you 50 for transportation. Bai Mu rubbed his thumb and index finger together, indicating he would pay for the fare. Seeing this, Qiu Luoyu agreed. It wouldn't take long to buy a cup of coffee, and she could earn some extra money, so why not? Here's my WeChat. Add me, and I'll transfer the money to you later. Bai Mu took out his phone, showing his other WeChat account. Qiu Luoyu hesitated, not really wanting to add his WeChat. What's wrong? If you don't add me, I won't be able to give you the money. You know, not many people use cash these days. Bai Mu pretended to be in a difficult position. Qiu Luoyu. I'll just use cash. She opened her payment code, indicating that Bai Mu could scan it directly. However, Bai Mu quickly exited and opened her friend QR code, scanning it at lightning speed. I added you. Remember to accept it. Bai Mu shook his phone. Qiu Luoyu was speechless and could only choose to accept. She was already calculating how to explain to Bai Mu later. Should she confess proactively or wait for Bai Mu to find out first? Bai Mu transferred 100 through his work WeChat. Just buy me a latte, and you can get one for yourself as well. Consider the remaining money as your errand fee. Bring it to my office when you're done. You should know where my office is, right? Bai Mu added. Qiu Luoyu nodded. I know. That's good. Bai Mu smiled at her and then walked towards his office. Qiu Luoyu accepted the 100 in her phone and tidied up her notebook on the desk before heading downstairs. After she left, the nearby team members began to discuss. Wow, that new deputy manager actually spoke to the team leader first. Does he have a crush on the team leader? You've been watching too much TV. The team leader is already married. He just asked her to run an errand. How could you think he likes her? So what if he is married? Being married makes it more interesting. Do you understand the appeal of a married woman? By the way, did the deputy manager really give her money to run the errand? Haha, can she refuse? She makes so little money in a month. If she doesn't take it, she's just putting on airs. True, if it were me, I would take it. That way, I could leave a good impression in front of the boss. In the office, Bai Mu, who had been observing, rubbed his chin. His office had one-way glass. You couldn't see inside from outside, but he could see outside, and the soundproofing was excellent. Once the door was closed, you could hardly hear anything from outside. However, from the expressions and actions of those employees, it seemed they were gossiping. A wicked smile appeared on Bai Mu's lips. So you enjoy talking bad about my wife, huh? Or are you just too idle? I'll double your workload. Qiu Luoyu took the elevator down from upstairs. The receptionist, Su Tang, saw her. Qiu Jia, why are you down here? Are you picking up a package? There's no package for you here. Su Tang searched through the front desk's package storage, but didn't find Qiu Luoyu's package. No, I'm going to buy coffee. Coffee? Isn't their coffee-making area upstairs? Su Tang took out a box of instant coffee from the front desk cabinet. Is there none upstairs? Qiu Luoyu shook her head. It's that new deputy manager who wants coffee from outside. He asked me to buy it. Deputy manager? The one who just joined your department today? Hearing it was the deputy manager, Su Tang was a bit surprised. Isn't the new deputy manager the one I brought up before? Qiu Jia, you're so bold. That deputy manager just arrived, and you're already talking to him? Qiu Luoyu was a bit puzzled. What is wrong with that? It's just running an errand. Seeing Qiu Luoyu's confused expression, Su Tang explained. Qiu Jia, you need to seize the opportunity. This deputy manager was personally arranged by the general manager. He has an extraordinary background. Even if he has an extraordinary background, it has nothing to do with me. I just need to do my job well. I can't manage other people's affairs. Su Tang clicked her tongue, seeing that Qiu Luoyu was so oblivious, and added, Qiu Jia, no matter how well you do your own work. It's not as good as having a good relationship with the leaders. Look at Lin Jie, who joined at the same time as you. She is already a supervisor in the sales department now, earning several thousand a month. ISNT that because she has a good relationship with her manager? This is your chance. You must seize it. Su Tang earnestly advised. Qiu Luoyu pressed her lips together. I have a husband. Su Tang sighed, her tone helpless. Qiu Jie, I'm asking you to build a good relationship, not to seduce him. Since he asked you to help buy coffee, remember which kind he likes, and then every day, leave a cup on his desk. That way, the leader will remember you. The suggestion was good, but Qiu Luoyu didn't even think about it and directly passed on Su Tang's advice. Let us not even talk about how much it would cost to buy a cup of coffee every day for a month. Just the fact that if Bai Mu found out about this, she wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. All right, I understand. I'll go buy coffee for the deputy manager now. Qiu Luoyu only bought one cup of coffee, choosing the most expensive latte in the shop, which cost over 40. She didn't want to drink it herself, but she felt bad keeping the leftover money, and returning it would likely be dismissed. So after accepting the 50 as an errand fee, she bought the most expensive one. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked on the deputy manager's office door. Come in. Qiu Luoyu pushed the door open and walked in. Manager, here is your coffee. Qiu Luoyu stood at the door holding a bag with the coffee inside. Already tall, Qiu Luoyu looked even taller in her high heels, her long legs appearing even more elongated. Bai Mu squinted slightly behind his sunglasses, as if he wanted to tear apart the stockings wrapped around Qiu Luoyu's legs from several meters away. He smiled and nodded at Qiu Luoyu. Put on the table. Bai Mu leaned back in his chair, his fingers intertwined, resting against each other. Qiu Luoyu walked on her heels to the desk and placed the coffee along with the bag on the table. Manager, I'll leave now. Now that the coffee has been delivered, Qiu Luoyu wanted to go back to work. Don't rush to leave. Sit for a while. I just started today and want to understand a few things. Bai Mu called out to Qiu Luoyu. Chapter 16, let her be my secretary. Is there anything you want to know, manager? Bai Mu asked, raising her chin to indicate that Qiu Luoyu should sit in the chair next to the desk. No, I'm fine standing, Qiu Luoyu replied. If you need detailed questions, I can ask our team leader to come over. He knows more comprehensively. The new manager had just arrived, and she was already trying to establish a relationship, which could easily lead to gossip. Buying coffee was a small matter, just running an errand, but staying too long in the other person's office would definitely seem strange. It was normal to want to understand the department when just starting, but it shouldn't involve asking a team leader. Although Bai Mu could sense Qiu Luoyu's reluctance. She didn't show it. Don't be nervous, it's just a casual question. But if you're not comfortable, I can have your team leader come in as well. Qiu Luoyu replied with a slight hum. Bai Mu took out her phone and sent a message to Qiu Luoyu's supervisor. Soon after, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. As Bai Mu's voice fell, the door was pushed open. Qiu Luoyu's team leader, Zheng Peng, in his 40s and with a round belly, resembled a school principal from their school days. Hey, deputy manager, what is up? He initially thought he was called in alone, but was confused to see Qiu Luoyu there as well. Nothing much, just asking a few questions. Oh. Zheng Peng approached the desk, his gaze falling on the still-standing Qiu Luoyu puzzled. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and go out. I have things to discuss with Manager Mu. Then you should go out too, Bai Mu suddenly said. Huh? Me? Zheng Peng was taken aback by Bai Mu's words. Wah, what is going on, Manager Mu? Didn't I just ask him to come in? Why are you asking him to go out again? Bai Mu looked at Zheng Peng with a scrutinizing gaze. Zheng Peng awkwardly laughed. No, she's my team leader. I thought Manager Mu was only talking to me, so I asked her to step out. No other meaning. Then you stand aside. Bai Mu gestured for Qiu Luoyu to stand next to her. Coincidentally, Qiu Luoyu didn't want to be too close to her supervisor, so she moved closer to Bai Mu. I just joined the company and don't understand many things, so I still need team leader Zheng's cooperation on work matters. Of course, Zheng Peng nodded quickly. I heard team leader Zheng just secured a partnership with Haisher No. 1 High School yesterday. Ah, yes. It was just finalized yesterday. I didn't expect Manager Mu to have heard about it so soon after joining. Zheng Peng, who was a bit nervous, immediately smiled when Bai Mu mentioned this. Bai Mu chuckled lightly, a hint of sarcasm in her eyes behind her sunglasses. I didn't expect team leader Zheng, as the head of the HR department, to have negotiation skills that are not inferior to those of the sales department. Quite impressive. No. It was just a bit of luck. The key is the trust that the principal of #1 high school has in our company. Zhang Peng was delighted by Bai Mu's compliment, but still had to be modest. Team leader Zhang is still being humble. I think all employees in the company should learn from you and take you as an example, Bai Mu said, crossing her legs and leaning back in her chair, her tone slightly teasing. However, Zhang Peng didn't catch the hint and thought Bai Mu was genuinely praising him. Bai Mu turned to Qiu Luoyu beside her. Yes, your team leader. Did she go with you to meet the principal yesterday? Ah, yes, she was there yesterday. As the team leader under Team Leader Zhang, she should have learned quite a bit from you. Yes. She has made great progress during her time as my team leader. She helped a lot during the partnership discussions yesterday. You are indeed quite good. Bai Mu nodded with a smile. Since I just joined the company and don't have anyone to assist me, why not let her be my secretary for the time being? It will save me from finding someone clumsy. Hearing Bai Mu's words, Zhang Peng didn't hesitate at all. If Manager Mu needs it, I have no problem with that. It's her honor to assist you, and she can learn a lot from being around you. Qiu Luoyu, Zhang Peng made the decision without even asking her thoughts. She was unwilling to be someone else's secretary. She just wanted to do her own job honestly, not serve others. Bai Mu nodded in satisfaction. Then it's settled. I believe that the talents under team leader Zhang won't disappoint me. In fact, the company has many talents. It still relies on leaders like Manager Mu to cultivate them. In front of Manager Mu, I'm still someone who needs to train subordinates, Zhang Peng said, not forgetting to flatter Bai Mu while being praised. Bai Mu raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, is that so? Then I happen to have a few good projects in hand. Why don't you, team leader Zhang, personally go and negotiate? As she spoke, Bai Mu took out several project lists she had prepared in advance. Zhang Peng's eyes lit up. Was he really getting big projects so soon? It seemed this new manager really valued him. After all, he had just arrived, so he needed to win over some people. A capable person like him would definitely be considered first. He was also curious about what big projects Bai Mu would give him, so he stepped forward to flip through the documents. However, when he saw the contents inside, his smile immediately froze, because these projects were contracts that hadn't been negotiated for hundreds of years. They were the kind that had low returns and were hard to tackle, almost all of which had been abandoned. He didn't expect Manager Mu to pick them up and even hand them to him. Manager Mu, these projects. Zhang Peng hesitated, his expression troubled. What's wrong? Does team leader Zhang have difficulties? Bai Mu asked, puzzled. Zhang Peng was momentarily speechless, thinking that this new deputy manager might just be a clueless newbie. These projects had been sitting there for so long because no one wanted to take them on. If the returns were high, how could they have been left for so long? Seeing this, he didn't keep it a secret anymore. To be honest, Manager Mu, these are some of the more difficult projects in the company. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle them. Having difficulty is normal. After all, aren't you the one who said you need to cultivate yourself? Just consider it a way to hone your skills, Bai Mu said with a smile. For some reason, Zhang Peng felt that Bai Mu's smile was a bit unsettling. He was naturally very unwilling, but since it was Bai Mu's request and she had just taken office, he didn't want to lose face. What Manager Mu said is right. I should hone my skills. Zhang Peng nodded repeatedly. Bai Mu was very satisfied with Zhang Peng's sense of propriety. I believe team leader Zhang can handle these projects well, right? Yes. Chapter 17, do you want to make money? From now on, you're my secretary. What do you think? After leaving the office, Bai Mu casually asked Qiu Luoyu while crossing his legs. Even with sunglasses on, one could sense the teasing expression on his face. Qiu Luoyu's hand beside her tightened slightly. It's an honor to be the secretary for the deputy manager. Not really. Since her supervisor had already made the decision, she couldn't say anything more. Rather than causing an unpleasant scene, it was better to just go along with it. Bai Mu leaned back and placed his legs directly on the desk. Oh, is that how Secretary Qiu thinks? But why does your expression seem to suggest otherwise? Is it? Qiu Luoyu instinctively touched her face, wondering if she had revealed her thoughts. However, when she saw his teasing smile again, she realized she had been played. She forced a smile. The deputy manager must have seen it wrong. All right, let us just say I saw it wrong then, he said with a half smile. He glanced at the time. It was almost 1 o'clock. Usually, Qiu Luoyu would go home to cook on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, but since today was Thursday, she hadn't gone back. So Bai Mu had only had breakfast and hadn't solved his lunch yet. After all, he rushed over early in the morning to take over the deputy manager position. With no time to eat, the cafeteria should still be open at this hour. Qiu Luoyu also looked at the time. The cafeteria usually closes at 2 in the afternoon. Haven't you had lunch yet, deputy manager? Obviously not. Bai Mu dropped his legs and stood up. Let us go. As my secretary, shouldn't you accompany me for lunch? But I still have work to do. Qiu Luoyu wanted to refuse. Don't worry. I'll give you time to handle it. At worst, you can stay and work overtime tonight. I can keep you company. There's no need for the deputy manager to worry. Not necessary. The two arrive at the cafeteria, and at this time there were basically no people left. Usually, 1 o'clock was already Qiu Luoyu's working time. However, for her working hours weren't very fixed. As long as she completed the day's tasks, it was fine. Other than not being able to leave early, everything else was quite flexible. Have a bit more. Bai Mu handed a plate to Qiu Luoyu. He knew that when Qiu Luoyu didn't go home, she usually didn't eat lunch at the company or ate very little. She did this to save time to complete her daily work, so she would have more time to promote insurance with colleagues in the sales department. So Bai Mu guessed she probably hadn't eaten lunch today either. Qiu Luoyu took the plate Bai Mu handed her, thought for a moment, and then put it down. The cafeteria's meals were relatively cheap, generally not exceeding 10 yuan for a meal. A meat dish was only 4 yuan, a vegetable dish 2 yuan, and rice 1 yuan. A meat and 2 vegetables would only cost 9 yuan. But Qiu Luoyu wanted to save even that little money. She made sandwiches at home and ate 1 sandwich every lunch. Although it filled her stomach, eating like this was not nutritionally sufficient, and her body would eventually suffer. Just eat. It's on me. Bai Mu glanced at Qiu Luoyu and knew what she was worried about. He took the plate back and placed it in her hands. Eating so little every day is not good for your health. You need to eat more to build up your strength, so you won't faint every time. Qiu Luoyu hesitated a bit, but Bai Mu had already started serving her. In the end, she took 2 plates of vegetable dishes and a bowl of rice. Paying for it herself, they found a seat by the window. At this time, there were very few people in the cafeteria. They were sitting in the area where the company leaders usually sat, so there were even fewer people around. Bai Mu was a typical meat lover, so he ordered 3 meat dishes, 1 braised pork, 1 grilled Christian carp, and 1 beef with bean sprouts. Seeing Qiu Luoyu only ordered 2 plates of vegetables. Bai Mu picked a piece of grilled Christian carp from his plate and added it to hers. Deputy manager, Qiu Luoyu frowned, very resistant. How can you only eat 2 plates of vegetables? Are you on a diet? You're already so thin. What more do you need to lose? No, I just don't have much of an appetite. She picked up the Christian carp from her plate to return it to Bai Mu. She didn't like eating someone else's food. It was already inappropriate to eat together, and now he was making her eat from his plate. How could that be acceptable? But she was immediately stopped by Bai Mu. Don't give it back to me. You've used your chopsticks, and I'm picky. I haven't used them. They're clean. However, since he was so resistant, she felt it was inappropriate to return it, as she didn't know whether he was genuinely picky or just pretending. After that, she began to eat quietly. Meanwhile, Bai Mu, who suggested coming to the cafeteria for lunch, was taking his time and eating slowly. You're wearing a ring. Are you married? Bai Mu pointed to the silver ring on Qiu Luoyu's left hand. Yes, I am married, Qiu Luoyu replied in a neutral tone. To marry such a beautiful and capable wife, your husband must be a handsome and gentle man, right? Qiu Luoyu. What's wrong? Isn't that so? Seeing Qiu Luoyu silent, Bai Mu raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly elevated. Hearing Bai Mu's words, Qiu Luoyu's heartbeat began to speed up. Yes, yes. He is very handsome and gentle, she instinctively answered. Bai Mu was very satisfied. I think so too. Only a man like that deserves you, right? Qiu Luoyu looked at Bai Mu, a strange feeling flashing in her eyes. Why did she just feel a sense of facing that person? This feeling was very subtle, making her instinctively feel a bit afraid of the person in front of her. However, she quickly composed herself. Deputy manager, let us not talk about this anymore. Then what do you want to talk about? How about discussing what you like to eat? Bai Mu smiled at her. Me? I don't really have a favorite. If we're talking, let us discuss work-related matters, Qiu Luoyu said as she took a bite of rice. You like to discuss work matters. It seems you enjoy working a lot. Yes. Because work means money. To be precise, she liked money. In that case, how about I give you a few lucrative deals? Qiu Luoyu suddenly looked up, her eyes brightening. Didn't you just discuss a collaboration with the principal of No? One high school. I heard that the air conditioning in the dormitory is about to be replaced, and I just happen to have a deal. Why don't you go talk about it? Bai Mu and T keep her in suspense. Air conditioning? But our company is an insurance company. We don't sell air conditioners at all. Qiu Luoyu was a bit puzzled. Don't worry. I have shares in a company that specializes in selling appliances. Since you're my secretary, it's not a problem to assign that company's deal to you. You just earned some commission. Chapter 18. Opportunities to make money. Qiu Luoyu's heart stirred. Is this okay? Qiu Luoyu's eyes lit up when she heard Bai Mu's words. She had been wanting to earn some extra money. But the contracts at her company were not easy to negotiate. She wasn't very good at socializing, so she wasn't skilled at selling insurance or anything like that. However, she was still a bit worried. Although I just discussed cooperation with a principal from high school, I feel like he's not very easy to deal with. If it were that easy, wouldn't the money be too easy to earn? Bai Mu chuckled lightly and teased, if you can secure this contract, the commission will be quite substantial. Bai Qiuhan attends at high school, so Qiu Luoyu was somewhat familiar with the dormitory situation. The school generally has 4 people per dormitory, with around 2,000 students, so there are about 500 dorms. If she really secured this contract, she should be able to earn at least 50,000 in commission. Qiu Luoyu was genuinely tempted. The contract from yesterday could have also brought in several tens of thousands in commission, but that money would likely not be hers. But what if I mess it up and can't secure it? Qiu Luoyu asked. This isn't a small contract. If she doesn't secure it, she would likely have to bear some responsibility. Even if you can't secure it, it's fine. After all, you're my secretary now. If you can't handle it, just hand it over to someone else, Bai Mu said with a slight smile, seemingly unconcerned. Is this kind of contract nothing to him? Qiu Luoyu thought to herself as she observed Bai Mu's nonchalant demeanor. It seemed that this new deputy manager was indeed not as simple as they said. However, she was still a bit hesitant. After all, where do you find such a high return with no risk at all? Everything has a price hidden in the shadows. It seems like nothing is required, but in reality, it demands more. If she really messed it up, it probably wouldn't be up to her to decide. Thinking of this, Qiu Luoyu felt she should be more cautious. Deputy manager, I don't think I have the ability to secure this contract, she said. Be bold. Consider it a practice for you. Just go for it. Seeing Qiu Luoyu refuse, Bai Mu was not anxious, but instead patiently encouraged her. If you're worried about what I might ask you to do later, you can rest assured. I can sign a contract with you. Even if you mess it up, it will have nothing to do with you. Qiu Luoyu was stunned to hear Bai Mu's words. She didn't expect him to say that. It was as if he was directly telling her that he was clearly giving her an opportunity. Deputy manager, if you refuse again, I'll be disappointed. Bai Mu said directly. Well, okay. In the end, Qiu Luoyu accepted the contract. Bai Mu didn't just talk. After dinner, he directly signed the agreement with Qiu Luoyu. Looking at the contract in her hands, Qiu Luoyu felt a surge of excitement. This might be her chance. If all goes well, she could earn a lot of money from this project. With the money, she could buy Han many new clothes and give her more pocket money. So, she wouldn't have to envy other classmates anymore. She could even buy Han the new phone she had always wanted. All right, the contract is signed now. You should feel relieved, Bai Mu said, reclining in his office chair. Qiu Luoyu nodded. Thank you, deputy manager. I will definitely work hard to secure this contract. I believe in you. I hope you can maintain your current motivation, Bai Mu said, the corners of his mouth curving slightly as he looked at the motivated Qiu Luoyu. Feeling pleased, he genuinely feared that Qiu Luoyu might collapse under pressure in this life, so he thought to come to the company to help her a bit. It was impossible for him to be a good husband, but he could help her within his capabilities. That way, as long as he ensured Qiu Luoyu wouldn't collapse, he could better care for her when he returned home at night. Bai Mu wore a pleasant smile that Qiu Luoyu didn't see. She was now focused on how to secure this contract. Okay, you can return to your workstation now. I will send you the project information later. Qiu Luoyu slightly bowed to Bai Mu and then left his office. Back at her workstation, Zheng Peng had been waiting for her for a while. Qiu Luoyu, what's wrong? Supervisor? Seeing him, Qiu Luoyu instinctively frowned. Hey, don't be nervous. You're the deputy manager's secretary now. Be a bit more composed, Zheng Peng said with a friendly expression. So, did the supervisor want to say something to me since you're next to my workstation? Qiu Luoyu asked. Several colleagues nearby noticed the situation and perked up their ears. What are you eavesdropping on? Get back to work, Zheng Peng said, glaring at the few people. The members of Qiu Luoyu's group immediately shrank back. They weren't afraid of Qiu Luoyu, but they were terrified of Zheng Peng, their supervisor, who had clearly established authority in front of them. Then he turned back to Qiu Luoyu. Even though you're the deputy manager's secretary now, you're still the leader of my team. If the deputy manager has any important matters to assign to you in the future, remember to inform me, so I can advise you. Qiu Luoyu looked at Zheng Peng, who had exposed his intentions in just a few words. I understand, she said, not wanting to say much to him. Hey, you're smart. This new deputy manager is undoubtedly here to gain experience. Who knows how long he will stay? Once I become the deputy manager, you will eventually be a supervisor too. Zheng Peng continued to paint a rosy picture. Qiu Luoyu had heard that kind of talk countless times and was already immune to it. She had waited for over a year and hadn't seen him become the deputy manager yet. Moreover, considering his nature, even if he did become deputy manager, it was uncertain whether he would promote her to supervisor. After dismissing him, Qiu Luoyu finally started her work for the day. As soon as the afternoon shift ended, she rushed to the car wash to pick up her car. By the time she got home, it was almost 6 o'clock. When she returned, Bai Mu wasn't home, nor was he in the bedroom or study. Qiu Luoyu thought about the project information the deputy manager had sent her after work and went to the study to open Bai Mu's computer. She didn't have her own computer, so she could only use the one in the study. She knew the computer's password, but she rarely used it. After all, Bai Mu's computer contained many photos of her, including one on the desktop where she was dressed in a maid outfit sitting in a duck-like pose. She usually finished all her work at the company and wouldn't bring any home. Chapter 19. What? Oh, I need to practice too. After logging into WeChat on her computer, Qiu Luoyu opened the file sent by the deputy manager. After dragging the file to her desktop, she opened the document. She read through the entire content and memorized the key points. The file from the deputy manager indicated the name of the appliance company, Xinghu Appliances. It is a well-known appliance company in Haisher, and the prices offered are quite reasonable. She felt there shouldn't be too many problems. The most pressing issue now was how to arrange a meeting with them. Yesterday, when she and her supervisor went to arrange a meeting, Zhao Linxiang clearly stated that he would be quite busy in the coming period, as there were many matters at the school, and someone from above would also be coming down, so he didn't have time for now. If she wanted to arrange a meeting through ordinary channels, it was obviously impossible, unless she had some connections. Suddenly, Qiu Luoyu thought of Bai Mu. She had many doubts yesterday about why Bai Mu ended up leaving the hotel with Zhao Linxiang. Bai Mu didn't say anything, and she didn't dare to ask. Moreover, Zhao Linxiang had made it very clear yesterday that he would not choose their company, but after receiving a phone call, his attitude took a complete turn. This might be related to Bai Mu. If Bai Mu knew Zhao Linxiang, then she might be able to ask him for help. Thinking of this, she turned off the computer and came out of the study. Just then, Bai Mu returned home, carrying several bags of clothes. You're back, Qiu Luoyu said as she walked out of the room upon seeing Bai Mu. Oh, you actually came out to greet me today. Bai Mu handed over the clothing bags. What is this? Clothes for you. Mine? Qiu Luoyu was a bit surprised, but quickly guessed what was inside. Sure enough, when she opened the bag, the clothes were just as she imagined, all pretty but made of little fabric. I saw you had too few clothes, so I bought you a few pieces. What do you think? Do you like them? Bai Mu asked with a smile. I like them, Qiu Luoyu said insincerely. That's good. Bai Mu didn't mind. Why not wear this one today? He took out a cosplay uniform from one of the bags. Looking at the clothes in Bai Mu's hand, Qiu Luoyu had a complex expression. She really didn't want to wear it. She preferred normal clothes over what Bai Mu bought. The clothes Bai Mu bought were all things he liked and made her feel shy. However, since Bai Mu had said so and didn't give her a chance to refuse, she could only accept it reluctantly. After placing the clothes on the sofa, Qiu Luoyu hesitated and walked up to Bai Mu. What's wrong? Bai Mu raised an eyebrow. I have something I want to ask you. Qiu Luoyu's expression was serious, as if she had been mentally preparing for a long time. Bai Mu looked her up and down and motioned for her to sit next to him. Qiu Luoyu complied and sat down beside him. The two sat on the sofa, with Bai Mu wrapping an arm around her shoulder with considerable strength. Go on, what is it? Feeling the strength on her shoulder, Qiu Luoyu instinctively shivered. Bai Mu's strength was always considerable. Even without regular exercise, his physical quality was much stronger than average, and he had very little fat. It was precisely because of this that it hurt so much when he hit. I want to ask about yesterday's incident. Yesterday's incident? Bai Mu lightly. What happened yesterday? What is there to ask about? What are you talking about last night? Qiu Luoyu's mouth opened slightly, and her body tensed up involuntarily. That wasn't what she was asking about. I mean the matter regarding Principal Zhao from Haisher No. 1 Middle School. Qiu Luoyu corrected. Oh, you're asking about him. What is up? Do you need to ask him for something? Bai Mu appeared to suddenly understand. Qiu Luoyu nodded. I have a list I want to discuss with him, so I hope to arrange a meeting. So you came to find me? Yeah. Qiu Luoyu's voice was a bit low. She wasn't sure if Bai Mu would help her, nor did she know if Bai Mu had any relationship with Zhao Linxiang. This is a bit tricky. After all, I already troubled him yesterday by asking him to look after you, and now you want to trouble him again. I feel embarrassed. Upon hearing the request for help, a hint of surprise flashed in Qiu Luoyu's eyes. So Zhao Linxiang suddenly changed his mind yesterday, because of Bai Mu. Why didn't he tell her this yesterday? You're looking at me like you didn't expect me to help, right? Bai Mu raised an eyebrow and gently pinched Qiu Luoyu's face. I didn't expect that. She thought Bai Mu would only hit her, but didn't realize he would help her. This is prejudice. You should be punished. Saying this, Bai Mu slightly pinched her face harder. Qiu Luoyu winced in pain, and a thumb-sized red mark appeared on her face. That's wrong. Realizing your mistake so quickly? Too fast, right? You should reflect on why you have such prejudice against me. Qiu Luoyu. Why? She didn't want to say. I want to do it again. Qiu Luoyu lowered her eyes. We'll talk about the future later. Let's resolve this issue this time. Qiu Luoyu shrank back, preparing herself to be hit by Bai Mu. However, Bai Mu didn't hit her. Instead, he took out a yoga mat. This was something Bai Mu had bought a long time ago for her, saying he wanted her to exercise, but she had hardly used it. Bai Mu went to the bathroom to wash the yoga mat, and then came back to Qiu Luoyu's side. What are you taking this out for? You don't mean you want me to exercise, do you? Qiu Luoyu opened her mouth. Of course. You guessed it right, Bai Mu said with a half smile. Looking at Qiu Luoyu, Qiu Luoyu's physical fitness was really poor. If she didn't exercise, it would eventually affect her health. Or rather, it might have already affected her health. He noticed that Qiu Luoyu was eating less and seemed to not enjoy food, which was not a good sign. This could likely indicate a problem with her body or mind. All right, now I'll teach you how to exercise, Bai Mu said with a smile on his face, as if he was genuinely going to guide her, leaving Qiu Luoyu somewhat confused. Bai Mu opened his phone and played some home workout routines suitable for girls. Many of the exercises were designed to improve flexibility. Although the intensity wasn't too high, after doing a few movements, it would still be a bit tiring. Do we really have to practice this? Qiu Luoyu wasn't the kind of girl who loved sports. Her physical education had never been very good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have frequently faced low blood sugar during her part-time job. What? You also need to practice. Not just today, but you have to practice in the future too. I will supervise you every day, and if you don't listen, I'll hit you and deduct your pay. Bai Mu declared firmly. Qiu Luoyu was most afraid of Bai Mu hitting her or asking her for money. Hearing Bai Mu's words, she immediately closed her mouth. Chapter 20. After exercising for half an hour, Qiu Luoyu was sweating profusely, the amount of sweat clearly abnormal. This is a sign of physical weakness. In today's society, most people are in a sub-healthy state, and Bai Mu felt that Qiu Luoyu might belong to the unhealthiest among them. I can't keep going. Can I take a break? Qiu Luoyu wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling a bit listless. After a long time without exercising, jumping into it all at once was really tough. Bai Mu looked at Qiu Luoyu and shook his head helplessly. This is just the beginning, right? Weren't you just warming up? Look at any other wife. They do yoga for hours every day. If others can do it, why can't you? Bai Mu asked. Qiu Luoyu was left speechless. She is her. She has to work every day, and when she gets off work, she has to deal with his difficulties. Where does she have a few hours to do yoga? Why not use that time to take on some orders and earn some extra money? And what good would yoga do her? Is she doing it to show Bai Mu? Seeing Qiu Luoyu's unwilling expression, Bai Mu said again, Didn't you want to talk to me earlier? If you don't want to talk, then I'll just consider this as you never bringing it up. No, I want to talk. Qiu Luoyu knew that Bai Mu could help her. So how could she let this opportunity slip away? Can you help me schedule an appointment with Principal Zhao? I can, but you can't slack off in your exercise. Bai Mu replied. Qiu Luoyu swallowed hard, her grip tightening slightly. Then, can I practice for another half hour? If I practice for another half hour, will you agree to help me? Of course. Not. Bai Mu narrowed his eyes with a mischievous smile. The glimmer of hope was instantly dashed. Qiu Luoyu laid down on the ground in despair. Hey, are you just going to lie down like that? Bai Mu raised an eyebrow. Qiu Luoyu remembered Bai Mu's temper and got back up, though she had lost her fighting spirit. Seeing this, Bai Mu said helplessly, "Don't act like your husband is dead. I'm still here, right? You practice well, and then I'll help you schedule it." Qiu Luoyu's eyes flickered. Really? This time it's for real. So how do I count as practicing well? Qiu Luoyu was afraid Bai Mu would play word games. You have to at least show me some results. Bai Mu shrugged. What should I do then? Qiu Luoyu asked, raising her head with a frown. Bai Mu pretended to think for a moment, then took out his phone and opened a short video app. Since you practice yoga, why not learn a dance too? He pointed to a dance blogger in the video. The dance in the video was from a girl group and was quite difficult, but if Qiu Luoyu could dance it, it would look beautiful and captivating. However, Qiu Luoyu frowned, looking troubled. But I can't dance, you should know that. When she first got together with Bai Mu, he had suggested she learn a dance, but she had no interest. Later, after multiple persuading from Bai Mu, she tried to learn, but the result was that her talent for dancing was indeed lacking. Even though her body was flexible enough, it couldn't change the fact that her limbs were stiff when she danced. She really had no talent. After that, Bai Mu never brought it up again. If you can't, then just learn. Where there's a will, there's a way. I believe you can definitely learn it. Bai Mu pinched Qiu Luoyu's face. Qiu Luoyu paused, meeting Bai Mu's encouraging gaze, her heart pounding, but in the end, she agreed. Now, no matter what Bai Mu said, she had to agree. After all, getting this order was the most important thing. This was about tens of thousands. Bai Mu didn't expect Qiu Luoyu to agree so readily. It seemed she was really committed to this order. Seeing this, Bai Mu decided not to make things difficult for Qiu Luoyu today. This needed to be done gradually. It couldn't be rushed. All right, practice a little more, and then you can go back. I'll head back to my room now. Remember to put on your clothes and come over later. Bai Mu got up and went back to his room. After hearing this, Qiu Luoyu finally felt a little motivated. Even without Bai Mu supervising her, she still worked very seriously on her exercise. By the time she returned to her room, it was already half an hour later, and she had even taken a shower. Lying on the bed, Qiu Luoyu didn't rest immediately. Although an hour of exercise had left her very tired and she wanted to sleep right away, there were still important matters to resolve, so she couldn't just fall asleep. Qiu Luoyu turned her head to Bai Mu, hesitating. Bai Mu looked at his phone and heard Qiu Luoyu's voice. What's wrong? About Principal Zhao. Did you ask him? Is he available? Qiu Luoyu bit her lip, her expression anxious. She worried that Bai Mu would go back on his word. And she was also concerned that even if he asked, Principal Zhao might refuse. Oh, that's what you meant. Bai Mu pretended to suddenly understand, watching Qiu Luoyu's emotions rise and fall. I've already scheduled an appointment with Principal Zhao for you. Tomorrow, Friday afternoon, after Han Hai finishes school. I'll go with you to pick her up and meet Principal Zhao. Qiu Luoyu's eyes widened. Really? Would I lie to you? Bai Mu chuckled. No, you wouldn't. All right, go to bed early tonight. Bai Mu simidet. Genti pinchin hernose. Chapter 21. Drink up, you won't die. Today is Friday, and Bai Qiuhan is also going home today. After starting high school, Bai Qiuhan only returns home once every 2 weeks, so every second Friday, Qiu Luoyu leaves work early to pick her up. Qiu Luoyu changed out of her cow costume and into professional attire before hurriedly heading out. Since Bai Mu was nowhere to be found in the morning, Qiu Luoyu didn't make breakfast for him. As soon as she arrived at the company, she received a message from Bai Mu. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, I'll go with you to meet Principal Zhao at Henin School. Bai Mu. Okay. Qiu Luoyu immediately replied. Walking into the company, Qiu Luoyu, with her head down looking at her phone, accidentally bumped into Bai Mu, who had just arrived. Deputy manager. Qiu Luoyu nearly collided with Bai Mu. Why aren't you watching where you're going? Bai Mu teased. Sorry, deputy manager. Bai Mu waved his hand, saying, It's fine, just be more careful next time. While in the elevator, Bai Mu asked, By the way, you need to think of a way to meet Principal Zhao from the first high school soon, or else he might be snatched away by other companies. Qiu Luoyu nodded. I'll meet Principal Zhao this afternoon. I'll do my best to secure this deal. So soon? It seems Principal Zhao really respects you. Bai Mu joked. Qiu Luoyu shook her head repeatedly. No, it's my husband helping me. Whenever she mentioned Bai Mu in front of others, Qiu Luoyu felt a bit uncomfortable. I see. Then you should thank your husband properly. Qiu Luoyu fell silent. Team leader, the deputy manager said he would treat us to milk tea. You can choose what you want. A girl from the team came to Qiu Luoyu's desk in the afternoon. Hearing the girl's voice, Qiu Luoyu waved her hand. I don't need it. Just continue working. Seeing this, the girl shrugged. Well, then I'll order for you. If your cup arrives, I'll give it to someone else. Qiu Luoyu pressed her lips together and said nothing. The girl was secretly pleased and returned to her work area. Over there, several team members were whispering. They had done this before, every time the department leaders distributed benefits. Like ordering milk tea or burgers, Qiu Luoyu almost never participated. They would order for her and eat the things they got. Sometimes, they wouldn't even ask her anymore since she never ate what they ordered. After all the members of the HR department had placed their orders, the girl from earlier went to Bai Mu's desk. Deputy manager, it's ready. The girl looked at Bai Mu with some trepidation, unlike her relaxed demeanor when facing Qiu Luoyu. In the past, such matters were usually paid for directly by the person in charge, but this time the leader had to pay personally. Bai Mu took the phone and asked, Your team leader is Qiu Luoyu, right? Ah, yes. What did she order? Bai Mu asked. The girl clearly didn't expect Bai Mu to ask that, and she froze for a moment. Finally, she answered with a stiff expression, strawberry jasmine milk, double chocolate hazelnut. Normal ice, 5 points sugar. Oh, team leader Qiu has quite a taste. Bai Mu praised. The girl smiled awkwardly. Yes. Team leader Qiu does know how to drink. Well, it doesn't show usually. You can go back now. Bai Mu waved his hand, signaling the girl to leave. The girl walked out of Bai Mu's office, visibly relieved. Bai Mu looked at her back and snorted coldly. He had never seen Qiu Luoyu drink milk tea. It was clear that this was not something she would order. Moreover, Qiu Luoyu had never liked strawberries. When they had just started dating, he had ordered her a cup, and she had reluctantly finished it. After realizing this, he never ordered it again. Hey, why are there 2 extra cups of mango sago? Did someone order them? Someone noticed the 2 extra cups of mango sago when distributing the milk tea. Whose are these 2 cups? Can someone identify them? Mine. Bai Mu stepped out of the office. Seeing that it was Bai Mu's milk tea, the person immediately handed it over respectfully. Deputy manager, your milk tea. Bai Mu took the milk tea and walked to Qiu Luoyu's side. Seeing the mango sago suddenly appear in front of her, Qiu Luoyu looked up and coincidentally saw Bai Mu. Deputy manager, is there something you need? What is this? She pointed to the mango sago on the table. For you to drink. Me? She pointed to herself, then waved her hand. I don't drink milk tea. Bai Mu clicked his tongue. You've already bought it, just drink it. Anyway, it was part of the order. It's not appropriate. Technically, she already had 1 cup. As my secretary, what's inappropriate about it? By the way, what about the cup you ordered? The one you ordered is the most expensive here. You haven't finished it already, have you? Bai Mu teased. Qiu Luoyu opened her mouth, unsure how to respond. The earlier girl hurriedly ran over and placed her order cup on Qiu Luoyu's desk. Here it is. I haven't given it to the team leader yet. The girl smiled sheepishly. Oh, is that so? Bai Mu squinted his eyes, staring at the girl. The straw's packaging has been opened. It's just waiting to be inserted. How dare she argue? The girl felt uneasy under Bai Mu's gaze, but fortunately, Bai Mu quickly looked away. Bai Mu turned to Qiu Luoyu. Secretary Qiu, tell me, is this really what you ordered? Qiu Luoyu didn't know how to start, and seeing the girl's pleading eyes, she sighed internally. Seeing Qiu Luoyu acknowledge it, the girl sighed in relief. Huh, Bai Mu sneered. Although he knew that his current identity was inappropriate, he couldn't help but tap Qiu Luoyu on the head. This left Qiu Luoyu stunned. Then you just drink it. After speaking, Bai Mu turned and walked back to his office without saying anything else. Qiu Luoyu pressed her lips together, feeling a bit of a headache. The girl looked at Qiu Luoyu gratefully. Team leader, why don't you drink this? She pushed her order cup of milk tea in front of Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu looked at the strawberries inside, feeling no interest. You drink it yourself. I won't drink it. She pushed it back. Then, I'll take it away. The girl chuckled and took the milk tea away, then hurriedly ran back to her position. Back in his office, Bai Mu looked at Qiu Luoyu at her desk, feeling frustrated. It's no wonder Qiu Luoyu was bullied in her previous life at the company. Even now, she still thought about shielding her team members from harm. If she wasn't bullied, who would be? He should teach her a good lesson, so she wouldn't let others bully her so easily. Chapter 22. The Stingy New Leader? Sister Qiu, I'm sorry to trouble you today. Qiu Luoyu supported Su Tang as they walked out of the company. Su Tang had slipped and twisted her ankle while going to the restroom, and fortunately, she ran into Qiu Luoyu. After taking leave, Qiu Luoyu was about to head back when she saw this scene in the restroom, so she took Su Tang to the hospital. Now, she was preparing to drive her there before returning to meet Bai Mu at the high school. However, as soon as she stepped out of the company gate, she saw a familiar Audi outside. There was no doubt that this car belonged to Bai Mu. Bai Mu rolled down the window and greeted Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu was somewhat surprised. Why are you here to pick me up? Is that a problem? Just passing by, and thought I'd take you to the high school. Bai Mu replied. Qiu Luoyu glanced at Su Tang beside her, feeling very hesitant. Why don't you go ahead, and I'll take her to the hospital and come right after. She pointed to Su Tang. Are you implying that both Principal Zhao and I should wait for you? Bai Mu leaned his arm against the car window, his expression neutral. Qiu Luoyu bit her lip. I didn't mean that. I'll take her to the hospital and come as quickly as possible. I won't delay. She subconsciously tightened her grip on Su Tang's hand. She knew this opportunity was rare. If it were someone else, she would have just apologized and let them take a taxi. But Su Tang was one of the few people in the company she had a good relationship with, and she had promised to take her to the hospital. Produce. The hospital wasn't far, so it wouldn't take too long. Su Tang noticed that the man in front of her was Qiu Luoyu's husband, and he seemed a bit hard to talk to, so she released Qiu Luoyu's hand. She waved her hand and smiled. I'm fine, Sister Qiu. I can take a taxi. If you have something to do, just go ahead. Qiu Luoyu looked at Su Tang. Her ankle was red and swollen, and after letting her go, she could only stand on one foot, the other one trembling in pain when it touched the ground. Qiu Luoyu hesitated. Get in. We can chat on the way to the hospital, Bai Mu said, still a bit annoyed about the previous milk tea incident. But he didn't want to make things difficult for Qiu Luoyu. Hearing Bai Mu's words, Qiu Luoyu quickly helped Su Tang into the car, afraid of wasting more time. Su Tang sat in the back seat, while Qiu Luoyu took the passenger seat. Next time, don't meddle in so many things. Take care of your own business first, Bai Mu said. Qiu Luoyu replied with a muffled sound, placing the dessert drink beside her. Did you actually think of buying milk tea today? Bai Mu glanced over. She and tea even finished 1 cup of milk tea in the entire afternoon. Yeah, it was treated by the leader. Qiu Luoyu didn't elaborate. Bai Mu picked up the dessert drink and took a sip. It tastes good. Why did your leader treat you to milk tea? He and Qiu Luoyu both liked the dessert drink. When they were together, he had bought her the most of that. Just a perk. The whole department has it. Qiu Luoyu said lightly, looking out the window. Then your leader is quite stingy, only treating you to the cheapest dessert drink, Bai Mu teased. Qiu Luoyu remained silent. Among all the milk teas ordered, hers was indeed the cheapest, costing only 12 yuan. But she actually thought the dessert drink was the best tasting, and she didn't consider 12 yuan to be cheap. Rather, those milk teas that cost dozens for a small cup were too expensive. Qiu Luoyu didn't speak, and it was Su Tang who defended her. That's not true. It's just that Sister Qiu ordered something cheaper. The new deputy manager in Sister Qiu's department spent 2,000 or 3,000 on milk tea, though Su Tang wasn't tea from the HR department. She still got to drink milk tea, thanks to Bai Mu's WeChat message asking her to order. How could Su Tang let others say her leader was stingy when he was so generous? Oh, is that so? Bai Mu smiled. Then he turned to Qiu Luoyu. Since you have a chance to save money, why didn't you order something more expensive? Are you stupid? I didn't want to drink it in the first place. Qiu Luoyu muttered. If you don't want to drink it, you can give it to me. Don't blame me for educating you next time if you do this again, Bai Mu snorted. Qiu Luoyu lowered her eyes. I understand. Su Tang in the back seat raised her eyebrows. Why did she feel like Sister Qiu seemed to be afraid of her husband, and her husband seemed quite fierce? Could it be that Sister Qiu's husband had a violent tendency? Su Tang speculated in her heart. No wonder Sister Qiu looked so pitiful, usually silent. It seemed her relationship at home wasn't good. The hospital soon arrived. Qiu Luoyu helped Su Tang inside, registered her, and handed her over to the nurse. Su Tang said she was fine and urged Qiu Luoyu to go about her business. With that, Qiu Luoyu returned to the car. Directly to the high school? What time did you schedule? Qiu Luoyu asked. Looking at the time, it was already 3:30. 4 o'clock. If we go now, we'll be right on time. Bai Mu replied. Qiu Luoyu nodded. She hadn't seen Han Nin in half a month, and she really missed her. In the past, when Han Xiu was in elementary and middle school, she would return home every day. But now that she was in high school, she only came back once every half month, which was something Qiu Luoyu wasn't used to. It had only been a little over half a month since school started, and she was already longing for Henin. Due to military training the week before school started, this time she hadn't returned home for a full 21 days. The next return to school would be after a week, coinciding with a National Day holiday. She didn't know how much Henin had changed after not seeing her for half a month. Bai Mu drove into the school. Since he had communicated with Principal Zhao in advance, the gatekeeper let Bai Mu in after checking. It was just the last class for the first-year students, so the students were quite lively during the break. Some didn't even react when they saw Bai Mu's car. After being nudged by a nearby classmate, they finally realized, "Hey, which teacher's car is this? It's parked just right." A boy eating an ice pop exclaimed, his eyes bright with curiosity. Generally, teachers in schools are quite low-key and don't drive expensive cars. A car worth over 400,000 like Bai Mu's was still rare in schools. Even in key high schools like this one, teachers who drove cars in this price range were usually remembered by students and categorized as wealthy teachers. Though the boy wasn't very knowledgeable about cars, he could tell a bit about their quality from his classmates' influences. "Hey, are you still looking at cars? Hurry up and go to the playground. Gym class is starting soon." A classmate called out from behind him. "Okay, I'm coming." Chapter 23, Future Husband in the Principal's Office. Qiu Luoyu placed the printed materials on Zhao Linxiang's desk. "Principal Zhao, these are the products from Xinghu Electric Company. Please have a look." Next to Qiu Luoyu stood an employee from Xinghu Electric Company, sent by the deputy manager to assist her. As an employee of Shanghai Insurance Company, Qiu Luoyu was not the most suitable representative for Xinghu Electric, so her primary role was to liaise with Zhao Linxiang and facilitate the successful signing of the contract. Didn't expect to see you so soon again, Xiao Qiu," Principal Zhao said with a hearty smile as he accepted the materials from Qiu Luoyu. The Xinghu Electric employee beside her stepped forward to introduce the advantages of their air conditioning products and the discounts they could offer. Principal Zhao smiled at Qiu Luoyu and began to listen to the man's introduction. The secretary behind Zhao was somewhat puzzled. The school had long-term partners, and Principal Zhao had clearly stated he was very busy and refused to meet anyone from companies. Yet, he still met with this appliance company. The person was the same woman he had seen a couple of days ago. Secretary Wang was really confused. Did this woman have some background that even the principal had to take seriously? Otherwise, why would he make an exception for her? He watched in bewilderment from behind Principal Zhao. The man behind the woman had a lazy demeanor, and it was unclear what he was doing there, making Secretary Wang wonder what use he was. He scrutinized the man, but couldn't see anything outstanding about him. The lazy man in Secretary Wang's eyes was Bai Mu. Bai Mu was so relaxed because he was very familiar with this place. When he used to frequent this office, Secretary Wang didn't even know where it was. He was too familiar with it. Principal Zhao had often asked him to come here for tea. In high school, he practically regarded this place as his home. Now, his actions of fiddling with the tea set on the table appeared to Secretary Wang as a sign of disrespect towards Principal Zhao. Noticing this, Qiu Luoyu leaned in and asked, "If you find it boring here, why don't you go out for a walk?" She was concerned that Bai Mu wouldn't be able to stay here. Bai Mu, who had a bit of a temper, was not suited for such an environment. "All right, you talk here, I'll head out first." After saying that, Bai Mu left the office. Secretary Wang rolled his eyes at Bai Mu casually entering and exiting the principal's office. If someone didn't know better, they might think their school was begging their company to sell air conditioners. Clearly, it was you who were seeking to meet Principal Zhao, yet you still acted so unconcerned. Once the meeting was over, he was determined to speak ill of them in front of Principal Zhao. Secretary Wang thought to himself, his face showing a look of disdain. Qiu Luoyu noticed him out of the corner of her eye, but said nothing, only pinching her fingers. Xinghu Electric was a local appliance company in Haisher. While it was relatively well known, it was still inferior to those national chain appliance companies. Therefore, places like schools would definitely prefer brands with good after-sales service and guarantees. After leaving the principal's office, Bai Mu walked towards the first-year class too. If he remembered correctly, Bai Qiuhan was a student in that class. This was the last class of the day, so he just wanted to check on Bai Qiuhan. Bang! Suddenly, around a corner, a short-haired boy in school uniform rushed out and collided with Bai Mu, causing the boy to fall to the ground, and the basketball he was holding flew out. Ouch. My nose. Gu Hong rubbed his nose, which hurt enough to bring tears to his eyes. He stood up to pick up the basketball, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Bai Mu glanced at the handsome boy in front of him. His messy hair didn't obscure his unique aura, and his chiseled features made him stand out among high school students who hadn't fully matured yet. He looked somewhat familiar. Bai Mu scrutinized the boy in front of him. Gu Hong, hurry up. There's no time. A classmate who had already run to the playground shouted the boy's name. Gu Hong looked apologetic. Sorry, uncle, I have to go. After saying this, he hurried off towards the playground. Upon hearing the boy's name, Bai Mu remembered who he was. Wasn't this the future husband of his daughter? It was no wonder he hadn't recognized him immediately. After all, he had only met the boy briefly in his past life. And that was in a mental hospital whereby Qiu Han had brought him to see him. They had supposedly been married for 2 years and were preparing to have a child. At that time, Bai Mu had already been in the mental hospital for 3 years. Gu Hong had not fully matured back then, and he still looked somewhat different now. He seemed more innocent. Bai Mu didn't expect that Gu Hong was also a student at number 1 high school. Did they already have something going on at high school? Suddenly, Bai Mu felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that his daughter was already being pursued by him in middle school? With this thought, Bai Mu wanted to find Bai Qiu Han to ask about the situation. However, when he arrived at Bai Qiu Han's classroom, he found that all the students were gone. They seemed to have gone to gym class. Not only that, but several classes on this floor had all gone to gym class. Bai Mu went to the first-year class too and found Bai Qiu Han's seat on the podium's seating chart. Interestingly, the boy named Gu Hong was also in this class, and he was even sitting at the same desk as his daughter. Bai Mu smacked his lips. This was not a good sign. How could boys and girls sit together? It wasn't like that in his day. He retracted his earlier statement that Bai Qiu Han's class teacher was good. How could they let 2 adolescents sit together without fearing they might fall in love? He had to reflect this back to the teacher. He rummaged through Bai Qiu Han's desk, which was very tidy. Rather than being tidy, it was more accurately described as very sparse. There were no stationary items that a girl would like. Just 2 lonely pens in the corner of the drawer, along with a few pristine textbooks. At the very back, there was a hard steamed bun and a beautifully wrapped chocolate. Bai Mu examined the chocolate, which was imported and not available in the country. Next to the chocolate was a small note. He hesitated for 2 seconds before choosing to sneak a look at what was written on it. Hello. Can we get to know each other? My name is Gu Hong. You can call me Xiao Gu. From now on, we are desk mates, and if you're shy, you can write me a note, and I'll definitely reply. There was another one. This chocolate is for you. It's bought by my dad. If you like it, I have a lot more here. Another one. Why aren't you eating the chocolate? Don't you like sweets? How about I bring you avocado bread next time? Another one. How can you eat so little every day? You're still growing. I brought you some bread. Will you eat it? Did you not understand the math lesson from last class? After lunch, I can explain it to you again. After flipping through dozens of stacked little notes, Bai Mu's expression darkened. He felt as if he was about to be robbed. Chapter 24. Campus Bullying? Bai Mu remembered that Bai Qiu Han used to be a silent person like Qiu Luoyu. But later, for some unknown reason, she gradually became more cheerful. After neatly folding all the little notes and putting them back in Bai Qiu Han's drawer, Bai Mu walked towards the playground. On the playground, several classes were engaged in a basketball match, while the girls from each class cheered from the sidelines. There were 7 classes in the first year, and Class 1 and Class 2 were awarded the model class during military training. At this moment, the students from Class 1 and Class 2 were competing. Even before Bai Mu reached the playground, he could already hear the cheers from the 2 classes, with many girls calling out Gu Hong's name. Bai Mu clicked his tongue. This Gu Hong is as famous as I was during my school days. Looking through the outer net of the playground, he saw the intense 5-on-5 match between the 2 classes, but he couldn't find Bai Qiu Han among the crowd. Are you a parent? A female teacher approached Bai Mu and asked. The female teacher was wearing a fitted sports outfit and had her hair tied in a high ponytail. Because of her voluptuous figure, her short sleeves were stretched tight, revealing a flat abdomen. She smiled, showing dimples, looking both capable and cute. Yes, I'm here to find my daughter, Bai Mu replied. Which class is your daughter in? The female teacher asked. Class 2. Are you the PE teacher for Class 2? Bai Mu inquired. The teacher shrugged and said, No, I'm the PE teacher for Class 1, but I'm temporarily overseeing Class 2 as well since they're playing a match. What's your daughter's name? I can help you find her. Bai Mu. Do you remember her? The teacher thought for a moment, but couldn't recall. Hey, I might need to ask someone else. Bai Mu nodded, his gaze returning to the basketball court. On the court, the two classes wore different team uniforms. Class 2 was in black, and Bai Mu recognized Gu Hong. Class 2 was currently in the lead, with Gu Heng's aggressive offense being hard to defend against. Breaking through the defense was as easy as drinking water for him. His cheers were the loudest, and nearly all the girls from Class 2 were cheering, with even some girls from other classes, including Class 1, looking at him with excitement. Bai Mu scanned around but still couldn't find Bai Mu. In the public restroom on the playground, 5 girls surrounded a frail girl with long hair, blocking her from leaving. One of the girls pinched her face with a look of disgust, jealousy evident on her face. Bai Mu, do you think your mom also has a face like a cheap woman? The venomous word struck Bai Mu's nerves. Bai Mu glared at her with red-rimmed eyes. Don't talk about my mom. She clenched her fists. The girl sneered, oh, you want to hit me? If you have the guts, go ahead. Saying this, she spat on Bai Mu's face. The warm saliva dripped down, and Bai Mu closed her eyes, feeling a wave of nausea rising in her stomach. The girl looked at Bai Mu's humiliating expression with delight, and the other girls behind her wore mocking faces. My mom is the vice principal. Even your homeroom teacher has to bow and scrape when they see my mom. What qualifications do you, a poor girl who can't even afford sanitary napkins, have to get close to Gu Hong? The girl disdainfully remarked. I didn't get close to him. Slap. The girl slapped Bai Mu on the head. I saw you two eating together in the cafeteria. Don't lie. Do you think I'm stupid? Because she hadn't eaten much, the slap left her head buzzing. They avoided hitting her face for fear of leaving marks that could be seen by others, but they didn't care if hitting her head would cause issues. If something did happen, they could just pay off any consequences. It wasn't like they couldn't afford it. Bai Mu pursed her lips and said nothing. The fact that she was eating with Gu Hong was just because he had forced her to go to the cafeteria when he saw her pale face from hunger while explaining problems to her. She really didn't intentionally try to get close to him. Seeing that Bai Mu was silent, the girl assumed she was admitting it and mocked her even more. I already warned you last time, but you didn't listen. You keep flirting with men everywhere. Do you think you can't live without one? The girl grabbed Bai Mu's hair and yanked it hard, causing pain to flash across Bai Mu's face. I didn't. Bai Mu retorted. Still denying it? You want men so badly. How about I find a few men to entertain you? The girl looked at Bai Mu maliciously. Bai Mu turned pale at her words. Jiang Jia, we can't mess around with this. You'll get caught and go to jail, someone behind the girl named Jiang Jia whispered. Who are you to say? If something happens, are you going to take the blame? Jiang Yi glared back, still angry. The little follower shrank back and stopped talking. Jiang Yi snorted. Don't think I'm joking. I mean what I say. If I see you flirting in front of Gu Hong again, I'll find some men to chat with you. After punching Bai Mu, she let go of her. Bai Mu held her head, tears streaming down uncontrollably. She used the back of her hand to wipe away her tears, stubbornly holding back. Surrounded by 5 girls, it would be a lie to say she wasn't scared. Her slightly trembling shoulders revealed her inner fear. Less than a month into her high school life, she was already facing bullying, which felt like hell for someone who had always been very introverted. At this moment, she longed to return to her mother's embrace. Bai Mu. Just then, a voice called from outside the restroom. Are you in there? It was a young male voice. I'll go take a look, said the earlier female teacher's voice. Upon hearing the teacher's voice, the girls visibly panicked. They were all students from Class 1, and even Jiang Yi, the leader, looked a bit flustered. Even though her mother was a school board member, students inherently feared teachers, and that couldn't be changed. She pushed Bai Mu out and warned, don't say anything reckless. The consequences are on you if you force me. My mom is a school board member. Expelling someone is not difficult. You wouldn't want to get expelled after working hard to get into this school, right? Bai Mu said nothing, silently going to the sink to wash her face, scrubbing off the saliva until her skin felt like it might break. When she raised her head again, her petite face was already flushed from scrubbing, and the tear stains at the corners of her eyes had disappeared, replaced by a numbness and confusion about the future. Chapter 25. Sweaty love from Gu Hong. What are you all doing in the bathroom? The female teacher who came in looked a bit puzzled at the sight of them. However, she didn't suspect anything related to campus bullying. After all, these individuals, including Bai Mu, consisted of 1 student from Class 2 and 5 from Class 1. They were all from the key classes and there had hardly been any incidents of bullying in previous years. So she guessed that they must have thought the playground was too hot and were hiding here to cool off. Although this class was a basketball match among the classes, the rest of the students couldn't leave the playground, making the public restroom the only relatively cool place. Located in a corner of the playground and shaded by small woods, it was indeed much cooler inside, almost like an air-conditioned room. The girls casually found an excuse, and the female teacher didn't press further but focused her attention on Bai Mu. Since she was the physical education teacher for Class 1, she wasn't very familiar with Bai Mu from Class 2, but she felt she recognized her. Based on Gu Hong's description, she believed this must be Bai Mu. "Qiu, there you are. I've been looking for you," the teacher said to Bai Mu. "Looking for me? For what?" Bai Mu asked, slightly confused. "Your dad came to find you, so he asked you to go see him. But class will be over soon, so you can go home with him after class ends." Hearing the word dad, Bai Mu was a bit surprised. Bai Mu had hardly taken care of her since she was little, so how could he come to pick her up? Could something have happened to her mom? Bai Mu suddenly felt anxious. "Where is he?" Bai Mu asked eagerly. "Right outside the playground." "Okay, thank you, teacher." Bai Mu immediately rushed out. As soon as she burst out of the restroom, she bumped straight into Gu Hong, falling into his arms. Having just finished a basketball match, Gu Hong still carried the scent of sweat, and suddenly being hit by a fragrant breeze made him momentarily dazed. Recognizing the familiar scent, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. However, upon seeing him, Bai Mu didn't seem pleased and pushed him away, running towards the playground exit. Gu Hong was taken aback. Did she dislike him? Why did Qiu push him away? Looking at his soaked jersey and the sweat odor emanating from him, he suddenly realized. In this state, any girl would find him off-putting. After finishing the game, his first instinct was to look for Bai Mu, thinking she must have noticed his effort during the match and the pose he struck after scoring. However, after searching everywhere without finding her, he noticed the substitute teacher was also looking for Bai Mu, which led him to realize she might be missing. So he followed the teacher to help look for her, and he hadn't even had time to wipe off his sweat. Seeing this, he quickly borrowed a towel and ran into the restroom to freshen up a bit, even styling his hair handsomely. "Dad, why are you here?" "Where's Mom?" Bai Mu asked Bai Mu, slightly out of breath, outside the playground fence. "She is busy right now." Bai Mu looked at the much younger Bai Mu, feeling a mix of emotions. In his past life, this girl had been quite ruthless, sending him to a mental hospital to live out his days. However, Bai Mu didn't blame her, as it was indeed his own fault. This time around, high school Bai Mu was much thinner than he had imagined, probably only weighing a bit over 80 pounds. She was clearly tall. Like her mother, her biological mother was also quite tall, standing at 166 centimeters. Hearing that her mom was okay, Bai Mu let out a sigh of relief. Bai Mu had never picked her up before, so now that he suddenly came for her, she felt a bit flustered. "So, are you here to pick me up?" Bai Mu asked, looking up at him. Seeing Bai Mu's cautious demeanor, Bai Mu's heart softened, and he reached out to pat her head. However, Bai Mu frowned. Bai Mu thought she didn't like it and withdrew his hand. But Bai Mu grabbed his hand and placed it back on her head. The way she looked down while lifting her gaze was just too pitiful. Bai Mu felt a mix of emotions. Bai Mu frowned not because she disliked Bai Mu, but because she had just bumped her head and it still hurt a bit. Bai Mu sighed internally as he looked at Bai Mu. He enjoyed teasing Qiu Luoyu, but he was particularly lenient with this girl who wasn't his biological daughter. Even though he had never cared for her, he had never lost his temper with her either. He was at most a negligent father. However, in this life, he didn't intend to continue that way. "Once your mom is done, we'll go home together," he said, patting Bai Mu's small head, which made her wince slightly. Bai Mu noticed something was off. "What's wrong? Headache?" "Yeah, I bumped it," Bai Mu replied naturally. After all, when she was hurt or bullied as a child, she would lie to Qiu Luoyu, so she didn't reveal any signs now. Bai Mu nodded, not paying too much attention. "You go to class first. I'll go check on your mom," Bai Mu said with a smile. Bai Mu squinted her eyes and nodded, her smile looking very cute. After Bai Mu left, the smile on Bai Mu's face didn't fade. The earlier bullying incident was momentarily pushed to the back of her mind. Now, all she could think about was Bai Mu gently patting her head earlier. For a child like her, who had lacked a sense of security since childhood. Nothing was more desired than having someone protect her like a father. If Dad could continue to be as gentle as he was now, could he protect her? Would she no longer be bullied in the future? While she was lost in thought, someone suddenly called her name. Turning around, she saw it was Gu Hong. Seeing him, Bai Mu turned to leave. Little did she know that Gu Hong thought she hadn't heard him and ran up to her. "Qiu, did you see your dad?" he asked, flashing a sunny smile. "I did. Do you need something from him?" Bai Mu's tone was indifferent. Gu Hong shook his head repeatedly. No. What could I possibly need from him?" He chuckled. Bai Mu glanced at him and turned to leave. She didn't want to get involved with Gu Hong, as she didn't want to attract trouble. It was because of Gu Hong that she had been targeted by those girls. She was afraid of trouble and wanted to avoid it. Even if Gu Hong did nothing wrong, she still wanted to distance herself from him. "Qiu." Seeing Bai Mu turn away again, Gu Hong finally understood that she didn't want to chat with him. Realizing this, he stopped trying to hold her back and fell into self-doubt. Is my smell still lingering? He sniffed himself. It seemed to still be a bit. He remembered that his desk mate always seemed to be very clean, and a guy like him, who sweated a lot after playing ball, must be quite bothersome to her. Chapter 26, talking to the homeroom teacher. All right, it's settled then. In the principal's office, Principal Zhao agreed almost without hesitation after listening to the introduction. "Principal, aren't you going to think it over a bit more?" Secretary Wang, who stood behind him, was shocked. Shouldn't such matters be considered carefully? Besides, there are countless companies in the entire city that want to collaborate with them. How could he agree so hastily? At least he should compare a few options. No need to think about it. I trust Xiao Qiu. Principal Zhao flashed a kindly smile at Qiu Luoyu. This smile was as if an elder was looking at a younger generation. Secretary Wang and the staff from Xinghu Electronics were stunned. They thought, could it be that this woman is really a relative of Principal Zhao? Otherwise, why would he treat her so well? Especially Secretary Wang. He had never seen Principal Zhao so enthusiastic and easygoing with anyone else before. He was starting to doubt himself, wondering if he had misjudged the situation. Could it be that this woman is indeed Principal Zhao's relative? Seeing Zhao Linxiang take a pen to sign, Secretary Wang hesitated to speak. They were signing without even looking at the product. Was it really that rash? Qiu Luoyu also didn't expect things to progress so smoothly. However, she wouldn't think that Principal Zhao was doing this for her sake. After all, the reason she could meet him was entirely because of Bai Mu. Without Bai Mu, she wouldn't even have had the qualifications to meet him. If she remembered correctly, Bai Mu also graduated from their school. Could it be that he was already on such good terms with Principal Zhao back then? Before Qiu Luoyu could think further, Bai Mu had already returned. Is the deal settled? Bai Mu entered the room and saw Zhao Linxiang had already signed the contract. "Xiao Bai, come sit." Seeing Bai Mu, Zhao Linxiang immediately invited him to sit down. Bai Mu waved his hand. "No, Principal Zhao, I'm taking my wife home. I'll definitely treat you to a meal next time I have a chance." He smiled and didn't contradict Principal Zhao in front of everyone. Zhao Linxiang didn't mind and continued to smile. "All right, I'll remember your words. Don't forget next time." As he spoke, he instructed Secretary Wang to send a few boxes of tea to Bai Mu. Secretary Wang opened his mouth to ask, "Is it the long jing you just got a while ago?" Principal Zhao clicked his tongue and said quietly, "Of course, get 3 boxes sent over." Yes. Secretary Wang dared not say anything further. Just from Principal Zhao's attitude towards Bai Mu, one could see the depth of their relationship. These 3 boxes of premium Longjing tea weighed about 2 pounds and could sell for 80 to 90,000 in the market. Principal Zhao usually only took them out when meeting more distinguished guests. Now he was directly sending 3 boxes out. One could imagine the status of the recipient. He had previously looked down on Bai Mu a bit, but now he dared not. He didn't want to jeopardize his current position. Bai Mu left the principal's office with a gift box of tea. "Let us wait for Huan at her classroom door," Bai Mu said to Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu nodded. "After securing this order, I might be able to earn a commission of 50,000. Qiu Luoyu thought to herself and decided to mention it to Bai Mu. Are you going to share some with me?" Bai Mu looked at Qiu Luoyu's shy demeanor and found it amusing. Qiu Luoyu nodded. The main reason she could secure this order was because of Bai Mu. "Since you've asked, I do feel embarrassed not to accept." "So, how much do you want?" Qiu Luoyu asked. "Give me 30,000, and you keep the remaining 20,000 for yourself." Qiu Luoyu was silent for a moment before finally nodding. Although the original 50,000 had turned into 20,000, it was still a considerable amount for her. This 20,000 was completely at her disposal. Previously, she had to give Bai Mu 5,000 every month, which meant her pocket money was only 2 or 3,000, including her daughter's living expenses. This 20,000 could last her a long time, almost like free money. So she had no complaints about giving away 30,000. The two arrived at the door of Bai Qiuhan's classroom. Just then, the bell signaling the end of class rang, and all the students on this floor rushed back from the playground. Because Bai Qiuhan had returned early, she had already packed her backpack. The last class on Friday was physical education, allowing her to come back early to gather her things. When she saw Qiu Luoyu, she immediately rushed over. Mom! Upon seeing Qiu Luoyu, all her grievances seemed to pour out. At that moment, Bai Qiuhan's homeroom teacher also came out of the classroom and brightened up upon seeing Qiu Luoyu and Bai Mu. You must be Qiuhan's parents, right? Bai Qiuhan's homeroom teacher looked like a young man of about 26, a few years younger than Qiu Luoyu and Bai Mu. Compared to other teachers, he appeared quite fresh and youthful. Yes, I'm Qiuhan's dad, Bai Mu replied. The homeroom teacher smiled at him. Nice to meet you. Bai Qiuhan, who was leaning against Qiu Luoyu, lifted her head and sneakily glanced at Bai Mu. Bai Mu smiled back. Nice to meet you. I'm Qiuhan's homeroom teacher and also her math teacher. I just happened to run into you today. If you're not busy, could we chat about Qiuhan's situation in the office? Wang Zixuan asked. Bai Qiuhan instinctively felt a bit nervous. Any student would unconsciously feel anxious when their parents were chatting alone with a teacher. Sure, I actually have a few things I'd like to discuss with you too. Bai Mu replied with a smile. In the office, Qiu Luoyu stood beside Bai Mu talking to Wang Zixuan, while Bai Qiuhan paced back and forth outside. Mr. Qiuhan's dad, I have a question. How is your family situation? Is there any difficulty? Wang Zixuan asked quietly. He then added, if there are difficulties, you can apply for the school's financial aid. It just requires submitting some materials. Financial aid? That might not be necessary, Bai Mu said with a slight smile. His family wasn't in difficulty, but Qiu Luoyu and her daughter might be having a tough time. But I noticed Qiuhan doesn't seem to eat much. Some classmates said it was to save money. Actually, if there are real hardships, parents can apply without letting the children know. The school is quite considerate and won't let anyone know. The financial aid is 1,000 per semester. Children are still growing, and I've been paying attention. Sometimes she only eats a bun and drinks free soup from the cafeteria for a meal. If this goes on, it will not only affect her health, but also her energy in class. Wang Zixuan thought Bai Mu was worried about Qiuhan feeling inferior if she found out. So he kindly reminded him. No wonder Huan has lost so much weight. Qiu Luoyu felt a pang of heartache. At first, she thought it was because of the exhaustion from military training, but now it seemed it was simply because she wasn't eating enough. Chapter 27, is this a damn poor family? But I clearly loaded 500 yuan onto her meal card this month, and she didn't tell me she ran out of money. Qiu Luoyu was also a bit confused. Wang Zixuan stroked his chin. Has she mentioned anything about paying for the military training uniform and school uniform? He asked. Qiu Luoyu's eyes flickered, and she shook her head. Then that's it. Wang Zixuan immediately understood. The military training uniform costs 70 yuan for one set, while the summer school uniform costs 80 yuan for one set. The military training uniform requires only one set to be purchased, while each student must have at least 2 sets of school uniforms. If you didn't pay, then she must have used the money from her meal card. The meal card at the high school is essentially universal. It can be used to pay for anything that requires money. The 3 sets of clothing cost 230 yuan in total. Plus, with the need to buy some daily necessities at the start of the school year, it's likely that Qiuhan's food expenses are really low. The meals in the cafeteria are actually quite cheap. Vegetarian dishes are 2 yuan per portion, meat dishes are 4 yuan per portion, and a portion of rice is always 1 yuan, as are the other staple foods. Normally, a person would spend about 20 to 30 yuan for 3 meals a day. Since the school is a key high school in the city, the chefs in the cafeteria are all hired star chefs from outside. Furthermore, each portion of meat and vegetable is quite substantial. Even if high school students have a bigger appetite, they can still eat enough. If they really have no money, they can order a vegetarian dish and a staple food, accompanied by free vegetable soup, and spend less than 10 yuan a day. In reality, it's not expensive. Hearing Wang Zixuan's words, Qiu Luoyu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. How could she have not thought of this? She knew very well that her daughter was the kind of person who wouldn't ask her for money, even when faced with situations that required money. She would try to save a bit herself and didn't want to put too much pressure on her. Her nose felt a bit sour as she realized how neglectful she had been towards her daughter. If it weren't for the teacher telling her about this today, she might still be in the dark. Wang Zixuan could tell from Qiu Luoyu's expression what was going on. He sighed. Qiu Huan is a good child, and her mother shouldn't feel too guilty. You should be happy. Your child is so outstanding, hardworking, and filial. On this side, I'll help you apply for the scholarship first. As for whether it will be approved later, that depends on the situation. That was all he could do. After all, he had only been a teacher for a couple of years. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Qiu Luoyu expressed her gratitude. Wang Zixuan waved his hand. He hadn't done much. By the way, I still don't know what your occupations are. Wang Zixuan observed the two of them. To be honest, just from their clothing and appearance, it was really hard to tell they were from a poor family. Bai Mu was wearing casual clothes. Although the brand was not visible, the quality looked quite good. Qiu Luoyu, on the other hand, was dressed quite formally, looking a bit like a corporate employee. From any angle, it wouldn't be associated with a poor family. This was also what puzzled Wang Zixuan. I am currently unemployed, and my wife is a company employee, Bai Mu briefly explained. Wang Zixuan was a bit surprised. Normally, it would be the man earning money to support the family while the woman manages the household. Here, it was reversed. However, he had nothing to say about it. Didn't Qiu Huan's father say he wanted to ask me something? What would you like to know? Bai Mu replied with an aha. I want to ask why Huan's deskmate is a boy. Oh, it's like this. We arrange seating based on grades. Those with higher entrance exam scores get to choose first, regardless of gender. The reason I arranged it this way is to encourage everyone's enthusiasm. At first, I thought Gu Hong and Qiu Huan must have known each other already, which is why they were sitting together, but it seems I guessed wrong, Wang Zixuan explained. Bai Mu narrowed his eyes. Well, it seems this kid has his eyes on his daughter. He thought it was arranged by Wang Zixuan. Although this kid might be his future son-in-law, they're still in high school, and the primary task is studying. They can't be too close. Especially since this kid clearly has ulterior motives for getting close to his daughter. Separate them. Teacher Wang, Bai Mu said. Ah, that might not be good. What's bad about it? Bai Mu raised an eyebrow and stared at Wang Zixuan. Wang Zixuan felt a surge of pressure from Bai Mu's gaze. If they were to swap them, it would mean others would have to be swapped too, and there would definitely be objections. This wouldn't be good for managing the class. Wang Zixuan expressed his difficulties. But would Bai Mu care about this? Clearly not. If Teacher Wang feels awkward, then I can find. Husband, let us forget it. Don't make it difficult for Teacher Wang. Qiu Luoyu timely stopped Bai Mu. Bai Mu glanced at Qiu Luoyu. She rarely called him husband in front of him. Aren't you afraid Huan will fall in love early? Bai Mu asked. As long as it doesn't affect her studies. Qiu Luoyu lowered her head. How could it not affect? Bai Mu retorted, speechless. Forget it. Do as you wish. After all, she is your daughter. Qiu Luoyu frowned after the next exam. Let Huan change desks herself. Don't make it difficult for the teacher. You're quite kind, Bai Mu snorted. Wang Zixuan felt a bit awkward listening to their conversation and smiled awkwardly. As they were leaving, Wang Zixuan saw them off. Mom, are we taking the bus home today too? Bai Qiu Huan asked while carrying her backpack. The backpack wasn't heavy. It only had some books she needed to review. No, today we're taking the car. Your dad is driving, Qiu Luoyu replied. Bai Qiu Huan's eyes lit up. She knew the family had a car, but it seemed she hadn't seen that white Volkswagen in many years. Could it be that one? When they arrived at the school parking lot, Bai Qiu Huan saw Bai Mu's black Audi and was a bit surprised. It seemed she had seen her dad drive it before, but she had never ridden in it. Wang Zixuan, who had been seeing them off, was unclear why Bai Mu had come to the school parking lot. Could it be that they had a car parked here? That couldn't be possible. The school didn't allow outside vehicles in, unless they were here to meet the school leaders, but clearly, Bai Qiu Huan's parents were not. However, when Bai Mu pressed the car key and the Audi's lights lit up, Wang Zixuan froze in place. They really came to drive. Not only that, but it was also an Audi worth over 400,000 yuan. After watching the three get into the car and finish their greetings, he finally reacted. watching that expensive Audi drive out of the parking lot. He was still waving his hand. Is this a damn poor family? What kind of poor family can drive a car worth over 400,000 yuan? Wang Zixuan felt deceived. ISNT had said that boys are raised poor and girls are raised rich. Could it be that this family has reversed that? Then Bai Qiuhuan is too unfortunate. Clearly, the family is so wealthy, yet she almost starved at school. Tom, Chapter 28, let's go eat hot pot in the car. Qiu Luoyu was sitting in the passenger seat, while Bai Qiuhuan was in the back. The back seat was spacious, and Bai Qiuhuan, sitting by the window, looked very small. Although it was her family's car, she felt quite restrained and didn't speak a word the entire time. The scent of the car air freshener was pleasant, and Bai Qiuhuan leaned against the window, initially wanted to take a nap, but the fragrance seemed to wake her up. At this time, all the students in the school had been dismissed, and the number of cars outside had noticeably increased, all there to pick up children. Dad, can I open the window? The silence in the car made Bai Qiuhuan a bit anxious. Bai Mu responded with a sound and opened a rear window. As soon as the window was opened, the bustling sounds from outside came in. Huh. Bai Qiuhuan let out a sigh of relief, feeling a bit more relaxed. She looked out the window. Opposite the school, there were not only many shops, but also quite a few food stalls. The vendors at those stalls were eyeing the students being released on Friday, immediately calling out as soon as they saw the school let out. The school security was busy maintaining order and had no time to manage them. The enticing aromas tempted Bai Qiuhuan, and she swallowed hard, shifting her gaze away. Out of sight, out of mind. She still had half of the steam bun she bought at the cafeteria for lunch. She touched her stomach, which had gone numb from hunger. The bun would have to wait until she got home. She didn't dare eat in the car for fear of dropping crumbs. Are you hungry? Bai Mu noticed Bai Qiuhuan's sneaky gulp through the rearview mirror. Bai Qiuhuan instinctively covered the bun in her pocket. No, I'm not hungry. Bai Qiuhuan shook her head without changing her expression, but when their eyes met in the rearview mirror, she immediately looked away. Do you want to eat hot pot? Bai Mu clearly didn't believe Bai Qiuhuan's answer. Huh? Bai Qiuhuan was unsure if he was talking to her. Do you want to eat hot pot? This time, Bai Mu was asking Qiu Luoyu. Let's go home and cook. There's still vegetables at home. Although we secured the deal with the first high school today, hot pot is too expensive. It's better to buy some ingredients to cook at home. Even if we have hot pot, we can make it ourselves. Then let's go eat hot pot. Bai Mu was only symbolically asking. He didn't really intend for Qiu Luoyu to make the decision. From his understanding of her, she didn't dislike hot pot. They had eaten it several times when they first got together. Qiu Luoyu felt a bit helpless, but had gotten used to Bai Mu's decisiveness. She stole a glance at her daughter in the back seat, who visibly lit up at the mention of hot pot. Qiu Luoyu couldn't help but feel guilty. She had been so focused on saving money that she forgot about her daughter's feelings. Over the years, she had rarely taken Han Hang out to eat at restaurants. They mostly ate at home. Surely her daughter was tired of her cooking by now. Thinking this way, Qiu Luoyu's mood unconsciously sank a bit. Bai Mu glanced at her, opened the armrest compartment, and tossed a piece of chocolate into her hand. Qiu Luoyu's expression brightened. She wanted to give a chocolate to Han Hang, but suddenly noticed Bai Mu's displeased expression. It's for you. Just eat it yourself. If you want more, get yourself. Hearing Bai Mu's words, Qiu Luoyu opened the wrapper and put the chocolate in her mouth. The rich flavor filled her mouth, and her mood improved a lot. Can I give one to Han Hang? As they were stuck in traffic, Qiu Luoyu leaned closer to Bai Mu and asked. The fragrance on her body, mixed with the rich aroma of chocolate, was very pleasant, even more intoxicating than the car air freshener. Bai Mu responded with a sound and opened the armrest compartment for Qiu Luoyu to take the chocolate herself. Bai Qiuhuan's first reaction upon receiving the chocolate was to put it in her pocket instead of eating it right away, which made Qiu Luoyu feel a bit heartbroken. Clearly, she wanted to eat it, but she still chose to save it for later. This was a sign of being used to hunger. This time when they returned home, she would definitely give Han Hang more allowance and remind her to eat well. She would rather eat less herself than let her daughter go hungry. Hunga, look, isn't that your little desk mate? Not far away, one of the boys coming out of the school suddenly pointed at Bai Mu's car. After class, Gu Heng had been playing basketball with his buddies for a while. When he heard someone mention Bai Qiuhuan, he instinctively looked over. Bai Qiuhuan was leaning against the car window, the autumn wind blowing through her long hair. He could never mistake that familiar face. One of his friends elbowed him. Hunga, didn't you say she was very pitiful and couldn't afford to eat? This car doesn't seem cheap. The guys playing with Gu Heng all came from well-off families. So they naturally recognized Bai Mu's car. Someone showed a knowing expression. Henge, do you think she might? What nonsense are you talking? Why are you so chatty? Gu Heng glared at him. The guy chuckled awkwardly. Henge, it's not my fault for thinking too much. Mainly, you used to mention her a lot in front of us, but now it seems like what you said doesn't match the reality. Gu Heng huffed. What does this prove? Maybe it's a ride-sharing situation. Henge, don't joke. Have you ever seen anyone use an Audi for ride-sharing? Besides, even if it is, would your little desk mate know how to drive? I think you have been deceived. She isn't as innocent as you say. Zhao Quan, you talk too much. Gu Heng gritted his teeth, looking like he was about to take action against the other. The person named Zhao Quan shrank back a bit. Then I won't say anything. Although he stopped talking, Gu Heng's gaze remained fixed on Bai Qiuhan's face. It seemed like she sensed his stare and looked over. But just before Bai Qiuhan saw him, Gu Heng covered his face, not wanting her notice. Henge, what's this? Zhao Quan looked at Gu Heng hiding behind him, momentarily stunned. But he quickly reacted, looking speechless. No way. Henge, why do I feel like you seem a bit guilty? What do you know? Whether Qiuhan deceived me or not, she definitely has her own reasons. If I find out about this, she will surely be upset. But you already know, right? Zhao Quan asked in confusion. Does she not know that I know? Gu Heng retorted. That makes sense. But Henge, don't you think you sound a bit like a simp? Zhao Quan scratched his head and asked. Gu Heng, you are the simp. Your whole family are simps. Gu Heng's buddies behind him laughed, looking at him with a hint of sympathy. Gu Heng's mouth twitched a few times. You guys don't know anything. A bunch of single dogs who have never been in a relationship. Henge, you haven't been in one either, have you? I'm about to start one soon. Can you guys compare to me? Chapter 29. Bai Qiuhan's first smartphone, Bai Mu finally drove to the nearest vegetable market to home. Rather than eating out, it was better to buy some vegetables and cook at home, which is cleaner and more hygienic. At first, Qiu Luoyu thought Bai Mu was driving home because he didn't want to eat hot pot anymore. But then she saw him parking in front of the vegetable market. Let's buy some vegetables and go home to eat. Bai Mu took out 300 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Qiu Luoyu. 300? That's too much. Qiu Luoyu looked at the 300 yuan Bai Mu handed over, indicating that it was unnecessary. 300 isn't too much. It's not just for you. I and Han Nin need to eat too. Buy more meat. I want to eat meat, and don't buy more than 3 kinds of vegetables. If you do, you can handle it. Bai Mu's words made Qiu Luoyu shiver. Got it. After handing the money to Qiu Luoyu, Bai Mu stayed in the car with Bai Qiuhan. Qiu Luoyu felt a bit uneasy, but she didn't dare to let Bai Mu come with her to buy vegetables. So she turned to Bai Qiuhan in the backseat and asked, Han Nin, do you want to get out? Hearing her mother's words, Bai Qiuhan immediately showed a relieved expression. She didn't want to be alone with Bai Mu in such a quiet environment. For someone as introverted as her, it was simply a form of torture. Unexpectedly, Bai Mu suddenly spoke. You can go by yourself. I have something to talk about with Han Nin. Bai Mu's words eliminated Qiu Luoyu's intention to take Bai Qiuhan away. Seeing this, she could only frown and say to her daughter, Then Han Nin, you stay in the car. Mom will be back soon. Bai Mu looked at Qiu Luoyu, feeling somewhat speechless. It was as if they were parting for life and death. After Qiu Luoyu left, Bai Qiuhan obviously became a bit nervous. She occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror to see if Bai Mu was looking this way. Noticing Bai Qiuhan's little movements, Bai Mu went straight to the point. Han Nin, what's wrong? Bai Mu suddenly calling her name startled her, and she hurriedly asked, Don't be nervous, Han Nin. Dad just has a few questions. Bai Mu tried to be as gentle as possible. After all, he wasn't used to being this way. Bai Qiuhan gave a low aha. Dad, you can ask. Bai Mu nodded. I saw the seating arrangement in your class. Your desk mate is a boy named Gu Heng, right? Do you think sitting with him will affect your studies? Bai Qiuhan didn't expect Bai Mu to look at the seating arrangement and ask about her studies. Her half-lowered eyes opened wide suddenly. Gu Heng. He won't affect my studies. When Gu Heng was mentioned, Bai Qiuhan thought of something unpleasant, and her tone became low. Bai Mu sensed something was off with Bai Qiuhan's tone and narrowed his eyes. What? Did he bully you? His tone turned a bit stern. Bai Qiuhan hurriedly waved her hand. No. He didn't bully me. He's pretty nice. Pretty nice? Isn't he just a little brat who hasn't fully grown up? Bai Mu wasn't very optimistic about Gu Heng as a future son-in-law. He knew a bit about Gu Heng. Although he had been locked up in a mental hospital in his past life, It didn't mean he was isolated from the world. If he wanted to go out, he could, but he just didn't want to. He had also learned about Gu Hong. His family owned several companies, and their scale was not small, with total assets of at least several billion. However, according to Bai Mu's investigation, during the 2 years he and Bai Qiuhan were married, they didn't seem to have a good life. Gu Hong was originally supposed to be the heir of the Gu group, but then a bastard child from somewhere came out to compete for that position. The other party even won more favor from Gu's father. As a result, Bai Qiuhan was busy and stressed about inheritance issues during her 2 years of marriage to Gu Hong. Later, in the 3rd year, Gu Hong failed in the inheritance struggle, became disheartened, and decided to settle down with Bai Qiuhan to have a child, hoping to gain some shares in the Gu group. Bai Mu only understood part of it and wasn't very clear about the specifics. Hearing Bai Mu's not-so-good tone, Bai Qiuhan didn't defend Gu Hong. She felt no need to argue with her dad for Gu Hong, and just silently nodded. Seeing Bai Qiuhan's silence, Bai Mu took out a smartphone from the bottom of the armrest and handed it to Bai Qiuhan. I won't say much. You should know that early relationships are not allowed. Bai Qiuhan looked at the smartphone Bai Mu handed over, momentarily stunned, but after hearing Bai Mu's words, she immediately replied, "How could it be? I won't have an early relationship." Bai Mu smiled. "That's good. This is a reward for you. If you run out of money in the future, tell Dad, and don't starve yourself. This is for me." Bai Qiuhan opened her mouth, still in shock. Bai Mu nodded, placing the phone in Bai Qiuhan's hands. Bai Qiuhan couldn't believe her eyes, but I'm still a high school student. What's wrong with being a high school student? Which high school student doesn't have a smartphone? He changed his phone every year in high school. When he got bored, he would change it, not to mention today's high school students. For someone like Bai Qiuhan, who didn't even have a smartphone, contacting people was inconvenient. But Bai Qiuhan looked at the phone in her hands, eager to open the box to see her first smartphone, yet hesitated, because she knew that her family's conditions weren't really good, even though they live in a high-end community and had 2 cars. This phone must cost several thousand, right? How much did Mom save each month? Stop hesitating. This is a reward from Dad. Bai Mu frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased with Bai Qiuhan's reluctance. Oh. Bai Qiuhan keenly sensed Bai Mu's impatience in his voice and dared not say more. After a while, seeing that Bai Mu didn't ask any more questions, she finally opened the phone box in a place where the rear-view mirror couldn't see. Inside was the latest model of an Apple phone. She held the phone and examined it up and down, her eyes almost sparkling. She recognized the Apple phone because there were rich kids in her class who often flaunted their Apple phones. Her desk mate, Gu Hong, also used an Apple phone, and it was exactly the same as the one in her hand, the only difference being the color. The cold touch and heavy feel made her feel somewhat dreamy. She actually had her first smartphone, and it was a super expensive Apple. In her eyes, Apple phones were something only very wealthy people could afford. She had never imagined she could have one too. Chapter 30, let's take another photo after a burst of excitement. Bai Qiuhan quickly calmed down. She definitely couldn't use such an expensive Apple phone. If it got broken, lost, or stolen, she couldn't bear the consequences. Produce. Why did her dad suddenly want to buy her a phone? And such an expensive one? This was very suspicious. After hesitating for a while, she mustered her courage and said, "Dad, this phone is too expensive. It's a waste for me to use it." Bai Mu turned his head upon hearing Bai Qiuhan's words and met her slightly anxious expression. "Waste? You're my daughter. Is it wasteful for me to spend money on you?" Bai Mu found it somewhat amusing. "But it really is too expensive." Bai Qiuhan bit her thin lips, tightly gripping the hem of her school uniform with her left hand. Bai Mu looked at her and asked, "So, do you want it?" His gaze was calmly fixed on Bai Qiuhan, who pursed her lips. The girl's lips were a faint pink, neither moist nor smooth. After a long hesitation, she nodded. "I do." "Then that's settled," Bai Mu said helplessly. "Just take it. I don't lack this bit of money." "Don't lack." Bai Qiuhan was a bit confused. Wasn't their family quite poor? Bai Mu smiled and rubbed Bai Qiuhan's small head. Her fluffy hair became a bit messy from his touch. Bai Qiuhan hadn't tied her hair in braids today, and her shoulder-length hair fell naturally, giving her the image of a little girl with long black straight hair. As Bai Mu rubbed her head, she couldn't help but squint her eyes, looking like a little cat. "It's your mom who's short on money." "Can I be short on money?" Bai Mu chuckled lightly. "But aren't we family?" Bai Qiuhan still didn't understand. Clearly they were family. So why was Mom short on money, but Dad wasn't? Bai Mu raised an eyebrow. Of course we're family, but mom and dad are a couple. We have our own way of interacting, understand? Although Bai Qiuhan didn't fully understand, she still nodded. So you can rest assured and take this phone. If your mom asks, just say I bought it for you. I'll give you an allowance every month. You can save it if you don't use it. Your mom can keep it for you too. Don't let yourself go hungry. Bai Qiuhan clenched her hands and nodded in a daze. For some reason, she suddenly felt a pang in her nose. Having never experienced a father's love, she now felt the paternal affection she had longed for from Bai Mu. Bai Mu's lips curled into a slight smile as he ruffled Bai Qiuhan's hair again. After a few minutes, Qiu Luoyu returned with several big bags of groceries. As she sat in the passenger seat, it was evident that beads of sweat were forming on her forehead. "Henin, are you okay?" Qiu Luoyu wiped her sweat and immediately looked at Bai Qiuhan. "What could happen when I'm with you?" Bai Mu glanced at Qiu Luoyu speechlessly. "I'm fine, Mom." Bai Qiuhan quickly replied. "Oh, that's good," Qiu Luoyu said, feeling a bit guilty as she glanced at Bai Mu. I bought a lot of meat. We should hurry back, otherwise the car will smell fishy." Bai Mu looked at Qiu Luoyu and nodded, driving into their community. Upstairs, after Qiu Luoyu finished preparing all the ingredients, she placed them on the table. "Henin, wash your hands. We can have hot pot now." Qiu Luoyu called out to Bai Qiuhan's room. The water in the pot had already started boiling, and she had also put in some hard-to-cook ribs and corn to boil. It would be ready to eat soon. At that moment, Bai Qiuhan was lying on her bed, studying her new Apple phone. Young people can easily figure out how to use a phone, so it didn't take long for her to get the hang of it. The SIM card was set up by Bai Mu. She created a WeChat and QQ account, then joined her class group. Before long, someone with the WeChat name Slow Gu Hengyan added her as a friend. As soon as she accepted, she heard Qiu Luoyu calling her. She responded and put down her phone, stepping out of her room. "Wow, it smells so good," Bai Qiuhan exclaimed as the delicious aroma wafted from the living room, instantly awakening her appetite. She hadn't eaten meat in so long that her eyes seemed to sparkle with excitement. Bai Qiuhan took her seat early, and Qiu Luoyu noticed she was eagerly anticipating the meal, so she said, "I'll go call your dad." After saying that, she walked into the bedroom she shared with Bai Mu. There was no Bai Mu in the bedroom, so he must be in the study. As soon as she entered the study, she saw Bai Mu sitting in front of the desktop computer, smiling at the screen. Qiu Luoyu steeled herself and approached. Her gaze instinctively wandered to the computer screen. It displayed a photo of her, but it was a bit immature, probably taken a few years ago. She had been quite introverted, and Bai Mu enjoyed taking pictures of her. So at first, her expressions were always very shy and awkward, especially when Bai Mu asked her pose. She could never get it right, and ended up looking a bit embarrassed. Yet, those were the very photos Bai Mu loved the most, his face filled with nostalgia and appreciation. It was unclear whether he appreciated his photography skills or her poses. "Honey, should we take another set of photos like this?" Bai Mu looked at Qiu Luoyu with great anticipation as she entered. In the photo, Qiu Luoyu was wearing clothes from her student days, looking pure and shy. Now, she was much more mature, and wearing such clothes would definitely be inappropriate. She hesitated, looking at the photo on the screen. She was already an adult. Would it be too absurd to wear a school uniform? However, despite these thoughts, she couldn't refuse. "If you want to, I have no problem with it." Since Bai Mu had said so, how could she possibly refuse? She had no power to say no. She could only hope that when it came time to take the photos, it wouldn't be too awkward. "Then let's do it now. Let's eat first. Henin is still waiting outside. Can we take the photos after she goes back to school?" Qiu Luoyu was surprised by Bai Mu's eagerness. If their daughter saw her wearing the same uniform as her, would she lose face as a mother? Bai Mu smiled, turned off the computer. When he walked out of the room, he saw Bai Qiuhan sitting alone at the dining table, holding chopsticks, her eyes fixed on the floating ribs and beef rolls in the pot, yet she hadn't moved to eat. "Go ahead, eat if you're hungry," Bai Mu said. Upon hearing Bai Mu's words, Bai Qiuhan finally dared to move her chopsticks to grab some food. As the meat entered her mouth, Bai Qiuhan immediately squinted her eyes, savoring the taste. The delicate beef roll opened her taste buds, and she couldn't help but smile. Qiu Luoyu was beside her, serving her vegetables, and seeing how much thinner Bai Qiuhan had become made her heart ache again. She wondered if it would be better if Bai Qiuhan lived at home. Then she could prepare meals for her every day and wouldn't have to worry about her not eating well or keeping warm at school. Chapter 31, Washing Dishes, Mom. You should eat too. You don't have to keep serving me. Bai Qiuhan looked at her overflowing bowl, feeling very moved. I'm not hungry. You eat more. Qiu Luoyu smiled lovingly as she continued to serve Bai Qiuhan more meat. Bai Qiuhan was a bit overwhelmed, her cheeks stuffed full. Mom, you should serve Dad some too. I'm really full. She covered her bowl with her hand to stop Qiu Luoyu from serving her more. Qiu Luoyu opened her mouth and instinctively glanced at Bai Mu, hesitating whether to serve him some. Bai Mu raised an eyebrow and pushed his bowl forward. Qiu Luoyu understood his meaning and transferred some meat from the pot to his bowl. Bai Mu returned the bowl with a half smile. The three of them enjoyed the meal very much. Although Qiu Luoyu was constantly serving dishes, most of it was eaten by Bai Mu and Bai Qiuhan. She was also full since she didn't eat much. After dinner, Bai Qiuhan went back to her room to rest, while Qiu Luoyu was responsible for cleaning up. While washing the dishes, Bai Mu wrapped his arms around her slim waist from behind. Perhaps because she had just eaten, Qiu Luoyu had a slight belly, which felt soft to the touch. I'm washing the dishes. Qiu Luoyu turned her head and met Bai Mu's gaze. Keep washing. Am I bothering you? Bai Mu asked. No. How could Qiu Luoyu dare say yes? She held a cloth in her hand, carefully wiping every corner of the ceramic bowls. Due to her slight obsession with cleanliness, Qiu Luoyu always washed the dishes very thoroughly, which made the process take quite a bit longer. However, for her, washing dishes and doing housework was also a way to relieve stress. You haven't wiped the bottom of the bowl yet. Can you be more careful? Bai Mu suddenly spoke as she got distracted. Huh? Oh. Qiu Luoyu seemed to snap back to reality and quickly wiped the bottom of the bowl with a damp cloth. Not even serious about washing dishes. I'm too nervous with you here, Qiu Luoyu explained. You're that nervous with me here? Didn't you just say I wouldn't affect you? Hearing Bai Mu's words, Qiu Luoyu momentarily didn't know how to explain. All right, babe. Stop making excuses for yourself. Bai Mu smiled faintly. When the last bowl was rinsed clean, Qiu Luoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Mu chuckled, babe. Let's go back to the room. Han Han is still at home. You won't do anything, right? Qiu Luoyu asked. What's the difference? The soundproofing in the room is so good, she won't hear anything. Bai Mu continued. Just for these 2 days, the day after tomorrow, Han Han will go back to school. Can you hold on? Qiu Luoyu still seemed unwilling. All right, since you put it that way, what else can I say? Bai Mu licked his lips. Qiu Luoyu's pupils slightly widened, surprised that Bai Mu was so easy to talk to. Then, I'll go take a shower first. After a day's work, she was also tired. Having been held by Bai Mu, she had sweated quite a bit and felt a bit uncomfortable. Bai Mu watched Qiu Luoyu walk into the bathroom and let out a long sigh. Being with Qiu Luoyu, he couldn't relax either. After being apart for so many years, seeing her again made him miss her dearly. He wished he could stick to her every day. Chapter 32. Shopping mall with wife and daughter today is Friday. Because Bai Qiuhan is back, Qiu Luoyu is wearing a very conservative nightgown, so conservative that you can barely see her collarbone after fastening the buttons. This is actually Qiu Luoyu's true style. When Bai Mu just met Qiu Luoyu, she was already very conservative. Although she looks like a knowledgeable and ascetic girl on the outside, in reality, she is someone who gets nervous and sweats at the palms just from holding hands. The company's professional attire is considered quite revealing for her. If it were a few years ago, she probably wouldn't even dare to look at such clothes, let alone wear them. To avoid triggering Bai Mu's desires, Qiu Luoyu deliberately kept her distance from him. This, however, made Bai Mu somewhat displeased. He reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Qiu Luoyu widened her willow leaf-shaped eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering. Why you change your mind? Qiu Luoyu felt a bit intimidated by Bai Mu. When Bai Mu pulled her closer, she thought he was about to take action against her. Although the soundproofing in the room is good, it can't be completely silent. Henin is no longer a child. Even if she mistakenly thinks they are having fun, it could lead to inappropriate thoughts. After all, this age is just when teenagers begin to experience romantic feelings. What if she hears their voices and develops an interest, then ends up in a crush? Moreover, this is just one possibility. If Henin realizes that her father is being abusive, then she could easily overthink it, affecting her studies. The 3 years of high school are the most important years in life. Both teachers and other parents say so. Henin is not just Qiu Luoyu's child, but also the child of her deceased sister. She values Bai Qiuhan the most. Therefore, no matter what, during these days when Henin is home, she must keep Bai Mu in check. Don't talk, just sleep well. Tomorrow I'll take you and Han-in shopping, Bai Mu said, squinting and speaking softly. Qiu Luoyu was relieved to see that Bai Mu hadn't changed his mind and subconsciously ignored what he said afterward. The next morning, Qiu Luoyu woke up in Bai Mu's arms. When she opened her eyes, she realized she was curled up in his embrace, with her head resting on his arm. She froze for a moment, then quickly got out of bed. Feeling a lot of emptiness in her arms, Bai Mu soon woke up as well. Qiu Luoyu went to wash up in the bathroom, and Bai Mu followed her in. "You're awake?" The bathroom door was suddenly pushed open, catching Qiu Luoyu off guard. Bai Mu responded with a sound, and then proceeded to use the toilet right in front of her. Qiu Luoyu quickly turned her face away and started brushing her teeth. Bai Mu chuckled teasingly. "We're like an old married couple, acting like we've never seen each other before." Qiu Luoyu remained silent while brushing her teeth. After using the toilet, Bai Mu walked to Qiu Luoyu's side, picked up a toothbrush, squeezed some toothpaste on it, and began brushing his teeth. Qiu Luoyu moved to the corner to make space for him. However, Bai Mu pulled her back, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. The two squeezed together in front of the mirror, one relaxed and the other tense. If it were a usual day, Qiu Luoyu wouldn't be so flustered. The main reason was that Bai Qiuhan was home these days, and she feared Bai Mu might lose control. After all, who can say for sure about someone with bipolar disorder? If it really flared up, a promise wouldn't be enough to suppress it. So in these days, she tried to keep her distance from Bai Mu, but he seemed to have the opposite idea. In recent days, Bai Mu's physical contact with her had increased, making her somewhat unaccustomed. Qiu Luoyu tensed her muscles, feeling Bai Mu's embrace, and after a long while, they finally finished washing up. After preparing breakfast, Bai Qiuhan still hadn't woken up. Glancing at the time, it was already 9 o'clock. Considering that her daughter usually wakes up around 6, she felt a bit puzzled. However, since it was rare for her daughter to sleep in, Qiu Luoyu dismissed the thought of waking her. It wasn't until 9:30 that Bai Qiuhan finally came out of her room. "Han-in, why did you wake up so late today?" Seeing Bai Qiuhan come out, Qiu Luoyu asked. Although high school is more exhausting than middle school and elementary school, Bai Qiuhan used to have a habit of waking up early on weekends when she was in middle school, so Qiu Luoyu was still concerned. She wondered if Bai Qiuhan had trouble sleeping last night. Bai Qiuhan felt a bit guilty when Qiu Luoyu asked her, "I had a bit of insomnia last night. Is it because you're not used to being back from school?" Qiu Luoyu showed a knowing expression. Bai Qiuhan nodded, dark circles appearing under her fair skin. "Go wash up and have breakfast. After breakfast, we'll go shopping." "Shopping?" Bai Qiuhan exclaimed. "Are we really going shopping later?" "Yes," Qiu Luoyu replied with a smile, looking at Bai Qiuhan's surprised face. "Hooray!" Bai Qiuhan cheered and ran into the bathroom to wash up. Qiu Luoyu had weekends off, so in the past, she would often take Bai Qiuhan out shopping during her weekends off. Bai Qiuhan loved going shopping with her mom. However, this time, Bai Mu was also accompanying them. Bai Mu parked the car outside the shopping street and then walked with the mother-daughter duo into the shopping area. This shopping street is not far from their neighborhood, only 1 or 2 kilometers away. Qiu Luoyu often took Bai Qiuhan here to browse, but they usually just window shopped. Bai Qiuhan was naturally very excited to be back in a familiar place. It had only been a month since her last visit, and some new shops had opened. Bai Qiuhan couldn't wait to start shopping with Qiu Luoyu. Meanwhile, Qiu Luoyu's attention was focused on Bai Mu. The person who suggested coming shopping with them was already feeling bored before they even began. Qiu Luoyu worried that Bai Mu would find the stores they were visiting annoying. So she said to him, "Actually, you don't have to follow us. If you find it boring, you can leave first. I'll just go back with Han-in later. You can shop as you like. Whatever you want, I'll buy for you," Bai Mu said patiently. Qiu Luoyu was relieved and focused on shopping with her daughter. On the other side, 4 high school students had also come to this mall. "Hengge, this mall is more than 10 kilometers from your house. Why did you come here?" Zhao Quan wiped a sweat and asked, puzzled. "Yeah, Hengge, didn't you say you were going to the bar this weekend? What bar is open at this hour?" The one speaking was Zhao Ke, Zhao Quan's half-brother. "Use your brains. Lao Heng just added that steam bun girl last night and was going crazy in the group chat at midnight. It's obvious he got some news, Zhao man," the eldest in the dormitory said with an expression that suggested it was a given. Chapter 33 The followed for the 3 half-brothers of the Zhao family are all roommates of Gu Heng. They're also Gu Heng's classmates from middle school, having advanced to high school together. Their dormitory consists of 6 people, 5 of whom were in the same class in middle school. Gu Hong and his 3 friends form a small group, while the other 2 are part of another small group. "Old man, you're smart." Gu Hong gave Zhao Man a thumbs up. "That's right, Qiu Han messaged me at noon. She's here shopping with her family, so I plan to run into her here." As he spoke, Gu Hong chuckled with a hint of pride, a stark contrast to the image of the male god he usually portrayed in the eyes of girls. Although Zhao Quan called Gu Hong Brother Hong, he didn't hold back in his words. "Aren't you being a bit of a creep? I think you should just go to a bar. Bars are great, with lots of big-chested girls in stockings and short skirts. Isn't that better than that Manta-girl? Come on, stop calling her Manta-girl. Did she offend you by eating Mantu?" Gu Hong scolded. "Hey, I'm not just talking about her love for Mantu." Zhao Quan, the fat guy, revealed a lewd smile. He loved discussing which girls in their class had big breasts and which had small ones in the dormitory. He was the one who first coined the nickname Manta Girl for Bai Qiu Han. Gu Hong had hit him a few times over this. "By the way, how did Bai Qiu Han end up shopping here? Does her family live nearby?" Zhao Quan asked, puzzled. The shopping mall was surrounded by upscale neighborhoods, and the location wasn't far from the city center, with housing prices generally starting at 3 million. Given Bai Qiu Han's family situation, it was impossible for them to afford a house here. "Yeah, Brother Hong, has she ever told you where her family lives?" Zhao Ke inquired. Gu Hong hesitated, then opened the chat history with Bai Qiu Han. Yesterday, she had gotten her first smartphone and was using WeChat for the first time, so she was particularly curious. After Gu Hong added her as a friend, they started chatting, and talking on the phone was completely different from chatting in person. Bai Qiu Han seemed to lose a lot of her insecurities when texting, and they ended up talking for a long time. She even got a bit carried away and sent her home address to Gu Hong. After sending it, she regretted it and wanted to retract it but didn't know how. At noon, when Gu Hong was looking to chat with her, she didn't want to respond and said she was going shopping instead. When Gu Hong pressed her, she gave a brief reply and ended the topic. Who would have thought Gu Hong would actually come here? Weiyun community? Isn't that neighborhood also expensive? Zhao Quan searched and found that the price per square meter there was nearly 30,000, meaning an apartment would cost 3 to 4 million. It wasn't extremely high, but it was still unaffordable for an average family. Moreover, Bai Qiu Han clearly looked like she came from a poor family. Even renting there would be out of reach. Is she lying to you? This doesn't seem like something her family could afford. Zhao Quan spoke very directly. It could also be a mistake in sending. Zhao Ke suggested more tactfully. That's unlikely. I've seen the housing prices around here. They're not low. I bet she is, just being vain. Thinking Brother Hung wouldn't come looking for her, Zhao Quan mocked. All right, you'd better shut up. Gu Hong's expression showed his displeasure. Hey, isn't that Bai Qiu Han? At that moment, Zhao Ke spotted Bai Mu shopping not far away. While the Bai Qiu Han Gu Hong was thinking about followed behind Qiu Luoyu. Gu Hong's eyes lit up when he saw Bai Qiu Han. At noon, Bai Mu drove out with Qiu Luoyu and her daughter. Since they had eaten breakfast later, they weren't hungry until after shopping for 2 hours. Bai Mu took them to grab a bite and then booked tickets for an afternoon movie. It had been a long time since Qiu Luoyu and Bai Qiu Han had seen a movie, when Bai Mu and Qiu Luoyu were still in the courting phase. He would occasionally take her to the movies after she finished her part-time job. They mostly watched comedies, as Qiu Luoyu often brought Bai Qiu Han along. At that time, Bai Qiu Han was still young, around 10 years old, a little girl who would curl up in Qiu Luoyu's arms during the movie, while Qiu Luoyu would hold her with both hands, which meant Bai Mu couldn't even hold Qiu Luoyu's hand. After getting married, Bai Mu rarely took Qiu Luoyu to the movies. This was the first time in years that Bai Mu brought Qiu Luoyu to see a film. Bai Mu went to the concession stand to buy some chips and popcorn for the mother and daughter. Bai Qiu Han seldom ate snacks and wasn't particularly interested in them. However, she was very happy to eat the snacks Bai Mu bought for her. Especially after eating the crispy, fluffy popcorn, the texture instantly conquered her taste buds, making her squint her eyes in delight. The tomato-flavored chips, with their sweet and salty taste, burst in her mouth, and the crunchy texture stimulated her dopamine, bringing her waves of joy. Bai Qiu Han had never imagined snacks could be so delicious. In the past, she only thought snacks were expensive, unhealthy, lacking nutrition, and unsanitary. So, she never asked Qiu Luoyu to buy them, thinking it would add to her mother's burden. But she never expected snacks could taste this good. Once she started eating, she couldn't stop. Bai Mu also got her freshly squeezed juice. And Bai Han's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Dad." Bai Han's voice was sweet, like summer sparkling water, making one feel refreshed. Bai Mu squinted slightly. Looking at Qiu Luoyu, "What drink do you want?" Qiu Luoyu waved her hand. "I don't need anything. Don't waste money." She had never liked drinking beverages. She had tried some before, but never liked them. She glanced at the prices here, and what Bai Mu had just bought already cost 60 or 70 yuan. The prices were unreasonably high. She didn't mind spending on her daughter, but when it came to herself, she felt very reluctant, even if it was Bai Mu's money. She didn't want to waste it. Seeing this, Bai Mu bought a cup of orange juice. "Then let us share a cup." He bought a large cup of over 800 milliliters, enough for both of them. Qiu Luoyu nodded perfunctorily. The movie was about to start. After the three entered, 4 sneaky high school students also bought tickets and followed them inside. Bai Mu's chosen movie was still a comedy, and due to it being the weekend, the theater was quite full. However, Bai Mu bought the tickets early, so they had good seats in the middle, making for a great viewing experience. Halfway through the movie, Bai Han's phone suddenly lit up. Qiu Luoyu didn't know Bai Han had a new phone, so she didn't pay attention. But Bai Mu noticed. After Bai Han stole a glance at her phone, her expression suddenly turned panicked, and then she said something to Qiu Luoyu before heading out. Chapter 34, Inviting a Male Classmate Home? Bai Han walked out of the cinema and headed to the restroom. She stared at the messages on her phone, feeling a bit flustered. When she looked up, Gu Hong appeared right in front of her. Outside the restroom, Gu Hong had a smile on his face, looking warmly at Bai Han. Bai Han's expression was a bit flustered as she quickly asked, "What are you doing here?" Gu Hong replied with a smile. "I happened to pass by here and didn't expect to run into you. We're quite fated, aren't we?" Bai Han looked at Gu Hong, speechless, wondering how he could come up with such a clumsy excuse. However, she didn't mind much. "Why did you call me out? I need to go back soon, or my mom will worry about me." She had told Qiu Luoyu that she was going to the restroom, and if she took too long to return, Qiu Luoyu would definitely worry. Gu Hong waved his hand dismissively. "I don't have anything urgent. I just wanted to invite you to dinner later. I don't know if you have time." "Dinner?" "No, my mom will be cooking tonight." Bai Han refused without thinking. She rarely ate out. Considering it a waste of money, it was better to buy groceries and cook at home. Bai Han was raised by Qiu Luoyu, so she could cook for herself. Before Qiu Luoyu got off work, she used to cook for herself. To her, eating out was only a bit more convenient, but had no other benefits. The cost was several times higher than cooking at home, and one meal out could suffice for multiple meals at home. Even after being rejected by Bai Han, Gu Hong still smiled because he hadn't given up. "Didn't you say that if I help you with math at noon, you would also help me if I needed something? I'm not used to eating alone. Come keep me company." Bai Han frowned. "How old are you that you're not used to eating alone?" She looked Gu Hong up and down. He didn't seem like a baby who hadn't matured. Humans are social animals. You can't live without companions, right? "Don't worry. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. You don't have to spend any money." Gu Hong thought Bai Han was concerned about the cost, so he directly stated that he would cover the meal. In fact, the cost was secondary. Mainly, Bai Han thought eating out was not worth it. "How about you come to my house for dinner? My mom cooks really well." Bai Han hesitated before saying. But then she remembered Bai Mu and what he had said to her in the car yesterday, and she reminded him, "But I think my dad might not like you. So if you're going, you need to be mentally prepared." Gu Hong, who initially wanted to take Bai Han out for dinner, suddenly lit up at the thought of being invited to her home. This was heading towards meeting the parents. Was it too soon? He quickly said, "It's fine. It's just a possibility. Uncle hasn't met me yet. How could he not like me? Once he meets me, he will definitely like me." Gu Hong was very confident and couldn't wait to go to Bai Han's house. "Don't be too happy too soon." Bai Han pressed her lips together, reminding him. But Gu Hong remained excited. As soon as Bai Han sat back down, Bai Mu asked, "Where did you go just now?" Before Bai Han could speak, Qiu Luoyu answered for her. Henin went to the restroom. Bai Mu looked at Bai Han, and she nodded. Seeing this, Bai Mu continued watching the movie. It was until the film was about to end that Bai Han leaned closer to Qiu Luoyu and whispered, "Mom, can I invite a classmate home for dinner?" She didn't directly tell Bai Mu, but chose to speak to Qiu Luoyu because she didn't know how to bring it up with Bai Mu. Upon hearing Bai Han's words, Qiu Luoyu frowned. Bai Mu was very possessive, and since their marriage, Very few people had come to their home because Bai Mu disliked visitors. Which classmate? Is it a boy or a girl? Qiu Luoyu asked. If it was a female classmate, it would be fine, but if it was a male classmate, Bai Mu would definitely not agree. Bai Chuhan answered somewhat sheepishly. Is my desk mate a boy? He said he wanted to invite me to dinner, and I don't want to eat out, so I thought it'd be better to have him come to our house. Hearing her daughter's words, Qiu Yu's frown deepened. Looking at her mother's expression, Bai Chuhan started to feel anxious. Earlier, she hadn't realized anything. She just thought it would be more economical to eat at home. Now that she thought about it, as a girl inviting a boy to her home for a meal, it seemed quite inappropriate. She was already a high school student, not in elementary or middle school anymore. She should understand the need to keep a distance from boys. In the past, Bai Chuhan didn't worry about these things because throughout elementary and middle school, she was always on the fringes of her class, not to mention boys. Even girls rarely played with her. She spent all her time studying, so naturally, she wouldn't think about such things. Qiu Luoyu was so at ease with her daughter precisely because of this. She was not worried about the relationship between boys and girls, but rather about how to communicate with Bai Mu. She didn't mind, but the issue lay with Bai Mu. After thinking it over, she helplessly said, Henin, why don't you go eat out with your classmate instead? We're not cooking dinner at home tonight. I'll give you some money, and don't let him treat you to dinner. We girls shouldn't take advantage of boys. Saying this, Qiu Luoyu took out 200 yuan from her wallet and handed it to Bai Chuhan. Bai Chuhan looked at the 200 yuan, surprised. That was too much. It was enough to last for several days. She pushed it back. Mom, Dad gave me money yesterday. You don't need to give me this. Your dad gave you money? Qiu Luoyu was a bit surprised. Bai Chuhan nodded. Indeed. Bai Mu had given her a card yesterday, linked to her WeChat, saying that he would transfer some living expenses to her card every month. Although she hadn't checked how much was on the card, she figured it would be enough for a meal. How much did he give you? Qiu Luoyu asked, glancing back at Bai Mu, but when she turned around, she found that Bai Mu had left, presumably to the restroom. Bai Chuhan took out her phone to check her balance. When Qiu Luoyu saw Bai Chuhan's phone, her expression turned to one of surprise. Henin, where did you get this phone? Qiu Luoyu looked at the phone in Bai Chuhan's hand. It seemed to be an apple. Bai Chuhan grinned and handed her phone to Qiu Luoyu. This is what Dad gave me yesterday, Mom. Take a look. Qiu Luoyu took the phone and looked at it, feeling incredulous. Bai Mu actually bought a phone for their daughter. This was something she never expected. Not only did he give their daughter living expenses, but he also bought her a phone. Plus, he had previously asked her to buy clothes online for their daughter. Could it be that he really decided to be good to their daughter? Qiu Luoyu's eyes flickered, as if new expectations for Bai Mu were rising within her. Chapter 35. It's okay. I can accept it. Mom, how about I give you this new phone, and you give me your old one? Bai Chuhan said as she noticed Qiu Luoyu staring blankly at her phone. Just right. She also felt that the new phone was too expensive, and it made her uneasy. If Qiu Luoyu gave her old phone to her, she would feel much more at ease. But Qiu Luoyu shook her head. Just keep the one your dad gave you. I'm used to the old phone. Saying this, Qiu Luoyu returned Bai Chuhan's phone to her. Bai Chuhan responded with an "Oh," opening the banking app on her phone. Mom, how about I check how much money is in the account? Bai Chuhan asked, as she had never used it before and didn't quite understand. What's the password? 960,630. Qiu Luoyu hesitated for a moment before entering the password. Isn't that her birthday? Bai Mu actually set the password for their daughter's bank card to his own birthday? Was it because it was easier to remember? Qiu Luoyu couldn't help but overthink. She also considered another possibility, but that thought was dismissed within a second. After entering the password, Qiu Luoyu saw the amount in the account. 5,000 yuan. Seeing the number, Qiu Luoyu almost thought she was seeing things. She checked several times to confirm that it was indeed 5,000. How much is there, Mom? Bai Chuhan tilted her head and asked. Qiu Luoyu opened her mouth, unsure how to respond. She could only return the phone to Bai Chuhan for her to check herself. Bai Chuhan was puzzled as to why her mom didn't just tell her, but out of curiosity, she took the phone to see for herself. When she saw the 5,000 yuan, her expression was even more exaggerated than Qiu Luoyu's. She had never thought there would be so much money in the account. She thought 200 or 300 was already a lot. She was shocked to find a full 5,000. She uncertainly asked, Mom, is this 5,000 or 500? As a high school student, she felt confused about numbers. How many zeros followed the 1,000? Where does the unit start before the decimal point? It wasn't until Qiu Luoyu clearly told her that it was 5,000 that Bai Mu finally believed that her 9 years of schooling were not in vain. Why did Dad give me so much money? After the surprise, Bai Mu began to worry. She was just a high school student. How could she be given so much money? Even those rich second-generation kids probably didn't have that much, or so she thought. Was it really safe to keep that money in the account? Would it be stolen by electronic thieves? Should she take some out to keep on her? As for Bai Mu's concerns, Qiu Luoyu also wanted to ask. But in the end, she could only attribute it to Bai Mu wanting to treat their daughter well. With the money from Bai Mu, the 200 yuan she planned to give her daughter suddenly felt insignificant. Before long, Bai Mu returned. After he came back, Qiu Luoyu told him that Bai Mu was going to dinner with her classmates. Bai Mu merely responded with a faint not asking anything further. Qiu Luoyu gave Bai Mu a deep look. His attitude didn't seem very concerned about their daughter. She suddenly felt a bit confused. Was he concerned or not? If he was, he wouldn't have failed to ask where she was going and who she was with. Since Bai Mu didn't ask, Qiu Luoyu didn't say anything more. When they returned home after watching a movie, Qiu Luoyu reminded Bai Mu to be safe, and then she went home with Bai Mu. The security in Haishur is very good. As long as it's not the middle of the night, there's basically no need to worry too much about children playing outside. When Bai Mu was younger, Qiu Luoyu took her alone while managing school and part-time jobs, and sometimes Bai Mu would stay where she worked. She was already very familiar with how to protect herself and refuse the kindness of strangers, so Qiu Luoyu felt very assured. Once they got home, Qiu Luoyu felt that Bai Mu was already impatient. Earlier in the car, his gaze kept darting towards her, as if he wanted to devour her on the spot. He probably wanted to take advantage of Bai Mu being out with her classmates to have some fun. Bai Mu indeed thought so. He had noticed that morning that his restlessness was at its peak, and he was on edge all day, with Bai Mu not at home. It also gave him a chance to vent. Less than 2 minutes after closing the door, Bai Mu roughly threw Qiu Luoyu onto the bed. Qiu Luoyu was extremely frightened and braced herself for the storm to come. Next time, buy some pineapple for me to eat, Bai Mu said, looking at the dazed Qiu Luoyu. No need. Pineapples are so expensive. Let's save some money. She frowned, swallowing hard with discomfort. You said that yourself. Bai Mu narrowed his eyes. By the time Bai Mu got dressed, it was already 6 in the evening. As he was about to go out, he shouted at Qiu Luoyu in the bathroom, I'm heading out. If you need anything, text me. Qiu Luoyu wasn't feeling well at the moment. She was a bit dizzy and didn't respond to Bai Mu. Bai Mu pouted, feeling a bit helpless. After preparing some stomach-soothing soup for her, he left the house. At this time, Bai Mu and Gu Heng should be getting ready for dinner. He looked at the location on his phone. It showed they were at a steakhouse in the mall. Chapter 36. Fighting in the bar when Bai Mu arrived, the two had just started eating. Qi Heng, you can have this portion, Gu Heng said, exchanging his pre-cut steak with Bai Mu's. No, I can cut myself. Bai Mu politely pushed it back. Although she had never eaten steak before, using a knife and fork was not like using chopsticks. As long as you had seen it once and held it properly, you could manage. At most, some people just weren't used to using a knife and fork and prefer chopsticks. She and Gu Heng were just classmates with no other relationship, so this way of exchanging food felt too ambiguous. Seeing Bai Mu pick up the knife and fork and cut the steak with ease, Gu Heng was momentarily taken aback. Why is this so different from what the books say? He could only obediently eat his own portion afterward. In the afternoon, since it was not mealtime yet, Gu Heng took Bai Mu to stroll around the mall, specifically bringing her to shop at the jewelry store, the general store, and the cosmetic store, which girls usually liked. However, Bai Mu seemed disinterested in all of these. Only the little trinkets in the general store slightly piqued her interest. He had originally hoped to get closer to her that afternoon, but the actual progress was almost zero, leaving Gu Heng feeling somewhat frustrated. Moreover, they had initially agreed to go to her house for dinner, but now that plan was off, making him feel like he was being resisted by Bai Mu's family. This also extinguished his desire to explore whether Bai Mu's family lived in Buyun community. By the way, Qiu Han, didn't you say you didn't have a phone before? How do you have one now? Gu Heng asked. Since Bai Mu was guarding her new phone very carefully, Gu Heng hadn't seen where it was. My dad bought me a new phone, Bai Mu replied casually, chewing on her beef. The steak tasted quite good, even comparable to the steaks her mother used to fry. Her attention was fully focused on the steak. and she wasn't very inclined to engage with Gu Heng's small talk. Although Gu Heng worried that Bai Han might think the steak was too expensive and not want to eat it, he specifically chose a more affordable street steak shop. Yet, Bai Han still found it expensive. At 70 to 80 yuan for a portion, she absolutely wouldn't have eaten it herself. She didn't have time to joke around with Gu Heng. She wanted to savor the juicy steak in front of her. Seeing that Bai Han didn't seem very interested in talking to him, Gu Heng momentarily hesitated, wanting to say something. In the end, all he could do was let out a long sigh and focus on eating the meat. Opposite the street steak shop was a coffee shop where Bai Mu was sitting by the window, observing the two across from him. Bai Mu had long known that Bai Han was out with Gu Heng, which was why he hadn't asked at the cinema. However, when he actually saw Bai Han and Gu Heng eating together, he still felt quite annoyed. It felt as if his own cabbage was being pushed by someone else. They say love begets love, whether in this life or the last. He loved Qiu Luoyu very much, and similarly loved Bai Han. It was just that his possessiveness over Qiu Luoyu was so strong that it hurt her. When he was preparing to make amends with Bai Han, filled with guilt over Qiu Luoyu, he found that she had already begun to hate him, even sending him to a mental hospital in the end. Cutting all ties with him. Not hurting the other person was all Bai Mu could do. In this life, Bai Han was still Qiu Luoyu's treasure, and she was also his treasure. Now, seeing a wild boar from nowhere wanting to approach his treasure, how could he sit idly by? No matter when they got together in the last life, he simply couldn't allow them to continue developing their relationship now. They had to be separated. With that thought, Bai Mu took out his phone and called one of his security companies, summoning a van full of security personnel. Bai Mu's father had invested in numerous companies while he was alive, and in several of them, he was the major shareholder. After his death, all these assets were transferred to Bai Mu, and under his management and investment, these assets had doubled. Among them, the company named Weidun Security was his. Unlike Xinghu Electric and Shanghai Insurance, he had absolute control over this security company. After his call, the company immediately dispatched a van full of security personnel. Unaware of what would happen next, Gu Heng continued to eat his meat. It was until he answered the phone next to him that his expression changed. Laoman, what's going on over there? Why is it so noisy? Gu Heng's voice was loud enough that Bai Han, who was sitting opposite him, stopped her actions, and other diners also paused to look over. Okay, I'll be right there. Gu Heng's expression sharpened, and after hanging up, he ran towards the alley of the commercial street. There was a small bar inside, and when Gu Heng was on a date with Bai Han, the Zhao brothers were having fun inside. However, during that phone call, he had heard the sounds of a noisy brawl, indicating that something had broken out inside. Gu Heng couldn't care about the date anymore and hurried over to help. Meanwhile, Bai Han was momentarily at a loss for what to do. She looked at the unfinished steak on the opposite side and the absence of Gu Heng, her face darkening. Great, her dining companion had skipped out on the bill, and now she had to pay for both of them. After paying, Bai Han also followed into the bar. The bar wasn't far from the steak shop, so she quickly found it. Inside the bar, she saw Gu Heng rushing in, and from his anxious demeanor, it was clear he had encountered trouble. She hesitated for a moment and followed him inside. When she entered, she also called for the mall security, thinking they should be useful if something happened. However, when they got inside, they saw the chaotic scene, and the security personnel realized the seriousness of the situation, quickly pulled out their walkie-talkies to call for backup. Bai Han's gaze fell on the messy booth where several people were entangled. Among them was Gu Heng, along with a few of his buddies. It was a brawl involving more than a dozen people. No, it should be said that Gu Heng and his 3 good friends were being beaten up by a group. Gu Heng's support didn't help much. At most, he served as a meat shield, taking on some of the damage for his 3 friends. Bai Han tugged at the security uncle beside her. Uncle, can you handle this? She looked up at the slightly gray-haired security uncle, making eye contact with his somewhat aged gaze. He seemed to be in a bit of a dilemma. The security uncle, over 50, cleared his throat. I called in a few other old buddies. Just have your classmates hold on a bit longer. I'll go report it to the police. Saying this, the security uncle quickly fled the scene. Chapter 37. The wrong daughter seeing this, Bai Han also prepared to run away. She was just an ordinary high school girl, not some powerful fighting beast. She couldn't save Gu Heng and his 3 brothers here, and it would only put her in danger. Since that was the case, she might as well wait outside for rescue. However, as she thought this, Reality often contradicted her expectations. Suddenly, a glass bottle came crashing down towards Bai Mu, shattering at her feet. The shattered glass cut her ankle, and she let out a scream. The scream caught the attention of Gu Heng, who was currently being beaten. He didn't expect Bai Mu to follow him. He had forgotten to tell her to wait inside the store. Seeing that Bai Mu was injured, his blood boiled, and he pushed away the tattooed man who was pressing down on him. Stumbling back, the tattooed man was momentarily stunned. "How dare you fight back? Brothers, beat him up." The tattooed man was not easy to deal with. He swung his fist at Gu Heng. Gu Heng, being stubborn, took the punch with his head. However, the cost of his stubbornness was that his handsome face quickly became disfigured. He had been protecting his face out of concern for it being damaged, which led to him being pressed down and beaten. Now that it was already like this, he didn't care anymore and directly took hold of the tattooed man to give him a beating while also kindly inquiring about his family. Seeing Gu Heng's sudden, reckless fighting style, the tattooed man's little brothers were momentarily frightened and thought only about pulling Gu Heng away to rescue their leader. This gave Zhao's three brothers an opportunity to grab nearby weapons and launch a surprise attack. The four-person team instantly turned the tables and began to overpower the 7 people on the opposing side. Bai Mu, witnessing such a violent scene, no longer cared about her leg injury and found a corner to hide. However, the tattooed man was ultimately not easy to deal with. Anyone who dared to mix in a bar was a local thug with some reputation. How could he endure being beaten down by a high school student? He grabbed Gu Heng by the neck and pulled a spring knife from his pocket, pressing it against Gu Heng's throat, shouting, "You dare to hit me again? I'll show you what it's up." The tattooed man was furious, breathing heavily and turning red in the face. With a knife at his throat, Gu Heng's fire was instantly extinguished, his face turning pale. "Why, you don't get excited." Gu Heng tilted his neck, trying to appease the tattooed man beneath him. He knew he had forced the other party to draw their control weapon, which definitely meant he had provoked them. A person in a rage could do anything. If the knife hadn't been drawn, it would have just been a minor scuffle. They would have only suffered some superficial injuries and maybe been detained for half a month. But with the knife drawn, the nature of the situation changed. It could mean real jail time. Whether the other party went to jail had nothing to do with him, but whether they stabbed him had everything to do with him. Zhao Kun and the others, as well as the tattooed man's little brothers, were also genuinely frightened by this scene. They hadn't expected the situation to escalate so quickly, and they all hesitated to make a move, pulling back. "Let's talk it out calmly. Don't be impulsive." Gu Heng loosened his hands, trying to calm the tattooed man. But the tattooed man ignored him entirely, still furious, kicking Gu Heng away with one foot while swinging the knife towards Gu Heng's face. He couldn't believe that, even with the knife, the other party would dare to fight back. However, just as Gu Heng was taking a few punches and about to lose consciousness, a team of fully equipped bodyguards rushed in, surrounding everyone. The leader directly grabbed the tattooed man's hand. "What are you guys doing?" The tattooed man looked bewildered at the dozen or so muscular figures who had suddenly barged in, wielding batons and looking fierce. The momentum he had as a small-time thug instantly deflated. The leading bodyguard didn't waste any time and punched the tattooed man in the face. The tattooed man hadn't even grasped the situation before being knocked back, stars appearing in his eyes, and the spring knife dropped to the ground. "The boss has ordered. These people cannot be let go." "Yes, yes, yes," the dozen bodyguards replied in unison, initially thinking that these were the reinforcements Gu Heng had called. Zhao's 3 brothers were momentarily delighted, but when they saw this group turning on them, they finally understood what it meant that no one could be let go. Bai Mu was taken away by Bai Mu. Sitting in the car, she kept her head down, not daring to speak or look up, hiding herself in the back seat. The atmosphere in the car remained heavy, and Bai Mu didn't say a word, creating a stifling ambience. Unknowingly, Bai Mu found it hard to endure this oppressive atmosphere and began to sob quietly. Bai Mu parked the car at the hospital entrance and rubbed his temples. "Why are you crying?" "In no reason." Bai Mu pinched her nose to stop the tears from flowing. Since there were no tissues in the back seat, she could only resort to this method. Bai Mu saw Bai Mu's condition through the rearview mirror and tossed a tissue into the back seat. "Wipe it, it's filthy." Bai Mu didn't mean to blame Bai Mu. He was just used to talking to Qiu Luoyu and instinctively snapped. But this statement made Bai Mu feel ashamed, and she buried her head even lower. Tears fell onto the floor mat, and she hurriedly wiped them away, fearing Bai Mu would dislike her. Bai Mu, feeling helpless, parked the car and came to open the back door. Look up. Even with the car door open, Bai Qiu still didn't lift her head. So Bai Mu had to force her to do so. The reason Bai Qiu didn't look up was that she didn't want Bai Mu to see her crying. Her eyes were red, and she struggled to hold back the tears that threatened to spill, but the tears at the corners of her eyes were beyond her control. As she looked up, they fell, almost as if it were deliberately arranged for Bai Mu to see. Even as Bai Qiu hurriedly wiped her tears, it was of no use. She didn't want her father to see how wrong she felt, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but droop, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Bai Mu sighed, his gaze falling on Bai Qiu's ankle. Several cuts from the glass had already scabbed over, but she still needed to go to the hospital for disinfection. He picked up Bai Qiu at a height of over 1.6 meters and weighing over 80 pounds. She felt almost weightless to Bai Mu. I haven't even started talking to you, and you're already feeling wronged? Do you know what I was going to say? On the way, Bai Mu tried hard to restrain himself, attempting to soften his tone. However, the frustration in his heart made his tone slightly severe. Chapter 38, please. Let us video call. Bai Qiu grabbed the shirt on Bai Mu's body and buried her head in his arms, nodding. I know. Then you say it. If you say it, I won't say anything about you. I shouldn't hang out with male classmates. I shouldn't go to bars. And I definitely shouldn't meddle in things without ensuring my own safety. Bai Qiu expressed everything she could guess. Bai Mu nodded slightly, somewhat satisfied. You're much smarter than your mom. But there's one thing you haven't said. Bai Mu changed the subject. What? Bai Qiu raised her face, her red eyes looking at Bai Mu. Bai Mu looked at her seriously and said, in the future, if you encounter any trouble or want to do anything you think is inappropriate, you should discuss it with Dad, not just tell your mom. Your mom doesn't understand anything. Bai Qiu. She agreed with the first part, but the latter part. Bai Mu coughed. What I mean is that from now on, anything you tell your mom, you must also tell Dad, understand? We both love you the same. You can't favor one over the other. Do you understand this principle? Bai Qiu nodded. I understand. Bai Mu responded with a sound, rubbed Bai Qiu's head, and finally had a bit of a smile on his face. Do I need to tell Mom about what happened that night? Bai Qiu asked again. Since you have to tell Dad about what Mom knows, shouldn't Dad also tell Mom what he knows? This was what Bai Qiu thought. However, Bai Mu shook his head. No, you don't need to tell your mom about this, to avoid making her worry again. Oh. Bai Qiu touched her somewhat tense face. At the hospital, Bai Mu had the doctor clean Bai Qiu's wound. The injury wasn't serious, just a minor scrape, which wouldn't affect her walking. It would heal in about half a month. The hospital visit cost over 200. Bai Qiu, who had initially felt a bit wronged, suddenly felt a pain in her heart. Her resentment towards Gu Heng deepened. This guy not only skipped out on the bill, but also made her spend over 200 in useless expenses. This guy was simply her disaster star. She had to stay away from him in the future. After this month's exam, she must change seats. She had to change. Far away. Bai Qiu secretly made up her mind. When she got home, Qiu Luoyu saw Bai Qiu with Bai Mu. She was first stunned, then asked Bai Qiu, why are you with your dad? Bai Qiu replied without thinking. Dad came to find me after dinner. Qiu Luoyu nodded, not thinking much of it. Did you eat enough tonight? Do you want to eat a little more? When Bai Mu came back, he sent her a WeChat message saying he hadn't had dinner yet. So Qiu Luoyu cooked some dishes. They were leftovers from the hot pot they had yesterday. There were still many hot pot ingredients left in the fridge, which saved Qiu Luoyu the trouble of buying more. Because of Gu Heng's incident, Bai Qiu hadn't finished her steak that night and didn't even have time to pack it up, so she was a bit hungry. She smiled and nodded, going to get bowls and chopsticks for the meal. When Bai Qiu entered the room, Qiu Luoyu didn't notice the bandage on her foot, but looked at Bai Mu behind her. You, how did you go to pick up Qiu? Qiu Luoyu was worried Bai Mu would be angry if he saw Bai Qiu with Gu Heng. You're a 16-year-old girl, out late at night. I'm not at ease. Bai Mu's expression was normal, as if he wasn't angry. Seeing this, Qiu Luoyu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he probably didn't know about their dinner together. However, Bai Mu's next sentence made her heart race again. So you know that Qiu went out to dinner with her desk mate? Bai Mu took off his shoes and entered the room, turning back to ask Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu's heart sank, forcing herself to stay calm. It seems to be the case. Did you see it? Since Bai Mu could ask like this, it meant he definitely knew what was going on. If she lied again, it would only make things worse. Bai Mu smiled, making Qiu Luoyu's legs tremble. He walked in front of Qiu Luoyu and leaned close to her ear, asking, "Since you know, why didn't you tell me? Are you trying to get hit for withholding information?" Bai Mu's words were teasing, but the relaxed tone made Qiu Luoyu a bit nervous. Didn't you used to not care about Qiuhan's matters? I thought it wouldn't be good to tell you about this, to avoid making you worry. Bai Mu clapped his hands and raised his eyebrows at Qiu Luoyu. So you're saying you're not wrong this time, but rather, I didn't do well enough before. No, that is not what I meant. Don't overthink it. Qiu Luoyu tugged at Bai Mu's clothes. Bai Mu was wearing a loose white shirt with the cuffs rolled up, and Qiu Luoyu was pulling at his sleeve. Let us go back to the room. Can I explain it to you properly? Can you let Qiuhan eat her meal in peace? Qiu Luoyu's gaze was pleading. Bai Mu met her pleading eyes. He retracted his smile, and his tone became more serious. This time, I'll let it go. But next time, if you don't tell me about these things and take a chance, you'll have to deal with it yourself. I understand. Qiu Luoyu felt relieved, but this also served as a reminder for her. Bai Mu was not someone to be easily fooled. In the afternoon, she merely thought Bai Mu didn't ask because he didn't care, which was why she didn't say anything. She was worried that even if she told him, he would still be angry, even if he didn't come to their house for dinner. After all, Bai Mu had previously suggested having Qiuhan change seats with her deskmate, and now Qiuhan had gone out to dinner with him. If such a situation occurred again, she would definitely not take any chances. After dinner, Bai Qiuhan returned to her room early to rest. As soon as she opened her phone, she received dozens of WeChat messages from Guheng. They were all asking where she was, how she was doing, and if she had encountered any danger, etc. Although she was a bit annoyed with him, seeing him so worried about her made Bai Qiuhan feel somewhat touched. So she didn't let Guheng worry for too long and replied immediately. Guheng also sent a message with exclamation marks right away. Guheng, Qiuhan, is it really you? Guheng, can we video call? I just want to confirm. Bai Qiuhan, oh. Guheng, I'm begging you, Qiuhan, just let me see you. I can't feel at ease if you don't video call me. Bai Qiuhan, I really am Bai Qiuhan. I changed into my pajamas. It's inconvenient to video call. Bai Qiuhan felt a bit helpless. Guheng, I just want to confirm. I promise I won't look anywhere else. Trust me. Bai Qiuhan. Guheng, I'm begging you. Bai Qiuhan, fine. Chapter 39. The infatuated Guheng. Bai Qiuhan, I'm on. Bai Qiuhan awkwardly opened a video call, her eyes darting around. On the other end, Guheng had already returned to his villa. His once handsome face was now bruised and swollen, looking quite comical with the bandages wrapped around it like a bee. Guheng stared at Bai Qiuhan's face, frowning, especially as Bai Qiuhan's eyes flitted away shyly. He began to suspect that his little desk mate was in danger. After the group of people had beaten him up, he immediately went to find Bai Qiuhan, but she had vanished without a trace. Even his messages had gone unanswered for a long time. This made Guheng even more worried that something had happened to her. He cleared his throat and asked, Qiuhan, can you show me more of yourself? Wow, what? Bai Qiuhan thought she misheard and was stunned. Mouth agape. Oh no. I mean, let me see your body. Not that. I meant, you're only showing me your face. And I can't tell if you're safe or not. Bai Qiuhan listened to Guheng's explanation, and her exasperation was clear on her face. She pointed at the pillow beneath her head. Do you see the pillow? And then she tugged at the blanket around her. Do you see the blanket? I'm lying in bed right now. What else do you want to see? Bai Qiuhan was so angry, she wanted to hang up the call. Lying in her pajamas on her bed and video calling a boy was already embarrassing enough, and now he was saying all these ambiguous things. She began to doubt whether such a smart person was intentionally playing dumb to tease her. Sensing Bai Qiuhan's irritation, Guheng quickly shut his mouth. But he felt a sense of relief. As long as Bai Qiuhan was safe, that was all that mattered. He was genuinely afraid she might be in danger because of him. That would make him feel incredibly guilty. By the way, didn't you hurt your foot earlier? Did you take care of it? Did you go to the hospital? If not, I can take you to see a doctor, just in case there's glass. My dad took me to see it. Bai Qiuhan interrupted Guheng, not wanting to hear him ramble. Guheng opened his mouth, realizing something. Was it your dad who took you away last night? Bai Qiuhan nodded. Oh, Gu Hong nodded slightly. Does he know you were out with me? Gu Hong suddenly felt anxious. He worried that Bai Mu would dislike him if he found out Bai Qiuhan got hurt because she was with him. He didn't want to face his future father-in-law's disdain before even meeting him. Bai Qiuhan thought for a moment and shook her head. She wasn't sure if Bai Mu knew she went out with Gu Hong. The only thing she was sure of was that her dad knew she was out with a male classmate. She had told him that herself. Seeing Bai Qiuhan shake her head, Gu Hong felt relieved again, assuming Bai Mu didn't know. That's good. Good what? Bai Qiuhan raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief appearing on her usually innocent and cute face. Didn't you say my dad would definitely like you? Why do you sound so unsure now? Bai Qiuhan was teasing him on purpose. Gu Hong awkwardly smiled, unsure of how to respond. Seeing Gu Hong silent, Bai Qiuhan didn't intend to continue the conversation. All right, I've seen enough. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. As she spoke, she was about to click the hang up button. Wait, Gu Hong wanted to talk a bit longer. What is it? Bai Qiuhan asked. Let me see you again. Gu Hong's swollen face wore a longing expression. Bai Qiuhan looked at him with disdain, preparing to hang up. However, at that moment, the voice of Qiu Luoyu came from the doorway. Hen in. Qiu Luoyu pushed the door open. Startled, Bai Qiuhan hurriedly hid her phone under the blanket, not having time to hang up. Wah, what's wrong, Mom? Bai Qiuhan nervously looked at Qiu Luoyu as she entered. If Qiu Luoyu found out she was video calling a boy in her pajamas late at night, she would definitely think wrong. So Bai Qiuhan kept hiding her phone in a secret place, frantically tapping the screen to end the call. Gu Hong had no idea what was happening on Bai Qiuhan's side, but when he realized where he was, his head started to buzz. Although he couldn't see anything, Qiu Luoyu entered holding a pair of pants, the very ones Bai Qiuhan had worn that day. She pointed at the pant leg and asked, Henin, why are the cuffs of these pants red? Is that blood? Qiu Luoyu's expression was serious, her gaze falling on Bai Qiuhan's foot. Bai Qiuhan immediately pulled her bandaged foot back. This action was undoubtedly self-incriminating. Qiu Luoyu immediately realized that her daughter might really be hurt. She lifted the blanket, looking at Bai Qiuhan's injured foot, her expression complex. Tell me, what's going on? Bai Qiuhan hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell Qiu Luoyu about what happened that evening. However, she only said she accidentally cut herself on broken glass and didn't mention Gu Hong getting into a fight. Qiu Luoyu didn't suspect anything, just feeling sorry for her daughter. When she learned that Bai Mu had already taken her to the hospital to treat the injury, she didn't worry too much. After Qiu Luoyu left, Bai Qiuhan sighed in relief, picked up her phone, and found that the video call was still ongoing. On the other side, Gu Hong was frozen, staring at the screen, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. Qiuhan, Before Gu Hong could explain, Bai Qiuhan directly hung up the call. You didn't hang up? Bai Qiuhan gritted her teeth in anger. She didn't hang up. Did he not know to end the call? That infatuated expression was just too much. Ultimately, Bai Qiuhan, dissatisfied with Gu Hong, turned off her phone and went to sleep. The next day, Bai Qiuhan woke up early. Without Gu Hong's disturbance last night, she got up quite early. While getting up, she also helped her mom prepare breakfast. She was going back to school in the afternoon and wanted to spend some quality time with Qiu Luoyu during the day. Qiu Luoyu also received a notification and planned to handle some follow-up contract details while sending Bai Qiuhan off. When it was time to take Bai Qiuhan to school in the afternoon, Bai Mu also came along. Bai Qiuhan's homeroom teacher mentioned wanting to meet the parents of the students briefly, which would help with future communication about the children's situations. Worried about not having enough time, Qiu Luoyu asked Bai Mu to help take Bai Qiuhan to the parent meeting. Bai Mu agreed and drove the mother and daughter to school. Chapter 40. Gu Heng's mother, Lu Jiaxue on Sunday afternoon, the entrance of Haisher No. One middle school was as crowded as it was on Friday after school. The clothes that had been ordered online for Bai Qiuhan had arrived, and Qiu Luoyu was there to help her daughter organize her dormitory. Meanwhile, Bai Mu went to Bai Qiuhan's class for a parent-teacher meeting. The 4 first-year classes were all on the first floor. Besides Class 2, Class 4 was also holding a parent meeting, while the other 2 classes had theirs on Friday after school. Bai Mu found his daughter's seat and sat down. About half of the parents in the class had already arrived. Typically, those who could enter Haisher No. One middle school were either exceptionally high achievers or very wealthy with strong connections. Thus, each class inevitably had some affluent individuals. Gu Hong, Bai Qiuhan's desk mate, was one of them, and arguably the wealthiest among them. Not long after Bai Mu sat down, a woman draped in a white mink coat and wearing a dark green qipao sat down beside him. The woman had her legs crossed elegantly, and the neckline of her qipao perfectly revealed her neck and collarbone. She appeared to be in her 30s, still possessing a certain charm. This woman bore some resemblance to Gu Heng, suggesting she was not his stepmother, but simply looked younger. If she was indeed Gu Heng's mother, she would be at least 34 or 35 years old. Noticing that the person beside her was staring, Lu Jiaxue's alluring peach blossom eyes fell on Bai Mu. Hello, Liu Jiax assist Bai Mu. He was dressed in high-end casual wear that most people wouldn't recognize, but they would perceive the quality as good and the price as not cheap. However, Lu Jiaxue could immediately estimate that the clothes Bai Mu wore were likely worth tens of thousands. Hello, I'm Bai Qiuhan's father. Bai Mu remained calm and composed, unaffected by the aura Lu Jiaxue exuded. When Lu Jiaxue entered class 2, both male and female parents subconsciously noticed her. Her noble aura was strikingly evident, making it clear she was not from an ordinary family. This led them to develop a slight sense of respect and distance regarding each other's children. High school students typically do not harbor resentment towards classmates from better-off families. However, their parents often advise them to keep a distance from students from particularly privileged backgrounds, as they are not from the same world. Just like in the animal kingdom, antelopes and lions may drink from the same lake, but away from the water. They are prey and predator. For a brief moment, they exist on the same level. Hello, I'm Gu Heng's mother. My son has been mentioning your daughter frequently these past few days, Lu Jiaxue said with a polite smile. Bai Mu smiled back, but his smile was not particularly friendly. Perhaps Gu Heng's mother should advise your son to mention my daughter less and spend more time studying. Constantly bringing up a female classmate's name does not help with his studies. Lu Jiaxue raised her eyebrows, seemingly surprised by Bai Mu's response. What you said makes sense. Bai Qiuhan's dad. I will talk to my son about it. Lu Jiaxue maintained her smile, exuding an elegant aura. Her every gesture captivated the surrounding male parents. The charm she radiated was indeed mesmerizing, far surpassing that of their ordinary wives. After just a few glances, they resolved to ensure their sons would sit next to Gu Heng in the next monthly exam, allowing them to sit next to Gu Heng's mother at the next parent meeting. After the meeting ended, Lu Jiaxue took the initiative to say to Bai Mu, Bai Qiuhan's dad, I wonder if you have time for me to treat you to a meal? We can discuss the children. Bai Mu looked up at Lu Jiaxue. She wore light makeup, and her exquisite features were even more attractive than Qiu Luoyu's. She must have been the belle of the school in her youth. Most men would agree to such an invitation without a second thought. However, Bai Mu was different. He had seen many beautiful women in his youth. He understood that no matter how beautiful the exterior, it was merely a shell. Even if one never aged, it could not prevent aesthetic fatigue. A beautifully packaged box could never compare to the pearls inside. Bai Mu valued a person's inner qualities over their appearance. So when Lu Jiaxue invited him, he hesitated for a moment. There's no need to eat. My time is valuable. If you have something to say, you can say it directly now. Lu Jiaxue chuckled lightly. Is Bai Qiuhan's dad very busy? You don't even have time for a meal? Of course, I need to have meals with my wife. If you have something urgent, please be straightforward. Bai Mu glanced at the time, feeling that Qiu Luoyu's matters should be wrapping up soon. Seeing this, Lu Jiaxue dropped the pleasantries and said directly, High school should focus on studies. I believe early relationships are a significant distraction. To prevent this from happening, it's best to have the two children sit apart. Lu Jiaxue's smile faded somewhat. Bai Mu raised an eyebrow. It seems Gu Heng's mother and I are in agreement. Oh, Lu Jiaxue's eyes sparkled. That's even better. I will communicate this with the homeroom teacher. I hope Bai Qiuhan's dad can stand on the same side as me regarding this issue. The seats will be separated. But if they sit apart and your son still pursues my daughter, what then? Bai Mu looked up, glancing sideways at Lu Jiaxue. Pursue? What do you mean by that? Lu Jiaxue frowned. Are you saying my son is pursuing your daughter? That's impossible. Lu Jiaxue clearly did not believe it. Her son was, after all, the son of a billionaire, a true rich second generation. What woman wouldn't he come to flatter him? Why would he need to pursue a girl who isn't fully matured yet? How could that be impossible? Do you think your son is so outstanding that my daughter is inferior? Bai Mu scoffed. He knew exactly what this woman was thinking. People who held themselves in high regard no matter how well they pretended on the surface, still looked down on those they deemed beneath them. Lu Jiaxue paused and explained, I know your daughter is excellent. Otherwise, my son wouldn't keep mentioning her. However, regarding what you said about my son pursuing your daughter, I don't believe it. I will verify this personally. If it is as you say, I will communicate with the school board to have your daughter transferred to the neighboring class. Stop. Bai Mu frowned, interrupting her. He found her words amusing. Your son is pursuing my daughter, and you want me to transfer her to another class? What kind of face do you have? What kind of face does your son have? Chapter 41, the self-righteous woman, Lu Jiaxue, remained composed as she took out a business card from her designer handbag. This is my husband's company. You might want to look into it. If you need compensation, feel free to ask, and I will accommodate you. Most of the parents in the classroom had left, and Teacher Wang was outside communicating with some parents, so no one paid attention to their conversation. Bai Mu took the card and toyed with it, looking at Lu Jiaxue with a mocking gaze. Holding the card, which bore company information, between his fingers, he asked, What do you mean by this? Is it a bribe or a threat? Bai Mu found it amusing at heart. The Gu group, under the leadership of Gu Weimin, Gu Heng's father, was indeed formidable, valued at tens of billions, if not over 100 billion, ranking among the top in High City. But so what? Bai Mu also held shares in the Gu group, albeit not many, making him a minor shareholder. Moreover, he was in the process of acquiring more shares. As one of the top groups in High City, Bai Mu had kept an eye on the Gu group. In his past life, the Gu group continued to thrive until his death. However, in the past 2 years, the Gu group had experienced a series of upheavals that caused fluctuations in its market value, presenting a prime opportunity for him to buy shares. He had even considered selling shares in other companies to invest in the Gu group. And this woman thought she could threaten him with just a business card? How ridiculous! Even if Bai Mu were not a shareholder in the Gu group, with the assets he held, he had no reason to fear her husband, Gu Weimin. How could someone like her, who relied on a man, have the power to intimidate him? Seeing that Bai Mu seemed unfazed, Lu Jiaxue's emotions finally showed some fluctuation. She frowned and pursed her lips, crossing her arms to support her full bosom. It's neither a threat nor a bribe. It's simply a piece of advice. Also, I suggest you take a good look at the business card I gave you. It might be the most valuable card you've ever seen. This card was specially customized, costing hundreds of yuan just for one. It wasn't something that could be casually copied in bulk. Although Bai Mu was dressed in high-end clothing, Lu Jiaxue still considered him insignificant, who among her acquaintances wasn't dressed more nobly than him. In her eyes, Bai Mu's status was at most that of a company executive earning $1 million a year, someone who had to be respectful in her presence. Bai Mu crumpled the business card embedded with precious metals into a ball, startling Lu Jiaxue with his surprising strength. What are you doing? She exclaimed. Bai Mu scoffed nothing. I just found your words a bit grating, so I expressed my dissatisfaction. Lu Jiaxue looked down on Bai Mu, feeling ashamed of his behavior. A person who couldn't even manage their emotions was unlikely to achieve anything significant. It's just a business card. If you want more, I have plenty. She pretended to be magnanimous as she pulled out several identical business cards from her bag. These cards could fetch a high price if sold. Bai Mu shook his head at the cards Lu Jiaxue offered. You should have heard of the name Xiaolin. Lu Jiaxue, who had been managing her expression, suddenly froze upon hearing that name. How do you know her? She asked, her expression serious as her peach blossom eyes bore into Bai Mu, as if trying to pierce through him. The name held explosive power for her, akin to an atomic bomb, causing her brain to short-circuit almost instantly. How I know is none of your concern. Just know that your son is not the only heir to the Gu group. You're so pleased with yourself now. But what about a few years down the line? Will you still be so proud? Bai Mu leaned back in the creaking chair, looking down at Lu Jiaxue. Lu Jiaxue clearly struggled to process Bai Mu's words. Xiaolin has a son? She opened her mouth, her expression shifting several times within seconds. Of course. Why should I believe you? Do you have any evidence? Lu Jiaxue couldn't possibly trust Bai Mu's words based on just a few sentences. Bai Mu laughed at Lu Jiaxue's distrustful demeanor. Madame Gu, put away that air of superiority. What? Do you think everyone should listen to you? Your disbelief has nothing to do with me. What loss would I incur? Lu Jiaxue fell silent for a moment. What do you want in exchange for telling me everything you know? The accuracy of the information had become irrelevant. What mattered was that the other party was aware of Xielin's existence. Xielin was no one else but her husband's first love, while she was Gu Weimin's second wife. Gu Weimin did not marry her out of love. The situation was quite complicated. Over the years, Lu Jiaxue had always been wary of the woman named Xielin, fearing her presence would affect her status. After all, her family's company had gradually declined over the years, and without the support of the Gu family, it had long gone bankrupt. For the sake of both the Gu group and her own family's interests, she could not allow Xielin to appear, let alone the fact that the latter had a son with Gu Weimin. Why should I tell you? Bai Mu replied with amusement. Why would you tell me this in the first place? Lu Jiaxue's face darkened instantly. Of course, I just don't want to see that proud look on your face. Look at your expression now. It's so delightful, trying to contain your anger. This is how you should truly appear, Bai Mu teased, making Lu Jiaxue's face even darker. She completely neglected her expression management, her mind filled with thoughts about Xielin. Bai Mu stood up and patted Lu Jiaxue on the shoulder. All right, consider this a reminder. Although it may not change the outcome, at least it will keep you on edge every day. You don't have to thank me. If you thank me, I won't tell you anything else. After saying that, Bai Mu left the classroom. How Bai Mu knew the name Xielin was entirely due to the revelation of her name by the illegitimate son in his past life after he rose to power. So, he had casually mentioned Xielin's name to test Lu Jiaxue. Little did he know she was indeed aware of her existence. As for Lu Jiaxue wanting to learn more from him, he was unable to assist, as he didn't know more than she did. Lu Jiaxue watched Bai Mu's departing figure, her peach blossom eyes filled with confusion. How much did this person know about Xielin? Perhaps it was time to put a hold on Aheng's position change. No, not only should not change, but they should also continue to be desk partners. Lu Jiaxue thought to herself. Chapter 42. The ultimate tough guy when Bai Mu left Class 2. He originally planned to go directly to Bai Qiuhan's dormitory to find Qiu Luoyu. However, as he passed by the entrance of Class 4, he saw a group of students gathered outside, tiptoeing to look inside. Class 4's meeting time was staggered with Class 2's, so while Class 2 just finished, Class 4 had only just started. Among the crowd, two individuals stood out. While everyone else was tiptoeing to peek inside, one of them was squatting down, and the other was standing on his shoulders. The boy squatting on the ground had dark skin, clearly sunburned. Perhaps the boy on his shoulders was too heavy. He was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth, and his cheeks were puffed out. Compared to his classmates, the boy was a bit thinner, yet he was managing to carry another person's weight. All the windows were covered with privacy film, so one needed to be quite high up to see inside. Bai Mu stared at the boy for a few moments before slowly stopping. He furrowed his brows slightly and walked over to them. As he got closer, the dialogue between the two boys reached his ears. Heisey, put in a bit more effort. Go higher. I want my mom to see me. The boy on top was wearing a school uniform, but had an expensive Eastern European watch on his wrist. The nearby boys had seen this scene so many times that they didn't pay much attention. Bai Mu approached and patted the boy on the shoulder. The boy on top was startled and looked at Bai Mu. Seeing him, he thought he was a teacher and quickly climbed down from the other boy's shoulders. Wah, what is up? The boy scratched his thigh. Why are you standing on someone else's shoulders? Bai Mu asked. I can't see. If you can't see, why not get a stool? And why are you peeking during a parents' meeting? If you want to watch, why not just go in? Hearing Bai Mu's words, the boy lowered his head, looking ashamed. Bai Mu, seeing this, ignored him and turned to the boy who had finally managed to stand up. What's your name? Me? Hua Hao. The boy introduced himself with a big grin, his bright eyes sparkling. Bai Mu looked at those eyes and felt a twinge of nostalgia. He recognized this boy. He had known him a few years earlier than in his previous life. Hua, as in flower. Hao, as in vast. Hua Hao beamed while wiping the sweat from his forehead, looking up at Bai Mu. Hua Hao was only about 7 meters tall, while Bai Mu was over 8 meters, so he had to look up to him. Bai Mu nodded and looked toward Class 4. Is your mom inside? Hua Hao shook his head without much thought. No, my mom is at work. She doesn't have time to come here. Well, if she saw her son being used as a stool by other classmates at school, she would probably be very upset. In his past life, Hua Hao's mother, Hua Xian, had a close relationship with Bai Mu. After Qiu Luoyu passed away, Hua Xian was the only one who could calm him down during his manic episodes. She was the one who helped him through that rough period and cured his mania. Bai Mu chose her not for any other reason, but simply because Hua Xian was very resilient. Every time he had an episode, he would go to her, and after it was over, she would still be able to cook for him. A true tough guy. With that relationship, Bai Mu's feelings for her were anything but ordinary, extending to her son as well. Bai Mu ruffled Hua Hao's hair. So tell me, why were you being a stool for someone else? Hua Hao laughed and pulled out 5 yuan from his pocket. Because I can earn money. Just for this 5 yuan? Bai Mu looked at him, feeling quite helpless. Perhaps this 5 yuan was quite a bit for a student. Does your mom usually give you pocket money? Yes. But I want to save it up so that when my mom needs money in the future, she won't have to borrow from others. Hua Hao answered proudly. Bai Mu looked at him with a bit of emotion. This kid was already so sensible in his first year of high school. Even though your heart is in the right place, don't do things like this next time. Your mom would be sad to see it. Ah, okay. Hua Hao nodded, taking Bai Mu's words to heart. Excuse me, are you Hua Hao's father? At this moment, a female voice came from behind. Bai Mu turned around. It was the homeroom teacher of class 4. Seeing Bai Mu and Hua Hao standing together, she assumed he was Hua Hao's father. All the parents had already arrived except for Hua Hao's. Hua Hao was about to explain, but Bai Mu quickly admitted, I am his guardian. That's great. Let's hurry inside. The female teacher led Bai Mu to sit in Hua Hao's seat. Checking his phone, Bai Mu saw that Qiu Luoyu had replied to his message. She was still busy and might need to wait a bit longer. Bai Mu replied with a simple okay, as he had another parents' meeting to attend. Perhaps because she hadn't checked her phone, Qiu Luoyu didn't reply to his message again. After Bai Mu acknowledged he was Hua Hao's guardian, Hua Hao was completely stunned. The people around them gathered closer. Hi Z, was that just now your dad? I thought he was a teacher. You're really not nice. Why didn't you tell me your dad was coming? I almost got beaten by him. The boy who had been standing on Hua Hao's shoulders looked at him with a disgruntled expression. Hua Hao felt a bit embarrassed, having caused his friend to be scolded for no reason. He handed over the 5 yuan he had received. Here, take this 5 yuan back. Forget it. The other boy waved his hand. I'm not so petty as to take this 5 yuan back. You earned it. Hua Hao smiled again upon hearing this, looking carefree. It was precisely because he was so straightforward that everyone liked to play with him, and students like the one who had just spoken, who had more pocket money, were willing to spend it to have Hua Hao help them with things. Despite Hua Hao looking a bit pitiful, he had actually earned over 300 yuan in pocket money during the half-month break after military training, all from his classmates' labor fees. In Bai Mu's memory, Hua Hao wasn't as dark-skinned. The reason for his current tan was largely due to not using sunscreen during military training and helping classmates buy water under the sun. His nickname had originated from that. Students like Hua Hao faced no discrimination. On the contrary, everyone admired him and wanted to be friends with him. Even during class committee elections, he received the most votes in the class. At the parents' meeting, Bai Mu, as Hua Hao's guardian, was also a key focus of praise from the homeroom teacher. Chapter 43, Are Couples Still Unfamiliar? After the parent-teacher meeting, Bai Mu was added to the parent group of Class 4 and became friends with Hua Hao's homeroom teacher. Many parents of students in the class also wanted to add Bai Mu as a friend, and some even recommended him as a representative for parents. As a responsible parent, must have raised such a hard-working child. The homeroom teacher had the same idea. Seeing this, Bai Mu didn't refuse and agreed. After the meeting, the homeroom teacher chatted with Bai Mu for a few more minutes, discussing some matters related to Hua Hao at school. Downstairs of the teaching building, Qiu Luoyu followed by Qiu down. How was the food in the cafeteria? Bai Mu asked as he saw the two coming down. Qiu Luoyu had just gone to talk to Principal Zhao about the contract, and now the matter was resolved. Hearing Bai Mu's question, Qiu Luoyu replied with a sound of acknowledgement. She didn't attend High City No. 1 middle school, but she had heard Bai Mu mention that the cafeteria food was quite good. It was also a good opportunity to add some money to Qiuhan's meal card. At the cafeteria's meal card recharge window, Bai Mu bent down to hand over the card. Auntie, please add 500 yuan, Bai Mu said, scanning the payment with his phone. The window supported mobile payments, and teachers also recharged their meal cards here. The aunt at the window was pleasantly surprised to see Bai Mu. Isn't this Xiao Mu? You're back at school as a teacher? Over the years, the staff at No. 1 middle school hadn't changed much, so the aunt was still the same one who had been there when Bai Mu was a student. Bai Mu had quite a reputation back then, so the aunt naturally recognized him. Bai Mu smiled. No, my daughter is studying here now. Please take good care of her when you see her. He pointed at Bai Chiohan, who was sitting on a nearby chair. The aunt peeked over and had a strange expression. How do you have a child already? It hasn't been 10 years since you graduated, has it? Did you have a child in middle school? Bai Mu simply replied with an without explaining further. Seeing this, the aunt didn't ask any more questions and finished recharging the meal card, handing it back to him. Xiao Mu, you should come back to school often. I will. Bai Mu replied and handed the meal card to Bai Chiohan. I've added money for you. Make sure to eat on time every day. And don't lose weight when you come back next time, okay? If I find out you're not eating well, you'll have to deal with it. Bai Chiohan took the meal card and responded with an O. She had secretly watched Bai Mu chatting happily with the cafeteria aunt and could tell they were familiar with each other. She wondered if they were discussing her. Let us go get food, Bai Mu urged Bai Chiohan. Bai Chiohan nodded and skipped over to the food counter. How much did you recharge? Qiu Luoyu asked Bai Mu from behind. 500. Make sure to transfer the money to me later. Got it, Qiu Luoyu replied with a pout. The cafeteria at one middle school was indeed quite good. The cooks were hired from outside to ensure the children had sufficient and tasty meals. The prices were very reasonable, and the portions were generous. Qiu Luoyu had Bai Chiohan get a lot of dishes, and the three of them sat down to eat. Many students were also dining with their parents in the cafeteria. As soon as they entered, a few girls noticed Bai Chiohan. Sister Jiang, are those two Bai Chiohan's parents? They don't look like they come from a poor family. Not a poor family? Then that means Bai Chiohan, that bitch, is pretending to be pitiful to seduce Gu Hong. Viank, yi snortet koldi. Sister Jiang, I saw Bai Chiohan on a date with Gu Hong at Yida Mall yesterday. She didn't take your words to heart at all and is still clinging to Gu Hong. Another girl whispered in Jiang Yi's ear. She had taken a photo and posted it in their group. So this wasn't just her trying to stir things up. There was evidence. Jiang Yi's face darkened. I know. No need to tell me. I'll go check out this bitch's dorm tonight to see what is going on. If she thinks my words are just wind in her ears, then she'll learn a lesson. After saying that, Jiang Yi turned and left the cafeteria. The other girls were confused. Sister Jiang, didn't we come to the cafeteria to eat? Why are you leaving? No appetite. After dinner, evening classes were about to start. So Bai Mu and Qiu Luoyu dropped Bai Chiohan off at her classroom and left. In the car, Qiu Luoyu felt inexplicably anxious. Bai Mu noticed her unusual expression. What's wrong? Qiu Luoyu shook her head. Nothing, just feeling a bit uneasy and worried about Chiohan. Don't think too much. Chiohan won't have any problems at school, Bai Mu reassured her. When they left, he had asked the school leaders to keep an eye on Bai Chiohan and promised to notify him immediately if anything happened. Hearing Bai Mu's words, Qiu Luoyu nodded, but her heart still felt uneasy. Bai Mu reached out to squeeze her hand. Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll let you know. I understand, Qiu Luoyu said, looking out the window. Back home, Bai Mu received a friend request on his phone. It was from someone with a WeChat name, Flower Blooming Under the Moon. The profile picture was a large bouquet of flowers. The request came from class 4 of the first year. Just looking at the name, it was hard not to associate it with older individuals. Bai Mu accepted the friend request. Flower Blooming Under the Moon. Hello, may I ask who you are? Bai Mu. I'm Hua Hao's parent. And you are? Flower Blooming Under the Moon. Who are you to say you're Hua Hao's parent? Who am I then? Bai Mu. If you don't introduce yourself, how would I know who you are? Smile. Flower Blooming Under the Moon. I'm Hua Hao's mother. What are you trying to do by pretending to be Hao Hao's parent? On the other side, Hua Xian was very cautious. There are so many scammers nowadays. She had to be careful all the time. Didn't the news just come out about scammers infiltrating parent groups pretending to be parents or teachers to swindle money? These people used various disguises, and the person in front of her was clearly much clumsier and had been caught immediately. Bai Mu, sorry, this parent. I'm currently the parent representative. If you have any questions, we can discuss them face to face. Flower Blooming Under the Moon. You dare to discuss it face to face with me? Hua Xian was shocked. Bai Mu, why wouldn't I dare? I'm not doing anything wrong. Are you scared? Flower Blooming Under the Moon. Huh. Then you have the guts to come out now. Bai Mu, tomorrow. I need to accompany my wife tonight. Going out late would make her suspicious. Flower Blooming Under the Moon. Hua Xian didn't respond anymore. Instead, she turned to ask Hua Hao's homeroom teacher about this person. The homeroom teacher was just as confused. Were these two not Hua Hao's dad and mom? Why did it feel like they didn't know each other? Could it be that couples are still unfamiliar with each other? Chapter 44, The First Deception. The homeroom teacher knew about Hua Hao's mother, having met her hurriedly at the beginning of the school year. Her identity was beyond doubt. But what about that man from before? The homeroom teacher couldn't really think they were an unfamiliar couple. The only explanation he could come up with was that Hua Hao had asked someone his mother didn't know to attend a parent-teacher meeting for him. After all, he was the only student's parent who hadn't shown up in the entire class, so it was understandable. To address this, the homeroom teacher first comforted Hua Xian, then went to find Bai Mu to ask about the situation. Bai Mu saw the homeroom teacher's message, but didn't reply, preparing to go to sleep. Qiu Luoyu lay beside him, tossing and turning. If you're really worried, I can go to the school to check it out now. Hearing Bai Mu's words, Qiu Luoyu seemed a bit tempted, but quickly fell back into despondency. Forget it, it's too late. If I can avoid troubling Bai Mu, I should try not to. Seeing Qiu Luoyu's conflicted expression, Bai Mu clicked his tongue. In that case, stop overthinking it. Not only will it affect your mood, but it will also affect mine. Got it. Qiu Luoyu bit her lower lip and lowered her head. I understand. After saying that, she turned her head away, her legs curling slightly. Bai Mu ground his teeth, then moved closer to wrap his arms around Qiu Luoyu as they fell asleep. After Qiu Luoyu fell asleep, Bai Mu got up and sent a message to the person in charge of the girls' dormitory at number 1 high school, asking her to confirm Bai Chiohan's situation again. After sending the message, he returned to sleep. The next day, Qiu Luoyu went to work as usual, and her complexion looked much better than before. Perhaps because she had just closed a deal. If all went well, her 50,000 yuan should be in her hand soon. Speaking of which, she should thank the new deputy manager properly. Without him, she wouldn't have landed such a deal. Logically, she should treat him to a meal as thanks. However, thinking of the person at home, she decided to let it go. Just as she was thinking about this, Bai Mu, Manager Mu, walked up to her. Luoyu, the deal for number 1 high school went well. Hearing her name in such an affectionate way made Qiu Luoyu frown, feeling uncomfortable all over. When she saw it was the deputy manager, she forced a smile. Deputy manager, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Bai Mu waved his hand. No need to thank me. This is your own hard work. I'll transfer the 50,000 yuan to your account this afternoon, so check it. This afternoon? Isn't the payment for number 1 high school still pending? Qiu Luoyu was taken aback. Bai Mu smiled. This is a personal advance from me, so you can feel assured, right? To avoid you thinking I'm deceiving you. No. Qiu Luoyu quickly shook her head. She had indeed worried about this before. But now that the deputy manager said so, how could she still think it was fake? Bai Mu's lips curled up, his fingers lightly tapping on Qiu Luoyu's desk. That's good. Treat me to a meal after work today. After all, you've made 50,000 yuan. You wouldn't skimp on a meal, would you? Hearing the deputy manager's words, Qiu Luoyu was visibly stunned. It wasn't that she didn't want to treat him, but she was afraid Bai Mu would be angry if he found out. From what she knew about Bai Mu, he had a strong possessiveness, and if she went out to eat with another man, he would definitely be upset. Then she would be in trouble. What's wrong? Unwilling? Bai Mu raised an eyebrow, then showed a look of regret. Well, I originally had another project I wanted to hand over to you. Since Secretary Qiu can't even afford to treat me to a meal, I guess I'll find someone else. Wait. When Qiu Luoyu heard there was another project, her eyes lit up, and she quickly called out to the deputy manager. Deputy manager, I didn't say I wouldn't treat you. I should treat you. Qiu Luoyu looked at Bai Mu earnestly. Bai Mu smiled. All right, after work this afternoon, ride in my car, and I'll take you out to eat. After saying that, Bai Mu raised an eyebrow at Qiu Luoyu and left. Qiu Luoyu opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, then took out her phone to reply to Bai Mu. Back in the office, Bai Mu saw the message he received on his phone. Wife, hubby, I have to work overtime tonight. I might be back late. Seeing the message from Qiu Luoyu, Bai Mu tightened his grip on his phone. He snorted coldly. He originally just wanted to test Qiu Luoyu, but he didn't expect her to actually choose to deceive him. The agitation in his mind surged significantly. It had already calmed down a bit, but now it was completely filled again. Since that was the case, let's see how long she can keep deceiving him. In the end, he would settle the score with her. It was 5 o'clock. Qiu Luoyu watched the time on her phone turn to 5 o'clock sharp. It was time to get off work. All day, she had felt a bit restless. She rarely lied to Bai Mu. Even benign lies were almost non-existent. She believed that the most important aspects of a marriage were trust and loyalty. But today, she had been bold enough to deceive Bai Mu, and it was to go out to dinner with another man. This kept her in a state of constant worry, until Bai Mu walked out of the office and approached her. "Let's go, Secretary Qiu." The address had switched back from Liu to Secretary Qiu. Qiu Liu didn't think much of it, gathering her things and preparing to leave work. She followed Bai Mu to the underground parking lot. Qiu Luoyu saw Bai Mu's Porsche. She didn't know how much the car cost, but it looked quite expensive. She recognized the Porsche brand, just as she was about to sit in the back seat. Bai Mu in the driver's seat said, "Secretary Qiu, do you want to make me your driver? Why not sit in the front?" Hearing the deputy manager's words, Qiu Luoyu was clearly taken aback. Such familiar words. She inexplicably thought of Bai Mu. She opened the front passenger door and fastened her seatbelt. "Deputy manager, where are we going to eat tonight?" Qiu Luoyu asked. She had already received the money in the afternoon. Among the 30,000 that needed to go to Bai Mu, only 20,000 was hers. If the deputy manager wanted to eat something too expensive, she might not have enough money. "Don't worry, I'll treat you," Bai Mu said as he slowly started the car. "Huh? Treat me? That's not appropriate." Qiu Luoyu frowned, thinking it was inappropriate for the deputy manager to treat her. "The things I want to eat, your money probably won't be enough," Bai Mu replied lightly. Hearing Bai Mu's words, Qiu Liu was momentarily speechless. Indeed, if the deputy manager wanted to go to a very high-end restaurant, her money wouldn't be enough. Insisting on treating him would just be putting on a show. It wasn't much different from being foolish. Chapter 45. Anxious Qiu Luoyu in the restaurant. Qiu Luoyu looked at the thick menu in her hands, each page exquisitely crafted. The presentation of each dish showed the care that went into it. The most shocking part was the prices listed below, which were astonishingly high. Qiu Liu flipped through the menu repeatedly, but still hadn't ordered a single dish. The waiter beside her observed her deep in thought, his expression particularly serious. It was tea that Qiu Liu didn't want to order, but the prices were simply too steep. Just one dish cost nearly 1,000. Even the simplest plate of cucumber salad was around 200. How many plates of cucumber salad could she buy with her monthly living expenses? She certainly didn't think a cucumber could be worth such a high price. "Let me order," Bai Mu said as he took the menu from Qiu Liu's hands, casually selecting a few of her favorite dishes, mixed in with some others to avoid raising her suspicions. While Qiu Liu spent 5 minutes unable to choose a dish, Bai Mu picked out 7 or 8 in less than a minute. The waiter's brow relaxed involuntarily, and he respectfully bowed to Bai Mu before heading to the kitchen. Before they arrived, the restaurant manager had mentioned that a shareholder would be dining there soon and instructed them to provide excellent service. When Qiu Luoyu hesitated, the manager had worried that the dishes might not be to the guest's liking, which made him quite anxious for a while. However, since the kitchen had been instructed, the dishes were served quickly. The food presented was almost identical to the pictures, each dish resembling a work of art, stunningly beautiful. Looking at the table filled with food, Qiu Luoyu felt it was overly extravagant. "Deputy manager, do we really need so many dishes for just the two of us?" After hesitating for a while, she finally couldn't help but ask. "Just leave the leftovers. We only need to taste the flavor. The dishes here are quite good, so try a bit more," Bai Mu replied. Qiu Luoyu nodded but still appeared somewhat restrained. "Deputy manager, didn't you say you had a project to discuss with me?" Qiu Luoyu asked as she picked a piece of fish and placed it in her bowl. "Don't worry, I said I would give you the project, and I won't lie to you. Have I lied to you about the first project? Let's eat first, okay?" Bai Mu smiled, his eyes behind the sunglasses showing a hint of amusement. Even without seeing Bai Mu's eyes, Qiu Luoyu could feel his smile. "Well, okay then." Bai Mu opened a bottle of red wine and placed it in front of Qiu Luoyu. "Since I'm treating you to dinner and discussing the project, it wouldn't be right now to have some wine." Qiu Luoyu froze for a moment when she saw the bottle of red wine pushed towards her. If she remembered correctly, this bottle should cost over 10,000. "Maybe it's better to skip it, deputy manager. I can't drink." She thought if she drank, Bai Mu would definitely notice when she returned home. They didn't sleep in separate beds, and he would smell the alcohol on her. She had told Bai Mu she was working overtime, not drinking. "Can't drink? That once he do, you should have a couple of glasses," Bai Mu insisted. However, Qiu Liu was very firm. She would not drink. Seeing this, Bai Mu stopped persuading her. During the meal, Qiu Luoyu frequently checked her phone. She felt anxious, sensing something was off. She stared at Bai Mu's WeChat, still not receiving any new messages. After she messaged him at noon, he had only replied with a good and then nothing. In the past, if she returned home late from work, Bai Mu would always inquire about it. But now, his WeChat was so quiet, which made Qiu Luoyu feel inexplicably uneasy. The deputy manager across from her smirked. "Secretary Qiu, what is wrong? Are you anxious to get back? If you have a chance, you can head back first. I can see you're distracted. Is someone waiting for you at home?" Hearing the deputy manager's words, Qiu Luoyu bit her lip. Then, "Should I head back? The project." Qiu Luoyu hesitated. "We can talk about the project next time. After all, Secretary Qiu is eager to go back. Home matters are more important," Bai Mu said nonchalantly. However, Qiu Luoyu didn't feel so composed. She had deceived Bai Mu into coming out just to get the project from the deputy manager, and now that she hadn't secured it, she couldn't just leave. "Actually, I'm not in that much of a hurry. Deputy manager, let us discuss the project first." "All right then." Bai Mu took out a project document from his briefcase and handed it to Qiu Luoyu. The project Bai Mu offered her was still from Xinghu Electric Company, but this time it was not connected to the first project, but to several other schools. If she managed to secure all of them, she could earn at least 200,000 in commission. Seeing the amount of the commission, Qiu Luoyu felt a surge of excitement. 200,000. That is 4 times 5,000. 200,000 would cover her expenses for quite a while. Seeing Liu so thrilled, Bai Mu smiled and pressed the remote to turn on the projector in the private room. The projector displayed various information about Xinghu Electric. "Deputy manager, what is this? Since this is the second project you've secured from this company, you should at least know about the company's information," Bai Mu said. "I've already done some research. Your understanding isn't comprehensive enough. Let us watch while we eat. Once you finish, you can head back." Qiu Luoyu opened her mouth, but eventually suppressed her excitement. However, she soon realized something was off. The amount of information about Xinghu Electric was overwhelming. She had to understand the styles and functionalities of every appliance the company researched. Although she knew that to sell these appliances, she needed to comprehend them. This was far too much to digest all at once. She finished work at 5, and by the time Qiu Luoyu got home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. She nervously opened the door. The living room was pitch black, and Bai Mu should still be awake at this hour. Cautiously, she took off her high heels and changed into slippers as she walked in. However, the next second, the lights in the living room turned on, and she instinctively looked back. It was from the bedroom. As soon as she turned, she met Bai Mu's gloomy face. Qiu Luoyu's heart sank. She knew she was in trouble. "Where did you go tonight? Working overtime until 9? I've never seen you work so late before." Bai Mu's voice was low, clearly suppressing his anger. Qiu Luoyu swallowed hard, feeling panicked. She stammered for a long time, unable to explain herself. She could only watch as Bai Mu walked closer and closer. The cold smile on Bai Mu's face made Qiu Luoyu feel increasingly uneasy. Chapter 46, being the most important person in her heart, think carefully before answering me. Bai Mu's serious face. Qiu Luoyu felt the pressure from Bai Mu and couldn't say anything. Throughout the day, she had been worried because she had lied to Bai Mu, feeling as if she had committed a terrible mistake. It was just a lie, after all. Who never lies? She had been trying to comfort herself that it was okay. But now seeing Bai Mu like this, her psychological defenses collapsed. She sniffled, lowering her head and falling silent. Bai Mu took a deep breath and pulled her to the sofa, sitting down himself. "Think carefully and answer me. I'll try to control my emotions. But if you lie to me again, I will really be angry." Qiu Luoyu obediently stood there, truly feeling that she had done something wrong. She failed to uphold the most important honesty with her partner. No matter how many reasons she had, she shouldn't have deceived her husband into thinking she was having dinner with another man. From the moment she decided to lie, she was already in the wrong. She could have confidently said she was going to discuss a project. The reason she lied was merely due to her hope that Bai Mu would be angry if he found out. She and considered that being discovered might lead to even worse consequences. I lied." Qiu Luoyu lowered her head. The corners of her mouth turned down. "Since you lied, and you're not working overtime, then what were you doing?" Qiu Luoyu's heart raced. "I was discussing a project with our department's deputy manager. He gave me a project with a commission of 200,000. Qiu Luoyu blurted out the commission amount. If it was about a project, then why lie? Qiu Luoyu pursed her lips. I was afraid you would be angry. Why would I be angry? Because your deputy manager is a man? Is there something between you two? Bai Mu laughed in anger. No, Qiu Luoyu retorted. I have nothing with him, really. You have to believe me. Hearing Bai Mu's words, Qiu Luoyu immediately became agitated, raising her head to look into Bai Mu's eyes. She was afraid Bai Mu would really misunderstand. She truly only wanted to make money and change her and her daughter's life. She had never thought about betraying Bai Mu, even when he treated her poorly before. She never thought that way. She felt that since she was with Bai Mu, she would be his for life, and there was no way she could betray him. Bai Mu looked at Qiu Luoyu, who suddenly became emotional, and the tension in her eyes stirred mixed feelings in his heart. How can I trust you like this? You've learned to deceive me. If I forgive you this time, will you prepare to give me something next time? Bai Mu's face remained cold. Qiu Luoyu bit her lip tightly, tears welling up in her eyes, shaking her head repeatedly. No, I want to do that. Husband, please believe me. Qiu Luoyu's eyes gradually turned red. I'll give you all the money I earn. Please believe me. Seeing Bai Mu still unmoved, Qiu Luoyu felt flustered and at a loss. She shook Bai Mu's arm, wishing even a little anger from him would be better. His indifference made her extremely anxious. Husband, I was wrong. Qiu Luoyu bit her lip, almost to the point of bleeding. If you dare to lie to me again in the future, you can handle it yourself. I want to lie to you again. Qiu Luoyu buried her face in the pillow. You have to transfer the money you earn to me, Bai Mu added. Qiu Luoyu fell silent. So you want to do anything outrageous for money? I understand. Qiu Luoyu compromised. Maybe you can leave some for me. I need to give Han Hang her living expenses. I don't want her to go hungry at school. Thinking of her daughter, she still wanted to negotiate. Bai Mu glanced at her. I'll give you a card. I'll deposit 5,000 every month for Han Hang's expenses, whether for living costs or buying things for her. That should be enough, right? Are you serious? Qiu Luoyu suddenly perked up, her eyes wide. Bai Mu squinted. Would I lie to you? The unexpected joy overwhelmed Qiu Luoyu's mind, and she hugged Bai Mu tightly. As long as you can be good to Han Hang, that's enough. Looking at Qiu Luoyu, suddenly jumping into his arms. Bai Mu's lips slightly curled up. Since it's like this, you'll listen to me from now on and not pull any tricks on me again. Qiu Luoyu responded with an gently pecking Bai Mu on the cheek. I'll do as you say. For her, her daughter was more important than anything, even more than Bai Mu. This was true in both her past life and this life, and Bai Mu understood it as well. Although Bai Chuan was also his daughter, he still felt a bit jealous. He loved his daughter, but he wouldn't allow Qiu Luoyu to love her more than she loved him. He wanted to be the most important person in Qiu Luoyu's heart. Chapter 47 Can't Touch. The next day, Bai Mu asked for a leave of absence for Qiu Luoyu. On the other side, Lu Jiaxue successfully investigated Bai Mu's identity. When she held the identity information she had gathered, she found herself at a loss for words to describe her feelings. She had thought Bai Mu was merely a white-collar worker at a company, but to her surprise, his identity was far beyond that. Currently, she had found 2 companies associated with Bai Mu, a construction company and a security company that were publicly listed. Even within her own group, he held shares. Although the stake was not large, he was indeed a minority shareholder, which meant he had a say if he chose to speak up. After marrying Gu Heng's father for so many years, she had never received even a tiny share from him. Yet Bai Mu had some. Moreover, based on the information she gathered, it seemed he only had one daughter. In that case, she glanced at Gu Heng, who was eating downstairs. Gu Heng had taken a week off due to injuries on his face. After all, as the son of the president of the Gu Group, appearances were important. He couldn't return to school looking like a pig. Lu Jiaxue sat down in the restaurant. What's wrong, Mom? Gu Heng felt a bit uneasy under his mother's intense gaze, still holding a spoonful of creamy mushroom soup. When I went to your parent-teacher meeting, your desk mate is a girl, right? Gu Heng nodded, and when he mentioned Bai Chuan, a smile appeared on his face. Yes, Mom, did you see her? Isn't she adorable? Lu Jiaxue shook her head. I didn't see her, but I saw her dad. Oh, how's her dad? She seems so nice. Her father should be good too. Gu Heng felt a bit uncertain. His mother suddenly bringing this up couldn't mean she had any dissatisfaction with the other party, right? Her dad is pretty good. Lu Jiaxue hesitated. So why did you suddenly mention my desk mate? Gu Hong asked tentatively. Lu Jiaxue got to the point. It's nothing. I just want to know what stage you and she are at now. What stage? Gu Hong raised his eyebrows, a smile involuntarily forming on his lips. I guess it's progressing pretty quickly. After all, we started dating. Thinking of his recent date with Qiu Han, although the outcome wasn't very good. At least they had spent an entire afternoon alone together, and they even had a video call that night. That should be considered fast progress, right? Hearing her son's words, Lu Jiaxue's eyes narrowed slightly, looking somewhat satisfied. The faster the progress, the better. You should hurry and win her over. I'll double your allowance every month. Huh? Gu Hong was clearly taken aback by Lu Jiaxue's words. What was his mom saying? Was she encouraging him to get closer to Qiu Han? He had thought she would be against him being with her, although he had mentioned her often in front of his mother before. It was just to lay the groundwork for pursuing by Qiu Han, letting Lu Jiaxue know about her existence and that he liked her. He never expected his mother to not only not oppose it, but also be very supportive. What was going on? What? Don't you have confidence? Lu Jiaxue shot him a glare. No. Of course, I have confidence. I think Qiu Han definitely likes me too, Gu Hong said, lifting his chin, looking particularly confident. Seeing Gu Hong so self-assured, Lu Jiaxue nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Mom is waiting for your good news. If Bai Mu were just an executive of a company, she would have planned for her son to get close to his daughter. Now that she knew about Bai Mu's background, the idea of having her son marry his daughter arose in her mind. It wasn't just because Bai Mu was one of the shareholders of the Gu Group. It was also because if Gu Hong married by Qiu Han, she would be on the same side as Bai Mu. If Gu Hong inherited the Gu Group, Bai Mu would also benefit. Considering her own interests, Bai Mu had no reason not to help her. With Bai Mu's assistance, wouldn't Gu Heng's chances of inheriting the Gu Group increase significantly? For her son and the Gu Group, she certainly prioritized the latter. Even if Gu Hong didn't like Bai Qiu Han, she would still make him get close to her. With her mother's approval, Gu Hong was in a great mood and even thought about returning to school despite his pig-like appearance. Lu Jiaxue stopped him. Do you want your little desk mate to see you like this? Gu Heng's smile froze, realizing she was right. Qiu Han definitely wouldn't like how he looked now. He couldn't go see her like this, but he had to wait a week to see her. That was going to be tough. I'm going out. Stay at home, and message me if you need anything. After Bai Mu finished speaking to Qiu Luoyu, he left. Qiu Luoyu was taking a day off today, planning to stay at home. In the afternoon, Bai Mu thought about the matter with Hua Xian and decided to visit his good friend. Outside Hao Hao flower shop, Bai Mu parked his car across the street. He didn't hurry to get out, but rolled down the window and looked into the flower shop through the glass. A familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. A woman with slightly tanned skin was arranging flowers in front of her. Even though she wore a loose, short-sleeved shirt, her good figure was still apparent. When she tiptoed to place something, a small part of her waist and abdomen was exposed. In just 5 minutes, she had walked around her flower shop several times. By the end of the day, she must have taken several thousand steps. Bai Mu got out of the car and walked straight toward the flower shop. As soon as he entered, the welcoming voice rang out, along with Hua Xian's voice. Hello, what would you like to buy? Give me a bunch of roses. Okay. Hua Xian stood up and walked toward the roses. However, as she turned her back to Bai Mu, he slowly approached her. As she squatted down to pick the flowers, she sensed someone was standing too close behind her. She frowned, and the moment Bai Mu's hand landed on her shoulder, she swiftly turned around, skillfully twisting his hand behind his back. What are you doing? Hua Xian asked, her expression wary as she pinned Bai Mu against the wall, tightly gripping his arm with a strength that could rival an adult male. The originally slender forearm now showed clear muscle definition under the exertion. Bai Mu caught, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, but pretended to be in pain on the surface. Why are you grabbing me? Is this how you treat your customers? Huh? Weren't you just about to make a move on me? Your hand was on my shoulder. Is your shoulder made of gold? Can't touch. Chapter 48. Hua Xian snorted coldly and released Bai Mu's shoulder. This is a society governed by law. My shop has surveillance cameras. If you try to do anything illegal, I can call the police and have you arrested. The moment Bai Mu was released, he swiftly grabbed Hua Xian's arm and pinned her against the wall with a countergrab. Hua Xian didn't expect that after saying all that, Bai Mu would still dare to take action. She was pinned against the wall, unable to move, and even if she tried to exert strength with her arm, she found it useless. How does it feel to be captured? Bai Mu asked with a smile. What do you want? Or have I offended you? Hua Xian tried hard to remember if she had offended anyone before, but no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't recall who Bai Mu was. You haven't offended me. I just want to talk to you. Talk. Is this how your family talks? Hua Xian glared angrily at Bai Mu, symbolically struggling to signal him to let her go. What's wrong with this? I think it's quite good. At least we can have a calm conversation. Bai Mu chuckled lightly, his tone teasing. Hua Xian gritted her teeth, enduring the pain in her arm, and tried to kick Bai Mu with her leg, but the next second, upon hearing Bai Mu's words, she immediately froze. Your son is Hua Hao, and he studies at Haisher No. 1 high school. You. Hua Xian's mind raced. You're the one from the group before. She realized. They had originally agreed to talk in person yesterday, but that person had not responded, and even when she sent a message, there was no reply. She thought the other party was scared, but unexpectedly, they showed up today. Thinking of this, Hua Xian became even angrier. What do you want? Are you trying to scam money? Did you go through all this trouble to join the class group just to swindle money? I advise you not to have any designs on Hao, or I will kill you. Hua Xian struggled with all her might, as if she wanted Bai Mu to see her fierceness. If Bai Mu held on any tighter, her arm might dislocate. Bai Mu released his grip, both hands raised and pulled back. Once Hua Xian broke free, without a word, she charged forward and punched Bai Mu in the head. Smack! Bai Mu sidestepped and easily knocked Hua Xian to the ground. In her previous life, Hua Xian had told him that she was in the school athletics team during middle school, so her physical fitness and strength were great. However, because she had never trained in combat, her strikes were uncoordinated and easily countered by Bai Mu, resulting in her having an intimate encounter with the ground. Hua Xian felt pain, and before she could get up, Bai Mu pressed his knee against her lower back, again bending her arms behind her back. This time, she was even less able to move. If you don't behave, I won't be polite to you, Bai Mu said coldly, controlling her with one hand. Hua Xian gritted her teeth, glaring at Bai Mu. I will call the police. Does that mean you're not planning to have a proper chat? Who wants to chat with you? Even though she was currently being controlled, Hua Xian remained defiant. Seeing this, Bai Mu decided not to be polite anymore. He lifted Hua Xian effortlessly. Despite her being quite slim, she still weighed around 120 pounds, but in front of Bai Mu, she felt as light as a chick. Hua Xian was stunned. How could someone be so strong? And where was he taking her? The second floor of her flower shop was her room, where she usually slept. There were 2 rooms in total. One was a storage room, but she had tidied it up and set up a bed for Hua Hao. The 2 of them lived in this small flower shop, which was also their only source of income. Seeing Bai Mu bring her into her bedroom, Hua Xian immediately exploded. What the hell? You look decent. What do you want? Bai Mu said nothing but took out a roll of tape and sealed Hua Xian's mouth to prevent her from yelling. If anyone in the world knew Hua Xian's physical condition best, it was Bai Mu. He could tell at a glance that she was just pretending to be dead. He quietly watched to see how long she would keep it up. When she saw Bai Mu crossing his arms and looking at her with a mocking expression, she realized she had been played. A surge of anger rose within her, and she lunged at Bai Mu, intending to show him a thing or two. You just don't learn, do you? Bai Mu pinned her down on the bed and tore off the tape from her mouth. Do you think you can beat me? I'll fight you even if I can't win. Hua Xian glared at Bai Mu, her eyes nearly popping out. I'm not only going to fight, I'm also going to call the police to arrest you. I'm going to make you pay. Looking at Hua Xian's furious expression, Bai Mu smirked and took out a card from his pocket. How about this card with 50,000 yuan in it as compensation for today? Huh? Hua Xian blinked, thinking she had misheard. She looked at the card in Bai Mu's hand. You mean this card has 50,000 yuan in it, and you want to give it to me as compensation? She pointed at herself for confirmation. Bai Mu nodded. That's right, it's for you. Chapter 49, Reaching an Agreement. True or false? Hua Xian took the card from Bai Mu's hand, her tone somewhat uncertain, but it was clear that her attitude had relaxed. If you don't believe me, you can check the balance inside, Bai Mu said with a smile. Hua Xian pouted and re-examined Bai Mu. A person who seemed like a scammer would be so generous as to give her 50,000 yuan? This was indeed very suspicious. Could this be some new kind of scam? She felt she needed to be cautious. All right, let me take a look. She took out her phone, linked the card, and entered the password on it. When she saw that there was indeed 50,000 yuan inside, Her eyes widened. And it could really be transferred out. After confirming the money was real, she began to suspect if the money in the card was dirty money. Would using it count as a crime? What exactly do you do? Hua Xian asked Bai Mu. Being able to casually take out 50,000 yuan meant the other party was either a big boss or had a legal income. Does it matter what I do? Isn't it more important that I can give you this much money? Don't you want it? If you don't want it, I can take it back. If I report you to the police, I can still make you pay me this much money. Hua Xian huffed and threw the car back at Bai Mu. Bai Mu raised an eyebrow. What a pity. If you let the police take me away, then you won't have this opportunity in the future. What opportunity? Hua Xian frowned. Once I can give you 50,000. If you only want to eat once, you can directly report it to the police. How many times do you want? Hua Xian's eyes widened. It depends on how many times you want to make money. Hearing Bai Mu's words, Hua Xian's expression became slightly hesitant. Running this flower shop by yourself must be quite difficult, right? The salary each month barely sustains your living. Don't you want to improve the quality of life for you and your son? Bai Mu tempted. Hua Xian's pupils trembled slightly, clearly shaken. But that wasn't enough for her to fully agree. Do you know what I saw the day before yesterday when I attended the parent-teacher meeting for Hua Hao? What? Hua Xian's brows tightened immediately. He volunteered to be a stool for his classmates to step on, just to earn 5 yuan. For 5 yuan, he gave up his dignity. Do you think you would have to do that if you could earn a little more money? How could that be? Hua Xian directly denied Bai Mu's words. She didn't believe it at all. She wasn't someone who didn't give her son money to spend. She had inquired about how much others gave their children, and she gave her child the same amount. Although the monthly living expenses were indeed a bit tight, she would never cut back on her son. Hua Hao wouldn't go to such extremes. Seeing that Hua Xian didn't believe him, Bai Mu took out his phone and showed her the surveillance footage from the corridor at that time. Although the image wasn't very clear, Hua Xian immediately recognized that the boy in the video being used as a stool was undoubtedly Hua Hao. Because Hua Hao had started school a year early. He was a year younger than his classmates, so he was smaller in stature. A mother would definitely recognize her own son. She was shocked and covered her mouth. How could this be? If it weren't for the video in front of her, she would never believe her son could do such a thing. He had clearly said he was doing well at school, and his classmates were very friendly. But why had it come to this? Hua Xian was unwilling to believe it. Bai Mu looked at her and spoke at the right moment. So, have you changed your mind now? Bai Mu waved the bank card in his hand. Hua Xian looked at the bank card in front of her, opened her mouth. Do we have any grievances between us? She didn't understand. No grievances, but sometimes we don't need a reason to do things, do we? Do you need me to do anything else? Bai Mu raised an eyebrow slightly. No need. I have a wife. Hua Xian nodded. That's best. She took the bank card. 50,000 isn't enough. You need to give me at least 100,000 as a deposit. If Bai Mu is a scammer and doesn't come back next time, wouldn't I be at a loss? Bai Mu chuckled softly and took out another card from his pocket. This card has 200,000. 2,000 each time. That's a reasonable price, right? Wasn't it 50,000? Hua Xian frowned. Hee, do you think you're that precious? 2,000 each time is already very high. Hua Xian thought for a moment and ultimately chose to compromise. Bai Mu was right. Even if it was only 5,000 each time, she would be willing, let alone 2,000. Then it's settled. Hua Xian took the bank card, feeling her palms getting hot. 250,000 came so easily. Was the other party so sure she wouldn't run away? Bai Mu was indeed confident. After all, this flower shop was not only their family source of income, but also their home in High City. Unless Hua Xian didn't want Hua Hao to continue studying, it was impossible for her to run away. Continue. Clearing the frenzy value, the bank account received 500,000. Previously, he had given Hua Xian only 250,000, and now he had actually made 250,000 profit. 500,000 was already a huge sum for ordinary people. For Bai Mu, however, it was nothing at all. Over the past few days, he had been investing continuously. After putting in 20 million, he was now making profits of over 1 million every day. Based on his memories from the previous life, he had bought stocks that were guaranteed to make profits. After leaving the flower shop, Hua Xian also began to get busy. Having wasted an afternoon, the orders in the shop were still not completed. Hua Xian's constitution was extremely abnormal, with a strong recovery ability. Especially after Bai Mu left the flower shop. She was organizing those flowers on the first floor as if nothing had happened. With her around, there would be no need to worry about the frenzy value issue in the future. Chapter 50. She is my secretary. When he returned home, the lights were off, and Qiu Luoyu's shoes were gone, indicating she was not at home. Bai Mu placed the roses he was holding on the table and took out his phone. Sure enough, half an hour ago, Qiu Luoyu had sent him a message saying there was something at the company that she needed to handle. He hadn't seen the message because he was driving at the time. Since Qiu Luoyu was not home, Bai Mu had nothing to do by himself, so he decided to head to the company. Good afternoon, Manager Mu. Su Tang at the front desk greeted him as he walked into the company. Bai Mu nodded and took the elevator up. When he arrived at the work area, Qiu Luoyu was not at her workstation. Where's your team leader? Bai Mu asked the members of Qiu Luoyu's group. The employees, who had been focused on their work, immediately looked up upon hearing Bai Mu's voice. Seeing it was the manager, they quickly replied, the team leader was called in by the supervisor and hasn't returned yet. How long has she been gone? Bai Mu asked. It should be about 5 minutes. One of them thought for a moment and then answered. Bai Mu nodded and walked towards Zhang Zhang's office. Before he even entered the door, he heard the sound of yelling from inside. How do you work? Can't you understand such a simple task? And you still want to take leave? What leave? Who allowed you to take leave? Zhang Zhang's voice was loud, and other employees outside could hear it clearly. Many were stifling laughter, eager to watch the scene unfold. Bai Mu glanced over, and when the group noticed him, they immediately shrank their necks. Are you all so idle? Should I ask your supervisor to give you more work? No. No need, Manager Mu. They quickly replied, sensing Bai Mu's displeasure, and lowered their heads. Bai Mu scoffed lightly at the sight. Zhang Zhang was still yelling inside, so Bai Mu pushed the door open. When the office door swung open, Zhang Zhang was about to yell at whoever dared to interrupt him at that moment. But when he saw it was Bai Mu, his voice abruptly stopped. Manager Mu? You came? Bai Mu looked at him coldly. If I hadn't come, Secretary Qiu would have been scolded to the ground by you. Bai Mu's icy sarcasm made Zhang Zhang chuckle awkwardly. Manager Mu, this matter isn't my fault. It's because Secretary Qiu didn't do her job well and still wanted to take leave, which is why I'm so angry. Her mistake got me scolded by the leadership. Isn't that unfair? Zhang Zhang tried to make excuses. Bai Mu ignored his pitiful attempt and said bluntly, Secretary Qiu's leave was approved by me. If you have objections, you can speak to me. And now she is my secretary, not just your subordinate team leader. Zhang Zhang was momentarily at a loss for words. But I'm also following the regulations. If an employee makes a mistake, we can't say this or that. And as leaders, it's hard for us. Zhang Zhang was under pressure, constantly observing Bai Mu's expression. Bai Mu's face was dark, making those who looked at him uneasy. Zhang Zhang quickly changed his tone. But I believe Secretary Qiu didn't intend to make a mistake. As a supervisor, I also have responsibilities and shouldn't push all the blame on her. Seeing Bai Mu's expression soften a bit, Zhang Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since that's the case, I won't disturb Supervisor Zhang any longer. Secretary Qiu, let's go. Bai Mu glanced at Qiu Luoyu and then turned to leave. Qiu Luoyu passed by Zhang Zhang and followed Bai Mu. In the deputy manager's office, Bai Mu sat in a chair, gently tapping on the wooden table with his legs crossed. Thank you, Manager Mu, for speaking up for me. Qiu Luoyu stood across from him, her hands clasped in front of her. Bai Mu waved his hand. No need to thank me. You're my secretary. I should speak up for you. But I still want to thank you, Manager Mu. Bai Mu responded with a sound of acknowledgement and then said, Didn't you take leave today? Why are you back? The company won't pay you if you take leave. Qiu Luoyu nodded, her gaze a bit distracted. I can't sit still at home, so I wanted to come to the company to do some work. In fact, she was unsure how to face Bai Mu. Although he had vented yesterday, she didn't know if he had truly forgiven her. Additionally, since he had gone out early in the morning, she felt he probably didn't want to be around her and was still angry. She knew Bai Mu had a strong possessiveness, and her actions had indeed hurt him. So she didn't expect him to forgive her quickly. Therefore, she thought it would be better to keep some distance for a while and let the matter cool down. Seeing Qiu Luoyu's expression, Bai Mu, who had been married to her for many years, could tell she had something on her mind. He could roughly guess what it was. Rubbing his thumb, he slightly tilted his head and asked, You seem to have something on your mind, Secretary Qiu. Do you mind sharing it with me? Maybe I can help you solve it. Bai Mu picked up a teacup from the table, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Qiu, gesturing for her to sit across from him. Qiu Luoyu waved her hand. No need, Manager Mu. I don't have anything on my mind. I won't disturb you. After yesterday's events, She felt it was better to keep some distance from the opposite sex, especially from the seemingly kind Bai Mu. Although he had provided her with projects, he was also one of the reasons for the incident, so she thought it best to avoid him. Bai Mu chuckled lightly. It seems Secretary Qiu is still a bit wary of me. I thought that since I provided you with 2 profitable projects, we would be friends. Turns out I was being overly sentimental. Qiu Luoyu was surprised by Bai Mu's words. Did he consider her a friend? She shook her head. It's an honor for me that Manager Mu considers me a friend. Unfortunately, you don't want to consider me a friend. Bai Mu sighed deeply. Qiu Luoyu bit her lip. I see you as a leader. In the company, I can be your leader, but outside, can I be your friend? Of course, Qiu Luoyu could only respond this way. Since that's the case, as your leader, I would like to invite you to sit down and have a cup of tea with me. Would you be willing? Bai Mu stared at her, and Qiu Luoyu could feel his gaze. She vaguely felt this sensation was somewhat familiar, but she still refused, saying, Sorry, Manager Mu. I still have some work to finish, maybe next time. After saying that, she gestured to leave the office. Watching Qiu Luoyu's departing figure, Bai Mu nodded slightly. At least this time, Qiu Luoyu's actions made him somewhat satisfied. He picked up the schedule on the table, a slight smile forming on his lips. His testing of Qiu Luoyu was far from over. Chapter 51 marked a location in the following week. Qiu Luoyu contacted several school principals near Yizhong, and with the help of the person in charge at Xinghu Electronics, successfully secured several contracts. Soon, a commission of 200,000 would be deposited into Qiu Luoyu's account. During this week, Qiu Luoyu was extremely busy, working overtime almost every night. However, to avoid worrying Bai Mu, she kept him updated on her schedule. Yet, every time Qiu Luoyu returned home, she deliberately avoided Bai Mu, and in over a week, the number of times they spoke could be counted on one hand. Qiu Luoyu's department was going for a team-building trip tomorrow. Unless there were special circumstances, taking leave was not allowed. This trip would last 3 days and 2 nights. Each department in the company has 3 team-building trips a year, with the activities being random, usually involving travel to other places. It was essentially a paid vacation, and normally, employees wouldn't choose to take leave unless there was a pressing matter. This time was particularly special, as it involved interprovincial travel, and just a round trip would take a whole day, allowing for 3 full days. The employees in her department were very excited about the news, as it meant 3 days without work. But for Qiu Luoyu, it wasn't good news, because since marrying Bai Mu, she rarely stayed out overnight. Previous team-building activities lasted at most 1 night, and she would always find ways to take leave. However, this time her leave request was denied, citing that she had requested leave too many times for team-building trips and that it was inappropriate, especially without a valid reason. As she pondered how to tell Bai Mu, he approached her first. You've been avoiding me lately, Bai Mu stated, not as a question, but as a declaration. Qiu Luoyu bit her lip, lying sideways on the bed with her back to him. Turn around, Bai Mu commanded. Qiu Luoyu slowly turned, but her gaze didn't meet Bai Mu's. She kept her head down. Tell me why you're avoiding me. Qiu Luoyu stammered. Is it because of what happened recently? Qiu Luoyu nodded. Do you have any complaints about me? No, none. She didn't have any complaints. She just didn't know how to face Bai Mu. If there's nothing, why avoid me? Or is it that you have something to hide? I don't. Qiu Luoyu looked up, her eyes filled with grievance. How could she have anything to hide? I just don't know how to face you. Don't know how to face me? If you have a clear conscience, why can't you face me? Bai Mu gazed at Qiu Luoyu. She leaned closer, feeling somewhat downcast. I feel like I've deceived you, but I also feel like I've betrayed you. I can't get over this in my heart. But haven't you already been punished? Bai Mu looked down at her. Qiu Luoyu looked up at Bai Mu, like a child looking at an adult. In the past, she would feel uncomfortable because she thought Bai Mu was looking down on her, not placing her on the same level, but treating her as a subordinate. But now she no longer felt that way. She believed that those who made mistakes should be treated this way. She even wanted to get a little closer to him, to prove that she loved him and hadn't betrayed him. For other women, deception might be common and not a big deal. But for Qiu Luoyu, deception was a huge issue. If there was deception between a husband and wife, it meant disloyalty to each other. Listening to Bai Mu's words, Qiu Luoyu bit her lip, her brows slightly furrowed. I feel it's not enough. Compared to before, Bai Mu was now gentler. The previous Bai Mu was more of a jerk. In front of him, she had no dignity at all. She felt that she couldn't redeem herself this way. Hearing Qiu Luoyu's words, Bai Mu fell into thought, surprised that she felt this way. Then I could be more open in the future. All right, go to bed. Don't you have to work tomorrow? In the living room, Qiu Luoyu curled up in his arms, her face flushed. Upon hearing Bai Mu's words, Qiu Luoyu finally remembered the important matter and quickly spoke up. I have something to tell you. Oh, what is it? Tomorrow there's a team-building trip at the company. I might be going to Hushi for 3 days and won't be back until the afternoon the day after tomorrow. Can't you take leave? Qiu Luoyu shook her head. I can't take leave anymore. I've taken too many leaves before. I can't take leave for this team-building trip. Seeing this, Bai Mu waved his hand lightly. Okay, I understand. You go. You agree? Qiu Luoyu didn't expect Bai Mu to agree so easily. What else can I do? I'll let you go. Bai Mu smiled mockingly. Qiu Luoyu, if you don't want me to go, I can skip it. It's just that my boss might say something. Forget it. You go. Just be honest and don't cause trouble for me. Qiu Luoyu knew what Bai Mu meant. She replied seriously. I will keep you updated on my situation. Chapter 52. The look of taking off sunglasses. Qiu Luoyu's company was going to Lake City this time, which is located in the neighboring province. If traveling by high-speed train or plane, it would only take a few hours. However, in order to enhance the experience of this team-building event, the company rented a double-decker bus. Each bus could seat only 20 people, and the second floor was a closed-off lounge area, very high-end. In fact, long-distance buses have basically disappeared now. Such luxurious buses are rarely seen. They look more like a private vehicle designed for personal use rather than a public one. Everyone was a bit surprised by the interior layout. The floor was made of reflective, wavy tiles, the seats looked brand new, and there was plenty of space between them, allowing for reclining even without going to the second floor. This was nothing like the buses they remembered. This was clearly a supersized version of a business vehicle. How luxurious could it be? Su Tang looked at the interior layout with her eyes wide open. Sister Qiu, have you ever seen a bus like this? Su Tang asked. Qiu Luoyu shook her head, equally astonished. It was her first time seeing such a vehicle. When she was in college and took the bus from her hometown to Hushi, it was nothing like this one. Back then, the buses were smelly and crowded, with beds overhead, but they were very dirty. Qiu Luoyu had a bit of a cleanliness obsession, and it had made her feel nauseous at the time. For a long time, she had a psychological shadow regarding buses. However, the bus she was seeing now had changed her perspective. I heard these buses were rented by the new manager Mu from your department. How much does it cost to rent these buses for 3 days? Su Tang mumbled to Qiu Luoyu, feeling a bit emotional. Originally, the team-building event organized by Qiu Luoyu's HR department had nothing to do with her, but manager Mu invited her as well. And it was a paid trip. How could she not be thrilled? Su Tang said to Li Zezai. Was this the benefit of adding the manager on WeChat? She was glad she had added manager Mu at that time. Otherwise, such good fortune wouldn't have come her way. Qiu Luoyu shook her head. Let's find a seat first. Right, let us find a seat. Su Tang realized, as there were still people lining up behind them. She pulled Qiu Luoyu to sit in the first 2 seats at the front. The front row would not cause motion sickness, and they could see the scenery ahead. The bus seats were similar to business class seats on high-speed trains, spacious and comfortable, so they wouldn't feel sore from sitting for a long time. Su Tang sat next to Qiu Luoyu, pressed the button, and the window next to them automatically closed, allowing the two to sleep directly on the bus. The journey would take a total of 8 hours, and it would be quite difficult if they didn't tease sleep. As the seats in the bus gradually filled up, the door was about to close. The bus Qiu Luoyu was on was the second bus. The leaders from the HR department and other departments who liked to socialize were on the first bus. Just as the bus door was about to close, Bai Mu walked up last. There was a separate seat in front of Qiu Luoyu and Su Tang, and Bai Mu sat there. When Su Tang saw manager Mu getting on the bus, she nudged Qiu Luoyu, who was resting her eyes. Sister Qiu, your department's deputy manager has also come on board. Hearing Su Tang's words, Qiu Luoyu opened her eyes, and when she saw Bai Mu looking over, she froze for a moment. Secretary Qiu, Bai Mu greeted with a smile. Manager Mu, why did you come on this bus? Qiu Luoyu was a bit surprised, as leaders typically sat on the first bus, while most of their team leaders were on the second bus. Bai Mu shrugged. The front bus was full, so I had to come here. Hearing Bai Mu's helpless words, Su Tang exclaimed, they should have given you their seats. How could they let manager Mu sit here? Su Tang felt a bit indignant on Bai Mu's behalf. Bai Mu waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. It just so happens that Secretary Qiu is here too. I have nothing to talk about with them. And with you two here, I feel more relaxed. Hee, that's true. Su Tang smiled, revealing her two canine teeth. She didn't have a good impression of the leaders in the company who liked to flatter, as workers generally didn't like their bosses. Only Manager Mu, who was young and considerate of his subordinates, was their favorite leader. Secretary Qiu, have you prepared the essentials for this team-building event? Bai Mu asked Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu looked at the manager in front of her and felt something was off. She couldn't tell if it was just her imagination, but she always sensed something about Bai Mu. She shook her head, thinking she was overthinking. Yes, thank you for your concern, Manager Mu. Bai Mu nodded. Although the company has arranged hotels and restaurants for this team-building event and covered the transportation costs, unnecessary expenses during the event will not be covered. So you two should be mentally prepared. His words were actually directed at Qiu Luoyu. She remained silent, while Su Tang responded first. Don't worry, Manager Mu. We're not so stingy that we can't spend a little money. That's good. Since we're going out to have fun, the most important thing is to enjoy ourselves. So if you see anything you like, just buy it. Don't hold back for the sake of your wallet. Su Tang nodded vigorously. She loved traveling and was determined to buy a lot of local specialties in Lake City. Since the company rarely organized a team-building event, she definitely wanted to show off her shopping skills. Bai Mu smiled, glanced at Qiu Luoyu again, and then turned to sit down. The bus quickly started moving. The staff in the back were still unaware that Bai Mu had gotten on the bus, because this team-building event was different from the usual ones. The hotels and restaurants booked were very high-end, considered a luxurious version of team building. Therefore, everyone was very excited, and instead of resting, they chatted enthusiastically on the bus. Except for Qiu Luoyu, the others were too excited to sleep. Su Tang was also very excited. Her eyes darted around as she bravely leaned closer to Bai Mu. Manager Mu, let us chat. Oh, what do you want to talk about? Bai Mu raised an eyebrow and asked. Su Tang looked at the sunglasses on Bai Mu's face, grinned, and pointed. Manager Mu, why do you always wear sunglasses? Is it because they look cool? Su Tang teased intentionally, making Bai Mu find it somewhat amusing. Not really. I just like wearing sunglasses, and when I wear them, you can't see my eyes. They say the eyes are the reflection of the soul. If you see my eyes, you can't read my heart. Su Tang pouted. Manager Mu, you really have a life? But can you let me see what you look like without your sunglasses? Chapter 53. My husband loves me very much. Bai Mu raised the corners of his mouth. Are you curious? Hee, a little, Su Tang replied with a grin, looking somewhat silly. Qiu Luoyu, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes and glanced towards Bai Mu, subconsciously wanting to see his true face. However, Bai Mu merely chuckled and did not take off his sunglasses. I'll show you when I feel like it. Su Tang, who had expected Bai Mu to remove his sunglasses, felt a wave of disappointment. All right, after chatting with Bai Mu for a few more minutes, she was distracted by the commotion behind her. She turned to look and saw a group that had been chatting animatedly now gathered together to play a game of passing the flower drum. They were using a bag of chips as a bomb. When the music stopped, whoever was holding the chips had to answer a truth question. Su Tang's eyes lit up, and she decided to join in. However, most of the people playing the game were members from Qiu Luoyu's group, whom she didn't know, so she wasn't sure how to approach them. She thought about pulling Qiu Luoyu along to play. Initially, Qiu Luoyu was reluctant, but under Su Tang's persistent coaxing and playful antics, she was eventually dragged over to join the game. With Qiu Luoyu participating, the atmosphere became lively again. After all, as the group leader, Qiu Luoyu was different from the leaders of other groups. Many members of her group did not respect her as much, but her position was still higher than theirs. There was nothing more amusing than teasing a leader, especially one who had little temper. So apart from the first few rounds where they were somewhat restrained, they soon stopped pretending. Whenever the music was about to stop, they would pass the chips back and forth. After several rounds, Qiu Luoyu had answered several questions. Leader, you lost again this round. The group members cheered. Looking at the chips handed to her, just before the music stopped, Qiu Luoyu hesitated for a moment. Go ahead and ask. She wasn't one to shy away from the game. The leading member cleared his throat. Leader, I want to know why your husband can drive such a nice car when your salary is so low. Qiu Luoyu's low salary wasn't a secret. Almost everyone in the HR department knew. Upon hearing this question, Qiu Luoyu paused for a moment. My husband doesn't have a job. but I don't think having a job or not has a direct relationship with what kind of car you drive. Several members nodded in agreement. This was reasonable. After all, if you had money at home, there was no need to work. The next round, Qiu Luoyu lost again. Leader, if your family is wealthy, why do you still work? Doesn't your husband give you money to spend? Or is your marriage not good? Facing such targeted questions, Qiu Luoyu showed no hesitation. I don't think earning my own money is something to be ashamed of. Just because I'm wealthy doesn't mean I should slack off. And why should I rely on my husband for money when I have hands and feet? She added, and my relationship with my husband is great. You don't need to worry about that. Those who had deliberately tried to make Qiu Luoyu lose and see her make a fool of herself exchanged glances. Other members from different groups also applauded, feeling that Qiu Luoyu was absolutely right. Who said that if you're wealthy, you can't work? Is working just for people like them? For wealthy individuals, working is just an experience of life. What's the big deal about having a low salary? They don't lack that little bit of money. Many who had previously looked down on Qiu Luoyu for having a lower salary than themselves now completely changed their opinion of her. In the next round, Qiu Luoyu lost again. Some still weren't satisfied and wanted to ask a tricky question. Leader, since you say your relationship with your husband is good, why do we see 2 red marks on your neck before? It doesn't look like you did it to yourself. Does your husband have tendencies for domestic violence? The person asking was a member of Qiu Luoyu's group. He had often made sarcastic remarks about her behind her back, and although she had heard them before, she didn't take them to heart. But this question made her frown involuntarily. The 2 marks on her neck were actually from Bai Mu accidentally hitting her. That day, Bai Mu had asked her for a day off, but she couldn't sit still, so she went to the office anyway. She had even worn a turtleneck specifically to avoid being seen, but it was still noticed. The others became intrigued upon hearing this question, as if they had stumbled upon some juicy gossip. The person asking, seeing that Qiu Luoyu didn't respond immediately and seemed to be stumped, wore a smug smile, as if he had won this round. As long as Qiu Luoyu didn't provide a reasonable explanation, this matter would be set in stone, and he could spread it around later. Qiu Luoyu took a deep breath to explain, "This is my personal matter. I can only say that my husband treats me very well and has never hit me. As for the red marks on my neck, I don't even remember. Maybe I just accidentally bumped into something." This explanation clearly did not convince everyone, especially the member from her group. That's not fair, leader. Since we're playing truth or dare, you should be able to play fair. This is just avoiding the question. He was determined to have Qiu Luoyu answer. Qiu Luoyu frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. You can consider me avoiding the question. I've already answered you. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. The person wanted to say more, but just as he opened his mouth, he saw someone walking towards them from the front of the bus. When he recognized the person, the words he was about to say suddenly froze. "Hey, Mr. Mu, why is the deputy manager on this bus? When did he get on? Why didn't anyone say a word? Oh, you all seem to be having a great time. What are you talking about?" Bai Mu smiled, looking at him with an ambiguous expression. The person's face twitched. "In nothing. Mr. Mu, we are playing passing the flower drum. The loser has to answer a truth question, and just now, Qiu group leader lost." "Oh, why do you look like you're not very happy? Are you unhappy because Secretary Qiu didn't play well?" Bai Mu's voice was calm, but it sent chills down people's spines. At that moment, the person realized that Qiu Luoyu was no longer the Qiu Luoyu from before. The previous Qiu Luoyu was just their group leader, but now, in addition to being a leader, she was also the secretary of the deputy manager of the HR department. His earlier attempts to corner her were undoubtedly slapping the deputy manager in the face. Although the deputy manager was smiling now, it felt eerie, as if he was about to deal with him. Chapter 54. Qiu Luoyu's suspicion. How could this be? I was just casually asking a few questions. How could I possibly get angry with the team leader? The person looked very guilty, not even daring to raise his head. "Yes, Manager Mu. We were just playing around. Everyone is here to have fun. The main goal is to be happy. How could we cause any unpleasantness?" The others around also echoed. As colleagues, they still had a tacit understanding. However, when Bai Mu scanned them with a glance, they immediately shut their mouths. Even behind sunglasses, Bai Mu's cold gaze was palpable. These ordinary employees dared not offend a leader of manager level. After seeing Bai Mu's attitude, they also realized that he was going to stand up for team leader Qiu. Forget it. Let the dead friend not die with the poor Taoist. They decided not to muddy the waters. Seeing that his colleagues were no longer speaking up for him, the person felt a chill in his heart. Sweat streaming down, he turned his gaze to the usually easygoing Qiu Luoyu. Team leader Qiu, we were just joking with you earlier. You wouldn't take it seriously, would you? If Qiu Luoyu said it was fine, then Manager Mu would definitely not pursue the matter any further. Bai Mu also looked at Qiu Luoyu, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Qiu Luoyu sensed the coldness emanating from Bai Mu and patiently waited for her response. But for some reason, she felt Bai Mu's aura again. She had felt this scrutinizing sensation from him before. It seemed that as long as her answer did not satisfy him, it would be her turn to suffer. Her body instinctively tightened as she replied, "If you were just joking, I certainly wouldn't take it seriously, but I feel that you're not joking." Her voice carried a chill, with no intention of being the nice person. She was not going to pretend to forgive someone who openly made things difficult for her. That would be no different from being a fool. Upon hearing Qiu Luoyu's words, the person felt completely disheartened. Turning his head, he caught sight of Bai Mu's merciless mockery. "Mu! Manager Mu! Shut up!" In the end, this person was directly kicked off the bus by Bai Mu. In this desolate area with no village in sight, he couldn't even find a taxi to go back, having to walk several kilometers to see if any cars would pass by. The others watched this scene with mixed feelings. Many were relieved that they hadn't made things difficult for Qiu Luoyu or spoken up for that person. Team leader Qiu had changed beyond recognition. With a deputy manager backing her up, who would dare to offend her knowing they might be targeted later? Su Tang had just spoken up for Qiu Luoyu as well. But since she wasn't from the same department, no one paid her any mind. Now, seeing Bai Mu step in to resolve the issue for Qiu Luoyu, her eyes sparkled with excitement. This deputy manager is so powerful. This is the true spirit of a good teammate in China. After such an incident, Qiu Luoyu no longer wanted to play games with them, and Su Tang also found it a bit boring, so the two returned to their seats. Back at her spot, Qiu Luoyu stole glances at Bai Mu in front of her. A woman's sixth sense is always quite accurate. Her intuition told her that Manager Mu was her husband, Bai Mu. Initially, she hadn't thought to connect the two, but now that she did, she noticed many flaws in his disguise. After all, a person's voice and hairstyle might change, but body shape and habitual movements are much harder to alter. Manager Mu's physique was almost identical to Bai Mu's. Perhaps a bit taller, but height can be disguised with elevator shoes. Manager Mu wore sunglasses, so she couldn't see his entire face. But the shape of his face and the exposed features bore a strong resemblance to Bai Mu. Those subtle differences could likely be achieved through makeup or other means. If Manager Mu was indeed Bai Mu, then his special treatment of her made sense. Although Bai Mu was quite harsh with her, he would never allow others to bully her. Moreover, with his character, it wasn't impossible for him to be lurking nearby to monitor her. The more Qiu Luoyu thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. She was almost convinced that he was Bai Mu. As for why this was so likely, aside from years of interaction, there was also her intuition as a woman. No matter how absurd this might sound, when all possibilities are ruled out, the most absurd conclusion is often the closest to the truth. Su Tang had no idea that the seemingly calm Qiu Luoyu was actually thinking so much. She was busy looking around, admiring the scenery outside the curtain seams, occasionally chatting with Qiu Luoyu. Bai Mu, who was resting with his eyes closed, had actually noticed Qiu Luoyu's gaze long ago. He guessed that she must have developed some suspicion about him. After all, they were husband and wife for many years. And no matter how well he disguised himself, frequent contact would still raise her doubts. He had anticipated this, but he did not plan to reveal himself so soon. He intended to keep this identity hidden from Qiu Luoyu for the time being. Even if Qiu Luoyu suspected him now, she definitely wouldn't dare to confirm it, and she would surely take a series of actions to test him later. At that time, it would be his opportunity to approach her using this identity. Despite the relatively comfortable seats on the bus, sitting for 8 hours was still quite arduous. When the bus finally came to a stop at their destination, everyone let out a sigh of relief. As they got off the bus, Su Tang inhaled the fresh air and instantly felt revitalized. "Sister Qiu, we are staying here today." Su Tang's eyes lit up as she looked at the hot spring hotel in front of them. This hot spring hotel is quite famous in Hushi. In the autumn and winter, there are hot springs available, and in the evening, there are barbecue parties. Many visitors from other places come here to check it out. Before Su Tang had ever been to Hushi, she had often seen this hotel online. When she learned that this hotel was part of the team-building arrangement. She was incredibly excited. After checking in, they each had a room, and with their room keys in hand, they headed to their respective rooms. This place costs over 1,000 yuan per night per person, which is considered quite high-end. Su Tang and Qiu Luoyu each pushed a suitcase to the third floor, with their rooms adjacent to each other, allowing them to visit one another in the evening. Once they returned to their rooms, Su Tang was still unable to contain her excitement. It was also Qiu Luoyu's first time staying in such a high-end hotel. Previously, during her romance with Bai Mu, the hotels they stayed in were all chosen by him. They were also quite luxurious, costing several hundred yuan per night, but nothing compared to this one. As she pushed open the door, the space inside was estimated to be over 100 square meters. The windows were floor to ceiling, and opening them revealed a view of the hot spring and the evening party site below. Looking further out, the bustling city was laid out before them, with a stunning view. Chapter 55. Qiu Jie's husband is quite a character. After sitting on the bus all day, although she did take a short nap in between, Qiu Luoyu still felt a bit tired. Therefore, after arriving at the hotel room, she rested for a while. She was awakened again by Su Tang's knocking on the door. Looking at the time, it was already 5 in the evening. There were plans for the evening. The company had booked a barbecue venue, and dozens of people would have the place to themselves. It was set to start at 7 o'clock, and although it wasn't time yet, they could go to the hot springs for a soak first. Su Tang came to find Qiu Luoyu because she wanted to take her to the hot springs. Before coming, Su Tang had already done her homework, saying that the hot springs at this hotel were a must-try, or else it would be a wasted trip. Qiu Luoyu had promised Su Tang in the afternoon that she would accompany her to experience it, but then she fell asleep. Su Tang first sent her a WeChat message, and when she didn't reply, she came and knocked on the door. Qiu Luoyu tidied herself up and came out. Su Tang cheerfully linked arms with Qiu Luoyu, acting like two good sisters. Qiu Luoyu was initially a bit unaccustomed to it, as she rarely had such close contact with anyone, even girls. Back in school, she didn't have many friends and was seen as a somewhat reclusive person, so the girls in her class were unwilling to play with her. However, under Su Tang's friendly demeanor, she gradually adapted. The two soon arrived at the hot spring area behind the hotel. The hot springs were divided into indoor and outdoor sections. The outdoor hot springs offered views of the distant scenery, as the hot spring hotel was next to a resort area, making the view on the other side very beautiful. The indoor area was relatively enclosed, so naturally there was no view, but it had stronger privacy, which most women preferred. Su Tang was quite open and didn't mind soaking in the outdoor hot springs. Soaking in hot springs would naturally warm the body, and the breeze outside would help balance it out. However, because Qiu Luoyu was also there, she chose to go indoors. Qiu Jie, your figure is quite good. What body lotion do you usually use? Why is your skin so smooth and fair? In the changing room, Su Tang looked at Qiu Luoyu's figure and skin with a drooling expression. Qiu Luoyu's measurements weren't particularly prominent, but her flesh was well distributed, giving her a good body proportion. The main thing was her skin, which was as white as goat's milk, even without special care. Her natural beauty still surpassed many girls who spent a lot of effort on their appearance. Qiu Luoyu smiled and didn't pay much attention. It's just a body lotion I bought on Taobao, only a few dozen yuan a bottle. She didn't put much thought into taking care of herself. But she did apply body lotion regularly, as Bai Mu liked the scent on her skin. Applying body lotion left a natural fragrance. Su Tang looked at Qiu Luoyu with envy and sighed. I really envy your husband, Qiu Jie. He must hold you while sleeping every day. Qiu Luoyu hesitated for a moment. Recently, Bai Mu did like to hold her while sleeping, but in the past, it was relatively less frequent. At this point, Su Tang's round eyes suddenly curved into crescent shapes. By the way, Qiu Jie, you're so beautiful and have such a great figure. How did your husband pursue you back then? The last time Su Tang saw Bai Mu, he looked pretty good, but he always seemed to have a bad temper. A woman like Qiu Jie, with such a good personality, shouldn't normally choose someone like that as her husband. Upon hearing Su Tang's words, Qiu Luoyu couldn't help but start reminiscing. To be honest, it didn't seem to take Bai Mu long to win her over back then. They met just a few times, took a few walks, watched a few movies, had a few meals, and then they confirmed their relationship. He was quite good back then, a capable person, both to me, and quite good. Qiu Luoyu bit her lip. Su Tang Qiu Ge. pulling the door of the hot spring pool and entering with Qiu Luoyu. Can I ask a relatively private question? What? Qiu Luoyu looked a bit puzzled. Qiu Jia, how long after you and your husband got together did you become intimate? Why do you ask this? Qiu Luoyu opened her mouth, her expression a bit complicated. Su Tang hurriedly waved her hand. Qiu Jia, don't misunderstand. I was just thinking my boyfriend and I have been together for almost a year now. But we haven't been intimate yet, and he is not proactive at all, so I'm wondering if that is normal. Upon hearing Su Tang's explanation, Qiu Luoyu's expression returned to normal. Oh, I see, so how long after you and your husband got together did you guys, do it? The two soaked in the hot spring, feeling completely relaxed. The indoor hot spring pool was divided into male and female baths, and since most people had gone outdoors, there were currently only the two of them inside. Regarding Su Tang's question, Qiu Luoyu obviously found it a bit hard to say. It should have been the first month of being together, huh? You guys did it just a month after getting together? Upon hearing Qiu Luoyu's answer, Su Tang was immediately shocked. Qiu Luoyu helplessly nodded. She indeed had been intimate with Bai Mu a month after they got together. At that time, she was somewhat confused as Bai Mu led her into a hotel. She remembered it was a weekend, and it had just poured outside. Bai Chiohan was at the teacher's house for tutoring and couldn't come back, so she stayed there for a night. At that time, Qiu Luoyu had just finished her part-time job, and Bai Mu came pick her up. Because she didn't check the weather forecast, the rain came suddenly, and before she could return to her dorm, she was soaked. Bai Mu, citing the need to avoid getting sick and to escape the rain, booked a 5-star hotel near where she worked. It cost over 500 yuan for one night. Qiu Luoyu felt heartbroken, but since Bai Mu had already booked it, there was no choice. If they didn't stay, the money would be wasted. Later, when she finished bathing and lay down to sleep, she sensed something was off in the room's atmosphere. Bai Mu lay next to her, feeling hot like a furnace, clearly getting a bit heated. In the end, she was taken down by Bai Mu in a half-push, half-accept situation. After that, she didn't even know how she fell asleep. She just remembered waking up to a mess in the room. It was like they had just gone through World War II. It was also that time that Qiu Luoyu completely gave her heart to Bai Mu. Su Tang scratched her head, clearly shocked by Qiu Luoyu. Was Qiu Jia more open-minded? Or was her husband particularly skilled? She leaned towards the latter, getting to that so quickly. Your husband is indeed quite a character. Thinking about her own boyfriend, she couldn't help but doubt. Was it that her boyfriend wasn't good enough, which is why he didn't touch her? It couldn't be that she had no charm at all, and he just wasn't interested in her, right? If that were the case, then why would he want her as a girlfriend? Chapter 56. A playful glance. Thinking of this, Su Tang couldn't help but ask boldly, Sister Qiu, how do you think your husband's abilities in that aspect are? The two were soaking in a hot spring, with about a meter of distance between them. When Su Tang asked this question, her body unconsciously leaned closer to Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu raised her eyebrows slightly. Isn't that a bit too forward? Su Tang chuckled. I'm just asking. I'm starting to doubt my boyfriend's capabilities. So you're asking about my husband, huh? Qiu Luoyu couldn't help but facepalm, feeling speechless. He is quite capable. I can only say that. She had personally experienced Bai Mu's abilities. Even after all these years, he was still impressive. She considered herself to be somewhat frigid, but every time Bai Mu got close to her, she felt like she was soaring in the clouds and truly enjoyed it. While she didn't know how others were, she thought this should be a strong performance, right? Well, what positions do you usually like to use? Su Tang pouted, asking curiously, do you usually ask other questions like this? Qiu Luoyu instinctively moved away from Su Tang. Was it appropriate to ask such private questions? Su Tang quickly grabbed Qiu Luoyu, smiling ingratiatingly. Oh, come on, Sister Qiu, I'm just curious. I haven't experienced it myself, so I thought I could learn from you. If my boyfriend isn't proactive, then I have to take the initiative, right? Su Tang looked quite aggrieved. Qiu Luoyu couldn't help but facepalm again. Sister Qiu, just tell me in secret. I definitely won spill. Su Tang chuckled, looking quite mischievous. Qiu Luoyu was speechless again and casually replied, I don't know. It depends on him. If it really doesn't work, just find a website to learn. Okay. Seeing that Qiu Luoyu didn't seem to want to answer, Su Tang stood how. She quickly adjusted her mood and started chatting about some trivial matters with Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu usually didn't talk much with others, so she would generally respond seriously to questions directed at her. However, some of Su Tang's questions were simply too embarrassing. It was almost as if she wanted to write a reflection paper afterward. After half an hour, Qiu Luoyu found an excuse to get out of the hot spring. Once she was out, she breathed a sigh of relief. Spending time with Su Tang was too stressful. Not only did she ask strange questions, but she also got a bit touchy. One moment, she was saying how good Qiu Luoyu's skin was, and the next moment she was saying she smelled nice. Although they were both women, Qiu Luoyu began to suspect whether Su Tang was flirting with her. Scared, she hurriedly left. After getting dressed in the changing room, she just stepped out when she heard someone calling her from behind. Secretary Qiu. The only person who could call her, that was Manager Mu. Manager Mu, are you here to soak in a hot spring too? Turning around, Qiu Luoyu smiled faintly at Bai Mu. Her gaze fell on Bai Mu's face, and she couldn't help but frown. Do you even wear sunglasses while soaking in a hot spring? Her mouth slightly agape. She found it somewhat unbelievable. However, she was even more convinced of her suspicions. If he was trying to hide something, why would he behave so strangely, so cautiously, unwilling to reveal his true appearance? Thinking of this, Qiu Luoyu couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. So, Secretary Qiu, did you just finish soaking? Bai Mu looked at Qiu Luoyu's fair skin, which was faintly tinged with pink, and a light fragrance emanated from her. Usually, when Qiu Luoyu had just taken a shower, she would exude a lovely scent. This wasn't tea just because of body lotion. Qiu Luoyu nodded. Manager Mu, do you have to wear sunglasses while soaking? Wouldn't it fog up your vision? Bai Mu pointed to the sunglasses on his face, smiling lightly. Oh, that? I'm just used to wearing sunglasses. But what you said makes sense. He pretended to take off his sunglasses, while Qiu Luoyu's eyes gleamed with anticipation as she watched him. However, just as his fingers touched the sunglasses, he stopped, a playful smile on his face. Secretary Qiu must be curious about what I look like without my sunglasses, right? Caught off guard by Bai Mu's sudden question and realizing he had guessed her thoughts, Qiu Luoyu froze for a moment. How about this, Secretary Qiu? Why don't you help me take them off? Bai Mu stepped forward, leaning down to meet Qiu Luoyu's gaze. Qiu Luoyu swallowed hard, her heart racing uncontrollably. Through the sunglasses, she could faintly see Bai Mu's eyes. What familiar eyes they were. The playfulness in them seemed to mock her like a tiger toying with its prey, pretending to be lazy before pouncing. In an instant, she panicked, worried that if she took off the sunglasses, he really would be Bai Mu. She didn't know how to face him or what he would do. Would he treat her the same way as before, giving her resources and projects? Or would he bully her like a home? She didn't dare to think about it or make any moves. She frantically waved her hands. No, Manager Mu, I'll leave first. Ultimately, she gave up on the idea of finding out and fled the scene. Watching Qiu Luoyu flee in panic, Bai Mu couldn't help but chuckle. His wife was just too cute. He really wanted to see her reaction when she finally saw his true face. However, if he revealed his identity so soon, it would be too boring. After running out of the hot spring, Qiu Luoyu took a deep breath. Breathing in the fresh air helped calm her down. He must be Bai Mu, even though she hadn't seen his true face. She felt incredibly certain at this moment. Only he would look at her with that kind of gaze. Just thinking that Bai Mu had secretly infiltrated her life. Qiu Luoyu felt her legs go weak. After all these years, she hadn't realized how capable the man beside her was. Not only could he arrange for her to meet the principal of her school, but he could also easily become her boss at the company. Moreover, he could introduce her to projects and provide resources. If Manager Mu was really Bai Mu, then hadn't she been played by him all along? Qiu Luoyu pursed her lips, feeling somewhat unsettled. Just a few days ago, she had been troubled by her own deception, feeling guilty. Now she was being told that her man had been hiding things from her all these years. Qiu Luoyu shook her head, realizing she couldn't be so decisive. After all, despite her certainty, it was still just a guess. Until she had concrete proof. She couldn't conclude that Bai Mu was deceiving her. There was still a small chance that it might not be him, right? Chapter 57 Extra Delicious. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the party was about to start. The barbecue campsite was large, with many barbecue racks set up on a spacious lawn, along with a variety of ingredients for grilling. These ingredients were provided by the hotel, and there were even whole roasted lambs and suckling pigs. Chairs and tables were arranged under a shade canopy, and the grilled food could be placed directly on the tables for eating. As the time arrived, everyone gathered here. The venue was booked exclusively for their company's employees tonight. Qiu Luoyu found a spot to sit down. After finishing her hot spring bath, Su Tang came out to look for her. Sister Qiu, why did you leave just now? I thought you would come back, Su Tang complained while hugging Qiu Luoyu's arm. What could she say? Could she say it was because she couldn't stand the other person? Fortunately, Su Tang didn't take it to heart and instead pointed to a few barbecue racks not far away, saying, Sister Qiu, should we go over and grill something too? It looks interesting watching them grill. The hotel had chefs specifically responsible for barbecuing, but you could also choose to grill yourself, as some people found it more enjoyable. Qiu Luoyu wasn't the type to enjoy just sitting back and letting others do the work, so she nodded and went over with Su Tang to grill something themselves. Team Leader Qiu. A few employees from the HR department greeted her when they saw Qiu Luoyu. Compared to before, they were noticeably more polite today. Team Leader Qiu. Do you want to grill? We'll help you set up the charcoal. The few people were very enthusiastic, helping Qiu Luoyu set up the charcoal and start the fire. Thank you, Qiu Luoyu said to them. You're welcome, you're welcome. They smiled and then stepped aside. Seeing this, Su Tang smiled interestingly. These people are quite attentive today. Probably because of Manager Mu, she teased. Qiu Luoyu hummed in response and arranged the ingredients. She had never grilled by herself before, but since she often cooked, she had a good grasp of temperature and wouldn't burn the ingredients at least. There was a smoke hood above the grill, so she wouldn't get too much of the smell on her clothes. She could just take a shower when she got back. While they were grilling, others had already started eating. The party wasn't just about barbecuing. There were also cooked dishes and seafood provided by the hotel. With over 80 people waiting for the barbecue, when would they be able to eat? The hotel had already prepared the dishes in advance, and they were served as soon as they were ready. In the evening, everyone enjoyed the cool breeze, savored the delicious food, and chatted with each other, creating a harmonious atmosphere that was what team building should be about. Qiu Luoyu, stop grilling and come over for a couple of drinks. About half an hour after the party started, everyone had already begun to eat for a while. Supervisor Zeng called out to Qiu Luoyu. Their side was mostly leaders, along with a few high-performing team leaders. You all eat, I'll grill for a while longer, Qiu Luoyu said, as she wasn't very hungry yet. All right, Manager Wang and Manager Mu are both here. And it wouldn't be good for them to see you not go over, Supervisor Zeng said as he walked over to Qiu Luoyu. After a moment of silence, Qiu Luoyu handed the skewers in her hand to Su Tang. Then I'll leave this to you for now. I'm going to eat something. Oh, sure. Su Tang looked at Supervisor Zeng and nodded repeatedly. Privately, she had a good relationship with Qiu Luoyu, but in the company, her position was still lower than Qiu Luoyu's. Following Supervisor Zeng, she came to the shade canopy where a large table was occupied by more than 10 leaders, most of whom were from the HR department. Bai Mu and the HR manager sat at the main seats. Although Bai Mu was the deputy manager, it was evident that the HR manager was even more respectful towards him, actively engaging in conversation. Secretary Qiu, sit next to me, Bai Mu said to Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu hesitated for just a moment before moving to sit beside Bai Mu. Manager Wang was very perceptive and praised her. This is Manager Mu's secretary. She looks quite capable. She used to be Supervisor Zeng's team leader, right? Supervisor Zeng nodded repeatedly, showing great respect to Manager Wang. Yes, Manager Wang. She used to be my team leader. It was also her who went with me to discuss projects with Principal Zhao recently. Manager Wang nodded slightly. Not bad. She is indeed a talent, capable and with good temperament. Manager Mu has a great eye. After Qiu Luoyu sat down, Bai Mu poured her a glass of red wine. She was taken aback. Manager Mu, it's rare to be out for team building. Having a little wine is fine. Qiu Luoyu looked at Bai Mu, biting her lip. If it were before, even if Bai Mu said that, she wouldn't drink. But now, in her eyes, this Manager Mu was already 99% Bai Mu. Facing Bai Mu's command, she had no power to refuse. I understand. Qiu Luoyu accepted the wine glass. See, Manager Mu's words carry weight. In the past, when I took Team Leader Qiu out to discuss cooperation, she was adamant about not drinking. I didn't expect that with just a casual remark from Manager Mu. Team Leader Qiu would agree. Supervisor Zeng joked at that moment. In reality, he was also complaining about Qiu Luoyu. After all, in the past, Qiu Luoyu had made numerous excuses for not drinking, and as a result, Supervisor Zeng had taken her out to discuss projects less often. Hearing Supervisor Zeng's words, Qiu Luoyu remained unfazed, as if she didn't notice the hidden meaning in his words. All right, since everyone is here, let us raise a glass to celebrate Manager Mu joining us this year and wish our HR department prosperity, creating brilliance again next year. Manager Wang raised his red wine glass. Everyone echoed in agreement. Bai Mu, with a slight smile, clinked his wine glass with Qiu Luoyu's, and the action was self-evident. Qiu Luoyu's nose twitched slightly as she took a sip of the red wine. As the wine went down her throat, her brows involuntarily furrowed. A subtle expression of indescribable feelings appeared on her delicate face. She rarely drank, and she wasn't very fond of the taste of red wine. In fact, for women, moderate consumption of red wine could not only beautify the skin, but also benefit cardiovascular health. Come on, have some seafood. Bai Mu picked up a piece of lobster meat and placed it on Qiu Luoyu's plate. Watching Bai Mu serve her food, Qiu Luoyu bit her lip, feeling a mix of emotions. Ever since they got married, Bai Mu had rarely served her food. It was only during their courtship before marriage that he would do so. To disguise his identity, could he really be so gentle? Qiu Luoyu couldn't help but think, if she didn't expose him, would he continue to pretend? After saying thank you, she picked up the lobster meat from her plate and put it in her mouth. She couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but she felt that this piece of lobster meat was particularly delicious. Chapter 58. She is now my secretary. How is it? Is it delicious? Bai Mu asked, noticing Qiu Luoyu's look of enjoyment. Qiu Luoyu blinked, masking her emotions, and nodded. It's good. That's all that matters, Bai Mu said lightly, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. A supervisor who had seen the world wanted to take the opportunity to show off in front of Bai Mu and said, this is a good thing. If I remember correctly, this lobster costs several tens of thousands each. You usually can't get it. So, Secretary Qiu should eat more while she can. He deliberately cleared his throat. Of course, this table's dishes were prepared in advance by Manager Mu at the hotel. Ordinary people can't afford it. So Manager Mu is essentially treating everyone. Among so many tables, only theirs had particularly luxurious dishes. The other ordinary employees were eating regular-priced seafood. Hearing that, Qiu Luoyu paused in her movements. She had wanted to take another piece, but the price startled her. Her hand froze in midair before retracting. She couldn't help but glance at Bai Mu beside her. A lobster costs tens of thousands? How much does this whole table cost? Where did he get so much money? Just as she was puzzled, Bai Mu noticed her retracting hand and picked up a few pieces of lobster meat, placing them in her bowl. If you want to eat, just take it yourself. Don't listen to what others say. His words were neither heavy nor light, comforting Qiu Luoyu while also making the earlier speaker feel a bit awkward. It seemed his words hadn't pleased Manager Mu. Manager Mu, you eat it yourself? Qiu Luoyu said, trying to pass the lobster meat to Bai Mu, but he refused. Didn't I mention that I dislike using your chopsticks? He raised an eyebrow and asked. Qiu Luoyu recalled that Bai Mu had indeed said that on her first day at the company, when he took her to the cafeteria for lunch. She was momentarily at a loss for words, knowing that Bai Mu wouldn't actually disdain her. After all, they had done more outrageous things together. He was just trying to get her to eat. But that statement sounded quite intriguing to others. Supervisor Zeng couldn't help but laugh. Qiu team leader, just eat what Manager Mu gave you. It's awkward to keep passing it around. Besides, Manager Mu is a married man. It's not good for you to do that. Bai Mu had a mark on his left ring finger where a wedding ring had been worn, but it had been removed. However, the trace from years of wearing it couldn't be erased. Ahem. Yes, Secretary Qiu. These are things Manager Mu usually eats. He doesn't mind this little bit, another supervisor chimed in. Qiu Luoyu's gaze fell on Bai Mu's left ring finger. The ring he had bought when he got married had been worn for many years, and now he had unexpectedly taken it off. This disguise was quite thorough. Faced with the two supervisors' criticisms, Qiu Luoyu merely frowned and poured herself a glass of red wine. Manager Mu, I toast to you and apologize for my earlier inappropriate behavior. She sincerely downed half a glass of red wine. Seeing this, Supervisor Zeng was taken aback. That glass of wine could cost thousands. She just gulped it down without savoring it. How ridiculous. However, on the surface, he still pretended to be satisfied. Manager Mu, please forgive her. It's her first time as a secretary. Sometimes she doesn't know the boundaries, so I hope Manager Mu will be understanding. As Qiu Luoyu's former supervisor, Zeng stood up to say something. Bai Mu's lips curled into a mocking smile as he looked at Zeng with an unfriendly expression. Zeng was being quite proactive, My relationship with Secretary Qiu shouldn't concern you, right? Yes, she used to be your subordinate, so you feel entitled to say that, huh? Now I'll tell you, she is my secretary, so I hope you'll know your place from now on, Bai Mu said bluntly. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Everyone was taken aback that Bai Mu would speak up for Qiu Luoyu. After all, one was a team leader and the other was a supervisor. The latter had just shown displeasure towards Qiu Luoyu, and now the supervisor who was trying to help was being reprimanded instead. Who would they turn to for reasoning? The smile on Supervisor Zhang's face visibly stiffened. Seeing this, Manager Wang quickly stepped in to mediate. Manager Mu, don't take it to heart. Supervisor Zhang just spoke without thinking. I will definitely reprimand him when we get back. Let us not let this outing become unpleasant. Come, let us have another drink. Manager Wang raised his glass, and the surrounding people also raised their glasses in understanding. One was a manager who had been transferred from above, and the other was a supervisor under him. Manager Wang could clearly distinguish between the two. He wouldn't offend Bai Mu just because of Supervisor Zhang. This led to Supervisor Zhang's expression not looking too good. He could only swallow his frustration. He couldn't understand why Manager Mu valued Qiu Luoyu so much. It had been the same before, and now again, whenever he said anything against her, Manager Mu would directly turn against him. What was it about him that made Manager Mu unhappy? Or was it that Qiu Luoyu was untouchable? Either way, he felt he should be more cautious in the future to avoid getting into trouble. With Supervisor Zhang no longer leading the charge, no one else dared to speak ill of Qiu Luoyu. Most people continued to compliment Bai Mu, while Qiu Luoyu quietly enjoyed the delicacies beside him. These were things she could hardly eat before. Only when she was first with Bai Mu would he take her out to eat. After they got married, their conflicts deepened, and Bai Mu hardly took her out anymore. When Bai Mu first revealed his true self in front of her, she would resist. Although she was a woman who couldn't fight back, she wouldn't let Bai Mu bully her that easily. She would hit Bai Mu, but in the face of absolute power. Her resistance seemed insignificant. Bai Mu would always wait until she was completely exhausted from resisting before he would act against her. Eventually, she gradually lost the desire to resist. After all, the outcome was always the same, and she couldn't change anything. After the evening party ended, Qiu Luoyu had drunk nearly a bottle of red wine by herself and felt dizzy as she returned to her room. Manager Mu, let me take care of Qiu Jia. You go back first. On the way back to her room, Su Tang looked at Bai Mu, who was supporting Qiu Luoyu, with a somewhat anxious expression. Qiu Jia has a husband. It's not appropriate for Manager Mu to do this. Besides, the leaders all live upstairs, and Qiu Jia lives next door. It's just on the way. No need, you go back to your room. I can handle her. Bai Mu glanced at Su Tang, his tone carrying a hint of command. Su Tang hesitated, unsure of what to say for a moment. Chapter 59. Taking back all the compliments. Manager Mu, can you promise me that after you drop off Sister Qiu, you'll come out, okay? Su Tang felt that her expression at this moment must be very pitiful. She pleaded with a desperate tone, although she knew Manager Mu shouldn't be that kind of person. She worried about the saying you can know someone's face, but not their heart. What if Manager Mu was that kind of person? Who could say for sure? Just go back to your room. You don't need to worry about anything else. But Su Tang continued to follow Bai Mu, wanting to say something more. However, Bai Mu ignored her, wrapping one arm around Qiu Luoyu's waist, almost lifting her up. Qiu Luoyu didn't drink much before, so her alcohol tolerance wasn't very good. After drinking a bottle of red wine, her head felt a bit dizzy. Being held by Bai Mu, feeling the warmth in his arms, she felt a little more at ease. At home, Bai Mu was the biggest danger, but outside, with Bai Mu by her side, he could provide her with absolute safety. Using Qiu Luoyu's room card to unlock the hotel door, Su Tang was left outside, looking at the closed door, wanting to say something but hesitating. Sister Qiu, take care. Su Tang felt helpless and could only pray that Manager Mu would be a bit gentler. Bai Mu had the hotel staff prepare a bowl of hangover soup. After drinking the soup, Qiu Luoyu felt a little better, so she wouldn't be too uncomfortable the next day. In a daze, Qiu Luoyu felt as if her clothes were being pulled off. She realized she wasn't at home and suddenly woke up. In her hazy state, she saw Bai Mu, and her initially blurred mind gradually started to react. Manager Mu, what are you doing? Qiu Luoyu's voice carried a hint of drunkenness, different from her usual indifferent tone. At this moment, her voice sounded a bit sultry. Bai Mu squinted and chuckled. Secretary Qiu, weren't you going to sleep? Let me help you take off your clothes. Otherwise, it might be uncomfortable. No, that's not necessary. Manager Mu, you can go out. I can do it myself. Since she decided not to expose Bai Mu's disguise, Qiu Luoyu had to keep her distance from his identity as Manager Mu. Otherwise, when she went back, she would definitely be dealt with harshly. Seeing Qiu Luoyu like this, Bai Mu couldn't help but laugh inwardly. She was resisting verbally, but there was no panic on her face, and her pushing motion didn't exert any strength. It was clear she had already guessed his identity. He didn't plan to expose Qiu Luoyu directly, but continued to maintain the disguise. Secretary Qiu drank too much. I'm afraid something might happen to you tonight. So why don't I stay here with you? Hearing Bai Mu's words, Qiu Luoyu realized he was testing her. If she agreed, she would definitely be in trouble when she returned. She firmly refused. Manager Mu, if you keep this up, I will call someone. She pushed Bai Mu away and took out her phone. After drinking the hangover soup, she felt a lot clearer and unlocked her phone, just pretending to make a call without taking any further action. Bai Mu found it very amusing to see Qiu Luoyu acting like a startled kitten. He reached out and held her slender ankle, clearly feeling her tremble. Bai Mu pulled her closer and then stared into her eyes, slowly taking her phone away. Throughout the process, Qiu Luoyu felt as if she were frozen, unable to move at all. Bai Mu pulled up the blanket and covered her with it. All right, since you said so, I'll go out. If you need anything, remember to call me. Bai Mu made a gesture as if to call someone, placed Qiu Luoyu's phone on the table, and then left her room. Qiu Luoyu felt the lingering warmth at her ankle and rubbed it with her hand. She didn't know if it was because of the alcohol, but facing Bai Mu, who was much gentler than usual, she surprisingly had the thought of wanting to sleep with him. She considered herself a cold person, but there was a time when she particularly enjoyed sleeping next to Bai Mu. Ever since that time, he tricked her into the hotel. They had gone there almost every few days for the next 2 months. Many times, it was even her who suggested it. Later, she found out that a night at the hotel was so expensive, equivalent to several days' worth of her salary, and only then did she return to her previous state. After getting married, she became even colder. Until just now, she actually had such a thought again. Was it because she remembered the Bai Mu from their passionate period? She hugged her knees, her eyes filled with nostalgia, and finally let out a long sigh. As Bai Mu stepped out of Qiu Luoyu's room, he immediately saw Su Tang at the door. Su Tang noticed Bai Mu's clothes were a bit disheveled and opened her mouth in surprise. Clearly, she hadn't expected Bai Mu to come out so quickly. Manager Mu, you're out so soon? What? Bai Mu frowned. Ah, no, Su Tang quickly reacted. I meant, Manager Mu, you came out so soon. I thought you'd stay inside for a while longer. Su Tang lauget ak wadili. Bai Mu looked a bit speechless. I just sent Secretary Qiu back to her room. Why would I stay in there for so long? Or do you think I should do something? Su Tang hurriedly waved her hands. I didn't mean that. Manager Mu, don't say such things. In my heart, you are a virtuous gentleman. How could you do something like taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable position? Ha! Su Tang felt a bit guilty and changed the subject. How is Sister Qiu doing now? She's fine, but you might not be so well. Bai Mu's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile that was hard to interpret, making Su Tang feel a bit uneasy. Su Tang unconsciously crossed her arms and took a few steps back. Manager Mu, what are you going to do? You don't want to do something to me, do you? I have a boyfriend. What are you thinking? Young people shouldn't have so many inappropriate thoughts. Then, what do you want to do? Su Tang Mumbai. Nothing. I just see you're quite enthusiastic. So I want to ask you to do something. Hearing Bai Mu's compliment, Su Tang felt a bit shy. Actually, it's not a big deal. Haha, since that's the case. I just saw that quite a few female employees at the party drank a lot. So why don't you take them all back to their rooms? This way, they can avoid being taken advantage of. Ah, Su Tang was stunned for a moment. Me alone? Otherwise? But how can I manage so many people by myself? It's fine. Don't you like to manage things? I'm asking you to manage more. Bai Mu smiled insincerely. Su Tang immediately made a. This was not what she expected. Why was she being punished? Wasn't she just being praised? It turned out this was a setup to punish her. She retracted all her previous compliments of Manager Mu. Chapter 60, The Feeling in My Hands. There's no way it's wrong. You drank quite a bit tonight, huh? Bai Mu teased as he looked at Qiu Luoyu's appearance on the video call. It was dark on the other side, and Qiu Luoyu couldn't see Bai Mu's side clearly. Her cheeks were flushed as she nodded. I had a bit of red wine tonight. She walked around her room with her phone, essentially telling Bai Mu that she was alone in her room. Good, Bai Mu said with satisfaction. All right, now prop up your phone. Huh? Qiu Luoyu was taken aback for a moment, but still did as told, placing the phone on the bedside table. From now on, you just do whatever I tell you. Bai Mu laughed. Qiu Luoyu felt a shiver run down her spine. You're giving me orders, even when I'm not at home? Qiu Luoyu had already changed into her pajamas. The dark blue pajamas covered her body completely. She thought she would get to relax a bit during her 3-day team building trip. She never expected Bai Mu would think of such a method. What's wrong? Don't you want to? Bai Mu's voice turned serious. Qiu Luoyu's body trembled. Can't you let me rest for a few days? Qiu Luoyu started to soften. Haven't I already let you rest for a week? Aren't you satisfied? One shouldn't be too greedy. Bai Mu did not relent. Then, what do you want me to do? Qiu Luoyu gritted her teeth and asked. Bai Mu's gaze darkened as he licked his lips. You just watch. Qiu Luoyu bit her lip. I understand. The next day, Qiu Luoyu was awakened by Su Tang's knocking on the door. Sister Qiu, we have to leave in an hour. Don't oversleep. Su Tang's voice came from outside. Qiu Luoyu slowly woke up. Glancing at her phone, she unlocked it and found the chat interface with Bai Mu still open. It showed that the video call had lasted over 2 hours. Qiu Luoyu had only fallen asleep in the early morning. She never thought that even when she wasn't by Bai Mu's side, she could still be tormented like this by him. Sometimes, she admired him for being able to come up with so many clever ideas. The team building location today was a scenic area, which included many activities such as picnicking, animal watching, and even a pool party where they could swim. The company had booked the place for the entire day, with lunch at the local restaurant and dinner at a nearby star-rated hotel. After freshening up, they set off, and it took about half an hour to get there. Wow, this place is beautiful. Upon arrival, Su Tang exclaimed. The reason it was called a scenic area was that there was a vast flower sea as they entered. A sea of flowers greeted them, along with a strong floral fragrance. Qiu Luoyu was also amazed by the scene. It reminded her of the flower park she had visited with Bai Mu before. The shock she felt back then was just as strong as it was now. Many female employees in the group ran off to take pictures. Next to the flower sea was a ticket booth and several snack stalls. There were plenty of visitors here, not just people from their company. Sister Qiu, do you want some popcorn? Su Tang asked, pointing to a nearby popcorn stall. Qiu Luoyu nodded. Since they were out to have fun, she didn't want to be stingy. However, when they reached the stall and saw the prices, they were taken aback. 30 for a large popcorn? Su Tang was surprised by the price. Hey, that's the price here, little girl, the popcorn vendor said, revealing a comical smile with a missing tooth. Su Tang thought for a moment and decided, then let's get a large one. She earned 6,000 a month, and since her boyfriend's money was all given to her, she had more than enough to spend. Buying a portion of popcorn would only hurt a bit. Aren't you buying any, Sister Qiu? Su Tang asked when she saw Qiu Luoyu frowning. Does this beautiful lady want one? The popcorn vendor looked at Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu shook her head. I won't buy. She couldn't possibly spend 30 on popcorn. She vaguely remembered that when she was in college. Popcorn only costs $6 or $7. Come on, it's delicious and sweet. No, it's too expensive. Qiu Luoyu refused again. Seeing this, the vendor chuckled and turned on the popcorn machine, releasing a rich aroma. So fragrant. Su Tang's eyes lit up. Qiu Luoyu bit her lip and remained silent. It did smell quite good, but she still wouldn't buy it. If you want to eat it, just buy it. A voice suddenly came from behind Qiu Luoyu. It was Bai Mu's voice. Qiu Luoyu turned around abruptly, and upon seeing Bai Mu, she instinctively took a step back, almost bumping into the popcorn stall. Be careful. Bai Mu quickly grabbed her. Qiu Luoyu hurriedly leaned forward, accidentally pressing her hands against Bai Mu's chest muscles. Vendor, give me a portion. Bai Mu took out his phone to scan the code. All right. The vendor grinned and handed a portion to Bai Mu. Bai Mu placed the popcorn in Qiu Luoyu's hands. Next time you want to eat, just buy it. Don't be so stingy with yourself. Qiu Luoyu pouted, her hands still recalling the touch from earlier. After all these years, she knew Bai Mu well enough that the feeling was undoubtedly his chest muscles. There was no way it was wrong. She had touched them countless times. A warm piece of popcorn was popped in her mouth, and she suddenly looked up. What are you thinking about, Secretary Qiu? Facing Bai Mu's smile. Qiu Luoyu felt her heart skip a beat. Her heart raced, and she quickly replied, Nothing at all. Thank you, Manager Mu. I'll transfer the money to you later. No need. This is on me. That won't do. What's wrong? Can't I treat Secretary Qiu to some popcorn? As your leader, do I not have this little privilege? Qiu Luoyu. You do. Then it's settled. Bai Mu smiled. Qiu Luoyu looked at him and felt a long-lost warmth. This kind of warmth felt so unfamiliar. It had been quite a few years, hadn't it? Chapter 61. The fat meat delivered to the mouth. Sure, Sister Qiu. Manager Mu even treated you to popcorn. It seems like you two have a good relationship, Su Tang said as she approached after Bai Mu left. Qiu Luoyu shot her a glance, but didn't reply. Su Tang then recalled what happened last night and curiously asked, by the way, Sister Qiu, did Manager Mu do anything to you after bringing you back to the room? Do anything to me? What would he do? Qiu Luoyu raised an eyebrow. That is true. He came out so quickly that it didn't seem like he did anything. Su Tang rubbed her chin. Stop thinking nonsense. What's going on in your head every day? Qiu Luoyu said helplessly. Su Tang chuckled, and the two walked into the scenic area. Inside, there were places to see animals, like the peacock garden, alpaca garden, and giraffe garden, where stalls sold feed that could be bought to feed the animals. Qiu Luoyu didn't buy any, just watching. Su Tang bought quite a lot, and they fed many animals along the way. Since the leaders didn't require everyone to stick together, they could wander around the scenic area freely. The scenic area was large, and, at a glance, the most common sight was tourists. The more than 80 people from their company seemed inconspicuous in this place. Qiu Luoyu could sense that Bai Mu occasionally glanced their way, while she pretended not to notice. Messages came in the group chat, with many people already finding a place for a picnic to have lunch. Some others went to the restaurants in the scenic area to enjoy food. There were many snack stalls in the scenic area, and the prices were quite high. Whether picnicking or dining in a restaurant, these expenses were not included in the team building, meaning they had to pay out of their own pockets. Qiu Luoyu brought some bread and other snacks and didn't plan to spend much. However, as they wandered, they ended up at a restaurant in the scenic area, which was quite nice. It offered pasta, steak, mushroom soup, vegetable soup, etc., all at expensive prices. Su Tang suggested trying it out since it was already noon and they were hungry. Qiu Luoyu nodded. It was okay to accompany Su Tang inside, as she had brought food and sitting down to eat was better. Su Tang ordered a pasta dish and mushroom soup, along with a snack platter and vegetable salad. Seeing that Qiu Luoyu didn't order anything, she handed her phone over. Sister Qiu, you should order something too. I'll treat you, Su Tang said with a grin. Qiu Luoyu quickly waved her hand. No, I brought my own food. Oh, come on, we're here, why not eat something good? Su Tang said, noticing Qiu Luoyu pulling out a pineapple bun from her bag. Qiu Luoyu glanced at the prices in the restaurant. A very ordinary pasta dish was selling for 48 yuan, a price at which she'd rather eat 10 pineapple buns until she was full. A pineapple bun only cost 2 yuan, which was both affordable and delicious. I don't want to waste money. I just had popcorn, and I'm quite full, Qiu Luoyu explained. Seeing this, Su Tang stopped persuading her. They could just share the snack platter later. Meanwhile, Bai Mu was also sitting in the restaurant, not far from Qiu Luoyu, with just a 1-meter-high partition wall separating them. Su Tang didn't notice Bai Mu at all, while Qiu Luoyu occasionally stole glances his way. Manager Mu, why are you sitting here alone? A female supervisor from the HR department happened to be in the restaurant and approached Bai Mu. You're Supervisor Su, right? Bai Mu recognized her a bit. There were more women than men in the HR department. Although there were fewer female leaders, among the 8 supervisors, 3 were women. The one who came to greet him was one of them. Manager Mu remembers me, she said, covering her mouth and laughing happily. Do you mind if I sit here? She asked as she took a seat without waiting for an answer. Of course, this place isn't mine. Supervisor Su can sit wherever she likes, Bai Mu replied indifferently, leaning back slightly. Really? Then can I sit next to you, Manager Mu? Su Li started throwing flirty glances at Bai Mu without hesitation. Being a supervisor wasn't something just anyone could achieve. She joined the company around the same time as Qiu Luoyu, and while Qiu Luoyu was still a team leader, she was already a supervisor, showcasing her strong abilities. Bai Mu raised an eyebrow. I assented enough that Supervisor Su is sitting across from me? A hint of playful amusement sparkled in his eyes behind his sunglasses. Su Li chuckled softly, her voice carrying a hint of seduction. If Manager Mu doesn't mind, I'd be more than happy to sit on your lap. She crossed her legs, her black high heels teasingly brushing against Bai Mu's legs. Bai Mu's lips curled slightly. The waters here were deep. Supervisor Su probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Everyone was an adult and naturally understood what the other meant. Su Li was well aware that no man could resist temptation. Over the years, she had gained countless benefits using this method. She believed her looks were on par with Secretary Qiu's, and her figure was even better. Who would want to touch those long legs wrapped in black stockings? Over the years, just by taking advantage of those men, she had climbed to the position of supervisor. How would Manager Mu know if I can't handle it, if he doesn't give it a try? Su Li's red lips parted, her long waves swaying as she subtly revealed her fair neck. I wonder if I'll have the chance to go to Manager Mu's room tonight for a drink and discuss life? She cast a sultry glance, leaning forward to expose her ample cleavage. Bai Mu squinted his eyes, his gaze not lingering on Su Li, but instead glancing over at Qiu, who also noticed this side. Judging by her furrowed brows and tense expression, she seemed quite unsettled. Bai Mu felt a hint of pleasure and thought of a good idea. He continued to look at Su Li, who was filled with anticipation, confident in her charm. She had already made her intentions clear. If he didn't agree, she would start to doubt whether Bai Mu was really a man. After all, even the most serious man wouldn't refuse a piece of fat meat presented to him, right? Moreover, with her years of experience in judging men, she figured that although Manager Mu appeared to be a gentleman on the surface, he must be quite flirtatious behind the scenes. Perhaps he even had 2 or 3 partners at a time. As long as she served Bai Mu well, once he left, the next deputy manager might just be hers. This was a golden opportunity, and she needed to skillfully use her advantages to navigate her career even better. Chapter 62. Are you trying to make me jealous? Since Supervisor Su has said so, there must be something she wants to discuss with me. In that case, come to my room tonight, and I'll listen to your requests. Bai Mu leaned in, exuding a strong masculine aura. Su Li's heart trembled, and she instinctively licked her lips. Her gaze on Bai Mu becoming somewhat dazed. Compared to those older men who took advantage of her, it was clear that this tall and strong Manager Mu, who was young and wealthy, held far more authority. Just chatting with such a person for a whole evening felt like a dream come true. If she were to keep a male college student in the future, she would definitely look for someone like Manager Mu. Today was simply a huge gain. The thought of discussing life with such a quality man made her a bit excited. She took out a bikini from her bag, looking shy. Manager Mu, there's a pool party behind the restaurant. Do you want to go together later? Supervisor Su invited me, so of course I can. Bai Mu chuckled lightly, his gaze behind his sunglasses turning back to Qiu Luoyu. At this moment, Qiu Luoyu had her head down, quietly nibbling on a pineapple bun, looking somewhat downcast, lost in thought. Opposite her, Su Tang shook her head. Sister Qiu, what are you thinking? Eat something. She pushed the snack platter in front of Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu looked at the snack platter, her eyes flickering. All her negative emotions eventually manifested as hunger, filling her stomach. She used a fork to pick up a piece of egg yolk chicken wing and put it in her mouth. The crispy and salty flavor burst in her mouth, and her eyes brightened, impressed by the chicken wing. How is it, Sister Qiu? Not bad, right? Su Tang squinted her eyes and smiled, very proud. Her taste in food was definitely not bad. Qiu Luoyu nodded. It's quite delicious. I want to learn. I'll make it myself next time. Then you should eat more. Su Tang pushed the entire snack platter to Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu felt a bit embarrassed, but under Su Tang's strong insistence, she accepted it, though she transferred the money to her. Sister Qiu, did you bring a swimsuit? Su Tang didn't expect Qiu Luoyu to come to the pool party. She had brought her swimsuit, but looking at Qiu Luoyu, it seemed she hadn't brought one. Qiu Luoyu paused. Can I go in without swimming? You can, but if you come to the pool party without swimming, wouldn't that be a loss? Su Tang muttered. The company team building form mentioned that there would be a pool party here, and if anyone wanted to attend, they should remember to bring swimwear. Qiu Luoyu bit her lip. She hadn't planned to swim at all. To be honest, she couldn't even swim. If she went in, she would probably be a drowning duck. You go ahead and swim. I'll watch from the shore. She scanned the pool party. There were many people, both in and out of the water. Many loungers were occupied, with people sipping juice and watching the beautiful women and handsome men in the pool. She looked around, but didn't see Bai Mu. Sister Qiu, are you looking for someone? Su Tang noticed that Qiu Luoyu had been glancing around since she entered, as if she had a purpose. No, I'm just looking. Qiu Luoyu denied it. Then she added, you go change. I'll find a place to sit. Okay, then I'll go first. Su Tang, being her lively self, couldn't be bothered about Qiu Luoyu anymore. Qiu Luoyu found a lounge chair to sit on, still scanning her surroundings. The pool party was large and crowded. Aside from the drink and snack stalls and the changing rooms, Qiu Luoyu took a look around. Finally, her gaze locked onto a couple walking out of the changing room. Bai Mu. Qiu Luoyu recognized him at a glance due to his familiar physique. Bai Mu was still wearing sunglasses, and beside him was a voluptuous woman. Her long waves cascaded down naturally, exuding grace and catching the eye. Wearing a bikini highlighted her figure. Standing together, the man and woman seemed exceptionally well matched in Qiu Luoyu's eyes. She slightly curled her legs together and unconsciously lowered her head. When Bai Mu and Su Li passed in front of her, she didn't even dare to look up, pretending not to see them. However, at that moment, what do you notice? Oh, isn't this Secretary Qiu? You're also at the pool party. Su Li covered her mouth, seemingly surprised to see Qiu Luoyu. I'm here with someone else, Qiu Luoyu said, lying. In reality, she had suggested going to the pool party after seeing the two approach. Oh, I see. Why doesn't Secretary Qiu change into a swimsuit? Did he not bring one? I didn't bring a swimsuit. Qiu Luoyu responded perfunctorily, glancing involuntarily at Bai Mu. She saw Bai Mu looking at her too, with a smile that seemed both playful and mocking. Was he looking at her for a laugh? Or was he doing this on purpose to make her jealous? A hint of bitterness rose in Qiu Luoyu's heart. If jealousy existed, then perhaps there was some. After all, they had been together for so many years. Even if Bai Mu often insulted and hit her, her love for him still remained. But if he intended to humiliate her in this way, she felt a bit unable to accept it. Hearing Qiu Luoyu say this, Su Li laughed and waved her hand dismissively. I actually have a swimsuit here, but I don't know if Secretary Qiu can fit into it. She sized herself up and then looked at Qiu Luoyu, regretfully saying, but I feel like Secretary Qiu might not fit. You're a bit smaller than me. Su Li burst into laughter. Qiu Luoyu found her laughter particularly harsh. This woman was deliberately humiliating her, wasn't she? Thank you for your kindness, Supervisor Su. But I'm not used to wearing someone else's used items, especially intimate clothing. I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Su Li's smile abruptly stopped. What do you mean by that? I mean nothing. Supervisor Su, don't overthink it. Qiu Luoyu replied, not caring at all about the increasingly dangerous look in Su Li's eyes. Su Li's face turned cold, showing signs of erupting at any moment. Bai Mu intervened, just in time. All right, Supervisor Su, let's go. Don't disturb Secretary Qiu. Bai Mu suddenly spoke, interrupting Su Li, who was about to assert her authority. As they left, Su Li shot a cold snort at Qiu Luoyu, her hostility unmasked. She had seen Bai Mu defending Qiu Luoyu yesterday, and the reason she subtly mocked Qiu Luoyu in front of Bai Mu was merely to gauge his attitude. From her perspective, Bai Mu's attitude seemed to lean more towards her, and knowing this made her feel at ease. A small figure like Qiu Luoyu was not worth her attention. What right did a woman who couldn't compare to her in figure, had an unlikable personality, and couldn't win over men, whose only redeeming quality was her decent looks, have to compete with her? Chapter 63. The stingy Secretary Qiu. The swimming pool was large and crowded, with a water stage set up at the front, and it was noon when the sun was at its peak. A sunshade was stretched above and below. A group of fiery hot beauties in bikinis danced on the stage. Water jets on both sides of the stage occasionally sprayed water to cool them down. Many visitors below also held water guns to spray upwards, and, as the music started, the atmosphere became lively. Bai Mu and Su Li had already entered the water. Su Li shielded her eyes from the sunlight and said, Manager Mu, do you think Secretary Qiu doesn't like me? Did I say something to upset her? Why did she say that to me just now? She frowned, looking aggrieved. Bai Mu chuckled lightly. What did she say about you? She thinks I'm awful. I kindly lent her my swimsuit, and she even complained. Even if she really thinks I'm awful, she shouldn't be so direct about it. Su Li pouted, her delicate makeup glistening with droplets of water, looking particularly beautiful under the reflection on the water surface. Bai Mu turned his head, hiding the smirk at the corner of his mouth. Don't take it to heart. She just speaks her mind. There's no malice in it. Besides, I think she has a point. What's wrong with being straightforward about having a cleanliness obsession? But Suli wanted to say something, but it was hard to counter Bai Mu's words. All right, as a supervisor, you're higher up than her. Why do you look like you've been bullied? Bai Mu looked at Suli meaningfully. Seeing this, Suli fell silent, saying more would be inappropriate. So she shifted the topic to Bai Mu. Manager Mu, your figure is really good. She reached out to touch Bai Mu's chest muscles. However, in the next moment, her wrist was grabbed by Bai Mu. I know. Can I touch it? Suli was taken aback when her wrist was held. You can, but not now. How about you come to my room tonight, and I'll let you touch? Bai Mu smiled, his voice carrying a hint of temptation. Suli's gaze fixated on Bai Mu's clearly defined muscles, and she instinctively swallowed. All right, I'll listen to you. Then stay here. I'll step away for a bit. Where are you going, Manager Mu? Suli asked quickly, her mouth opening. Bai Mu ignored her and walked away. Suli thought he didn't hear her and felt it was inappropriate to ask again. After Bai Mu reached the shore, he scanned the area and finally set his sights on Qiu Luoyu at the entrance of the poolside supermarket. She stood at the door, seemingly looking at something. Bai Mu walked straight over. Beautiful lady, which one do you want to buy? How about this one? The supermarket owner pointed to a black bikini. Qiu Luoyu looked at the revealing bikini and fell silent. What was the difference between this and wearing underwear? How could she possibly wear such clothes? She had never been swimming in her life and had never bought such swimsuits. Her gaze fell on the one-piece swimsuit at the back. It was the most conservative swimsuit in the store. However, she was still very hesitant, because wearing a one-piece swimsuit was like wearing a tight outfit, and her body would be completely exposed to everyone's eyes. Just the thought of it was enough to make her feel ashamed. The owner recommended a few more styles, and, seeing that Qiu Luoyu was still unsatisfied, began to grow impatient. Listen, beautiful, it's not the Qing dynasty anymore. Are you still stuck in the past? If you can't accept this or that, then what are you even buying swimsuits for? If you're not buying, don't waste my time. Oh, then I won't buy it. Qiu Luoyu turned to leave. However, the moment she turned around, she bumped into his solid chest. Bai Mu caught her in his arms. Qiu Luoyu rubbed her nose, and without looking up, she knew who it was. Manager Mu. Her voice had a slight nasal tone. Her nose stung a bit from the bump. Are you looking to buy a swimsuit? Bai Mu looked into the supermarket. No, I was just browsing. Qiu Luoyu defended herself. Bai Mu squinted slightly, his gaze landing on several bikinis in the supermarket. The bathtub in her bedroom was quite large. Buying a bikini for Qiu Luoyu to wear wouldn't be a bad idea. Whatever you want to buy, I'll get it for you. No need, Manager Mu. I'm not going swimming, and I don't wear swimsuits. Qiu Luoyu directly refused. So resistant? Then you definitely need to buy one. Qiu Luoyu nodded. These are too revealing. They're not suitable for wearing outside. You're right. They're suitable for wearing at home. Bai Mu's words made the supermarket owner laugh. How can swimsuits be worn at home? Who are you wearing them for? Bai Mu looked at him, a slight smile on his lips. Of course, for her husband. Am I supposed to show them to other men? The supermarket owner rolled his eyes. That is a bit selfish. Isn't it? You could go home and look at your wife too. Qiu Luoyu turned and retorted, well, that's enough of that. The supermarket owner was momentarily stunned, thinking of his own wife, his face turning green. Forget it. He prefers to see someone else's wife in a bikini. Otherwise, he wouldn't be selling swimsuits here. Qiu Luoyu looked up at Bai Mu. Manager Mu, I'm leaving. Are you staying here? Though her tone was a question, Bai Mu could see her unease in her eyes. Clearly, she wasn't sure if he had come specifically to find her or if he just came to buy something. The distinction between the two was significant. If he was just here to buy something, would he still go find that woman later? Facing Qiu Luoyu's anxious gaze, Bai Mu's expression gradually softened. I'm a bit hungry. I came to buy something to eat. The poolside supermarket sold quite a few snacks, like grilled sausages and oden. Oh! Not hearing the answer she had hoped for, Qiu Luoyu looked a bit disappointed. Where is Su Tang? Why isn't she with you? Bai Mu asked. Qiu Luoyu pointed towards the pool. She's in there. I don't want to swim, so I'm staying on the shore. Oh, I see. How about this, Secretary Qiu? Treat me to some food, and I'll stay here to keep you company. How about that? Bai Mu's voice carried a hint of laughter. Qiu Luoyu's eyes lit up, but then she thought this might be Bai Mu's test, and her mood sank again. Forget it. I don't need you, Manager Mu, to keep me company. Those words were insincere. Compared to being lectured, she preferred that Bai Mu not go find that alluring woman named Su Li. She feared Bai Mu would be lured away by her. Seeing Qiu Luoyu refuse, Bai Mu sighed deeply. Secretary Qiu, you are quite stingy. Last time you made money, I treated you. This time I even pushed a project your way, and now you can't even treat me to a little snack? If you keep this up, we might not cooperate again next time. Hearing Bai Mu's words, Qiu Luoyu blinked. I didn't mean it that way. Manager Mu, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Bai Mu smiled. That's more like it. Chapter 64. Will your husband be angry if he finds out? Manager Mu, is this enough? After Qiu Luoyu finished paying, she glanced at Bai Mu. Bai Mu took a few skewers of Odin and a sausage. Let's make do with this. Bai Mu wasn't picky about food and was fine with eating a little. He wasn't really there to shop. The two found a spot to sit down, and Qiu Luoyu looked at Su Li, who was underwater not far away, and asked, is it okay to leave Supervisor Su over there? Because there were many people. Su Li couldn't find them for a while, but Qiu Luoyu's attention was always on her, so it was easy for her to locate Su's position. Bai Mu casually ate the Odin in his hand. If she likes to swim, let her soak for a while. I've just eaten, so it's not suitable for me to go into the water, right? Qiu Luoyu nodded, feeling that Bai Mu's reasoning was quite valid. However, there was still something weighing on her mind. After thinking for a long time, she decided to speak up. Manager Mu, you and Supervisor Su shouldn't have any issues, right? Bai Mu paused his movement and turned to look at her, teasingly saying, when did Secretary Qiu become so gossipy? I'm not gossiping. I just want to remind Manager Mu about something. Qiu Luoyu bit her lip, unsure whether to speak up. She felt that speaking ill of others behind their backs was very unethical, but she also thought that if she didn't do this, she would regret it. Well, go ahead. I'm listening. Bai Mu leaned back slightly, adopting a listening posture. Supervisor Su doesn't have a good reputation in our department, and there are many rumors about her in the company. Whether true or false, I hope Manager Mu can pay a little attention, Qiu Luoyu said seriously. She was worried that Bai Mu wouldn't believe her and quickly added, I'm not saying this to slander Supervisor Su. I just genuinely want to remind Manager Mu to be cautious about your safety. It's like when we use USB drives to avoid virus infections. It's best not to plug them in casually. Once a USB drive is infected, all computers that have accessed it will also be infected. So if possible, it's best to use dedicated devices. At this point, for some reason, Qiu Luoyu felt a bit guilty. Bai Mu stared at her, the smile at the corner of his eyes gradually spreading to his lips. Secretary Qiu made a good analogy. I will be careful. That's good. But from what perspective is Secretary Qiu saying all this? Bai Mu looked at Qiu Luoyu with amusement. Qiu Luoyu was momentarily stunned. I'm just standing from the perspective of Secretary. What else could it be? She bit her lip, afraid that Bai Mu would see through her. Bai Mu also scrutinized Qiu Luoyu as if he had some doubts. All right, then I'll take it that you're standing from the perspective of a secretary. Hearing Bai Mu's words, Qiu Luoyu visibly relaxed. After finishing the snacks in hand, Bai Mu stood up and patted himself. Let's go. Accompany me to stroll around. Huh? Where to? Qiu Luoyu looked up at Bai Mu, somewhat confused. There are so many places to play in this scenic area. Do you want to stay here all day? Isn't there an amusement park next door? Bai Mu pointed to the distant Ferris wheel. That's the amusement park's sign. What about Supervisor Su? What does she have to do with me? I don't need her right now. If she wants to play in the water, let her be. We're going out to have some fun. After saying that, Bai Mu walked towards the exit of the pool party. Qiu Luoyu looked at Bai Mu's back and quickly followed, muttering, what do you mean you don't need her right now? When will you need her? Her brows furrowed, feeling an ominous premonition. Bai Mu took Qiu Luoyu to the amusement park. Tickets for the amusement park were required, costing 200 yuan per person, which was quite expensive. Bai Mu waved his hand and bought 2 tickets, treating her. Qiu Luoyu initially resisted when she saw the price, but since Bai Mu had already bought them, she had nothing to say. Bai Mu had been quite stingy with her before, after they got married, even insisting on splitting the bill when they went out to eat, never giving her money, and even asking her for money. Later, it seemed he realized she really had no money, so he toned it down a bit. She had always known that Bai Mu was wealthy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to buy 3 cars and a house worth 3 to 4 million. Even after not working for so many years, he still had money to spend. She guessed that it was probably because of the substantial inheritance left by his father-in-law, whom she had only met a few times. Plus, Bai Mu had been quite capable in school, and, at home, he had figured out ways to make money using the computer. So she knew very well that Bai Mu had a lot of money. He just hadn't given her any to spend. She didn't expect Bai Mu to give her money. After all, she could earn her own money and didn't need to depend on him. While thinking this way, she couldn't help but connect the dots that these two projects had been provided by Bai Mu. Without him, it seems she wouldn't have earned so much commission. Well, actually, sometimes depending on a man isn't such a bad choice. Besides, he was her own man. Thinking of this, Qiu Luoyu felt more at ease. After all, if it were someone else, she might have doubts, but since it was Bai Mu, he probably just wanted to deal with her in another way. After so many years, she wasn't too concerned about it. After all, she still had money to earn, and she could accept it. Life is like a strong relationship. Since you can't refuse it, you might as well lie back and enjoy it. What are you thinking about? Bai Mu frowned and handed the juice he had just bought from the ticket booth to Qiu Luoyu. Oh, thank you. Qiu Luoyu quickly took the juice and took a sip to cover up her wandering thoughts. Oh no, I accidentally took the wrong one. This cup is yours, and the one you're drinking is the one I've had, Bai Mu said dramatically. Qiu Luoyu tugged at the corner of her mouth and handed back her cup. Bai Mu looked at the juice that Qiu Luoyu handed back, a mischievous smile appearing on his lips. Secretary Qiu gives me the juice she has drunk. Doesn't that mean we indirectly kissed? Will your husband be angry if he finds out? My husband is you, right? Qiu Luoyu thought to herself. Feeling speechless. Then I'll just go buy another cup for you, Manager Mu. No need for that. Bai Mu took the juice from Qiu Luoyu's hand and took a big gulp, a wicked yet satisfied expression on his face. If it were someone else, Qiu Luoyu would definitely feel a chill in her heart. But if it was Bai Mu, then everything felt normal. Qiu Luoyu held the freshly squeezed juice and savored it carefully. There were many entertainment facilities in the amusement park, some of which Bai Mu had brought her to play with before. But that was a long time ago. Back then, she didn't dare to try roller coasters, pirate ships, and Ferris wheels, thinking she would have another chance to come back and would surely be brave enough then. She didn't expect her second visit to the amusement park to be so many years later. Her gaze slowly turned to the man beside her, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. Chapter 65, Long-Awaited Warmth Cheers. Bai Mu clinked his juice with Qiu Luoyu's. Qiu Luoyu was taken aback. When going out to play, you should be happy. How can you have fun with a long face? Hearing Bai Mu's words, Qiu Luoyu finally reacted. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Bai Mu raised an eyebrow. Qiu Luoyu paused. Facing Bai Mu, she seemed to habitually say sorry. You have nothing to be sorry for. If you're not having fun, it's your own loss. Bai Mu filikut her forehead lightly. Her tender, pale forehead turned red. Qiu Luoyu unconsciously pressed her lips together. Let's go. We've already come in. We can't just stand here. Bai Mu led Qiu Luoyu to the most thrilling roller coaster. Are we going to ride this directly? Qiu Luoyu opened her mouth, feeling a little weak in the legs. Secretary Qiu is scared? Not scared. She said that, but her trembling calves betrayed her. Don't be scared. Even if you really fall, it's just a moment. It won't hurt. Bai Mu smiled. That sounds even scarier. Okay? The two got on the ride and prepared their safety measures. And it was about to start. Seeing that Qiu Luoyu still had an anxious expression, Bai Mu extended his hand. If you're scared, hold my hand. Qiu Luoyu and Bai Mu locked eyes, her gaze eventually falling on his hand. She really wanted to hold Bai Mu's hand, but she knew she couldn't. If she did, Bai Mu would definitely think she had betrayed him, and when they went back, she would definitely not have a good time. In the end, she restrained her fear and chose to close her eyes, gripping the safety bar tightly. The roller coaster started, and after a stretch of flat ground, it began to climb. As the height increased, Qiu Luoyu felt the ground beneath her feet moving further away. Her calves started to tremble uncontrollably. When the roller coaster reached the highest point, looking down, Qiu Luoyu could see the entire amusement park layout. It was vast and far. She closed her eyes, too scared to look anymore. The descent was about to begin, and her heart started racing. Just then, Bai Mu's hand took the initiative to hold hers. Qiu Luoyu looked at him in surprise, wanted to pull away, but the roller coaster had already started descending. Frightened, she quickly closed her eyes. Her small hand was enveloped by Bai Mu's large, warm palm. Her heart, which was about to leap out of her chest in fear, seemed to be soothed. While many people screamed loudly, she kept her eyes tightly shut, feeling wrapped in a warm embrace. Her attention was entirely focused on Bai Mu's palm. She didn't know how long it had been since she held Bai Mu's hand like this. She had forgotten how warm his hand was, how safe it felt. So he could bring her this kind of feeling. No longer cold, no longer fearful. At this moment, she wanted to get a little closer, to bridge the distance with Bai Mu, to slow down and savor this warm feeling. Secretary Qiu, are you not going to open your eyes yet? Bai Mu's words interrupted Qiu Luoyu's reverie. 5 minutes of the ride had passed so quickly. Qiu Luoyu was a bit shocked. Her gaze fell on her hand. She realized that Bai Mu had let go at some point, and what she felt was just the lingering warmth of his palm. Do you want to ride again? After getting off, Qiu Luoyu suddenly asked. Bai Mu looked at her with amusement, patting her head. You were so scared just now, and you want to ride again? Actually, it was okay. Just you being stubborn, Secretary Qiu. Let's go see other attractions. Bai Mu chuckled, and then walked towards the inside. Seeing this, Qiu Luoyu felt a little disappointed but still followed him. The next few attractions they played were not as scary, so she felt embarrassed to pretend she was scared. She actually knew that Bai Mu's current display of tenderness was just an act, but she didn't mind. Even if it was an act, it was fine. She just hoped Bai Mu could keep it up a little longer and not lose interest so quickly. They played several attractions along the way until they reached the innermost part of the amusement park, where they saw a crowd gathered around something. So the two walked over to take a look. 50 yuan per try. Each person gets one chance. If you don't believe it, you can try multiple times. A middle-aged man, looking to be in his 40s, was shouting with his mouth wide open. He seemed to be a staff member of the amusement park. Next to him was a stand with a long sword stuck in the middle, resembling the sword in the stone from medieval times. Just as Bai Mu and Qiu Luoyu approached, a strong man who looked like he'd been working out for many years shook his head and walked away. I can't pull out. It's too hard. Just relying on brute force won't work. The strong man honestly handed over 50 yuan and then retreated to the crowd. After that, people continued to try, but no one could pull out the sword. After watching for a while, only one child managed to pull it out. To pull out this sword, you must be its fated person. Otherwise, even if you are a reincarnation of a warrior with immense strength, it won't help. Conversely, if you are destined for it, even a child can pull it out, the middle-aged man explained with a smile. He then handed a gram of gold to the little boy who had pulled out the sword. The surrounding tourists showed envious expressions upon seeing this. Anyone who can pull out the sword is about to receive a gram of gold. According to the current gold price, a gram of gold is worth 600 to 700 yuan. On average, 1 in 10 people can pull it out. So the amusement park neither loses nor gains, but attracts many tourists. The group that falls the most is those seemingly strong gym-goers. The highest success rate is among women or children. Although everyone probably knows the principle behind it, there are still many people with a lucky mentality wanting to give it a try. Do you want to try it? Bai Mu asked Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu raised her eyebrows and shook her head. This is all manipulated behind the scenes. No need to go up and give them money. How do you know if you don't try? Bai Mu raised an eyebrow. Then you go. If you pull out, that makes you awesome. Qiu Luoyu pouted. If you're going to say that, then why don't we make a bet? Bet? No gambling. It's prohibited by the state. Bai Mu smiled. All right, then I'm going up. Just watch how I pull it out. Under Qiu Luoyu's surprised gaze, Bai Mu walked straight towards the stand. Just now, a little boy had pulled it out. The amusement park staff would definitely not let Bai Mu pull out again. Chapter 66. Go down and settle down. Is there anyone who wants to try coming up? The middle-aged man scanned the surroundings. Since the last little boy had just pulled the sword from the stone platform, everyone knew there was definitely no chance for anyone else to go up now. Instead, there would just be stepping stones for those behind them. Therefore, they all wanted to wait until the failures were done before going up to take advantage. This led to a moment where no one attempted to try. Seeing this, the middle-aged man spoke again. How about this? Anyone who comes up to try now, if you can pull out, I'll reward you with 10 gold beans. Is there anyone willing to come up and try? He increased the reward mechanism, and people in the crowd began to show interest. Just as a muscular man stepped forward, he noticed Bai Mu walking out at the same time, not far away. The two of them almost arrived at the stone platform simultaneously. Brother, let me go first. Your arms are not as thick as mine. You definitely can't pull it out. The muscular man spoke like a fitness influencer online. His arms probably over 50 centimeters in circumference, thick enough to be intimidating. Seeing Bai Mu arrive at the stone platform at the same time, he advised. In comparison, Bai Mu appeared somewhat leaner. He was taller than the muscular man, and his build couldn't be discerned under his long sleeves. However, he definitely lacked the bulk of the other man. You can't pull this sword out. Bai Mu stepped forward, placing his hand on the hilt, exerting a little force. But the sword remained firmly locked in the stone platform. It was impossible to pull it out relying solely on human strength. Even though the muscular man looked very strong, it was still absolutely impossible. The muscular man clearly disagreed with Bai Mu's words. Just because you can't pull it out doesn't mean I can't. Step aside. He reached out to push Bai Mu, but found he couldn't budge him, a bit surprised. Some people who are naturally strong may not look it. The reason is their muscle recruitment ability is strong, and Bai Mu was one of those people. Therefore, he was not at a disadvantage in strength against the muscular man. He grabbed the muscular man's wrist as he pushed, tightly squeezing the bone in his wrist, causing a sharp pain to hit the muscular man instantly. He gasped in pain and quickly shouted, "It hurts." Only then did Bai Mu let go. With that little strength, you should just go down and settle down. Bai Mu glanced at him and then turned his attention to the middle-aged man. "If I pull it out now, you can give me 10 gold beans, right?" "Yes, yes." The middle-aged man nodded vigorously. "Okay, then I'll start." Bai Mu slowly placed both hands on the sword hilt. The hilt had a non-slip silk rope, and as Bai Mu stood on the stone platform, his muscles tensed. Just before he was about to pull out the sword, he looked at Qiu Luoyu, who was nervously watching him. The earlier confrontation with the muscular man had made him the center of attention. If Bai Mu failed to pull out the sword, he would definitely lose face and might even be mocked by the muscular man. To her, such behavior seemed very irrational, but it was indeed something Bai Mu could do. She even thought Bai Mu had shown great restraint. Given the muscular man's earlier expression, he had only felt pain and hadn't had his wrist broken, which was already Bai Mu showing mercy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Bai Mu clenched his back teeth. However, the sword remained immovable, stuck in the stone platform. Seconds passed, and everyone held their breath, but unfortunately, no miracle occurred. Gradually, booing arose from the crowd, especially from the earlier muscular man, who began to mock. "I thought you were so impressive. Turns out you're just a poser. Do you think acting tough will make the staff let you pull it out? 10 gold beans? They won't lose anything on you. What are you thinking?" The muscular man's words echoed in the ears of the surrounding tourists, and they nodded in agreement, clearly somewhat affirming his comments. This guy's a good point, but unfortunately, the staff isn't doing charity. They would lose so much money just to let you show off. As the harsh booing rang in his ears, Qiu Luoyu took a deep breath, silently praying for Bai Mu. Although she knew Bai Mu wasn't the type to show off, she feared he might really mess up this time. With so many people jeering, Bai Mu's temper might not hold out. She frowned, staring at Bai Mu. However, to her surprise, Bai Mu's face showed no sign of the anger she expected. Instead, he smiled. As she watched in astonishment, beads of sweat began to form on Bai Mu's forehead, his skin gradually reddening, visibly heating up, and then a sharp, tearing sound pierced the air. Before everyone's eyes, the sword, which had been immovable, was slowly pulled out by Bai Mu. And from Bai Mu's expression, it was clear how relaxed and comfortable he was at that moment. Did the staff activate the mechanism? Obviously not, because when the sword was completely pulled out, the iron blade had actually carved out several long grooves. Originally, there were grooves for locking the sword, but they had been forcibly damaged. This was clearly pulled out by brute force. How much strength did that take? Everyone was left in stunned disbelief at this scene. Is this even human? Even the muscular man who had mocked earlier was dumbfounded. Judging by the extent of the damage to the sword, this was beyond what a normal person could do. Something's wrong with this guy on stage. I'm out of here. He slipped away, hiding in the crowd. Bai Mu paid no attention to him, but turned to the middle-aged man, asking, "I don't have to compensate for this, right?" The middle-aged man stared at the now unusable sword, momentarily speechless. Finally, he managed to squeeze out 2 words: "No need." Although everyone knew there was a mechanism involved, as the organizers, they couldn't say that. Bai Mu was the one who paid to challenge. If they made him pay for the sword, it would be an admission that they had manipulated things behind the scenes. Therefore, he definitely could not be made to compensate. Bai Mu extended his hand, and the middle-aged man, with a bitter face, handed him 10 gold beans. With a clatter, the sword fell onto the stone platform, making a crisp sound. "Here you go." Bai Mu handed the gold beans to Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu was still in shock from earlier, instinctively accepting the gold beans. She quickly realized, wait, are these for me? Yes, my little secretary, Bai Mu smiled. Qiu Luoyu wanted to refuse, but when Bai Mu made an unhappy sound, she immediately withdrew her hand. After accepting the gold beans, Bai Mu finally relaxed his frown. 10 gold beans were equivalent to 10 grams, which was about 6 or 7,000 yuan, right? Thinking this, Qiu Luoyu's previously anxious mood was suddenly replaced by excitement. Chapter 67, Who Can Grasp It? How did you just do that? It was only after leaving the amusement park that Qiu Luoyu remembered to ask Bai Mu this question. What? Pulling out the sword? Was it the staff who activated the mechanism for you in the end? Judging by the damage on the sword's body, it's highly likely that the sword in the stone was pulled out directly. But this also involves a rather ridiculous point. To be able to damage an iron sword to this extent, how much strength would that require? This shouldn't be something a single person could accomplish. She stared at Bai Mu, her eyes filled with curiosity. If he could effortlessly destroy iron, then as an ordinary mortal, she probably was no different from tofu in front of him. The fact that she had survived until now was probably due to Bai Mu showing her mercy. Thinking about his terrifying strength, Qiu Luoyu couldn't help but feel a bit worried. What if one day Bai Mu lost control and accidentally crushed her? Facing Qiu Luoyu's complex gaze, Bai Mu shrugged. Obviously not. I've been strong since I was little. He was right. He had indeed been strong since childhood. And Qiu Luoyu had a deep understanding of this. Whether it was hitting her or lifting her, he did it effortlessly. At least, she felt that Bai Mu had no problem handling her. But she had never imagined that his strength could be this great. Well, Qiu Luoyu suppressed her worries. She had made it this far, hadn't she? Perhaps the material of the sword in the stone wasn't as hard as she thought. With this thought, she felt a bit more at ease. In fact, the reality was the complete opposite of her guess. The material of the sword in the stone was very hard, and Bai Mu had brutally pulled it out, damaging the mechanisms inside the stone platform. He was able to pull it out entirely due to the energy consumed from his rage value, which enhanced his body. The strength he had just displayed far exceeded human limits. Even the world's top strongmen couldn't achieve this level. Moreover, the rage value he had consumed was merely a tiny amount. If he wanted to, he could easily crush the sword handle. This also served as a reminder for him. If his rage value filled up and he didn't find a way to reduce it, then forcing himself into a berserk state would lead to unimaginable consequences. It seemed he needed to find a way to reduce it tonight. With this thought, a suitable candidate appeared in Bai Mu's mind. Bai Mu led Qiu Luoyu around the scenic area for the whole afternoon. Qiu Luoyu also kept a proper distance from Bai Mu, not crossing any boundaries. While they were wandering around, Su Li and Su Tang were also looking for them. It was only when they gathered at the meeting point that the two of them returned. Sister Qiu, you finally came back. You went out to have fun and didn't even tell me. Su Tang complained when she saw Qiu Luoyu. However, upon noticing Bai Mu beside her, her voice lowered a bit. Su Tang didn't know many people in the HR department, so, without Qiu Luoyu, she had to wander alone. Qiu Luoyu, looking apologetic, handed her the pastries she had. Here, have some. These were bought for me by Bai Mu while we were strolling. Hee, then I wanted to be polite. Su Tang took the pastries and began to enjoy them. In the evening, everyone had a buffet dinner at the reserved 5-star hotel. After eating, they all returned to their respective rooms. They would be going back tomorrow, marking the end of the 3-day team-building trip. Everyone needed to go to bed early that night since they had to wake up early the next day. However, after returning to her room, Qiu Luoyu felt increasingly uneasy. This was because she had unexpectedly encountered Su Li on her way back, and Su Li's gaze was very smug. Moreover, the floor she went was the 12th floor. Logically, the floors for supervisors and team leaders were on the 11th floor, and only the manager's floor was on the 12th. Her purpose for going to the 12th floor was self-evident. Qiu Luoyu lay on her bed, tossing and turning. She checked her phone. It was already 8:30. Almost half an hour had passed since she returned to her room. According to her understanding of Bai Mu, it wouldn't be finished in less than 2 hours. At this time, it was either still ongoing or hadn't started yet. Watching the time pass by, she finally couldn't sit still anymore. After hesitating for a long time, she dialed Bai Mu's number. The ringing lasted just over 20 seconds before it connected. Hello. Bai Mu's deep voice came from the other end of the line. Normally, when he was in the guise of Manager Mu, Bai Mu deliberately altered his tone to sound a bit higher and more amiable. However, his own voice was steady and deep, giving off a sense of pressure. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qiu Luoyu instinctively tensed up. For the past few days, Bai Mu had been much gentler with her than before. But she knew that all of this was Bai Mu's disguise. Bai Mu was still the kind of person with a volatile temper, strong possessiveness, and a tendency for destruction. She swallowed hard and spoke up. Hubby, what are you doing right now? The other side was very quiet. So quiet that it felt like he was the only one in the room. She could clearly hear Bai Mu's breathing. What is wrong missing me? Bai Mu chuckled. I miss you, Qiu Luoyu replied, forcing herself to respond. If you miss me, come back home early. I miss you too. Got it. Are you alone in your room now? Qiu Luoyu asked. Me? Bai Mu paused for a moment. Not alone. Who else is there? Qiu Luoyu's voice suddenly rose. Don't be nervous. It's just a little mouse, already taken care of. Bai Mu chuckled lightly, but his laughter sounded particularly eerie. To Su Li's ears, it was like the whisper of a devil. Qiu Luoyu let out a sigh of relief and asked, Can we keep talking on the phone tonight? Hubby? Why are you being so clingy today? You even know to call me hubby now, Bai Mu teased in a low voice. I just miss you. All right, if you want to keep talking, then let us keep talking. I don't mind. Bai Mu slowly walked up to Su Li, looking down at her from above. His eyes devoid of any emotion, as if he were looking at a dead person. Su Li shook her head desperately, too terrified to make any sound. This was because Bai Mu had warned her before the call that if she dared to make a sound, he would make her disappear forever on this trip. She didn't dare to gamble. All she had in her eyes was a thirst for life. Now she finally understood why he had said earlier that she couldn't grasp it. Who the hell can grasp this? Chapter 68, Resignation of Supervisor Su. Bai Mu covered the receiver with one hand while pinching Su Li's mouth with the other. A low, chilling voice came from his mouth. You should know what to do. No need for me to teach you. Faced with Bai Mu's blatant threat, Su Li dared not speak at all. She nodded repeatedly, indicating that she understood. Come on, tell me what you understand. I absolutely won't say anything. After Bai Mu released Su Li's mouth, she swallowed hard and said. Bai Mu sneered, then untied her ropes. Manager Mu, can I go back now? Su Li asked tremulously. Bai Mu glanced at her, signaling that she could leave. After receiving Bai Mu's permission, Su Li hurriedly fled from his room. Once outside, Su Li's legs went weak, and she fell to the ground. She looked back at Bai Mu's room and stumbled into the elevator. It was only after getting on the elevator that she breathed a sigh of relief. Goodness, she originally thought that by getting close to Bai Mu, she could walk all over the company. Now it seemed her previous thoughts were extremely foolish. Is this guy a psychopath? Manager Mu usually looked gentle, but secretly he was such a pervert. She actually thought she could win him over with her looks. From Bai Mu's gaze just now, she saw no hint of desire, only a thirst for improving skills. This person, in the past, was also a slave owner. With him around, the speed of cotton picking could double. Now just thinking of Bai Mu made her shiver all over. She probably wouldn't want to deal with him for the rest of her life. Maybe she should just resign. She felt that continuing to stay might be a bit dangerous. After returning to her room, Su Li wrote her resignation letter overnight and packed her bags to escape. On the other side, Bai Mu was on the phone with Qiu Luoyu all night. With this call, Qiu Luoyu could finally sleep soundly. The next morning at 10 o'clock, they packed their bags and boarded the return bus. On the way back, Qiu Luoyu vaguely heard someone discussing Supervisor Su's situation. She suspiciously glanced at Bai Mu, who was pretending to sleep with his eyes closed, and then turned her gaze to Su Tang. Tang, do you know what's going on with our department's Supervisor Su? Su Tang was currently scrolling through funny videos. Upon hearing Qiu Luoyu's words, she looked up. Hey, Qiu Jia, I'm not in your department. How would I know what's up with your supervisor? Why don't you ask someone else? Hee. She chuckled a few times and continued watching her videos. Su Tang didn't know, so Qiu Luoyu had to put her thoughts away. Although she was the team leader, many news updates were actually more accessible to ordinary team members. After all, they had their own group chats, and those who had better relationships with their supervisors or team leaders would receive news early and spread it in the group. If just one person heard some gossip, then everyone would know. Instead, she, as the team leader, felt isolated and poorly informed. She couldn't integrate with the team members and had a poor relationship with her supervisor. She actually cared quite a bit about Su Li's situation. After all, she could very well have been with Bai Mu yesterday. However, she couldn't directly ask Bai Mu. It wasn't until the afternoon when a notice was sent out in the group that she learned Su Li had resigned. This surprised her greatly. She couldn't help but look at Bai Mu. By this time, Bai Mu had woken up and noticed Qiu Luoyu's gaze, looking back at her as well. Secretary Qiu, what's wrong? Do you have something to say? No. I just found it surprising that Supervisor Su resigned. Does Manager Mu know why? Who knows? Maybe she encountered some situation. Bai Mu smiled faintly. Oh, I see. Qiu Luoyu didn't continue to ask. Last night she had been on the phone with Bai Mu, so perhaps something had happened in the half hour before her call. Anyway, it couldn't have been that the two of them had a relationship. She was certain that half an hour wasn't enough for Bai Mu. The shortest time they had together was more than half an hour, so she felt very relieved. Since that was the case, she had no more questions to ask. Moreover, now that Su Li had resigned, there must have been some unpleasantness between them. For the rest of the time, Qiu Luoyu took a nap. By the time she arrived at the company, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Qiu Luoyu drove back home. When she turned on the lights, Bai Mu had not yet returned. The arrangement of the dishes in Qiu Luoyu's home was still the same as before, and the bathroom floor was dry, indicating that no one had used it for a while. After taking a shower, when she came out, Bai Mu had just returned. The two exchanged glances, and Bai Mu, shedding his disguise, had a sharp gaze. Just one look made Qiu Luoyu remember the fear of being dominated by him. You're back. It's you who came back. Bai Mu smiled, his gaze burning as he stared at Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu had just finished her shower, her skin slightly flushed, and her face looked so tender it seemed like water could be squeezed from it. How was it? How'd it feel to be out for 3 days? Bai Mu stepped forward and pinned Qiu Luoyu against the wall. Looking at Bai Mu, Qiu Luoyu instinctively shrank back. It's different. Completely different. Manager Mu and Bai Mu gave off entirely different vibes. How did he manage to switch so casually? Manager Mu's demeanor felt just like the old Bai Mu, making her feel particularly gentle. This gentleness was not only reflected in words, but also in every aspect. But Bai Mu gave her a feeling of dominance, of being unreasonable. Just standing opposite him, Qiu Luoyu felt her own momentum diminish, as if she wanted to submit and pray that he wouldn't take action. In the face of such a Bai Mu, Qiu Luoyu involuntarily lowered her head and glanced up at him. Bai Mu grasped her chin and lifted her head. Wasn't it you who said you missed me yesterday? You even talked to me on the phone all night. Why do you look so scared of me now? No, it's just that I haven't seen you for a long time. Qiu Luoyu's gaze shifted to the side. Bai Mu leaned close to her ear and chuckled. Just right. I haven't seen you for a long time either. I almost forgot what you looked like. Let me refresh my memory tonight. Bai Mu's gaze scanned her from top to bottom. Chapter 69. Be good and eat while looking at the time. It was already past 9 in the evening. Bai Mu had gone to the study, and she was lying alone in bed. She simply put on her pajamas to cover her shine marks, got out of bed, and went to the kitchen to take out a pack of instant noodles to solve her dinner. The instant noodles in the kitchen had been bought a long time ago. Qiu Luoyu rarely ate instant noodles, unless she was extremely exhausted and couldn't cook, which was when she would make a bowl. Bai Mu returned home not long after she did, so it was likely that he hadn't had dinner yet either. She knocked on the door of the study and asked, Do you want some instant noodles? If you do, I can make you a bowl. Come. Bai Mu's voice came from inside. The soundproofing in the study was quite good, and Qiu Luoyu could only hear it faintly. She pushed the door open and saw Bai Mu sitting in front of the computer. Do you want some instant noodles? Qiu Luoyu asked again. Bai Mu looked at her and waved her over, so she walked over. Bai Mu wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her onto his lap. He inhaled the scent emanating from her, showing a look of intoxication. After licking his lips, Bai Mu asked, Is it just instant noodles? Nothing else? Yes, but I can't cook. Qiu Luoyu answered straightforwardly. If she weren't so hungry, she wouldn't have wanted to get out of bed at all. She just wanted to sleep through it. Unfortunately, her stomach was growling so much that she couldn't fall asleep. On the contrary, Bai Mu, who clearly hadn't had dinner either, seemed not to be hungry at all. It seemed that he heard the rumbling of Qiu Luoyu's stomach. He opened the drawer of the desk and took out a piece of chocolate, popping it into his mouth. With half of the chocolate in his mouth, he nodded at Qiu Luoyu. She immediately understood and, after a brief hesitation, leaned down to bite the other half. The chocolate Bai Mu bought was very sweet, not the kind with a bitter taste. However, this type of chocolate was one that Qiu Luoyu liked. I'll cook something for you later. Eating only instant noodles isn't nutritious. You need to replenish your body, Bai Mu said with a smile. Qiu Luoyu looked at Bai Mu, somewhat surprised that such words came from him. You're going to cook for me? She asked with a skeptical expression. Of course. If you don't eat enough, how will you have the energy to do important things? What important things? Qiu Luoyu's mouth fell open. What do you think? Your earlier performance didn't satisfy me. There's still time later tonight. Qiu Luoyu looked at Bai Mu in shock, her gaze slowly dropping. But I have to go to work tomorrow. That's fine. I've already asked for leave for you. This time, I will make sure you sleep until dawn. Qiu Luoyu was momentarily at a loss for words. To be honest, Bai Mu really had that power. Moreover, as her superior, it was indeed easy for him to grant her leave. Han Han is going home tomorrow, and I still have to pick her up. Qiu Luoyu found this excuse reluctantly. Bai Mu burst into laughter. That's still a while away. And besides, you said so yourself. We should take care of these things while Han Han isn't back, right? But I really can't handle it. All right, if I keep talking, I will have to punish you. Be good and listen, understand? Bai Mu said, smiling as he stroked Qiu Luoyu's head. Qiu Luoyu lowered her head and stopped speaking. Qiu Luoyu slept until noon the next day. She felt weak all over, and her head was a bit dizzy when she got up. The sheets had been changed by Bai Mu, and she was now lying on dark-colored bedding. Qiu Luoyu came out of the bedroom and saw Bai Mu in the kitchen. After being married for so many years, she had never seen Bai Mu cook, and now she woke up to find him cooking. This scene truly shattered her stereotypical impression of him. You're up. Bai Mu glanced at her, his attention focused on the frying pan. Qiu Luoyu replied with a soft mm and slowly walked to Bai Mu's side. Are you cooking? She asked cautiously. You should be able to tell. Bai Mu was currently stir-frying beef with bean sprouts, and the aroma of the beef wafted through the air. Qiu Luoyu's stomach growled. She was really hungry. The bowl of noodles Bai Mu made for her last night had 2 eggs added. It was much more nutritious than instant noodles, but it still didn't fill her up, especially since eating too much late at night wasn't good. Plus, she had exerted a lot of energy, so now her stomach felt like it was almost numb from hunger. Go wash up. You can eat soon. Qiu Luoyu nodded and went to the bathroom to wash up. When she came out, Bai Mu had already set all the dishes on the dining table. Looking at the sumptuous 4 dishes and a soup, Qiu Luoyu's first reaction was one of astonishment. She didn't expect Bai Mu, who had never cooked, to be able to make such good food. At least it looked and smelled great. In her memory, Bai Mu had never cooked, so logically he shouldn't know how. She didn't expect him to hide this skill. In fact, during this period, Bai Mu really couldn't cook. He only learned to cook after Qiu Luoyu died in his past life. The kitchen was filled with items that Qiu Luoyu had arranged, and in the kitchen, he could feel her presence. To remember Qiu Luoyu, he learned to cook. This was also a way of giving back to her in this life. These are all specially made for you. You must finish them all, Bai Mu said with a smile to Qiu Luoyu, just as she picked up her bowl. Hearing Bai Mu's words, she immediately froze. I have to eat it all? Of course. Qiu Luoyu looked at the several substantial dishes in front of her. Stewed pig's trotters, chicken with mushrooms, yam with ribs, and a plate of beef with bean sprouts alongside stir-fried vegetables. The last 2 dishes were manageable. But how could she possibly finish the first 3 hearty dishes? I can't finish these. Let Han Han eat them when she comes back tonight. Qiu Luoyu said truthfully. These are all for nourishing your body. You need to eat these since you're weak. If you don't want to eat, that's fine. But next time I won't let you off so easily. You better not cry then. I will eat, and I will also exercise. Qiu Luoyu lowered her head. Bai Mu reached out and patted her head. That's right. Be good and eat well. Qiu Luoyu fell silent, just quietly shrinking her body. In the afternoon, I will go with you to pick up Han Han. Let's eat first and then take a break. Chapter 70. Tracking by Qiu Han at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it started to rain lightly, with the sound of raindrops falling from the sky. The second week after military training ended with a monthly exam before the holiday, so the first-year students had an early break. Bai Qiu Han walked out of the school gate with an umbrella. She took out her phone and glanced at it. Her mother had sent her a message saying that due to the rain, the traffic was heavily congested and they might arrive late, asking her to try to find a less crowded place to wait for them. It was definitely congested outside the school as well. Indeed, Class 1 and 2 of the first year were among the first to come out, and there were many parents waiting outside. The cars almost blocked the area around the school gate, and if they drove in, it would take at least half an hour to get out. Seeing this, Bai Qiu Han squeezed her way out of the crowd. The rain wasn't heavy, just a light drizzle that was uncomfortable when it soaked her. Xiahan, is this your new phone? A girl beside Bai Qiuhan asked in surprise, looking at her brand new phone. Bai Qiuhan nodded, yeah. This is the one my dad bought for me. She smiled, a hint of pride on her face. Wow, it's an Apple phone. Your dad is really rich. The girl, named Xia Shui, was Bai Qiuhan's roommate and considered a good friend in class. Their grades were similar, and they had agreed to be desk mates after the exam results came out. Actually, it's not that great, Xia Shui said, scratching her head, looking a bit puzzled. But if your dad bought you such an expensive phone, why do you seem to spend so little usually? Although Bai Mu had given Bai Qiuhan 5,000 yuan for living expenses and added 500 to her meal card, she had always been frugal with her money since she was young. Moreover, her appearance of being hard up a month ago had left her classmates with the impression that she came from a poor family. That's why Xia Shui was confused to see her using an Apple phone. I have money, but I just don't spend much. Bai Qiuhan didn't boast about how much living expenses Bai Mu had given her. After all, it wasn't something to show off. She understood that if she had money, she should save it and not flaunt it. Xia Shui nodded, I see. Is your dad coming to pick you up today? Bai Qiuhan thought for a moment. Her mother seemed to say they were coming together. Yes, both my dad and mom are coming to pick me up. That's nice. My mom is the only one picking me up. My dad is busy with work. What does your dad do? Bai Qiuhan was taken aback for a moment. She seemed to remember that her dad had been staying at home and not going to work. I don't really know. She shook her head. You don't know? Xia Shui scratched her head as they crossed through the crowd and reached the street outside. Xiao Shui. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance. It was Xia Shui's mom coming to pick her up. Bai Qiuhan looked over and saw a white sedan, which looked somewhat similar to her family's Volkswagen. Xiaohan, my mom is here. I have to go now. Okay, you go ahead, Bai. Bye. Xia Shui quickly ran to her mom's car. Was it your classmate? Xia Shui's mom asked in the car. Yeah, she's my good friend. Her name is Bai Qiuhan. She is Bai Qiuhan? Xia Shui's mom recognized the name. Xia Shui was a bit surprised, Mom. How do you know her? Oh, nothing. I heard her name at the last parent-teacher meeting. She's a pretty good girl. She vaguely remembered that the girl's dad seemed to be quite handsome. On the other side, after seeing Xia Shui off, Bai Qiuhan continued walking towards the main road. She didn't notice the three girls following her from behind. Sister Jiang, are we just going to follow her like this? Of course. We'll go after her when we reach a less crowded place. I don't know what's going on these past 2 weeks. The school has been so strict, and we haven't had a chance to trouble her. I've been holding it in for so long. Jiang touched her silver teeth, her eyes almost piercing through Bai Qiuhan. Originally, Jiang had planned to make her move the night Bai Qiuhan returned to school. She had brought 2 lackeys and had almost reached Bai Qiuhan's dormitory door. Who would have thought that several school leaders suddenly came by, inspecting each room, and even entered Bai Qiuhan's dormitory? With several leaders present, she didn't dare to act rashly. So she and her 2 lackeys hid in the fire escape, planning to enter after they left. However, after the leaders left, the dormitory supervisor started patrolling again. They had figured out the supervisor's routine, usually returning to her room to watch TV after checking the dorms. But that night, she suddenly began to patrol diligently. It wasn't until 11 o'clock at night that she finally returned. In September, the weather was just turning cooler, and she and her 2 lackeys had to stay in the fire escape for several hours, nearly freezing to death. At 11 o'clock, they were so tired that they had no choice but to head back. In the following 2 weeks, there were frequently leaders passing through the floor where Bai Qiuhan lived, and the dormitory supervisor's patrol frequency had also increased significantly. This led Jiang to continuously want to cause trouble for Bai Qiuhan, but without any opportunity. Initially thinking that if not at night, she could find a chance during recess or lunch, but Bai Qiuhan wasn't foolish. After her first lesson, she would naturally find ways to avoid them. With no other options, Jiang could only wait until Friday after school to seek her out. The 3 followed Bai Qiuhan until there were fewer people around, then exchanged glances and approached her. Outside any school, there are always people who waste their time without studying. Jiang had already found a few seniors from a neighboring school who had failed their entrance exams, as well as some athletes whose college dreams were ruined by the rain. Bai Qiuhan sensed something was off. She looked back, and her heart sank when she saw Jiang and her 2 companions. She had just messaged her mom that she was waiting here. It would still take a few minutes for her mom to arrive. What do you want? Facing the three girls coming toward her, Bai Mu immediately protected her phone, putting it into her pocket and holding it tightly. Jiang Yi noticed Bai Mu's action and narrowed her eyes. You still use Apple? I didn't see that coming. Jiang Yi sneered, and then the three surrounded her. The people she had found also walked over. If you hit me, I will call the police. Bai Mu stared at Jiang Yi. This isn't school. There's no school board to protect you here. If you really dare to make a move, I will definitely call the police. Chapter 71. The passing boy called the police? We haven't done anything. We just want to talk to you. Jiang Yi said mockingly as she looked at Bai Mu. There are many ways to torment someone. It's not just about hitting. Just casually dragging her into a small alley to enjoy the show is already enough. Isn't this bitch fond of seducing people? Then let her find a few boys to serve her. As long as she doesn't make a move, it doesn't matter. Even if they really do fight, they're all minors. So in the end, it would just be a matter of paying a little money. Seeing Jiang Yi's confident demeanor, Bai Mu felt a shiver in her heart. She didn't dare to bet that they wouldn't make a move on her, so she pushed one of them away and ran out. Damn it, don't let her escape. Jiang Yi shouted at a few athletic boys. The three athletic boys exchanged glances, grinning. Don't worry, she can't get away. After saying that, they got into position and charged out. Thud! Because it was raining and the ground was slippery, all three of them fell to the ground at the same time. Damn, it's so slippery. The three of them got up, rolling and scrambling. Jiang Yi glared at them. Hurry up and chase, you idiots. She wouldn't run herself. It was too slippery in the rain. What if she fell? Besides, she spent hundreds to hire them, not for them to just eat and do nothing. Don't underestimate Bai Mu. Even though she's small, she runs quickly. In the blink of an eye, she had already run far away. However, in front of the three athletic boys, her speed seemed insignificant. The leading athletic boy reached out to grab her, and Bai Mu was pushed from behind, falling directly to the ground. She fell near the bus stop, where there were relatively more people. Most of the people around the bus stop at this time were students from the first high school. Although there were few people around, it wasn't completely empty. Bai Mu thought that as long as there were more people, they wouldn't dare to make a move, but she was clearly mistaken. The people here were mostly students, and seeing those delinquents, they didn't dare to approach. When the three of them rushed over, the students all moved away from them. Only a short-haired boy did not leave, and Bai Mu fell right next to him. It was raining from the sky, and the boy was empty-handed, wearing only a thin shirt, which made him look particularly thin in the rain. His neat short hair was soaked, and the shirt clung to his body under the cold wind. One could faintly see him shivering. Help! Bai Mu was directly pulled back by the collar of her shirt. She looked at the boy for help. Before he could take any action, the leading athletic boy warned him, Kid, don't meddle in other people's business, or I'll beat you too. These delinquents were already regulars at the detention center, so they would really fight after getting in trouble. The boy turned his head to look at them, his gaze icy. You can try. Hiss, you're pretty tough, huh? You want to fight? The athletic boy stepped forward to make a move. The boy stepped back to dodge the punch and delivered a side kick to the opponent's knee. The athletic boy's calf went soft, and he fell to the ground. The two athletic boys holding Bai Mu stopped and exchanged glances. Jiang Yi's three hired seniors also caught up. One of them looked at Bai Mu, while the remaining four cracked their knuckles and moved forward. Meddling, huh? Let's show him. The four surrounded the boy, preventing him from escaping. The boy's short hair fell down, and his gaze remained steady. The four of them charged at the boy to fight. It was clear that the boy had fought a lot before, so he was able to seize opportunities to land a few punches despite being outnumbered. However, he was just a 17-year-old boy, while the four in front of him were all around 20 years old, including two athletic boys, giving them an advantage in physical strength. Nevertheless, he struck fiercely, aiming for their vital points. The few of them got genuinely angry and started to fight back, surrounding the boy with punches and kicks. The boy gritted his teeth, taking 3 punches and returning 1, showing no intention of backing down. Damn it! How dare you hit me? The first athletic boy who got kicked down got back up and pulled out a baton from his pants. Get out of my way, I'm gonna kill him. The athletic boy with the baton rushed over with red eyes. The four of them restrained the boy, preventing him from dodging. The boy's cold gaze fixed on the one charging at him. However, his attention was drawn again by a figure behind him. A stern-looking man got out of a black Audi, and, just as the baton was about to hit the boy's head, the man grabbed the athletic boy's hand. The immense strength caused the athletic boy, who was rushing forward, to suddenly stop and fall to the ground. The baton was also snatched away by the man, who, before he could get up, a leather shoe stomped on his face. He didn't even see the man's face clearly before he passed out, leaving a size 42 shoe print on his face. The others saw the sudden arrival of Bai Mu and became somewhat nervous. After all, they knew that people who drove nice cars were not to be messed with, and this person looked tough. Bai Mu swung the baton in his hand, and the 50-centimeter baton made a series of cracking sounds in his grip. Seeing him approach, the four delinquents immediately released the boy and retreated. The freed boy covered his arm and looked at Bai Mu. He didn't know who Bai Mu was or why he intervened. Bai Mu brushed past him and walked straight towards Bai Qiu. Who are you? Why are you meddling in our affairs? A few delinquents questioned. However, they were met with a resounding slap. The man was knocked unconscious on the spot, his face marked with a bright red handprint. Everyone looked at each other, and only Bai Qiu, upon seeing Bai Mu, immediately burst into tears of grievance. Dad, they bullied me. Bai Qiu looked at Bai Mu with tears in her eyes, and the delinquent behind her, hearing her call Bai Mu dad, immediately understood and released her collar. Wow, this tough guy is actually this girl's dad? That makes sense. They exchanged glances and prepared to flee. Unfortunately, Bai Mu didn't give them the chance. The first to run was the one who grabbed Bai Qiu. As soon as he turned around, his back was hit by the baton. Did I let you run? Bai Mu's cold voice reached his ears. Following, that was a war stomp from Bai Mu, which made that guy regurgitate the lunch he had eaten. The remaining three were stunned by such a brutal scene. They hadn't even seen when Bai Mu had rushed over. It felt like a gust of wind had blown by. And then their companion was down. Is this guy cheating? How can a normal person move this fast? Chapter 72, Is he Superman? Seeing Bai Mu's abnormal behavior. The others had no intention of confronting him at all. Why bother pretending? This guy is clearly not human. If they didn't run, were they just waiting to be beaten? Could they escape? Bai Mu appeared behind them without them realizing, placing his hands on the shoulders of two of them, an invisible pressure instantly freezing them in place. Their terrified eyes watched helplessly as their companions fled, leaving them behind. Under Bai Mu's pressure, both of them dropped to their knees with a thud. The pain from their knees felt like their bones were cracking, nearly causing them to roll their eyes back. Big brother, spare us. Before they could start begging for mercy, their faces met the ground. Bai Mu didn't pause for a moment and walked towards the sports students who had already run far away. Originally strolling leisurely, Bai Mu suddenly lunged and appeared behind the two. Just as they turned to see if they had shaken off that freak, the next second, their faces were covered by a large hand, and their heads hit the ground. It was so easy to take care of so many people. Bai Mu's skills left the boy in awe. He clutched his injured arm, his mouth agape filled with shock. Unlike Bai Qiu, who looked at her father with admiration, he truly felt the terrifying aura emanating from Bai Mu. It felt like facing a lion king on the grasslands. A real beast. The wildness in his eyes alone was enough to make him tremble all over. Is this really a human? The power and speed he unleashed just now were beyond what even a first-level athlete could achieve. His right hand, gripping his arm, tightened unconsciously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, momentarily forgetting the pain in his arm. He was worried that Bai Mu might turn on him as well. However, after Bai Mu took care of everyone, he once again swept past him, making him breathe a sigh of relief, thankful to have escaped a disaster. Bai Mu approached Bai Qiu, who had already gotten up from the ground. Because it had rained, her clothes were dirty from the muddy water after she fell. She patted the mud off her clothes, looking at Bai Mu with admiration. Dad, you're amazing. She was so excited she could hardly speak. She had always thought Bai Mu was tall and serious, and he didn't pay much attention to her. But in her heart, he had always been someone formidable. She didn't know how formidable until today. Dad actually took care of so many people by himself. Moreover, his movements were clean and efficient. Even though he fought in the muddy roadside, his clothes were only slightly dirty at the corners. How is this different from superheroes in anime? Like any girl her age, Bai Qiu admired heroes to some extent, especially since she was raised by her mother. What she longed for most was for someone strong to protect her and give her a sense of security. So when Bai Mu effortlessly dealt with those bad guys who scared her, her admiration for him reached heroic heights. Bai Mu had no idea what Bai Qiu was thinking. He frowned and reached for her hand. He noticed blood slowly seeping from her palm, likely from when she fell earlier, and her knees were also scraped in several places. This needed to be cleaned and disinfected quickly to avoid infection. Does it hurt? Bai Mu asked, his tone somewhat serious. Bai Qiu quickly shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. I'll just put some iodine on it when we get back. Bai Mu nodded and asked again, what was going on with those people? Did someone bully you? Upon hearing Bai Mu's question, she hesitated for only 2 seconds before blurting out, a girl from the neighboring class bullied me. As she spoke, her lips quivered, recalling the grievances she had suffered, and tears began to well up in her eyes, ready to fall. Bai Mu reached out to wipe away her tears. Bai Mu furrowed his brow, noticing Qiu Luoyu running over. He rubbed Bai Qiuhan's head and said, go back and tell Dad. Dad will stand up for you. Bai Qiuhan pouted and nodded. She had also seen Qiu Luoyu and guessed that her dad didn't want her mom to know. Moreover, Jiang Yi and her 2 little followers had already fled. Initially, she hadn't planned to tell Bai Mu because Jiang Yi's mom was a school director, and she felt it wouldn't help, only worrying her mom. But now, to her, Bai Mu was no different from Superman. Not only did he care for her, but he also dealt with the little thugs for her. Now she felt like she had a strong backing and wanted to express her grievances. Hanhai, are you okay? Qiu Luoyu rushed over and hugged Bai Qiuhan anxiously. She was about to rush out of the car when she saw her daughter being bullied, but was stopped by Bai Mu, who told her to stay in the car. She anxiously watched outside until Bai Mu resolved the situation before rushing down. Now, seeing her daughter injured, her heart ached terribly. Bai Qiuhan waved her hand, Mom. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt at all, really? She smiled, wiping her palm, and the blood smeared evenly. Seeing this, Qiu Luoyu felt a pang in her nose. Knowing her daughter didn't want her to worry, she tightly hugged Bai Qiuhan, while her gaze angrily fixed on the unconscious thug on the ground. It was this guy who had laid hands on her daughter. After releasing Bai Qiuhan, she picked up the baton on the ground, ready to start beating him up. Bai Qiuhan quickly rushed to stop her. Mom, don't hit him. Someone might get killed. Bai Mu also grabbed her hand. Qiu Luoyu looked at Bai Mu with grievance. She was afraid of him, but couldn't swallow her anger. If Bai Mu stopped her too, she would disobey him just this once. However, in front of Bai Mu, her strength felt like that of a chick, and he easily snatched the baton away. You! Her mouth turned down, her expression a mix of anger and grievance, staring at Bai Mu as if questioning why he was stopping her. However, Bai Mu didn't answer her directly. After taking the baton, he stepped on the unconscious thug a few times. Each kick seemed effortless, yet felt forceful enough. The opponent, who had already lost consciousness, started foaming at the mouth, having expelled his dinner. You are too gentle. Don't dirty your hands, Bai Mu casually said. Qiu Luoyu bit her lip, still feeling unsatisfied. I want to do it myself. Seeing this, Bai Mu no longer stopped her. Qiu Luoyu angrily kicked the thug a few times, but the effect was poor. Bai Mu wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her back. All right, don't dirty your feet. Watching Qiu Luoyu kick someone, Bai Mu felt a bit displeased. Chapter 73. The embarrassed boy after kicking a few times. Qiu Luoyu's anger dissipated a little. Han, let's go home, she said, pulling Bai Qiuhan's hand. However, when Bai Qiuhan passed by the boy, she stopped. She looked at him, her gaze scrutinizing. The boy was much taller than Bai Qiuhan, estimated to be about 1.78 meters. He looked quite young, but there was no youthful innocence in his brows. He was dirty all over for being beaten by several people, with injuries on his face and body. Originally, he was just a passerby. It was because she had asked him for help that he got involved. The boy fought fiercely, and Bai Qiuhan wasn't sure if he was a delinquent like that group of tough guys. But his handsome features and the fact that he had saved her made her not see him as a bad person. Thank you for saving me earlier. Bai Qiuhan sincerely thanked the boy. The boy remained silent, glancing at Bai Mu while keeping an eye on him. Bai Qiuhan turned to Qiu Luoyu and asked, Mom, he.'s injured. Can we take him to the hospital? If it's troublesome, can I take him? Bai Qiuhan sought Qiu Luoyu's opinion. Since Qiu Luoyu was unaware of the earlier situation, she didn't know that the boy had saved her daughter. At first, she thought it was just a fight between 2 groups of tough guys that accidentally involved her daughter. After all, her daughter was so well-behaved that it was impossible for her to get involved with those delinquents. Qiu Luoyu nodded at Bai Qiuhan and then looked at the boy. Thank you for saving Han. How about I take you to the hospital? Qiu Luoyu's voice was gentle. causing the boy to shift his gaze from Bai Mu back to her. However, in the next second, he felt a dangerous gaze, forcing him to pay attention to Bai Mu again. He's looking at me. The boy's forehead broke into a sweat, and he lowered his head, afraid to speak. Noticing the boy's gaze, Qiu Luoyu also looked at Bai Mu. Realizing she hadn't asked for Bai Mu's opinion, she felt a bit anxious. She approached Bai Mu. He helped Han Han. How about we take him to the hospital? We can also take Han Han to clean her wounds. Bai Qiuhan's injuries were actually not serious. They were just abrasions and didn't require a hospital visit. Bai Mu glanced at Qiu Luoyu and, seeing her cautious demeanor, pinched her cheek lightly as a form of reprimand. Not too hard, but not too soft either. Next time, if you act on your own, I'll punish you. Bai Mu whispered in her ear. Qiu Luoyu touched her face, feeling a bit itchy, but not painful. The boy was actually somewhat resistant to going with them. He didn't want to be around that seemingly dangerous guy. His instincts told him that this person was far more terrifying than he currently appeared. No, I can walk by myself, the boy said softly, then covered his arm and walked toward the bus stop. Just then, the bus arrived, and he got on without looking back. The boy's back looked a bit disheveled. His originally white clothes were now dirty, and the people on the bus instinctively distanced themselves from him. Bai Qiuhan watched the boy leave, feeling a bit guilty. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Without him, she would have probably been dragged away, and she didn't know what would have happened next. All right, it's fine now. Let's go home. What does it matter if we got caught in the rain? Bai Mu's gaze shifted from the boy's face on the bus to someone from his past. Although many years had passed, that person seemed much younger than he remembered. However, there was no doubt that he was Xie Chun, the heir to the Gu group years later. As a bastard child, he didn't seem to be doing well at this time. It was highly likely that Gu Weimin still didn't know of his existence. As for how he would be found later, that was even less certain. What Bai Mu didn't expect was that as a bastard child, he would appear in Haishu. Since he was here, his mother, Xielin, must also be in Haishu. If that was the case, Gu Weimin couldn't possibly miss her. Bai Mu had already decided to interfere with the Gu group, so perhaps Xie Chun could also be of use to him. Dad, do you think he'll be okay leaving like this with such serious injuries? After getting in the car, Bai Qiuhan looked out the window and suddenly asked. The reason she asked Bai Mu was that she believed he would know better. No, those injuries aren't serious enough to cause problems, Bai Mu replied casually while focusing on driving. Bai Qiuhan nodded, visibly relieved. Bai Mu raised an eyebrow. Do you know him? No, I don't know him. Bai Qiuhan shook her head. Then why are you so concerned about him? I was just asking. Bai Qiuhan blinked. Besides, he got hurt because of me. I should care about him. Bai Mu fell silent for a moment and didn't speak again. He originally wanted to remind Bai Qiuhan to stay away from strange men. However, thinking about it, it seemed unnecessary. Bai Qiuhan's words made sense, and saying something would seem overly deliberate. When they got home, Qiu Luoyu treated Bai Qiuhan's wounds and then reheated the lunch Bai Mu had cooked earlier for her to eat. Bai Qiuhan looked at the dishes on the table, her eyes sparkling. Mom, why are the dishes so good tonight? So much meat. Was it because she came back? Seeing her daughter's reaction, Qiu Luoyu, serve her a bowl of rice. Your dad made all of this. Dad made it? Bai Qiuhan instinctively looked at Bai Mu on the sofa. She had no idea her dad could cook. In her memory, her dad had never cooked before. Moreover, the dishes looked so delicious that she would believe they were from a restaurant. When did Dad learn to cook? Bai Qiuhan asked softly. Qiu Luoyu shook her head, not knowing either. You should eat quickly. You must be starving. Kids your age get hungry easily. When I was in high school, I was always so hungry I could feel my stomach against my back. If I hadn't raised you, I would have probably starved. Bai Qiuhan was already drooling at the fragrant pig trotter and couldn't wait to start eating. You go back to your room first. I need to talk to Han Han. Bai Mu got up from the sofa and walked over to Qiu Luoyu. What's wrong? Qiu Luoyu frowned. Just behave. Bai Mu didn't explain, just patted her backside. Qiu Luoyu's face immediately turned red. Don't do that in front of Han Han. It will give her the wrong idea. She clicked her tongue, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. Bai Mu raised his eyebrow and pinched her again. Qiu Luoyu lowered her head and hurried to her room. Chapter 74. The school board member regarding his daughter. Bai Mu didn't want Qiu Luoyu to know, lest she worry too much. The last time he sent his daughter back to school, Qiu Luoyu couldn't sleep that night from worry. Bai Mu pulled out a chair and sat down. Bai Qiuhan, who was eating, shifted her gaze from the sumptuous food to Bai Mu. Although it was lunch, the food still tasted very good. Your mother has gone to her room. Let's talk, just the two of us, Bai Mu said. Bai Qiuhan swallowed her food and nodded seriously. Why were those people chasing you today? Were you bullied at school? Bai Mu asked solemnly. Bai Qiuhan lowered her head, thinking of Jiang Yi and her group, and her mood instantly soured. It's okay to talk about it. Dad will take care of it for you, Bai Mu reassured her. Bai Qiuhan pouted, feeling very wronged. The girls from the next class bully me. They insult me, hit me, and even spit on me. The tears in Bai Qiuhan's eyes began to blur as she wiped them away, seeing his daughter looking so aggrieved. Bai Mu's gaze turned cold. Didn't you tell the teacher? Have they bullied you again this week? He asked. He had specifically spoken to the school leaders to keep an eye on his daughter. When his father was still around, he had donated a lot to the school, and not only Principal Zhao, but also some older teachers recognized him. Therefore, most people were quite respectful towards him. With Principal Zhao Linxiang in charge, they wouldn't dare to disrespect him. If they did, they could only wait to be targeted. If Bai Qiuhan was still being bullied after he made such arrangements, those people would be in serious trouble. No, it didn't bother me this time when I returned to school. The school is strict, and I also avoid them. Bai Qiuhan answered honestly. But even so, it wasn't acceptable. School should be a place focused on learning. If she was always thinking about how to avoid bullying, how could she concentrate on her studies? Moreover, it was truly excessive this time to even bring in outsiders to bully his daughter. They were simply asking for trouble. The chill in Bai Mu's eyes was something even Bai Qiuhan could feel. In her eyes, Bai Mu was no different from a hero. But seeing his fierce expression made her feel a bit scared. Dad, actually I'm fine. I wasn't hurt today. This incident has passed. Those people should calm down, right? Bai Qiuhan said softly, looking a bit nervous. Bai Mu glanced at her. What are you afraid of? He asked, reaching out his right hand to ruffle her hair. The warmth of his large hand eased Bai Qiuhan's inner tension, and she began to enjoy it. She reached out to hold Bai Mu's hand and smiled, cautiously, like a little hamster. Bai Mu squinted. Do you like me ruffling your hair? Last time, Bai Qiuhan seemed to really enjoy it. Bai Qiuhan nodded repeatedly. Dad's hand is so big and warm. It feels so safe. She honestly expressed her feelings. A slight smile appeared on Bai Mu's face, and his previously irritated mood lifted. If only Qiu Luoyu could express herself as well as their daughter. Bai Mu withdrew his hand, and Bai Qiuhan visibly looked disappointed. Don't make that face, Bai Mu chuckled, flicking Bai Qiuhan's forehead. Bai Qiuhan giggled, her tension dissipating. Continue talking about those people. Tell Dad their names. I'll help you deal with them. From now on, just focus on your studies. If anyone causes you trouble or affects you, tell Dad, Bai Mu said seriously. Bai Qiuhan exaggeratedly exclaimed, Oh. Based on the information Bai Qiuhan provided, Bai Mu had the school leaders investigate their identities. All the information about Jiang Yi and her few followers was sent over in one go. A school board member, huh? Bai Mu sneered, relying on her school board member mother to act so arrogantly. He wanted to meet the kind of woman who could raise such a daughter. Feeling her father's mood was off again, Bai Qiuhan stepped forward and tugged at Bai Mu's clothes. Dad, do you want to eat some food? The dishes you cooked are really delicious, she said, looking very ingratiating. Since she wasn't sure if Bai Mu liked her tugging at his clothes, her movements were gentle. Is it good? If it's good, then finish it. You're still growing, Bai Mu smiled, patting Bai Qiuhan's head. He could tell she was trying to please him, and his heart warmed, making him like her even more. Who wouldn't love a cute, understanding daughter who was so perceptive? In the past, he had always neglected Bai Qiuhan, so he didn't know what her personality was really like. It wasn't until later, when Bai Qiuhan deleted his cherished folder and sent him to a mental hospital, that Bai Mu's impression of her remained stuck at being Qiu Luoyu's daughter. He only had a love for her as a connection to Qiu Luoyu, but he didn't truly love this person. Now, he found himself liking his daughter. At least in his eyes, Bai Qiuhan was as cute as his wife. But I can't finish all this. Come eat with me, Dad, Bai Qiuhan said, pulling Bai Mu and acting spoiled. Bai Mu smiled and didn't refuse. In the room, Qiu Luoyu noticed the two hadn't had a good chat for a while and felt a twinge of curiosity. She was still a bit worried that Bai Mu might lose control of his emotions and hurt their daughter. After all, their relationship had always been one of neglect. Although Bai Mu had changed a lot recently and seemed to start caring for their daughter, she still felt uneasy about leaving them alone for so long. She gently turned the doorknob, wanting to see what was going on, but as soon as she stepped out, she bumped into Bai Mu's chest. Feeling the solid touch in her hands, Qiu Luoyu thought to herself, this is bad. Not a good start. You and Qiu Han have finished talking? Qiu Luoyu looked up at Bai Mu, wanting to step back, but realizing the door behind her had just been closed by her, leaving her nowhere to retreat. Bai Mu leaned in closer, narrowing his eyes at her. I've finished talking, but what are you doing here? Eavesdropping? So disobedient, he said, reaching out to caress Qiu Luoyu's cheek. Seeing Bai Mu's hand, her cheeks flushed, and she feared he might slap her at any moment. However, the slap never came. I'm hungry and wanted to come out for something to eat, Qiu Luoyu said, her gaze wandering. After saying that, she realized she had lied again. Bai Mu laughed, not paying attention to her poor excuse. Do you want me to treat you to something to eat? He said with a mischievous smile. Qiu Luoyu's eyelids twitched, and feeling Bai Mu getting closer, she quickly closed her eyes. However, the next moment, the doorknob was turned by Bai Mu, and she fell backward. Before she could panic, a large hand wrapped around her waist, gently catching her in Bai Mu's embrace. Chapter 75. The daughter at the door. Qiu Luoyu covered her mouth, almost crying out. Bai Mu supported her and tossed her onto the bed before walking into the bedroom. Seeing this, Qiu Luoyu immediately panicked. She thought her eavesdropping had displeased Bai Mu, and now he was going to punish her. If it were before, it wouldn't matter. But Han was still at home. Qiu Luoyu quickly got up and ran towards the study. When she burst into the study, she found that Bai Mu had only taken out a yoga mat. Are you that anxious? You weren't this proactive before, Bai Mu said with a light laugh. A teasing look on his face. He handed the yoga mat to Qiu Luoyu. Upon receiving it, Qiu Luoyu's expression showed her surprise. So it's just a yoga mat. I thought it was something else. What did you think it was? Bai Mu asked. And nothing, I just thought it was a yoga mat after all. It's been a long time since I've exercised, Qiu Luoyu said, her gaze unconsciously falling on Bai Mu's equipment storage. And she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Since that's the case, let us practice for an hour and a half today. Considering how eager you are, Bai Mu said with a playful look in his eyes. Qiu Luoyu opened her mouth, but didn't dare to refute. However, her expression visibly wilted. Anyone doing something they dislike would feel lethargic, including Qiu Luoyu. Exercising was the thing Qiu Luoyu hated the most. Originally, Bai Mu wanted to take her to the gym, but considering that she might not be too willing, he transformed the study instead. The study was actually quite spacious. After moving some clutter to the storage room, there was just enough extra space to place some fitness equipment, such as a treadmill, stair climber, and some strength training devices. Bai Mu had set these up the previous week. After warming up a bit on the yoga mat, Bai Mu instructed her to run on the treadmill. On the other side, Bai Qiu Han finished her meal and was preparing to go back to her room to rest. She noticed her parents' bedroom door was slightly ajar and thought about going up to close it. However, she unexpectedly discovered that there was no one inside the bedroom. There wasn't anyone in the bathroom either. Bai Qiu Han had hardly ever been in the bedroom before, so she almost forgot there was a study in the house. From the living room, the study appeared as just a wall, and it was a thick wall, so the soundproofing was excellent. After entering the bedroom, Bai Qiu Han noticed the door to the study was also slightly ajar, and she could faintly hear her mother's voice from inside. Bai Qiu Han blinked, feeling that it was better to go outside. However, just as she turned to leave, Qiu Luoyu's voice reached her ears, causing her to stop in her tracks. I can't do it anymore. Let me rest. Just a bit. Qiu Luoyu's voice came through, interrupted and breathless, as if she had just run 800 meters. But it was clear that her mother couldn't be running. After all, the study was that small. Where would she run? If she wasn't running, then why did her mom's voice sound so urgent? Bai Qiu Han's eyes darted around, and several images inexplicably flashed through her mind. She covered her mouth, curiosity driving her to lean closer. Is this all you can handle? You can't keep up at such a slow speed? Bai Mu's tone was somewhat stern. Why, yes, I'm sorry, but I really have no strength left, Qiu Luoyu gasped, reaching to hit the pause button on the treadmill. She felt like if she continued running, she would collapse. Practicing yoga was actually fine, but now running 1 kilometer was truly exhausting. And this was only at a speed of 7 kilometers per hour. Who told you to stop? Did I tell you to stop? Bai Mu expressed his dissatisfaction with Qiu Luoyu's unilateral decision. But no matter how unhappy Bai Mu was, Qiu Luoyu was done. She was completely worn out. As soon as the treadmill stopped, she sat down on the floor, her eyes slightly unfocused. Seeing this, Bai Mu frowned and pulled her up. Don't stop so quickly. Sitting down right after stopping can lead to chest tightness and shortness of breath, increasing the burden on your heart. Qiu Luoyu looked reluctant, supporting herself against Bai Mu and taking a few more steps. My legs are weak. Can I rest? She looked up at Bai Mu, seeking his opinion. Bai Mu helplessly pinched her cheek, his tone not particularly gentle. Rest then. I want to push you today. If you do this again, you'll have to come to me for punishment yourself. I know. I just didn't rest well. Qiu Luoyu lowered her head, finding an excuse. Their conversation reached Bai Qiuhan's ears outside the door. She opened her mouth, but thankfully covered it with her hand. Otherwise, she might have made a sound. Listening to their conversation, Bai Qiuhan's mind uncontrollably wandered. What were her parents doing inside? Was it what she thought? If not, then what could it be? Although she wanted to tell herself that her mom might be exercising, her mom's earlier words certainly didn't sound like she was working out. It sounded more like. Bai Qiuhan bit her finger, her heart racing. It wasn't even dark yet. Were her parents engaging in something so thrilling? And was her dad being a bit too harsh? Her mom's voice sounded so aggrieved, but it was also quite exciting. Several images involuntarily flashed in her mind, and the corners of her mouth curled up in a grin. In the past, she always thought her parents had a bad relationship. Every time she saw them interact, it felt very stiff, like a couple in a Cold War. Sometimes, she worried about whether her parents would divorce, and she would think about what would happen if they did. But now that she thought about it, she realized she had been completely wrong. Their married life was quite good. Her mom, as a woman, must be very happy to have such a capable husband. She would definitely want to find a husband like that in the future. With a secret smile, Bai Qiuhan slowly backed away from the bedroom. A few minutes later, Bai Mu walked out of the study, supporting the weak-legged Qiu Luoyu. Do you want me to help you take a shower? He teased, looking at Qiu Luoyu, who needed support to walk. Qiu Luoyu pressed her lips together, no. She took her change of clothes and walked into the bathroom. Although her legs were sore, she wasn't at the point of being disabled. Behind her, Bai Mu burst into laughter. Qiu Luoyu pouted, feeling unhappy. She closed the door behind her and turned the shower on to the maximum, so she wouldn't hear Bai Mu's laughter. Is the door not closed? After Qiu Luoyu entered the bathroom, Bai Mu noticed the bedroom door. It was slightly ajar. It seemed he had forgotten to close it earlier. Chapter 76. Going out the next morning at 9 o'clock, Bai Qiuhan yawned and walked out of her room. At that moment, Qiu Luoyu also came out from the opposite room. Seeing her mother's trembling legs, Bai Qiuhan couldn't help but chuckle internally. How excessive was Dad last night? It even affected Mom's ability to walk. Qiu Luoyu noticed her daughter's gaze and leaned slightly against the wall. Aren't you going to rest a bit more since it's the weekend and there's no school? Bai Qiuhan shook her head. I've had enough sleep. Mom, why don't you rest a little longer? You look quite tired. She smiled subtly, her large eyes curving like crescent moons. Breakfast isn't ready yet. I need to make breakfast first, Qiu Luoyu explained. Bai Qiuhan glanced towards her parents' bedroom. Where's Dad? Even in this state, he still lets you make breakfast? Bai Qiuhan pouted. It's just that my calves are a bit sore from last night's exercise. It won't affect cooking. Qiu Luoyu thought her daughter was just being caring and smiled. Then let me help you, Mom. Bai Qiuhan volunteered, moving to Qiu Luoyu's side. Qiu Luoyu nodded with a smile. The older generation always said one should have a son, as sons could support their parents, but in Qiu Luoyu's eyes, her daughter was just as good as any son. After all, which daughter could be as sensible, understanding, and adorable as Hanan? With her daughter's help, breakfast was quickly prepared. In the bedroom, Bai Mu caught the aroma of breakfast and slowly opened his eyes. After a few more minutes, he finally felt a bit more awake. He went to the bathroom, freshened up, and came out of the room. Dad, breakfast is ready, come eat. Bai Qiuhan noticed Bai Mu before Qiu Luoyu did. Bai Mu sat at the dining table, looking at the breakfast prepared by the mother and daughter, his brow relaxed. What breakfast in the world could compare to the spread before him? Why don't you both sit down and eat? Bai Mu glanced at Qiu Luoyu, noticing her legs were still trembling, indicating she had indeed overexerted herself last night. It was quite a challenge for someone who usually didn't exercise to suddenly run 800 meters, so it was no surprise her legs hadn't recovered yet. But it wasn't a big deal. As long as she kept running every day, she would be fine. Muscles would eventually adapt. After the three had a simple breakfast, Bai Mu was in charge of clearing the table. While doing so, she suddenly spoke up, "Dad, Mom, I'm going out to play with my classmates at noon." Bai Mu first glanced at Qiu Luoyu, then turned to Bai Mu. Go ahead, just be careful. Do you have money on you?" Qiu Luoyu naturally had no objections to her daughter going out to play. She preferred her daughter to get out and relax rather than stay at home, and she also liked the idea of her daughter building good relationships with her classmates. "Boys or girls?" Bai Mu asked Bai Mu, having heard from his sources at school that Gu Hong often lingered around her, which he was quite unhappy about. Although in his past life his daughter ended up with Gu Hong, he didn't think much of a failure in the family fortune. Someone who played a good hand poorly, losing to a bastard child, showed that Gu Hong was not impressive. If Bai Mu really liked Gu Hong, he wouldn't forcibly break them apart. But since his daughter and Gu Hong hadn't developed that kind of relationship yet, he felt the need to intervene. It wasn't just because Gu Hong was a bastard. The bigger reason was that Bai Mu didn't think highly of him. The incident at the bar where Bai Mu got hurt was primarily due to Gu Hong. How could he entrust his daughter to someone who couldn't protect her, especially someone who led her into danger? Bai Mu certainly wouldn't look favorably on him. "It's my roommate, all girls." Bai Mu answered honestly in response to her father's question. Bai Mu nodded. As long as it wasn't Gu Hong or other boys, it was fine. He took out his phone and transferred 2,000 to Bai Mu. "Buy whatever you need, don't hesitate to spend money." Bai Mu's eyes widened as she looked at the 2,000 transferred to her. "Thank you, Dad." She didn't hold back and accepted it immediately. Seeing the money safely in her account, she broke into a big smile. Her mother had told her that if Bai Mu sent her money, she should accept it without feeling burdened. It was all for her. Taking her mother's advice, Bai Mu wouldn't be polite at all. She felt delighted. If her mother weren't around, she would have wanted to rush over and give her dad a big hug. In the past, her dad had always been indifferent to her, but now that he started caring for her, he was so generous right off the bat. Buying her a phone and giving her money, she now had 7,000 in her savings. This was something she had never even dared to dream of. With so much money, her mom's pressure would lessen, and she wouldn't have to worry about her living expenses anymore. Just thinking about it made Bai Mu smile broadly. "Where are you going to play?" "Your mom and I could drop you off," Bai Mu offered. Bai Mu shook her head. "No need, Dad. I can go by myself. You and Mom don't have to trouble yourselves." She could just take the bus by herself. There was no need for two people to drop her off. "We also need to go out, so we might as well drop you off," Bai Mu insisted. "Oh, okay." Bai Mu nodded and continued clearing the table. After breakfast, they rested a bit. By noon, Bai Mu was ready to head out. Bai Mu drove her to her destination, a villa area in Haishur. The villas here typically range from 600 to 9 million, and only the wealthy could live here. Bai Mu didn't expect her roommate to be so rich. Her roommate was Xia Shui. Not only was she coming today, but her other 4 roommates were also coming to her house to hang out. Xia Shui had prepared a lot of food and activities, waiting for them to arrive. As soon as Bai Mu arrived, Xia Shui rushed out to greet her. "Xia Han, you're here." Xia Shui was excited to see Bai Mu because it was the first time someone was coming to her house to play. Her parents were divorced, and although custody belonged to her dad, her mom took care of her more. Her dad rarely returned to this large villa, so having someone to play with on the weekend made her very happy. The other roommates hadn't arrived yet, and Bai Mu was the first one there. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie." Xia Shui politely greeted Bai Mu and Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu smiled kindly. "Hello, today we'll be troubling you with Hanan. You two get along well." "Okay." Xia Shui nodded enthusiastically. "Let us go," Bai Mu said to Qiu Luoyu from the driver's seat. Hearing Bai Mu's voice, Qiu Luoyu returned to the car. Chapter 77. Which one is your true self? "Where are we going?" On the way out of the villa, Qiu Luoyu mentioned to Bai Mu, "I'll take you for a stroll, since you're not working today anyway." Bai Mu said lightly, his eyes meeting Qiu Luoyu's through the rearview mirror. "Just the two of us?" Qiu Luoyu blinked. "Who else do you want?" "No. Why did you suddenly want to take me out?" Qiu Luoyu was indeed a bit puzzled. Before they got married, during their dating period, Bai Mu would take her out almost every day. Sometimes when she had to work part-time, he would wait for her to finish and then buy her a cup of mango sago, accompanying her for a walk in the park. However, after they got married, it became rare. It felt like he didn't care after getting what he wanted. "What's wrong?" Is it not okay for me to want to take you out? Bai Mu frowned. It's fine. Of course it's fine. Qiu Luoyu bit her lip, feeling helpless. As expected, Bai Mu's temper was still as irritable as ever. It was better for her to say less. Seeing that Qiu Luoyu had stopped talking, Bai Mu raised his brow and opened the central storage compartment with his right hand, taking out a piece of fruit candy. He squeezed it, and the candy wrapper burst open, placing the candy in his mouth. The fruity flavor was rich, instantly filling his mouth. Bai Mu didn't actually like eating candy very much, but since Qiu Luoyu liked it, he could only say he didn't dislike it and that it was nice to eat occasionally. Qiu Luoyu noticed Bai Mu's action. He was looking ahead, casually tossing the candy wrapper aside. She reached out and placed the wrapper in the temporary trash area. Do you want to eat? Bai Mu, with the fruit candy in his mouth, suddenly asked Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu was a bit surprised. No, I don't want to eat. She didn't feel like eating it at the moment. Have one. Okay, I'll get it myself. Qiu Luoyu was a bit confused. What did Bai Mu mean? Did he want her to eat the candy? Just as she was about to open the central storage compartment to take the candy, Bai Mu held her hand, forcing her to stop. At the red light, Qiu Luoyu looked at Bai Mu. What's wrong? Seeing Bai Mu's cheeks puffed up with the candy and a smile in his eyes, she suddenly felt a bad premonition. He wouldn't want to feed her the candy in his mouth, right? Please no. That's disgusting. Qiu Luoyu's face was filled with resistance. It was one thing when they were younger, but now that they were both 30, entering middle age, it felt a bit shameful to do such things. As expected, Bai Mu did exactly what she thought. I'll give this to you. He raised Qiu Luoyu's chin and transferred the candy from his mouth to hers. After about 10 seconds, Bai Mu released Qiu Luoyu. The warm candy spread in her mouth, with an extremely rich fruity flavor. In addition, she also tasted a hint of Bai Mu's flavor. Her cheeks turned slightly red. Even though they were already an old married couple, she still felt a bit shy. Although they had shared a lollipop before, this time felt significantly more intimate. She was so distracted by the candy that she couldn't really enjoy it. It felt unusually hot on her tongue. She wanted to bite it, but was afraid of making Bai Mu angry, so she could only slowly suck on it, waiting for it to melt. Seeing Qiu Luoyu being so obedient, Bai Mu's mood also improved. Is the candy your husband fed you good? Seeing Qiu Luoyu's shy appearance wasn't enough for him. Bai Mu continued to tease. Hearing Bai Mu's words, Qiu Luoyu's face indeed became even more unnatural. She opened her mouth, took a deep breath. It's good. Very sweet. I want to eat it again next time. Qiu Luoyu successfully pleased Bai Mu with her words. Bai Mu reached out and touched Qiu Luoyu's face, a joyful smile appearing on his lips. If you like it so much, I'll give you some next time. Bai Mu drove Qiu Luoyu to a scenic park. There were quite a few people here on the weekend, many coming to enjoy the scenery, take photos, and relax. After parking the car in a roadside parking space, Bai Mu took Qiu Luoyu to the lakeside. In the center of the park was a large lake, with many plants floating above it, and the surrounding greenery was well done. Not only was the scenery beautiful, but the air was also filled with a faint floral fragrance. How is this place? It's quite beautiful. Qiu Luoyu raised her eyebrows, a hint of amazement flashing in her eyes. After living in Haishur for so many years, she had never been here before. Let's go, let's take a walk. At the bottom of the park was a small path built around the lake, where many couples or groups of friends would stroll. The two walked along the lake. Suddenly, Bai Mu extended his hand. What? Qiu Luoyu was taken aback. Aren't you going to put your hand up? Oh, he wants to hold hands. Qiu Luoyu was a bit surprised. She couldn't remember the last time they had held hands. She had almost forgotten what it felt like. After hesitating for a moment, Qiu Luoyu placed her hand in Bai Mu's hand. Big hand holding small hand, walking without fear of slipping. This phrase suddenly popped into Qiu Luoyu's mind. Her hand was indeed much smaller compared to Bai Mu's, and he used to love singing in her ear. She couldn't help but remember this phrase. Bai Mu's hand was warm, and she felt her hand being enveloped, very comfortable and secure. The last time at the amusement park, Bai Mu had taken her hand, but this time felt different. This time, Bai Mu was holding her hand as her husband, with his true self. Qiu Luoyu's heart began to race a little faster. Is it uncomfortable to hold hands with me? Bai Mu asked when he saw Qiu Luoyu staring down, lost in thought. Qiu Luoyu quickly shook her head, placing her right hand on her chest, feeling the intense beating of her heart, and she was a bit confused herself. Why was she feeling this way just from holding hands? They had done more intimate things before, but she hadn't reacted like this. Qiu Luoyu didn't understand. Just looking up at Bai Mu, She didn't realize how enchanting her gaze was at that moment. It was more than just affectionate. Seeing the emotions in Qiu Luoyu's eyes, Bai Mu tightened his grip on her hand. Qiu Luoyu didn't feel pain. She felt even warmer, and she even hoped Bai Mu would hold her hand tighter. Never letting go, they walked around the lake for a whole circle, and half an hour passed. Qiu Luoyu's palms were sweating, but she still didn't want to let go. However, her calves were sore, and she figured she couldn't walk anymore. Bai Mu led her to sit on a bench next to the park, placed Qiu Luoyu's legs on his lap, and then began to massage her legs. Watching Bai Mu seriously massage her, Qiu Luoyu's emotions surged. She couldn't tell which one was the real him. Sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce. Which one is your true self? Chapter 78. How much do you like it? Hiss. Qiu Luoyu took a deep breath. Her calves were a bit sore, and as Bai Mu applied a little more pressure, a strong, tingling sensation washed over her. Pain? Qiu Luoyu shook her head. It's sore. She propped herself up with both hands and placed her legs on Bai Mu's thighs. Bai Mu continued to knead, and the soreness in her calves made her bite her lip, her nose twitching involuntarily, looking a bit cute, usually quiet and reserved. Qiu Luoyu was showing a look of restraint due to the tingling in her calves. Whenever Bai Mu added a bit more force, she would let out faint sounds that were particularly pleasant to his ears. Qiu Luoyu knew Bai Mu was doing it on purpose, but she didn't dare show any dissatisfaction, just secretly watching Bai Mu, noticing the corners of his mouth lift and his serious expression. She felt as if a few strings in her heart were silently plucked, frowning while feeling a bit ticklish inside. But that's enough, no more here. Just as she was starting to enjoy it, Qiu Luoyu suddenly stopped Bai Mu. His hands had originally been pressing on her calves, but then moved to her thighs. She was afraid Bai Mu might do something inappropriate in public. It was fine at home. She wouldn't resist whatever Bai Mu did, but outside, he needed to be more restrained, just in case someone saw them. Bai Mu indeed stopped when Qiu Luoyu prevented him. Let's sit and rest for a while. He patted her thigh and casually pinched it. Although Qiu Luoyu was thin, her thighs were still quite round, and the flesh was soft, making it feel like squeezing jelly. Qiu Luoyu nodded, lowering her head to look at her phone to distract herself. Bai Mu pulled her into his arms, resting his chin on her shoulder. Qiu Luoyu opened a short video app, and the two sat on a bench watching short videos. Qiu Luoyu's TikTok was filled with cooking and lifestyle videos, very wholesome. However, when she scrolled to the next video, a suggestive male influencer's video suddenly appeared in front of them. The moment the video appeared, Qiu Luoyu swiped it away. The atmosphere became awkward instantly. Bai Mu swiped back down to the video. It was a transformation video by a male influencer who was shirtless. Bai Mu raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to Qiu Luoyu's ear. Do you usually watch videos like this? At that moment, Qiu Luoyu was already frozen, opening her mouth. I don't usually watch these. I don't know how I came across it. Bai Mu chuckled and pointed at the influencer in the video. So, do you like this kind? No, Qiu Luoyu replied firmly. Oh, I see, Bai Mu said with a meaningful tone. Hearing this, Qiu Luoyu couldn't help but shiver. Really? She turned off her phone screen. Then how do you think my body compares to his? Bai Mu's eyes were smiling, but Qiu Luoyu couldn't smile back. You have a good body. She reached out to touch Bai Mu's chest, trying to make her words more convincing by squeezing a bit. Do you like it? Why, yes, I like it. How much do you like it? Bai Mu continued to ask. Qiu Luoyu's face visibly turned red, and she lowered her head, no longer speaking. Although she tried her best to agree with Bai Mu, she was inherently shy, and such words were hard for her to say. Bai Mu was still not satisfied. Lifting her chin, his tone playful. Why'd you stop talking? Don't you like it? As he spoke, he held her hand, making her squeeze his chest firmly. The solid sensation made Qiu Luoyu's pupils tremble, and she instinctively swallowed. Bai Mu smiled, gently brushing her cheek. Come on, tell me, baby, how much do you like it? Qiu Luoyu slightly parted her lips, but the words just wouldn't come out. If you don't say it, then you're lying to me. You know what the consequences of lying to me are, right? Bai Mu's laughter fell into Qiu Luoyu's ears. I just like it. I don't know how much I like it. Why don't you know? I don't know means I don't know. Qiu Luoyu bit her lip tightly, her tone a bit annoyed. Seeing this, Bai Mu reached out and pinched her waist. Qiu Luoyu's eyes widened. Throwing a tantrum? Getting bold? Qiu Luoyu paused, turning her gaze to the side. I'm not throwing a tantrum. Her voice was so soft it was barely audible. Bai Mu leaned closer to her face. his warm breath making Qiu Luoyu feel a bit hot. Weren't you just throwing a tantrum? Their movements became somewhat ambiguous. Qiu Luoyu wasn't used to being like this with Bai Mu in public. She pushed Bai Mu away. Don't do this in public. You don't like it? I don't like it, Qiu Luoyu replied softly. Bai Mu smirked. I just like doing things you don't like. Qiu Luoyu's expression dimmed. As expected, this man was still the same as before, always wanting to make her uncomfortable whenever he got the chance. Seeing Qiu Luoyu's mood drop, Bai Mu restrained his smile. You're unhappy just from a few casual words, baby. He pinched Qiu Luoyu's cheek. The soft touch felt nice, and Bai Mu pinched a couple more times. Qiu Luoyu had no more temper left. She lowered her eyes in silence, letting Bai Mu play with her. I'm not playing with you anymore. Smile for me. Bai Mu patted Qiu Luoyu's face. She raised her eyes to look at him, her gaze seeming to question whether he was serious. Can you get up? If you can, let's go for a walk. Qiu Luoyu nodded and moved her legs off Bai Mu's body. I have to say, after being pressed by Bai Mu for a while, she felt much more comfortable, at least not as sore anymore. Do you want to hold hands? Qiu Luoyu looked at Bai Mu, her expression neutral, as if it was just a simple question. Bai Mu looked at her. It's up to you. This simple sentence made Qiu Luoyu fall silent again. In the end, she took the initiative to reach out and hold Bai Mu's hand. Bai Mu's lips curled up. You're quite aware. If you want to hold my hand in the future, just take the initiative, okay? The two continued walking along the lake. In the afternoon, there were even more people in the park than at noon, but the sun was getting stronger. After walking around, Bai Mu brought Qiu Luoyu to the commercial street next to the scenic park. Just as they were about to find a place to eat, they heard someone calling Qiu Luoyu from behind. Sister Qiu, what are you doing here? Turning around, it was that girl Su Tang. Beside her was a boy who looked about 7 meters tall, around the same age as Su Tang, polite-looking, wearing glasses like an intellectual. Xiao Tang, seeing Su Tang, Qiu Luoyu was a bit surprised. After all, this place was over 20 kilometers away from their company. Su Tang's home wasn't far from the company, but she didn't expect to come here to play on the weekend and coincidentally run into each other, which was quite a coincidence. Chapter 79, Leverage? Called over by Qiu Luoyu, Su Tang chuckled and stepped forward to link arms with her. She first glanced at Bai Mu beside her, then shifted her gaze back to Qiu Luoyu. Sister Qiu, what a coincidence that you're here to have fun today. Su Tang didn't expect to run into Qiu Luoyu here. Qiu Luoyu nodded. Yeah, my husband and I came here for a walk. Are you planning to have dinner now? She had just seen Su Tang holding hand with the boy next to her, who should be Su Tang's boyfriend. Yes. My boyfriend and I are looking for a place to eat. Have you two eaten yet? If not, would you like to join us? We haven't eaten yet. Qiu Luoyu didn't agree immediately, but turned to ask Bai Mu. Do you want to join? Sure. Bai Mu nodded. Running into each other shows there is still some fate between them. Besides, judging by Qiu Luoyu's expression, she probably wanted to have dinner with Su Tang. As Su Tang was her only friend she got along well with in the company. Then let us go together, Qiu Luoyu said to Su Tang. Su Tang noticed that even for dinner, Sister Qiu needed to ask her husband for his opinion, and she shrugged. The family hierarchy was evident. She pulled her boyfriend over. We'll be having dinner with Sister Qiu and her husband later. Oh, whatever you decide is fine. Su Tang's boyfriend, Lu Fong, nodded repeatedly. Seeing her boyfriend so obedient, Su Tang was very satisfied. Sister Qiu, what were you planning to eat? We can go with you. Qiu Luoyu shook her head. Let us just find a random place to eat. We haven't decided yet. Do you have any preferred restaurants? It was Qiu Luoyu's first time in this area, and she wasn't familiar with it. Su Tang and her boyfriend, being young, probably had been here several times. Su Tang pouted and thought for a moment. I remember there is a pretty good place, though it's a bit expensive. Sister Qiu, can you handle that? She glanced at Bai Mu while speaking. Since Sister Qiu's husband was here, he would likely be the one paying. Let's find a cheaper place. No need to eat too expensively. Upon hearing the word expensive, Qiu Luoyu immediately passed. Su Tang leaned in close to Qiu Luoyu and whispered, Sister Qiu, your husband is wealthy, right? Is he really going to make you pay today? She noticed they were still holding hands. Clearly their relationship was not as cold as she had previously thought. Produce. He drove an Audi worth over 400,000. He didn't seem to be short on money at all. A hint of helplessness appeared on Qiu Luoyu's face. Isn't this obvious? Seeing Qiu Luoyu looking troubled, Su Tang chuckled and tugged at her boyfriend. Baby, I want to eat steak. Lu Fong, almost pulled over by Su Tang, managed to stay upright. Eat. If you want to eat, let us go. I'll treat. Then you should treat Sister Qiu too. She takes good care of me at work. Lu Fong was momentarily stunned. Are you unwilling? Su Tang pouted, looking pitiful. Well, okay then. Lu Fong forced a smile. He worked as a game substitute and could earn over 10,000 a month. So treating his girlfriend's friend to a meal wasn't a big deal. Besides, they usually split their expenses evenly, so it was like he always paid. Su Tang was very pleased with her boyfriend's response and winked at Qiu Luoyu. Sister Qiu, shall we go eat? Qiu Luoyu opened her mouth, a bit taken aback, and instinctively turned to look at Bai Mu, who, as she expected, squinted his eyes and wore a cold smirk. Let us go, Bai Mu said lightly, showing no emotion. Seeing Bai Mu still indifferent, Su Tang shrugged and led her boyfriend ahead. Bai Mu and Qiu Luoyu followed behind. With Qiu Luoyu holding Bai Mu's hand, I'll pay for myself later. So don't be mad, okay? She looked up at Bai Mu, trying to soothe his mood. Why would I be mad? Bai Mu raised an eyebrow with a cold smile. It was obvious that he was upset. Qiu Luoyu could see that. She tightened her grip, bringing Bai Mu's hand to her face to rub against it. Tang is just joking. Don't take it seriously. Although Qiu Luoyu had no flattering expression on her face, she gave Bai Mu a feeling of trying to appease him. Bai Mu hummed and ignored her further. Qiu Luoyu felt a secret sigh of relief. She knew Bai Mu was Manager Mu, but Su Tang didn't. If Su Tang upset Bai Mu, who knows if she would see Su Tang at work next week, or she'd only see her in the restroom. The four quickly arrived at a Western restaurant. It was particularly high-end. A regular steak cost around 200, and there were also ones over 100. The most expensive items were the wines, some costing hundreds, and even over 1,000 per bottle. Bai Mu ordered a tomahawk steak, while Qiu Luoyu ordered a sirloin steak, along with some appetizers. The total for the meal easily exceeded 1,000. Su Tang was right. This restaurant was indeed a bit pricey. If it were up to Qiu Luoyu, she guessed she wouldn't come here even once a year. Su Tang's salary was only around 6,000 to 7,000 a month, so this meal was quite a hit to her wallet. Tang, this is for you. Lu Fong thoughtfully cut the steak and handed it to Su Tang. Su Tang blew a kiss to Lu Fong and glanced at Bai Mu. Bai Mu, however, didn't look their way at all, focused on his steak, showing no intention of helping Qiu Luoyu cut her steak. He easily sliced through the medium-rare tomahawk steak, which was still oozing blood, and stuffed it into his mouth. The sound of the plate scraping against the steel knife was jarring, and his actions seemed somewhat brutal. Su Tang watched in astonishment. Sister Qiu, I heard their essay challenge at the square today. Are you going to check it out later? What challenge? Qiu Luoyu hadn't heard of it. It's a kind of obstacle challenge held monthly, and the winner can get 5,000. My boyfriend is going to challenge it later. Do you want to go see? Su Tang's big eyes sparkled. Let us go. Join the fun. We have nothing else to do. Before Qiu Luoyu could speak, Bai Mu interjected, wiping his mouth with a napkin. In just 2 minutes, Bai Mu finished his steak. There was still a hint of blood visible on the plate. Okay, since Bai Mu said so, Qiu Luoyu could only agree. Su Tang pursed her lips, somewhat confused. She asked Qiu Luoyu why she always took a moment to think and sought her husband's opinion. But when he simply said something, she agreed immediately. Why was that? She had seen men who were afraid of women, but she had never seen a woman who was afraid of a man. Besides, Qiu Luoyu wasn't a weak person. Could it be that the man had some leverage over Qiu Luoyu? Chapter 80. Couple Challenge. Qiu Tang was puzzled about why Qiu Luoyu listened to her husband so much. She thought to herself that Qiu Jia was not someone who needed to depend on a man. Besides, she hadn't seen her husband giving her money to spend. Su Tang rubbed her chin and fell into deep thought. She recalled the conversation she had with Qiu Jia during a company team-building event at a hot spring. Could it be that her husband was exceptional in that regard, which made Qiu Jia so obedient to him and unable to live without him? It was possible, after all. Su Tang had no personal experience, so she wasn't sure how much of an effect that could have. If that was the case, then Qiu Jia was quite a contrast. After all, she usually appeared quite cold and abstinent. Su Tang was just curious about what kind of love Qiu Jia and her husband shared. According to the triangular theory of love, love consists of 3 elements: intimacy, passion, and commitment. Her relationship with her boyfriend was a partnership type of love, made up of intimacy and commitment. Romantic love consists of intimacy and passion. Foolish love consists of passion and commitment. Which category did Qiu Jie belong to? It couldn't be just passion, as that would be mere infatuation. Su Tang believed Qiu Jie wasn't that foolish or love-struck. I can't eat anymore. Qiu Luoyu looked at the half-eaten steak on her plate and said softly to Bai Mu. The steak at this restaurant was substantial and tasted great. But for someone like Qiu Luoyu, who had a smaller appetite, it might be too much. Eat more, it's good for protein. Bai Mu glanced at her and encouraged her to continue eating. Qiu Luoyu was still too thin, and if she wanted to improve her physical condition, she needed to focus on both exercise and diet. But I feel like I've already eaten enough. Looking at the half steak on her plate, Qiu Luoyu felt a bit resistant. That half steak was almost as big as her palm, and eating it would really make her feel stuffed. Seeing the troubled look on Qiu Luoyu's face, Bai Mu didn't insist and took her plate, finishing off the remaining half steak himself. Qiu Luoyu had ordered her steak medium, and after such a long time, it was basically well cooked and quite chewy. However, Bai Mu swiftly finished a large piece of steak in just a few bites. Qiu Luoyu handed him a napkin. Wipe your mouth. Bai Mu didn't reach for it, but leaned his face closer. Qiu Luoyu understood and gently wiped the corner of his mouth, as if it was a routine gesture. She had indeed done this often in the past, and had gotten used to it. Su Tang and Lu Fong, who were sitting across from them, couldn't help but stare. If Lu Fong dared to ask Su Tang for such a thing, he would definitely get hit. When it was time to settle the bill, Lu Fong initially planned to pay for Bai Mu and Qiu Luoyu as well, but Qiu Luoyu insisted on paying for her and Bai Mu's meal. They had spent over 600 in total, and Qiu Luoyu felt quite pained about it. Although her commission of 200,000 was about to come in, she still felt a pinch in her heart. As she had mentioned before, she had to give her commission to Bai Mu. So this 200,000 didn't technically belong to her. It was as if she was working for Bai Mu for free, and the commission she received would eventually go back to him. Seeing the distressed look on Qiu Luoyu's face, Bai Mu couldn't help but chuckle. His wife was just too adorable, and watching her check her balance on her phone made him feel a strong urge to tease her again. After leaving the restaurant, the four of them arrived at the nearby square. The center of the square was crowded with people, and a large area had been set up. This is it. Su Tang excitedly linked arms with Qiu Luoyu. She loved being in the thick of things. This month's challenge was a couple challenge, and registration was still open before the competition began. There were a total of 5 challenges today, divided into different time slots. Each winner would receive a prize of 5,000 yuan. Su Tang and Lu Fong were just there to give it a try. They didn't care whether they would win a prize or not. Of course, it would be great if they could win. The 5 challenges were scheduled between noon and 3 in the afternoon. Now, it was already the 3rd round, and Su Tang and Lu Fong were in the 4th round. If they registered now, they would have to wait for the 5th round. Su Tang dragged Qiu Luoyu to the audience seats. Bai Mu stood beside Qiu Luoyu, watching the couples participating inside. There were 5 levels in total, which weren't difficult, but each round had around 20 to 30 participants, meaning about 15 couples, and only one could win, making victory quite challenging. Su Tang watched the couples in the challenges, filled with enthusiasm, eager to drag her boyfriend up to compete right now. She tugged at Qiu Luoyu's arm. Qiu Jie, do you want to join in too? You can still sign up now. She pointed to the entrance not far away, where staff were still counting the participants for the 5th round. Each couple only needed to pay a 20 yuan registration fee, which wouldn't be refunded regardless of whether they ended up participating. The challenge was mainly for promotional purposes, not primarily for profit. Many people participated, but in the end, the actual contestants were usually no more than 30 couples. Qiu Luoyu felt a bit tempted because she found it interesting, but after thinking it over, she decided against it. This was a couple challenge, and if she wanted to participate, she would have to involve Bai Mu, who might not be interested. Plus, she was very fond of such public displays. I think I'll pass. Just watching is interesting enough. Come on, Qiu Jie. Since we're here, you should participate. If you succeed in the challenge, you can win 5,000 yuan. Su Tang tempted her. Qiu Luoyu hesitated. 5,000 yuan was quite a lot. They had spent 600 on lunch, and she felt it was a bit painful. If she could succeed in the challenge, she could win 5,000 yuan. Plus, 2nd and 3rd places would also get prizes, just not as much as 5,000, as long as they could succeed in the challenge. They would most likely be in the top 3, which would cover the lunch expenses. But after thinking it over, she ultimately decided to pass. Bai Mu likely wouldn't agree, and she couldn't participate alone. But unexpectedly, just as she was about to refuse, Bai Mu spoke up, "Go sign up. I'm quite interested too." Bai Mu said this to Qiu Luoyu in an almost commanding tone. Qiu Luoyu was a bit surprised. You want to play too?" Bai Mu didn't answer, but nodded his chin, indicating Qiu Luoyu to go sign up. Qiu Luoyu didn't dare to disobey Bai Mu, so she approached the staff at the entrance to register. "You two are a couple, right?" The staff looked at Bai Mu and Qiu Luoyu. "What do you think?" Bai Mu raised an eyebrow. "Wasn't it obvious?" The staff looked at the tall Bai Mu and smiled awkwardly. "This is a couple challenge, so we need to confirm first." Other couples who came to register were all lovey-dovey, making it clear they were genuine couples. But this man and woman in front of her looked quite compatible, yet both had cold expressions, making it appear as if they were rivals. Chapter 81. Boys and Girls. Charge forward. "I'll register you two here." After writing down their names, the staff handed them a number tag. After receiving the number tag, Bai Mu and Qiu Luoyu returned to their previous viewing spot. The third round quickly ended. Each round lasted about 30 minutes, and the fourth round was about to start. Su Tang and Lu Fong were getting ready to go. Shoes needed to be removed to enter the arena, where the ground was soft to ensure no injuries from falls. Each partner had a balloon tied to their legs, one on the boy's left foot and one on the girl's right foot. The purpose of the balloon was to ensure they wouldn't be eliminated. Since the number of winners was limited, an elimination mechanism would be introduced to reduce competition pressure. If their balloon was popped or accidentally burst, it meant they were eliminated. If either partner's balloon burst, both would be eliminated. Therefore, while progressing through the rounds, they had to make sure their balloon wouldn't be popped by others, and the boys had to protect their girlfriends. The first challenge was for the boys to hold their girlfriends and do squats, completing a total of 20. The first to finish would start first. Lu Fong, with his thin arms and legs, found it somewhat difficult to hold Su Tang. Despite Su Tang not being very tall, she had put on some weight due to her love for food. Lu Fong nearly suffocated while doing 20 squats with her. The audience watching from the outside couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Lu Fong's face turned red as he struggled to complete the 20 squats. By the time he and Su Tang moved on to the second challenge, more than half of the teams had already completed the first one. The second challenge involved tying the couple's feet together and running down a 30-meter passage. This round tested the couple's coordination. Su Tang and Lu Fong had no issues with their coordination, but due to Lu Fong's longer legs, every time he lifted his foot, he would lift Su Tang's leg quite high, causing her upper body to tilt. Fortunately, they managed to pass this round without incident. However, as they prepared for the third round, the real competition began. In the third round, the girl had to ride on the boy's shoulders and pop the balloons hanging above. If any of the popped balloons contained flower petals, it counted as a success. This round required a bit of luck. To reduce competition pressure, everyone began to act during this round. When Lu Fong bent down to let Su Tang climb up, a girl suddenly appeared out of nowhere and popped Su Tang's balloon. Both Lu Fong and Su Tang were stunned. The popped balloon meant they were eliminated. Seeing the girl's smug expression, they felt incredibly frustrated. "Sister Qiu, I got eliminated in the third round." After exiting, Su Tang hugged Qiu Luoyu, crying. Qiu Luoyu patted her back and comforted her. "It's okay. You did great." Lu Fong, who stood behind Su Tang, looked dejected. "It's all my fault, Tang Tang. I should have paid more attention." Su Tang turned to look at her boyfriend and hugged him back. "I didn't react in time either. How can I blame you?" The two comforted each other, expressing their affection. Qiu Luoyu watched them with some envy, her gaze unconsciously falling on Bai Mu. Noticing her gaze, Bai Mu said calmly, "We'll be going in soon, so don't be nervous." With him around, it was impossible for Qiu Luoyu's balloon to be popped by someone else. Looking at Bai Mu's calm demeanor, Qiu Luoyu felt reassured. In this regard, Bai Mu never disappointed her. In times of danger, he was the safest. "Sister Qiu, you'll be going in soon too. You got to do your best." Su Dang Ji Fa Gu Lui. Qiu Luoyu nodded. After the fourth round ended, the fifth round was about to start. Bai Mu and Qiu Luoyu took off their shoes and entered the challenge area. Balloons were tied to their legs. The first challenge was about to begin, and there were quite a few couples participating, over 20 pairs. "Are you going to carry me?" Qiu Luoyu looked at the other couples, seeing that many boys had already lifted their girlfriends. She turned her gaze to Bai Mu. There are also girls doing squats while holding their boyfriends, like a heavier girl with her skinny boyfriend. If he were to carry her, he might be crushed. Qiu Luoyu looked at herself, and then at Bai Mu, thinking her small frame wouldn't be able to lift him. Bai Mu, feeling speechless, bent down to hook his arm around Qiu Luoyu's leg, and with his other hand, he easily lifted her up. Qiu Luoyu let out a surprised cry. Before she could react, she found herself being carried in a princess hold by Bai Mu. He lifted her as if she were a weightless doll, even able to gauge her weight effortlessly. Qiu Luoyu wrapped her arms around Bai Mu's neck, and their eyes inadvertently met. "Am I heavy?" Qiu Luoyu asked, a bit worried. She had seen how hard it was for Su Tang's boyfriend to lift her, and she was concerned about crushing Bai Mu. However, Bai Mu merely raised an eyebrow. "What do you think? How many times have I carried you for an hour before?" Qiu Luoyu blinked, recalling the times, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Was he talking about serious lifting? If so, she didn't really remember. The first challenge began, and everyone started doing squats, with Bai Mu being no exception. 20 squats were nothing for him. He completed them at the fastest speed with the most standard form. After finishing the squats, he didn't immediately set Qiu Luoyu down, but carried her directly to the second challenge. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. In the second challenge, they had to run 30 meters with their legs tied together. Qiu Luoyu was thinking about how to coordinate with Bai Mu, recalling how Su Tang and Lu Fang had stumbled due to their height difference. However, she soon realized she had misjudged. In this round, she didn't need to do anything. Just as she was about to step forward, she felt a hand on her waist. It was Bai Mu's large hand. Then, her feet left the ground as he lifted her and ran toward the third challenge. Oh my God, what a beast! A guy behind them, who had just tied his legs, couldn't help but curse out loud. Reaching the third challenge, Bai Mu untied the straps on his feet. This round required Qiu Luoyu to ride on Bai Mu's shoulders and pop the balloons above the pass. However, Qiu Luoyu hesitated. Riding on Bai Mu's shoulders felt like a death wish. She didn't have the courage for that. It would be a different story if you were riding on her shoulders. With his big build, she probably wouldn't even be able to stand. Chapter 82. Pop the balloon come up. Bai Mu squatted down. Should I go up? Qiu Luoyu hesitated for a moment as she looked at Bai Mu squatting in front of her. She didn't want to waste time, but she really didn't dare to ride on Bai Mu's body. What is the difference between this and riding on a tiger's back? Do you want me to ask you to come up? Bai Mu raised an eyebrow. Seeing this, Qiu Luoyu gritted her teeth, no longer hesitating, and stretched her leg over Bai Mu's shoulder. Her smooth and long legs rested in front of Bai Mu. He grabbed her long legs with both hands to stabilize her position. When Bai Mu stood up, Qiu Luoyu instinctively tightened her legs, and Bai Mu felt a pressure on the back of his neck. Your adductors are quite strong, Bai Mu teased. Qiu Luoyu's cheeks turned slightly red as she began to pop the balloon above her head. Both Bai Mu and Qiu Luoyu were tall, so Qiu Luoyu could easily reach the balloon. With a bang, Qiu Luoyu popped the balloon without any hesitation. For many girls, they might need to mentally prepare before popping a balloon, but to Qiu Luoyu, popping a balloon was no big deal. Moreover, there was a reward of 5,000 yuan at stake. However, popping the first balloon didn't result in any petals falling. Bai Mu then took Qiu Luoyu to find the second balloon. The same result occurred, and still no petals. As the third balloon was popped, the competitors who had just been eliminated caught up. When they saw Bai Mu, their gaze almost simultaneously fell on the balloon at his feet. To them, Bai Mu was undoubtedly the biggest competitor. If they could eliminate Bai Mu, then they could compete on the same stage. At that moment, they almost reached a consensus to take down Bai Mu, the #1 competitor. The three men charged towards Bai Mu at the same time. Bai Mu had already noticed them when they reached the third stage. Before they could rush up, Bai Mu patted Qiu Luoyu's thigh. Hold on tight. Don't fall off. Qiu Luoyu, who was still popping balloons, understood and wrapped her legs around Bai Mu's waist, hiding behind him. She tightly gripped her thighs to stabilize herself. Bai Mu also held onto Qiu Luoyu's slim waist with both hands to ensure she wouldn't fall off. He then faced the three men alone. In Bai Mu's eyes, the three men were no different from women. Even while carrying Qiu Luoyu, he was still very fast. Qiu Luoyu could feel the strength in his waist. Bai Mu's fingers almost sank into her flesh. It wasn't that Bai Mu was using too much strength, but rather that her waist was too soft. Bai Mu quickly dodged their attacks aimed at his balloon and moved to their side. Qiu Luoyu, who should have been thrown off, was firmly held by Bai Mu. She felt her body securely supported by his hands, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in another direction. With a bang, one of the men's balloons was popped by Bai Mu. The three men didn't react in time, not even knowing whose balloon had burst. However, while they were stunned, Bai Mu wouldn't wait for them. The three men scrambled to hide their balloons. But against Bai Mu's speed, where could they hide? With two more pops, the remaining two men were eliminated by Bai Mu. The three men never expected that their attempt to surround Bai Mu would end up like this. All three of them were eliminated by Bai Mu. Their girlfriends were also dumbfounded at this scene. They could have competed for second and third place, but now they were directly eliminated, losing everything. The one who eliminated them simply turned around and continued to pop balloons, as if he had just swatted away 3 flies, not taking them seriously at all. What a freak. The three men felt indignant. Why did such a freak come to compete with them? They should be competing with their heads. With a physique comparable to an athlete, how could they ordinary people compete with that? They were overestimating themselves. Facing their girlfriends' disappointed expressions, the three boyfriends already had excuses ready. After eliminating the three men, more people arrived at the third stage. With the previous lesson, no one dared to approach Bai Mu. However, fortunately, although this person was incredibly strong, his luck didn't seem so good. He had popped several balloons without getting one with petals. Later arrivals even reached the fourth stage. When they finally popped the 10th balloon, Qiu Luoyu finally popped one with petals. All these balloons were black, making it difficult to see if there were petals inside. Even balloons without petals contained some paper scraps to prevent anyone from cheating. After popping the 10th balloon, they finally cleared the third stage. I'm sorry. After getting down, Qiu Luoyu apologized to Bai Mu. They were originally in first place, but now 2 people had already surpassed them. Although she didn't know who was to blame for their bad luck in clearing the stage after popping 10 balloons, it was always right to apologize first. Bai Mu said nothing and just took Qiu Luoyu to the 4th stage. The 4th stage was also a 30-meter runway, but this time the runway was made of pressure-sensitive mats. The couple needed to cross the mats to reach the 5th stage's lift platform. The first-ranked person had already reached the 5th stage. Seeing this, Bai Mu no longer hesitated and directly picked up Qiu Luoyu with one hand, lifting her off the ground. He took a swift step towards the 5th stage. The force under his feet almost flattened the pressure-sensitive mats. The second-ranking person, halfway through, winced in pain, feeling a gust of wind pass by. When he looked up, he saw 2 more people ahead. "Baby, look at them." A girl's voice came from behind. Bai Mu, holding Qiu Luoyu, ignored it and approached the lift platform. In this stage, the boy stands below while the girl stands on the lift platform. The boy turns the crank to raise the girl to the top, and the first one to press the button is the winner. There were 2 lift platforms in front and 2 corresponding cranks. Turning the right crank would raise the right lift platform while lowering the left one. Similarly, turning the left crank would lower the right platform and raise the left one. Seeing that the right lift platform was about to reach the top, Bai Mu urged Qiu Luoyu to get on the platform, while he grabbed the uncontrollable crank. The right crank stopped, and the lift platform also ceased to rise. Chapter 83: The Heartbeats of 2 People Dam. As the boy on the right saw his girlfriend about to reach the highest point, he vigorously twisted the joystick. However, just as Bai Mu grabbed the joystick, it slipped right out of his hands, and he almost crashed into it. Seeing this, the boy exerted all his strength to twist the joystick, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge at all. It felt like he was trying to twist a piece of iron. There was not even a hint of movement. If he hadn't been able to twist it easily before Bai Mu got his hands on it, he would have thought the joystick was fixed in place. When Qiu Luoyu stepped onto the lift platform, Bai Mu twisted the joystick, and the previously immovable joystick started moving again. The immense force from above nearly pulled the boy down, and he attempted to use his weight to control the joystick, but once again he was yanked down by it. Helplessly, he could only watch as the platform his girlfriend was on slowly descended. Frustrated, the boy set his sights on the balloon tied to Bai Mu's left foot. If he could pop that balloon, then his opponent would be eliminated, and he would still have a chance to claim first place. With that thought, the boy rushed towards Bai Mu, who was calmly twisting the joystick, and without changing his expression, Bai Mu sidestepped. The boy missed entirely. Bai Mu sneered and accurately stepped on the balloon next to the boy's foot. With the sound of the balloon bursting, both the boy and his girlfriend were eliminated. The boy lay on the ground, tears of regret streaming down his face. Now, he had lost even second place. Qiu Luoyu successfully reached the top and pressed a button for first place. They had secured first place. Seeing this, Su Tang cheered from the sidelines. Sister Qiu is amazing. After lifting Qiu Luoyu down from the platform, Bai Mu asked her, how does it feel to win first place? Qiu Luoyu clutched her chest, still unable to recover from the excitement of just now. It's pretty good, she replied honestly. Bai Mu pinched her cheek and said, as long as you behave, there will be many more opportunities like this in the future. Qiu Luoyu looked at him, her eyes flickering. She felt that Bai Mu was not just making empty promises. If she listened to him, perhaps he would truly treat her well. Regardless of whether Bai Mu was just being whimsical or sincere, at least compared to before, her life was indeed much better now. She no longer had to face Bai Mu's cold gaze or suffer his harm and insults. Nowadays, aside from his occasional harsh tone, Bai Mu was quite gentle with her. Qiu Luoyu took the initiative to hold Bai Mu's hand, her head lowered, lost in thought. After receiving their prize and walking out, Su Tang immediately came forward to congratulate them. Sister Qiu, you are amazing. You actually succeeded in the challenge. Su Tang excitedly hugged Qiu Luoyu's arm, feeling as if she had won first place herself. With 5,000 yuan in hand, Qiu Luoyu was in a great mood. It's all my husband's achievement. It has nothing to do with me. She glanced at Bai Mu beside her. Without Bai Mu, she would never have achieved first place. In other words, no matter who Bai Mu partnered with, they would always come in first. Su Tang had also witnessed Bai Mu's performance earlier. It was incredible. Even as an outsider, she found Bai Mu's speed to be frighteningly impressive. During the final round on the lift platform, their competitor had been directly pulled down by the joystick, showcasing Bai Mu's immense strength. Many people in the crowd were discussing how exaggerated it was. His physical fitness is even better than that of athletes. Some girls even envied Bai Mu's wife, wondering how lucky she was to be with such a man. If their boyfriends were as strong, they would willingly live in a villa and drive luxury cars. Sister Qiu is also great, Su Tang said with a grin while hugging Qiu Luoyu's arm. Are we going to explore somewhere else later, Sister Qiu? Su Tang asked again. Glancing at the time, which was already past 2, Bai Mu spoke up, it's getting late. Let's go pick up Han Heng. Qiu Luoyu nodded. My husband and I are going to pick up our daughter, so we won't be exploring anymore. All right then. Su Tang looked a bit disappointed. After bidding farewell to Su Tang, Qiu Luoyu returned to the parking area with Bai Mu. It would take half an hour to reach the villa where, by Qiu Han Heng lived. If they waited until after work hours, it would take even longer. Isn't it a bit early to pick up Han Heng? Qiu Luoyu asked, looking at the time. Even if they arrived, it would only be a little past 3. Han Heng had finally gone to a friend's house to play, and she wanted her daughter to spend more time with her friends. Bai Mu replied, yeah, it is a bit early. Let's find a place to rest first. Go home. It would take an hour to go back from here. No, let's just find a hotel to rest for a while, Bai Mu said with a meaningful smile. Qiu Luoyu opened her mouth. You're thinking that just now? One could say that. Bai Mu did not deny it. Qiu Luoyu pressed her lips together, not saying anything. Bai Mu had initially planned to take Qiu Luoyu out for some couple's time, but they just happened to run into Su Tang and her boyfriend. The earlier mention of picking up their daughter was just an excuse. Just purely sleeping? What do you think? How would she know? I got my period today. Doesn't matter. Is there any water? Free water? Bai Mu picked up a bottle of mineral water from the coffee table, opened it, and handed it to Qiu Luoyu. After taking a couple of big gulps, Qiu Luoyu finally felt much more comfortable. How do you feel? Bai Mu gently patted her back. Qiu Luoyu didn't reply, her expression hard to read. Still not comfortable? She nodded, a bit nauseous. She secretly observed Bai Mu's change in expression and, seeing that he showed no signs of fluctuating emotions, felt relieved. You'll get used to it. I can't get used to it at all. All right, let's rest for now. It's only 4 o'clock. It's still quite early. She had just messaged Han Heng, and it seemed they would have to wait until after dinner to go home. According to the habits of young girls, they would probably end up finishing around 7 or 8. In any case, Bai Mu had booked the hotel for the whole night, so they could sleep until tomorrow without any issues. After lying down, Bai Mu wrapped his arms around her waist. Qiu Luoyu buried her head in Bai Mu's chest. She felt that she was no longer as afraid of him. Her hands gently rested on his chest. It felt so safe and warm. Qiu Luoyu seemed to return to her university days when Bai Mu often brought her to hotels. After getting married, they hadn't stayed in hotels again. The blanket barely covered her head, and she completely nestled into Bai Mu's embrace. The heartbeats of the two in this quiet environment became extraordinarily clear. Chapter 84. Qiu Luoyu's chat records the phone screen lit up in the dim room, and Bai Mu picked up his phone to check the time. 8:50? He had slept for more than 4 hours. Half an hour ago, Bai Chuan had sent several messages. Henin, Dad, is Mom next to you? She hasn't replied to my message. Henin, Dad, are you and Mom coming to pick me up later? If not, it's okay. I can go home by myself. 10 minutes later. Henin, then I'll go home by myself, Dad. Emoji. The last message was sent 20 minutes ago. Bai Mu rubbed his brow, feeling a bit sore. Although using his rage to strengthen his body had great effects, it had one downside. Afterward, his body would easily feel fatigued. In the past, after working for over an hour, he would only feel a bit tired. But this afternoon, he felt several times more exhausted than usual. He had slept until almost 9 o'clock. He glanced down at Qiu Luoyu in his arms. Unlike her previous posture, she no longer seemed stiff, her small face pressed directly against his chest, occasionally rubbing against him. Her long legs were also wrapped around one of his legs. She curled up in Bai Mu's embrace like a little kitten. Bai Mu reached out to stroke her smooth hair, catching a faint scent. Qiu Luoyu's hair was always silky, exuding warmth along with an enticing fragrance. He lowered his head and gently kissed Qiu Luoyu's head. She let out a soft murmur, likely still dreaming. Bai Mu didn't want to wake her, hoping she would continue to sleep. Bai Chuan was already a high school student, so she should be fine going home by herself. Children should be encouraged to be a bit independent. They shouldn't rely on adults for everything. Of course, Bai Mu was also concerned about his daughter's safety. He checked the location on his phone and saw that Bai Chuan was apparently on a bus heading towards the city center along the streets. Bai Mu suddenly let out a muffled sound and looked down at Qiu Luoyu. His wife, while asleep, was quite restless. After he moved her hand away for a moment, it was soon back on him. Seeing this, Bai Mu gave up. He set his phone down and shifted his gaze to Qiu Luoyu's phone. Before sleeping, he had set both their phones to silent, but he hadn't expected them to sleep for such a long time. He entered the password to unlock the phone, not to check anything, just out of simple curiosity. First, he opened the photo album. The pictures were mostly the same as before, but there were a few new ones. All of Bai Chuan in her school uniform. Then he opened Douyin, a short video app, and scrolled for a while, confirming there were no videos of handsome guys before he relaxed. It seemed that the previous encounter with inappropriate videos was truly an accident. As for the videos she liked, there were pitifully few. Apart from cooking tutorials and short skits, there was nothing else. He opened the browser and clicked on the history. Curious about what Qiu Luoyu usually searched for, he guessed it was probably work-related content. However, when he opened the history, the top few records caught his attention. He clicked in to see a post. Question: what to do if your husband takes too long? User 1. Long how? Be clear. Poster: it's about that. Are you single? User 2. How long is too long? Half an hour? Poster: about an hour and a half. User 2. An hour and a half? Is your husband a professional in Japan? User 3. Those are all edited. How could anyone really last that long? That's a problem. I suggest you take your husband for a checkup. User 4. Checkup for what? Don't hurt the guy. I suggest the poster find a more compatible partner. You can't handle your husband. Poster? Poster: don't give random suggestions. My relationship with my husband is good. There's no way something like that would affect us. User 5. That's a good thing. Maybe you should reflect on your own issues. My husband is 30 this year. We've been married for 5 years, and he doesn't even want to touch me anymore. Don't mention an hour and a half. Even for a minute, he can't muster enough for a pack of lions. The poster is really unaware of the blessings she's in. I'm so envious. User 6, Envy 1. Returning to the history page, Bai Mu continued to scroll down. What to do if your stamina is too poor? Stick to these exercises for half an hour every day. Does your husband have an affair? Here's a trick to test him. Why do some people wear sunglasses every day? 108 ways to apologize. What does it mean if your husband's personality suddenly changes? How to create surprises at home. How many years is domestic violence usually sentenced? Does divorce affect children's growth? The remaining records were mostly from before his rebirth. It was clear that Qiu Luoyu had actually considered divorcing him before. However, because of their daughter, she had not made the decision to divorce. Perhaps there were other reasons as well, but at least she didn't have that intention now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to jump into the river after Bai Mu graduated from high school. He believed that Qiu Luoyu had only entertained the thought, but didn't genuinely want to divorce him. Moreover, now that he had been reborn, he naturally wouldn't let the events of his past life happen again. Otherwise, what would be the point of his return? To witness Qiu Luoyu leaving him once more? He didn't know if it was an instinct, but the little person in his arms slowly moved her head. She sleepily lifted her gaze, still dazed, tilting her head and looking a bit silly. Awake? Bai Mu reached out and pinched Qiu Luoyu's nose. Qiu Luoyu kept her eyes closed and with her nose pinched. Her mouth opened. Bai Mu could see her pink little tongue, and he released her nose, reaching out to stroke her red lips. After a few seconds, Qiu Luoyu finally came back to her senses. You. She saw her phone in Bai Mu's hand and didn't think much of it. But when she noticed Bai Mu looking at her browser history, she suddenly froze. She stood there like a computer that had crashed, motionless. Her eyes widened instantly, fully alert. What's wrong? Bai Mu asked with a smile. Qiu Luoyu slowly turned her gaze to Bai Mu and shook her head. No, nothing. She reached out for her phone, and Bai Mu directly handed it back to her, since he had already finished looking. After receiving her phone, Qiu Luoyu let out a sigh of relief. But when she saw the current time, she was instantly dumbfounded. Why is it already past 9? Where's Han In? She glanced around and realized they were still in the hotel, which meant their daughter had no one to pick her up. Seeing this, Qiu Luoyu immediately sat up and opened WeChat, where her daughter had sent several messages. But she hadn't heard them because she was sleeping and her phone was on silent. Chapter 85. The old man has his own ways. Qiu directly called by Qiu. Hello, Mom. After the call connected, Qiu Luoyu heard the bus announcement and her daughter's voice, which made her feel relieved. Hey, where are you now? I was sleeping just now and didn't see your WeChat message. Oh, I'm almost at the city center now. Bai Mu glanced at the bus stops inside. Okay, be sure to pay attention to safety. I'll go pick you up with your dad later. Really? Bai Mu's face lit up with joy. Message me when you arrive. Yay. After hanging up the phone, Qiu Luoyu patted her chest. She had intended to sleep for a bit before picking up her daughter, but unexpectedly, she had slept until 9 o'clock. To be honest, even after sleeping for so long, she still didn't feel fully rested. She had slept too comfortably. This nap was even more comforting than before, and if she could, she would want to continue sleeping. However, picking up her daughter was the most important thing right now. She turned back to look at Bai Mu, who was propping himself up with one hand, looking at her with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Qiu Luoyu glanced at herself. She didn't know when her clothes had come off, and she was only wearing a pair of panties on the lower half. In the past, she would wear pajamas while sleeping at home, but today it seemed that Bai Mu had taken them off while she was sleeping. She opened her mouth and slightly covered herself with the quilt. Are you still shy after being an old couple? Bai Mu pulled the quilt away and tugged Qiu Luoyu down with him. Since Qiu Luoyu was sitting, cold air rushed into the quilt, but after lying down, her body warmed up again. With Bai Mu holding her in his arms, Qiu Luoyu's heart involuntarily began to race. Can we go pick up Han Hang later? Qiu Luoyu asked, as she hadn't consulted Bai Mu's opinion when she promised her daughter. She wasn't sure if Bai Mu was willing to go out to pick her up. Let's lie down for 5 more minutes first, Bai Mu said, wrapping his arms around Qiu Luoyu's soft waist, with her body pressed against Bai Mu's warm skin. Qiu Luoyu's face also unconsciously flushed. Bai Mu was definitely not gentle in some aspects. At least right now, while holding her, he was quite strong, and it felt like her soft flesh around her waist was about to be squeezed. On the bus, Bai Mu was sitting in her seat, and the bus was packed with people. Even though it was already the last bus, there were still many people on it. A young man stood in front of her. In the crowded bus, it was common to bump into each other while swaying. The young man's expression was stern, one hand gripping the handrail, while the other was propped against the side, blocking anyone who might lean towards him. However, it was noticeable that his arm was bandaged, indicating he had just been injured. Brother, why don't you sit for a while? Bai Mu looked up at the young man in front of her, who was sweating slightly on his forehead. Most of the passengers were elderly men and women, seemingly returning from some activity. Those without seats stood, and due to their age, they couldn't stand steadily. When the bus swayed, they would wobble. Xie Chen's arm had been bumped several times. If he hadn't blocked it, the elderly man next to him would have bumped right into Bai Qiu. Xie Chen shook his head. You sit. I don't need it. Okay. Bai Qiu saw that Xie Chen was so insistent, so she didn't say anything more. To be honest, she never expected to encounter this brother again. About 20 minutes ago, Xie Chen had gotten on at a certain stop but hadn't brought any coins, and his phone happened to be dead, so he couldn't pay. The place he was now living was far from where he had boarded, and taking the bus was the cheapest way. He hadn't been able to swipe his card before his phone died, so in the end, it was Bai Qiu who recognized him and paid for him, allowing him to board. There were no seats left for him on the bus, so he stood next to Bai Qiu. He told her his name and left his phone number, saying he would transfer her the money once he got home and charge his phone. Of course, Bai Qiu wouldn't accept it. After all, Xie Chen had saved her yesterday. How could she possibly keep track of $2 with a lifesaver? Besides, considering the medical expenses he incurred due to his injury, it should be her responsibility to cover it. After adding each other as friends, she should actually transfer the medical expenses to him. As more people boarded, the bus became increasingly crowded. Many young people, sitting in seats, stood up to give their seats to the elderly. Bai Qiu originally intended to give up her seat as well. But when the elderly man next to Xie Chen saw that other young people had given up their seats while Bai Qiu had not, he began to complain. Nowadays, young people are quite sensible, knowing to respect the elderly and love the young. But there are always a few rotten apples ruining the bunch. They know I have trouble standing, yet they won't even lift their precious bottoms to give me a seat. His voice was neither loud nor small, just enough for those around to hear. They all turned to look in this direction. Everyone knew who the old man was talking about. Who else could it be but Bai Qiu? However, no one was willing to meddle. As soon as Bai Qiu stood up, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment upon hearing the old man's words. For a moment, she didn't know whether to give up her seat or not. Seeing Bai Qiu standing up, the old man reached out to push her aside so he could sit down, afraid that someone else would take the seat. However, Xie Chen blocked his hand and pressed Bai Qiu back down. Just sit properly. There's no need to give your seat to someone like this. Xie Chen's voice was steady, immediately shifting the focus from Bai Qiu back to himself. The old man, stunned, widened his eyes. What is wrong with you, young man? She wants to give up her seat, and you're interfering? Do you want to take my seat? The old man's voice suddenly rose, attracting the attention of passengers behind them. Xie Chen remained silent, just glanced at the old man, then released his hand. He didn't want to cause trouble. After all,
he couldn't afford to offend an old man. Seeing Xie Chen not speaking, the old man felt emboldened and immediately began to scold him, pointing at Xie Chen's face.
Many of the words were quite unpleasant, but Xie Chen treated them all like background noise, his gaze fixed outside the window. The old man scolded for quite a while. Seeing that Xie Chen ignored him, he soon lost his way. After that, every time the bus swayed, he would bump into Xie Chen's arm. He saw that Xie Chen had an injury on his arm, so he put all his strength into it, gritting his teeth as he collided. Xie Chen remained silent. The old man was confident he wouldn't dodge. After all, if he did, the young lady sitting would suffer. He was an old man, and old men have their own ways. Even if he really hurt someone, so what? Young people should give way to the elderly. Chapter 86. Arrival at Buyun Road. Xie Chen had an injury on his arm, and it was evident from his expression that it was quite serious. Bai Qiu couldn't bear to watch any longer. She frowned and said to the old man who had been bumping into Xie Chen, "Sir, could you please stop intentionally bumping into people? Just because you're older doesn't mean you're right. Can't you see my friend's arm is injured?" The old man rolled his eyes, clearly disdainful. What does this injury have to do with me? This bus is so bumpy, and some people won't give me their seat. I'm old, and my legs aren't steady. What can I do? The old man felt justified in his reasoning and even started to rally those around him. Isn't that right? This girl is quite funny when she talks. Bai Qiu pouted, surprised at how shameless the old man was. It was obvious he was doing it on purpose and was just making excuses. Who would only bump into good people? Moreover, his eyes were wide open like copper bells, looking fierce enough to scare someone. If you bump into him again, we'll make you pay for his medical expenses, Bai Qiu said, raising her neck and mustering her courage. However, the old man was not afraid of this young girl at all. If you're so worried, Why don't you stand up and let him sit? Why are you sitting there? Anyone can just talk. Feeling indignant, Bai Mu stood up. You sit, I'll stand. If this old man bumps into me, I'll bump back. Xia Chen shook his head. Don't mind him. You can't argue with him. This kind of old man was the most irritating. You couldn't reason with them. And in today's society, the elderly could always stand on a moral high ground to criticize the younger generation. The best approach was to choose to ignore him. But after being spoken to like that, Bai Mu was unwilling to sit down. She preferred to stand rather than be disgusted by the old man. Just when the old man thought he finally had a seat, Bai Mu helped a very kind-looking old lady next to her to a seat. Grandma, please sit. The old lady looked to be in her 70s, with gray hair and unsteady legs. After being helped to a seat by Bai Mu, she smiled kindly. Good child. Thank you. She praised while stroking Bai Mu's hand. Bai Mu smiled back, contrasting sharply with the old man's sullen expression. You young people, even if you don't sit, this seat should have been mine. I'm closest to it. Why should you give it to someone else? The old man looked quite fit, appearing to be only in his 50s or 60s, the type who often participated in activities at the park. In fact, his physical condition seemed better than many younger people. Yet he insisted on competing for seats with the young ones, regardless of age or physical condition. It was clear that the old lady was more deserving of a seat than he was. Bai Mu was determined not to give her seat to him. She held her head high, hands on her hips, and snorted. So what? The old man, furious, picked up his umbrella and prepared to hit Bai Mu on the head. Just then, the bus slammed to a halt, causing all the standing passengers to topple forward, especially those who weren't steady on their feet. Fortunately, Xia Chen managed to grab the handrail and then quickly pulled Bai Mu back, preventing her from falling. Bai Mu looked at his chest, her heart racing. Sorry, Xia Chen said, stepping back and apologizing for suddenly grabbing her hand. Bai Mu looked up at him. His expression remained cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Like a machine. It's fine. She turned to look at the old man, who had no one to support him, and fell hard to the ground, nearly rolling into the driver's seat. No one around was willing to help the old man up. After all, in this day and age, who dared to help an elderly person? No one wanted to risk being accused of wrongdoing. Besides, given the old man's previous behavior, if someone helped him, they might end up being accused of something later. The crowded bus suddenly felt much more spacious after the old man fell, with everyone quickly making room for him, fearing he might accuse them of wrongdoing. The old man sat on the ground for quite a while, groaning but seeing no one come to help him. His expression darkened as he got up, cursing under his breath, though it was likely in a local dialect. You two wait here. Don't leave with me to the hospital. The old man returned to Bai Mu and Xia Chen, glaring at them. Why should we? Bai Mu put her hands on her hips and questioned. If it weren't for you two, how would I have fallen? At my age, what if I get injured? If you run away, that's a hit and run. The old man reached out to grab Bai Mu, trying to prevent her from escaping. You. The old man's hand hadn't even touched Bai Mu when Xia Chen grabbed his wrist. If you think you're right, then call the police. I can accompany you to the hospital, but if you lay a hand on her again, I'll break your hand. Xia Chen slowly applied pressure, looking into the old man's eyes, and the old man's bravado instantly diminished. After releasing the old man, Xia Chen pulled Bai Mu behind him. Which stop are you getting off at? Boyun Road, Bai Mu replied. Xia Chen nodded. Seeing he had fallen silent, Bai Mu asked, What about you? Where are you getting off? Boyun Road. You also get off at Boyun Road? Do you live that way? Bai Mu was a bit surprised by the coincidence. Yeah. Xia Chen didn't say anything more. Meanwhile, the old man continued to glare at them, but neither of them paid him any mind. Bai Mu took out her phone to call her son. She spoke in their hometown dialect throughout the call, which was incomprehensible to others. As they approached their stop, Bai Mu received a WeChat message from Qiu Luoyu, saying she had arrived and would wait for them to walk a few dozen meters after getting off the bus. A few minutes later, they arrived at Boyun Road. The two of them got off the bus, and the old man who had been standing behind them also got off. Xia Chen noticed the old man following them, and a few middle-aged people had also joined him behind. He remained calm and let Bai Mu walk ahead. Bai Mu's car was just around the corner, and Qiu Luoyu rolled down the window to wave at Bai Mu, who saw her mother, smiling brightly. Do you want to come to my house for a visit? Bai Mu thought of Xia Chen and glanced at his injured arm. His arm was bandaged, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to be seeping blood. She wanted to take him back to re-bandage it. However, Xiachen refused. No need, I have things to do. After saying that, he turned and walked away without even saying goodbye. Chapter 87. Bai Mu saves the day, bro. Your hand. Bai Qiuhan wanted to say more, but Xiachen had already walked away. In the car, Bai Qiuhan frequently glanced in the direction Xiachen had left, feeling inexplicably worried. Did that old man get off the bus too, when she just got off? She suddenly remembered. What are you thinking about? Qiu Luoyu asked, noticing her daughter's heavy expression. Nothing, Bai Qiuhan shook her head. I just ran into that brother from the bus again today. Which brother? Qiu Luoyu couldn't recall. The one who helped me yesterday after school. Bai Qiuhan wasn't sure how to explain it to her mom. Qiu Luoyu didn't know the details of what had happened yesterday. She had asked Bai Mu, who simply told her that some delinquents had gotten into a fight and that the boy had saved their daughter. Qiu Luoyu didn't think much of it, assuming it was just her daughter's misfortune. Moreover, Bai Mu had said he had already reported it to the police, and the delinquents wouldn't be out for a while. Is he okay? Bai Qiuhan lowered her head to check her phone. She had added Xiachen on WeChat using his phone number, but it hadn't been accepted yet. She remembered that his phone might have been dead, so she figured he would accept it once he got home and charged it. Still, she couldn't shake off the feeling of worry. Through the rearview mirror, Bai Mu noticed the expression on his daughter's face. Did something happen on the bus just now? Bai Qiuhan suddenly looked up. Why was Dad asking about this? She hadn't planned to mention it since it was in the past, but since Dad asked, she recounted everything that had happened on the bus. How can there be such people? Upon hearing her daughter's description, Qiu Luoyu immediately felt indignant for her daughter. These old people are truly despicable. It's not that old people have turned bad, but that bad people have grown old. That saying is really true. Bai Mu didn't react much. The road to Buiyun Road and Buiyun Community was very close, and they arrived in just a few minutes. When they reached the community, Bai Mu parked the car and told the mother and daughter to go upstairs first while he headed out again. He didn't say where he was going, and Qiu Luoyu didn't ask. Bai Mu exited the community and returned to the previous location. After getting out of the car, he didn't see Xiachen because it was almost 10 o'clock and there weren't many people around. Bai Mu's gaze fell on a small alley not far from the bus stop. There seemed to be some commotion inside. Bai Mu walked over, and sure enough, he saw several people surrounding a young man, punching and kicking him. Most likely, the boy on the ground was Xiachen. Xiachen had an injured arm, and with so many opponents, including several middle-aged men, he was outmatched. However, judging by the torn clothes on the attackers, it seemed that they had just been through a fierce fight themselves. Damn, this little brat has some strength. I almost got my eye poked out. One middle-aged man stepped on Xiachen's injured arm and spat. Xiachen gritted his teeth, his stern face pressed hard against the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Among the other three, two were grinning, watching from the side, while one squatted down and mocked Xiachen. Kid, you think you can fight me with my 4 sons? Back in the day, no one dared to mess with me. You, a little brat who hasn't even grown hair yet, dare to threaten me? Break my hand? Just you? This man was the same old man from the bus. Every era has its delinquents, and this old man was not just a bad person who had grown old. He was a delinquent who had aged. He reached out and patted Xiachen's face, which still bore the marks from yesterday's fight. After being beaten by his sons again, Xiachen's face was even more bruised. Do you realize your mistake now? Do you still dare to lay a hand on me? The old man was quite pleased with himself, hitting Xiachen's head with an umbrella. Xiachen bit his teeth, remaining silent, but he was calculating how to fight back in his mind. His gaze fell on a glass bottle inside the alley. If he could break free and get the bottle, he would have a weapon. However, at the moment, he was held down so tightly that he had no chance. Hey, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up and leave. At that moment, someone noticed Bai Mu at the entrance of the alley and immediately waved him away. However, Bai Mu seemed to not hear and continued standing there. Seeing this, one of the old man's sons walked over to Bai Mu. What the hell? Didn't you hear me talking to you? The old man's son, who looked to be around 40, appeared fierce, as if he were ready to eat someone. They had moved to the city from the countryside, and they were not good people back in the village, so naturally, they continued to act the same way in the city. Let him go. Bai Mu ignored the man approaching him, pushed him aside, and slowly walked towards the group. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. Are you meddling? The man who had been pushed back reached for Bai Mu's shoulder. Unexpectedly, Bai Mu caught his hand and executed a shoulder throw, slamming him heavily to the ground. Xiachen saw Bai Mu and immediately felt his pupils contract. It was this man. His body was covered in sweat. Even though he was being beaten and felt sore all over, pressed to the ground, he didn't feel a shred of fear. But when Bai Mu walked toward him, he instinctively trembled. Damn! The others released Xiechun and charged at Bai Mu. Bai Mu looked at the group with disgust and kicked forward. The first man's chest caved in, and he flew back along with the two behind him to the end of the alley. Even though he was mentally prepared, Xiechun was still stunned. This was beyond the realm of human capability. This man was completely a monster in human skin. Xiechun was certain of this in his heart. The old man was equally dumbfounded. His 4 sons had been taken out by the other party in just 2 moves? Was it really that exaggerated? If it were any other time, Bai Mu wouldn't have laid a hand on an old man. But from Bai Qiuhan's words, he learned that this old man had bullied her. So, there was no need for him to hold back. With a single slap, the old man was slammed against the wall and fainted. Bai Mu slowly walked up to Xiechun, looking down at him. Can you still stand, kid? Bai Mu's deep voice was like the whisper of a demon, making Xiechun's heart race uncontrollably. Cold sweat trickled down his back. This was a fear rooted in his very genes. Chapter 88. About to overflow. In the dim light, Bai Mu's figure elongated, appearing to Xiechun like a giant demon, making him too afraid to look up. In this desolate place, if the other party wanted to get rid of him, there would be no hesitation. Xiechun slowly stood up and met Bai Mu's eyes. He wouldn't allow himself to lack the courage to look the other in the eye. Bai Mu stared at Xiechun's stubborn eyes and the cold sweat dripping from his forehead, a slight smile appearing on his lips. After all, he was still a minor. Achieving this much was already quite impressive. Bai Mu reached out and patted Xiechun's shoulder. Xiechun felt a heavy weight on his shoulder, as if struck by a steel rod. This time, he truly experienced the terrifying power of the other party. Bai Mu had already exited his frenzied state, but his power had not completely dissipated. He glanced at the frenzy value in his mind, which was not decreasing but rather increasing. Sure enough, relying on active release to act against others was not a viable strategy. Even if this method consumed a lot, it would rebound quickly, increasing at a rate much faster than usual. Your name is Xiechun. Yes, your mother is Xielin. How do you know? Xiechun frowned. Bai Mu did not explain and continued. You returned to Haishur this time for a man, right? Xiechun fell silent, looking incredulously at the man before him. What do you know? Everything. If someone else had said this, he would have certainly thought they were boasting. But this man in front of him felt entirely different. He was not exaggerating. What do you want? Xiechun asked. Since this man appeared here and knew all his information, he must have ulterior motives. His mother was seriously ill, and this trip back to Haishur was merely to see that man one last time. As long as he could see him one last time, his mother would have no regrets. I can let you meet that man. Xiechun's eyes flickered, feeling uncertain. You really can let me see him? That man's identity and status are not simple. It's not easy to meet him. I can, but not now. Then what are your conditions? Xiechun did not believe that the other party would help him unconditionally. Such people simply did not exist in this world. I want you to obediently listen to me. Bai Mu's voice was very calm, but Xiechun sensed a thread of threat within it. I agree. Xiechun did not think for long before agreeing. To him, his mother was the most important thing. Now that she was critically ill, with only that one wish as her son, he had to fulfill it. What he could give up was just a worthless life. How could it compare to his mother? Bai Mu nodded in satisfaction. Okay, when the time is right, I will notify you. After speaking, Bai Mu reached out and grasped Xiechun's arm, and Xiechun immediately felt a sharp pain, as if something had entered his body. Seeing Bai Mu ready to leave after finishing his words, Xiechun suddenly panicked. Wait, when will the time be right? My mother. She might not last much longer. Don't worry, I will arrange it. The hospital will do everything possible to treat your mother. Xiechun's mother was seriously ill due to overwork in her early years, leading to severe physical depletion. If money was spent, she could still live for another 2 or 3 years. However, from the doctor's words, Xiechun learned that his mother did not really want to continue living. In other words, she had already lost the desire to live, which was why she was so ill. The upheaval at the Gu group had occurred within the last few months. By then, Gu Weimin would undoubtedly return from abroad. and he would take the opportunity to acquire a large amount of Gu Group's shares. Bai Mu did not want to appear in the open, so supporting someone to rise to power was also a good choice. Thus, he had set his sights on Xie Chen. Xie Chen watched Bai Mu's back and then looked at his own arm. The moment the other party grasped him, he felt something pressed into his flesh. What could it be? Xie Chen dared not think too much, but it didn't matter. As long as he could fulfill his mother's wish and let her leave in peace, he would be relieved. As for what would happen afterward, he did not want to think about it. In the car, Bai Mu looked at the frenzy value in his mind, which had already rebounded, feeling a bit distressed. It was almost overflowing. Earlier, when dealing with those few people, he had hardly consumed much, but it had instead increased a lot. If he did not find a way to eliminate it, it was likely to explode the day after tomorrow. The consequences of forcibly entering a frenzied state would be unimaginable. After entering a frenzied state, his physical quality might be able to directly rip apart Qiu Luoyu. If it was the day after tomorrow, it would be fine, there was still time. But he was afraid it would explode tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, his daughter would return to school, which meant he would have to wait until at least tomorrow afternoon to resolve it. Huaxian's son would also be back home for the weekend, so it was definitely not possible to find Huaxian at this point. Bai Mu had no choice but to return home first. When he got home, Bai Qiuhan had already finished her bath and returned to her room to rest. Qiu Luoyu was preparing a late-night snack in the kitchen. She and Bai Mu had not eaten dinner, so she was now preparing a late-night snack for the two of them. Seeing Bai Mu come back, Qiu Luoyu quickly brought over a steaming bowl of ramen. She handed him a pair of chopsticks, but Bai Mu did not take them. Instead, he gently stroked Qiu Luoyu's cheek. Her white and tender face seemed as if it could be easily pinched. Let's not eat yet. We need to go back to the room to do important things. Qiu Luoyu's brows furrowed slightly. Henin is still at home, and didn't we just... Not enough. Husband, please, can you hold on for just 2 more days? Qiu Luoyu, in order to avoid her daughter discovering anything, even began to act coyly to appease Bai Mu. Seeing Qiu Luoyu's shy demeanor only fueled the fire within Bai Mu. What exactly are you trying to do by teasing me? Do you want me to hold on or not? Bai Mu asked, pinching Qiu Luoyu's face. If Qiu Luoyu continued like this, he would not care about anything else. During this time, he felt he had already been very gentle. After a week of Cold War, and then 3 days of team building, he had been enduring almost the entire time. If it weren't for Huaxian, he would have already lost control. Seeing this, Bai Mu directly returned to the room, leaving the noodles on the table untouched. Qiu Luoyu looked at Bai Mu's departing back, feeling somewhat at a loss. Why did it seem like he had become indifferent again after coming back from outside? Did something happen, or was he already tired of it? Qiu Luoyu lowered her eyes, disappointment unconsciously showing in her gaze. She had thought it would last for a while, but unexpectedly it ended so quickly. Would they have to return to their previous life? Chapter 89. Qiu Luoyu dancing in the room. Qiu Luoyu walked out of the bathroom after taking a shower. The black silk nightgown accentuated her figure beautifully. She silently got into bed and lay beside Bai Mu, a faint fragrance wafting into his nose. Qiu Luoyu closed her eyes, but her attention was on Bai Mu behind her. Has he really grown tired of her? He was so gentle this afternoon. Can a person really be so changeable? As she pondered, the man beside her moved. A large hand wrapped around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Feeling a sense of restraint, Qiu Luoyu turned her head. Shut up. Just as she was about to speak, Bai Mu sternly reprimanded her. Qiu Luoyu immediately closed her mouth, and her body began to tremble. Indeed, he had really grown tired of her and returned to his former self. Even without doing anything, Qiu Luoyu could sense a restlessness emanating from Bai Mu. His breathing became rapid, reaching the limits of his manic episode. If she didn't comply with his wishes at this moment, she would definitely be punished. Why did she change into this nightgown today? Bai Mu tugged at the silk nightgown on Qiu Luoyu, almost tearing off the buttons. I just wanted to wear it. You smell so good. Did you spray perfume? Tonight, Qiu Luoyu was particularly fragrant. I got my period, and there's a bloody smell, so I used a stronger shower gel. Qiu Luoyu felt somewhat lacking in confidence, shrinking back. Oh, is that the reason? Qiu Luoyu bit her lip, leaving a mark. However, the next second, Bai Mu pinched her mouth shut. Why are you so nervous? Do you think I would do something to you? He pried open her mouth, preventing her from biting her lip. Gently caressing Qiu Luoyu's red lips, which were full of elasticity. Not nervous, just a bit unaccustomed. Qiu Luoyu explained. Unaccustomed? What have you gotten used to these past few days? Bai Mu teased, a hint of mockery in his tone. Qiu Luoyu remained silent, secretly trying to distance herself. However, Bai Mu pulled her back again. I still have accounts to settle with you. Accounts? What accounts? Qiu Luoyu was taken aback, as she seemed to not remember any accounts. I saw your chat records. You want to divorce me? You want to send me away? Bai Mu questioned. Qiu Luoyu's face turned pale instantly. No. She didn't dare to speak anymore. That night, she had seen Bai Mu flipping through her browsing history on her phone. At that time, seeing that he didn't explode, she thought he hadn't seen it. Now it seemed he had simply chosen not to explode then, saving it for later to confront her. Still trying to argue? Bai Mu snorted coldly, startling Qiu Luoyu. Now, she didn't dare to speak at all, only daring to shrink her neck. You tell me, why did you search for these? Do you really have such thoughts, or are you preparing to do it? Qiu Luoyu turned her head to see Bai Mu's serious expression. Her words seemed to be stuck in her throat, her mind going blank, unsure of how to respond. I was wrong. Can just saying wrong make this go away? Bai Mu raised an eyebrow. Qiu Luoyu immediately lowered her head. Then, what should I do? What do you think? Bai Mu looked at Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu bit her lip, but I can't. She had done everything she needed to do in the afternoon. How could she do more? Have you learned the dance I asked you to practice? Bai Mu asked. Qiu Luoyu's expression stiffened. It was clear she hadn't learned it yet. Come on, show me. Bai Mu lifted his chin, signaling Qiu Luoyu to demonstrate. Qiu Luoyu opened her mouth. I haven't learned it yet. Let me see your results. Bai Mu insisted on watching, and Qiu Luoyu had no choice. She took out her phone and watched the previous video again. Getting out of bed, she walked to Bai Mu. I dance poorly. If it's poor, then practice. If 10 times aren't enough, then 100 times. Qiu Luoyu sniffed and nodded. Then the music started, and she began to dance to the beat she remembered. Qiu Luoyu had a good memory, so she grasped the rhythm well and remembered the movements clearly. The only shortcoming was that she couldn't let go. For some movements that might require a larger range of motion, she simply skipped them, doing it half-heartedly. After finishing her dance, she immediately looked at Bai Mu. Seeing his dissatisfied expression, her heart sank. How do you think you danced? Qiu Luoyu lowered her head to reflect. Not good. What's not good? There was no emotion in the dance. Since you know that, why didn't you do it? Qiu Luoyu fell silent. She didn't like dancing in the first place. If she didn't like it, where would the emotion come from? If it was to please Bai Mu, she was even less willing. Not only did you lack emotion, but you also seemed very perfunctory. You were just going through the motions. Bai Mu directly exposed Qiu Luoyu. Qiu Luoyu raised her head and looked into Bai Mu's eyes. It was your request. Am I not allowed to go through the motions? Qiu Luoyu pursed her lips and took a deep breath. Still talking back? Under the influence of his manic episode, Bai Mu's emotions also became unstable. However, he quickly suppressed it. He had learned to control his mania well. Even if his manic levels were full, it wouldn't affect him. Qiu Luoyu was intimidated by Bai Mu's imposing aura, her gaze becoming dazed again. However, she still stubbornly looked at Bai Mu, appearing somewhat aggrieved. Bai Mu waved his hand. Come here and accept your punishment. Qiu Luoyu turned her head away, choosing not to listen. Seeing Qiu Luoyu's defiance, Bai Mu's eyelids twitched. This woman knew their daughter was at home, yet she still dared to challenge his limits. What was she thinking? Could it be that, because she got her period, her temper had flared up? Bai Mu guessed this might be the case. Seeing this, he didn't want to talk to Qiu Luoyu anymore, fearing it would only make him more agitated. When Qiu Luoyu saw Bai Mu not speaking, she got into bed and lay on the other side. For a moment, the two seemed to have returned to a state of Cold War. Neither paid attention to the other. The next day, when Bai Qiuhan got up for breakfast, she noticed something was off. Did her parents have a fight? During breakfast, neither of them said a word, not even exchanging a glance. Previously, her mother would never dare to act this way. But now her mother actually dared to give her father the cold shoulder. This was truly a first for her. Her mother was becoming tougher. While Bai Qiuhan was feeling this way, she sensed that her father, sitting in the main seat, also seemed a bit off. His tightly knitted brows indicated he was suppressing something. Bai Qiuhan couldn't help but associate this with certain events. Could it be that her father wanted something, but her mother refused, leading to their argument? Chapter 90. Bai Qiuhan support. The more Bai Qiuhan thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. She recalled that the night before last, it seemed her parents had hidden in the study to work because she had come home. It made sense. Normal people usually work in bed, right? Who goes to the study? They must be worried about her overhearing them. She had always thought her parents had a bad relationship, but it seemed they were only not showing it in front of her. After all, in her eyes, her mother Qiu Luoyu had always been a strong exterior with a gentle interior, and she was also quite sensitive, often bottling up her emotions without expressing them. She must love her dad very much. Otherwise, she wouldn't have resolutely married him right after graduating from university. After all these years of being burdened by her, it must have been quite hard for her. Now that she had finally entered high school and left home, her mother could finally live her own life. During these 2 visits home, she could clearly feel that the relationship between her parents had improved. Now, her presence at home seemed to affect their relationship. Thinking this way, Bai Qiuhan felt that she had really delayed Qiu Luoyu. "Mom, I want to go back to school early today," Bai Qiuhan said to Qiu Luoyu, who was sitting nearby. Qiu Luoyu paused her actions, a bit puzzled. "Aren't you going to stay at home a bit longer? Why go back to school so early?" "I left my homework at school and want to go back early to finish it," Bai Qiuhan found an excuse. Qiu Luoyu smiled lightly. "You can do it during evening study. There's no rush. You just came home after half a month. Don't you want to stay at home longer?" Seeing her mother smile, Bai Qiuhan smiled back. However, she still insisted on returning to school early. "If I go back early, I can review a bit. There are several questions from this month's test I want to discuss with my classmates." Although Qiu Luoyu hoped her daughter would stay home longer, seeing her so determined, she decided not to persuade her further, especially since her daughter was going back to school to study. "If you want to go back early, I'll take you," Bai Mu, sitting nearby, spoke without looking up. Qiu Luoyu turned to Bai Mu. "I'll take Hen in, you just stay here." Bai Mu indirectly declined. "What do you have to do?" Bai Mu ignored Qiu Luoyu. Seeing that their conversation was off, Bai Qiuhan quickly intervened. "Mom and Dad, can't you both take me? Last time, you both took me." She pouted, looking somewhat like she was being cute. Bai Mu glanced at her and made a sound of acknowledgement. Qiu Luoyu looked at her and then at Bai Mu. "Then let's go together." After lunch, Bai Qiuhan rested in her room for a while, and then Bai Mu drove her back to school. Qiu Luoyu sat in the passenger seat, and the 2 of them didn't say a word the entire way. Bai Qiuhan, sitting in the back, could feel the low pressure coming from the front seat. It didn't seem to be due to the air conditioning being too cold. From time to time, she stole glances at Bai Mu and Qiu Luoyu. Hugging her backpack to her chest, she felt somewhat puzzled. What could these 2 be arguing about? Could it really be as she thought? She had heard classmates say that athletes had strong desires. For those involved in sports, their physical condition was strong, and their desires in that aspect would be much stronger than ordinary people. With her dad being so capable, he must have a high demand in that regard. Bai Qiuhan pondered this in her heart, then turned her gaze to her mother. Her mother's physical strength was definitely not good. Compared to her dad, she was probably quite lacking. Otherwise, her dad wouldn't have said those things before. Thinking of this, Bai Qiuhan couldn't help but start to worry. One of the main reasons for Xia Shui's parents' divorce was their disharmony. As for why they were not harmonious, Xia Shui probably guessed. Her dad used to say that her mom was mute, like a dead fish, and had no sense of fun at all. So, Bai Qiuhan was also worried that her parents might divorce for this reason. Just as she was worrying, the car had already arrived at the school gate. At this time, there were very few students returning to school, so there were basically no cars at the gate. Bai Mu drove directly into the school. The security guard at the school gate had been informed, so he opened the gate upon seeing Bai Mu. Bai Qiuhan watched the car drive into the school, blinking her eyes. Earlier, many parents had asked if they could drive in because their children had a lot of luggage, but they were all stopped outside by the security uncle. She didn't expect her dad to get in so easily. After parking the car in the school parking lot, Bai Mu got out. "Henin, wait for me here for a moment," he said to Qiu Luoyu. "Huh? Mom is staying in the car?" Bai Qiuhan was taken aback. Bai Mu looked at her. "Today I'm mainly here to handle your matters, you know?" Bai Qiuhan looked at Bai Mu's eyes and probably understood what was going on. She nodded repeatedly. "Got it, Dad." Bai Mu grunted in response and then glanced at Qiu Luoyu. Because of what happened the previous night, the 2 had begun another Cold War, but hearing Bai Mu asking her to stay in the car, Qiu Luoyu didn't dare to refute. After all, Bai Mu must have his reasons for saying that. Some matters she didn't need to question. She was just a bit curious about what matter Henin needed to handle. If Bai Mu specifically came to resolve it, it must be something significant. Otherwise, he could have just made a phone call to explain. There was no need to come in person. Although she was curious, she didn't ask directly. Whether Bai Mu would tell her was another matter. He probably wouldn't, especially since they were still in a Cold War. Dad, are we going directly to the principal's office? On the way, Bai Qiuhan's hand was held by Bai Mu, and seeing that they were heading toward the principal's office, she asked, "Yes, I'll handle this matter well." "You don't need to worry," Bai Mu said lightly, as if he was discussing something trivial. Bai Qiuhan felt that Bai Mu was going to resolve something insignificant, and she felt a sense of security. Looking at Bai Mu, her eyes were filled with admiration, and she nodded vigorously. She was now someone with support. She wouldn't be bullied easily anymore. They quickly arrived at the principal's office. Bai Mu pushed the door open. Inside, besides Zhao Linxiang and Secretary Wang, there were two other people. One of them was Jiang Yi, who had bullied Bai Qiuhan at school, and the woman next to her, who bore some resemblance to her, was probably her mother, one of the school board members of Haisher No. 1 Middle School. Seeing Bai Mu enter, Zhao Linxiang asked Secretary Wang to make tea. "Xiao Bai, you're here." Bai Mu grunted, his tone indifferent, seemingly not wanting to engage with Zhao Linxiang. Zhao Linxiang smiled and didn't mind, inviting Bai Mu to sit opposite him and handing him a cup of tea. Chapter 91. An eye for an eye. Bai Qiuhan, after all, was a student and felt a bit intimidated in front of the school principal and secretary. When Bai Mu sat down, she hesitated for a moment about whether to sit down too. Seeing Jiang Yi also seated next to her mother, she followed suit. Her gaze met Jiang Yi's, who, unlike her usual arrogant self, appeared like a meek lamb in front of her mother, with no temper at all. Jiang Ro, her mother, had a blank expression, looking quite unapproachable. "Since everyone was here, let's talk." Jiang Ro spoke first. Bai Mu picked up the teacup in his hand, not drinking, but examining it for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. "Talk? Who's talking to you?" He looked up, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, causing Jiang Ro to frown. Before she could question what Bai Mu meant, she saw him slowly exerting pressure, and the ceramic teacup was crushed to pieces in his grip, scalding tea spilling through his fingers. This scene left everyone present stunned. Even Zhao Linxiang, who had been trained by Bai Mu's father, was shocked into silence. Is it possible for a person to crush a ceramic teacup with bare hands? Zhao Linxiang, having been bullied by Bai Mu's father since childhood, knew how terrifying he was. Bai Mu's father was a superhuman with frightening strength, but Bai Mu now seemed even more formidable. Jiang Ro, who had originally planned to establish her authority, was now completely intimidated. Instead, she found herself on the receiving end of intimidation. "Dad, your hand." Unlike others, Bai Qiuhan was genuinely scared. She worried about Bai Mu getting hurt by the ceramic shards and hurriedly checked. However, she soon discovered that Bai Mu's hand was unscathed, only slightly reddened from the hot tea. "What do you mean by this?" Jiang Ro finally managed to regain her composure and questioned. "It means nothing. I just want to tell you that I'm not prepared to talk," Bai Mu replied. "Then what are you planning to do?" Jiang Ro asked instinctively, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. If he could crush a ceramic teacup, then he could easily crush her bones too. If this person before her was a madman and really intended to attack her, she might not make it out alive. Thinking this, Jiang Ro's long legs clad in black stockings began to tremble. "Do you understand the meaning of an eye for an eye?" Bai Mu stood up and slowly walked towards Jiang Ro. Her hands gripped the armrest of her chair tightly, looking at Zhao Linxiang for help. Although Zhao Linxiang didn't want to intervene, he knew he had to step in now. "Xiao Bai, don't be impulsive. Let us talk this out," he said, fearing Bai Mu would ignore him and even get up from his seat to confront Bai Mu. Bai Mu cast a glance at Zhao Linxiang and stopped in his tracks. Seeing that Bai Mu didn't come any closer, Jiang Ro let out a sigh of relief. Not just her, but even Jiang Yi beside her felt her heart settle. Jiang Yi had witnessed not only the earlier scene, but also how Bai Mu had violently beaten up those gangsters. She was nearly scared out of her wits. This was no ordinary person. He was a devil. She had run away at that moment, too frightened to watch any longer. After returning home, she locked herself in her room, too scared to come out, and even had nightmares that night. Later, her mother Jiang Ro noticed her odd behavior and inquired about it. At first, Jiang Yi was hesitant to speak, but eventually, out of fear, she told Jiang Ro everything. Jiang Ro didn't take it seriously at the time, until she received a message from Principal Zhao that night, saying that the parents of the child her daughter bullied wanted to talk, leading to the current situation. We live in a society governed by law. If you hit someone, you could get arrested, Jiang Ro said, feeling slightly relieved now that Zhao Linxiang had stopped Bai Mu. Bai Mu looked at Jiang Ro and then pushed Zhao Linxiang aside. Zhao Linxiang stumbled back into his desk. Seeing Bai Mu preparing to attack Jiang Ro, he pretended to have a recurring back injury, groaning a bit and not stepping forward. Secretary Wang, quick to notice, hurriedly helped Zhao Principal into a back room to rest. Before leaving, Zhao Principal still reminded Xiao Bai, "Don't be impulsive." Ouch! He hurriedly walked into the room while holding his waist. He understood the character of the Bai father and son very well. If he dared to intervene, Bai Mu would certainly not hold back. With the display of strength Bai Mu just showed, he could guarantee he wouldn't get crushed. For his own life, it was best to slip away early. After all, with Bai Mu's ability, a mere school board member was nothing. Bai Mu's father was also a board member when he was alive. Moreover, they were not in a private school. In private schools, board members might hold higher status than principals. But in public schools, board members had a much lower status than the principal. He didn't want to get involved in this mess. Seeing Zhao Linxiang flee, Jiang Ro immediately panicked. You would really dare to hit me, would you? We can talk this through. Jiang Ro stood up, wanting to take her daughter away. But Bai Mu's large hand landed on her shoulder. Although it was just a gentle touch, Jiang Ro felt as if a massive stone had been placed on her shoulder, causing her to sit back down. I said, "I just want to repay you in kind. It's a simple matter, don't you understand?" Bai Mu smiled, but it was a very eerie smile that made Jiang Ro tense up, yet she felt a surge of impending doom. Bai Mu waved to Bai Chuhan, signaling her to come over. Bai Chuhan hurried to her father's side. "Tell me, how did she bully you?" Bai Mu's other hand patted Bai Chuhan's head, his gaze falling on Jiang Yi next to Jiang Ro. At this moment, Jiang Yi didn't dare to look up. Her mother was being controlled, and she felt like a lamb to the slaughter, not daring to speak. If there was a hole beneath her, she would want to crawl right into it. Unfortunately, there wasn't. Bai Chuhan thought for a moment and replied, "She slapped my face." As soon as the words left her mouth, a loud slap echoed in the room. The slap didn't land on Jiang Yi's face, but on Jiang Ro's. Jiang Ro's delicate face instantly turned red and swollen. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. How could she have been hit? Of course, it was just about hitting her. Bai Mu nodded at his daughter. "You hit her back." Hearing her father's words, Bai Chuhan gritted her teeth and reached out to hit Jiang Yi. However, since Jiang Yi had her head down, the slap landed on her head instead. "Lift your head." Again, Bai Mu's reprimand startled Jiang Yi, who trembled and raised her head, bringing her face closer. Smack!